who has served this nation ably and selflessly for most of his life. Bob Work served in the United States Marine Corps for 27 years, rising to the rank of colonel. In 2009, he was confirmed as Undersecretary of the Navy, where he...
All right, everyone. So you are looking at a live feed coming in from the Capitol building. We are waiting for House Democrats to hold a press conference. It should be starting any minute now. Stay tuned. We'll have that and more here on News Now.
It is officially afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm very honored to be here with this distinguished group of members of the House of Representatives who are helping us all honor our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and the democracy that it stands for. I want to say before yielding to them that I want to send my best wishes, prayers to Senator McCain, wishing him well. Apropos of this meeting here, my first bill that I worked on when I was elected whip was McCain-Feingold, and we were able to pass it out of the House. It was called Me and Shay then in the House, but McCain-Feingold, and its goal was to reduce the role of money in politics, and it did. And we worked in a bipartisan way to get that done. I hope that we can return to that model. A few years later, as you know, the courts and the Citizens United decision and the McCutcheon and Shelby decisions have increased the role of money in politics. We're here to talk about how we reverse that. I want to extend deep gratitude to John Sarbanes, who has been the chair of the Democracy Task Force, and the others who are gathered here. He will introduce them. I just want to acknowledge the great work that they are doing. As you know, we have instituted a DARE, an acronym, D-A-R-E, disclose. Where did this money come from? amend the Constitution to overturn Citizens United, reform our campaign finance laws, as Mr. Sarbanes does with his law, and empower, remove obstacles of participation to voting in our country. Again, I salute the actions of our colleagues and the organizations outside that they are working with on this, all of us, to strengthen our democracy, to weaken the cynicism that people have about the effect of their vote. The middle class is the backbone of our democracy. We have to work for economic policies that strengthen the middle class. We cannot do that effectively unless we reduce the role of money in politics. With that, I'm pleased to yield to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland with great pride in his leadership, Congressman John Sarbanes.
Thank you, Leader Pelosi. This is actually a very exciting day because we are bringing together folks who've been very focused on this issue of reform. They've taken a leadership role. I want to thank Leader Pelosi for giving the Democracy Reform Task Force the challenge, the charge, the assignment of assembling a lot of very good reform proposals that have come forward from our caucus in recent months that address ethical lapses that we see in the Trump administration and here in Congress from folks that don't want to take on the Trump administration, that push back on the influence of big money, on dark money, and on this sense of voter disillusionment, people feeling that they're being disenfranchised out there. We've got to address these concerns. So we're fighting back against the lack of accountability that we see in the Trump administration and from special interests, and putting forward an affirmative set of proposals. The By the People project is an effort that we've undertaken. It's well underway to bring together these proposals into a comprehensive package of democracy reforms that we can take out to Americans who are feeling left out, locked out. We don't have to look at surveys, although the surveys are very powerful on this question. We can just base it on talking to our constituents. When you go home, any member here will tell you that people come up to you, they tell you they feel like their voice doesn't matter in Washington, that they're left out, that they're locked out. They have a deep cynicism and anger and frustration. And our job is to make sure that we respond to that in a respectful way. The president said he was going to do it. He said he was going to drain the swamp, that he was going to bring accountability to Washington. He's done absolutely the opposite. He suffers, and his administration appears to suffer from ethical blindness when it comes to recognizing conflicts of interest rules and basic ethical standards. And he's basically said to the big money and the special interests, if you pay for the red carpet, I'll roll it right into the White House and give you influence. So we believe that he broke his fundamental promise. One of the key promises that he made to the American people was, I'm going to be your voice. I'm going to come up here and clean this place up and restore accountability. He broke that promise, and I think it's because fundamentally he doesn't really care about reform. He tries to talk a good game, but his heart isn't in it. He doesn't care about those basic standards of accountability. Democrats do care about that. And so when we go back to our districts in August, we want people to know that the By the People project is well underway, that we're assembling proposals of the Democratic caucus into a comprehensive package of democracy reforms. So let's talk about what those are. I want to thank my colleagues who are here today, many of whom are serving as vice chairs of the Democracy Reform Task Force, and I want to thank them for doing that, all of whom are helping to lead this effort on reform and responding to the desire in the public to see more accountability. The first area of reform has to do with pushing back on the influence of big money and special interests. There's a lot of different ways to do that. One way is to change how we fund campaigns by establishing small donor matching systems of public financing that put everyday Americans back in charge so that we have a government of the many, not the money. That's a phrase, Leader Pelosi, that you use often and I think is spot on. But we also have to rein in the outside spending that was unleashed by the Citizens United case. Nobody has led that fight more than Ted Deutsch. who's working to propose a constitutional amendment and show how we can put limits, reasonable limits, on this outsized spending that we see by special interests. So I want to turn it over to Ted.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am honored to be part of this team assembled here by Leader Pelosi and Chairman Sarbanes. And I know one thing for certain, and that is that Russia shouldn't have any say in our elections. But I know something else that is equally true. Wealthy donors, corporations, and special interests shouldn't be allowed to use cash to corrupt our elections either. Russia attacked our elections by infiltrating the Trump campaign. They targeted made-up news to important counties, and they launched sophisticated hacks against at least 21 state election systems. But our elections were already at risk before Russia's attacks. They've been corrupted by a flood of political cash. The Supreme Court unleashed unlimited spending in the Citizens United decision when they said that cash doesn't corrupt. But we know that that's not true. We knew it when Congress passed bipartisan limits in 2002. We knew it when Citizens United tore those limits apart, and we know it now after a string of billion-dollar elections. We've seen proof of Justice Breyer's warning in his dissent in the McCutcheon case. When enough money calls the tune, the general public will not be heard. That's why I've introduced the Democracy for All Amendment to overturn Citizens United. The Democracy for All Amendment will put the American people back in charge to get money out of politics. I'm proud to be a part of Leader Pelosi's task force to take back our democracy, and I am thankful that we have strong leadership from Chairman Sarbanes and my fellow vice chairs, all of the committed members and leaders here today, to ensure that America is not of, by, and for Donald Trump. It is not of, by, and for the big banks. It is not of, by, and for dark money. We are here today, and our efforts are focused on ensuring that our Congress and our government is of, by, and for the people. And with that, I am proud to turn it over to a leader in the effort to help bring about greater disclosure in our political finance system. And I turn it over to my good friend, David Cicilline.
Good afternoon. I am delighted to be here. I want to begin by thanking Leader Pelosi for making reform of our democracy a central part of her leadership. I particularly want to thank Chairman Sarbanes for his passionate and steady leadership on the Democracy Reform Task Force, and all of my colleagues who are here today for their critical leadership on this really important set of issues. We're here today because the American people have lost confidence that government is working for them. They feel like Washington is rigged and that our political system only works for insiders and powerful corporate special interests like big oil and Wall Street, and that it only does the bidding of the wealthiest among us and ignores the needs of working families. And you know what? They're right. The influx of massive, unrestricted, and secret political spending by corporate special interests has prevented progress on many of the issues most important to working families. And that's why millions of Americans can't find a job that provides them with a living wage. It's why millions of working men and women don't have paid family leave. It's why prescription drug prices are out of control. It's why we continue to give billions of dollars in tax subsidies to big oil companies. At the same time, we've just pulled out of the Paris Accords. It's why health care coverage for millions of Americans is being threatened in order to give a $600 billion tax cut to the richest people in this country. And that's why this project, the People's Project, is so important. We're not going to fix what's wrong with our country until we fix the way campaigns are run and end the influence of secret money in our elections. I'm very proud that part of this agenda is the Disclose Act, a legislation which I've introduced to shine a light on secret political spending so that the American people know what powerful special interests are trying to influence their vote. The Disclose Act requires public reporting by corporations, unions, super PACs, and other outside groups to the Federal Election Commission within 24 hours of making a campaign expenditure of $10,000 or more. It requires corporations to stand by their campaign ads by disclosing who's responsible for the content of the ad and who's paid for it. And it requires corporations to disclose their campaign-related spending to their shareholders. And finally, it will require lobbyists to disclose expenditures made in conjunction with their attempts to influence lawmakers. When the American people look at Washington today, They see a government that is bought and paid for by Wall Street and big corporate interests. They deserve better. They deserve a government that works for them. And I'm proud to be standing here with so many of my colleagues who are committed to transparency and to returning power to the American people. And I'll end by saying that as we finish the work of developing and launching our united democratic message, reforming the way our elections are run and getting big money out of our political system is a central part of that work. And I am now pleased to turn it back. Oh, to John.
Thanks a lot, David. So we've talked about the importance of pushing back on big money and its influence on our system, but there's other things that are key components of a reform package and making the voters feel respected and empowered. One of those has to do with partisan gerrymandering, the process by which districts are drawn, which leaves many Americans feeling kind of disrespected out there, and we've heard that as we move around our districts. Zoe Lofgren has been a leader here on this issue. She's really pulled together the best thinking on how we can fix this problem once and for all. Let me turn it over to her.
Thank you. It's an honor to be part of this task force with the leadership of Congressman Sarbanes and Leader Pelosi. We've heard about the need for Americans to once again feel that they're in charge of their government. You know, recently there was a poll taken, and a majority of Americans felt that the Congress and the government was not really within their control. That's completely wrong. That is something we need to change. Part of it is changing the role of money, disclosing, and others, but part of it is changing how districts are drawn. You know, every American's vote should be equal to every other one, but when you have partisan redistricting, that's not the case. You know, the political elites of this country draw districts to serve their interests, not to serve the voters' interests. And that's done by both parties. Districts are drawn, and elected officials draw their voters. The voters don't select the elected officials. It's important to know that that can change. Arizona, a red state, and California, a blue state, adopted nonpartisan redistricting commissions that are just basically equal and drawn without regard to the political parties. I think that's an essential element of reform because the voters should choose their elected officials. The elected officials should not be choosing their voters.
Thanks very much, Zoe. We appreciate your good work. When you think about how we can strengthen our democracy, ensure that people have a voice, there's no reform really more important than protecting access to the ballot box, making sure that the franchise is protected. We're very lucky. The Democracy Reform Task Force has a number of vice chairs, Barbara Lee, Elijah Cummings, and others who have been connected for many years to efforts to make sure that voters are empowered, and they are making sure that the proposals within the caucus that relate to that are part of our thinking in terms of shaping an overall comprehensive package. I see that we've got Pramila Jayapal here. She is a recent addition to our caucus, but she is not a recent advocate when it comes to voter empowerment initiatives in Washington State. She really led some of the edgiest efforts in the country to make sure that people's voices are protected and voters are respected at the ballot box and beyond. So I'd love to have Pramila come up and say a few words.
Thank you so much, Leader Pelosi, for your leadership, as always, and to Chairman Sarbanes for the incredible amount of work that's gone into really developing a strong legislative package that will help us to protect the average person's voice in our democracy. And I am proud to come from Washington State, where in the state Senate I introduced an automatic voter registration bill, actually with the Republican Secretary of State, because we all understand that democracy is stronger when everyone participates. And we thank Chairman Sarbanes for his help when in Seattle we passed our first publicly financed elections, which are now actually happening, where everybody gets a democracy voucher and gets to actually participate at the same levels and not be thrown aside by big money in politics. It is clear that Americans' basic democratic right, the right to vote, is under assault. And in states across the country, Republican-controlled legislatures are unfortunately blocking access to the ballot box. Tomorrow, Trump's farcical voter fraud commission will host its inaugural meeting. But we know that this sham commission has one cynical goal in mind, and that is making it harder for Americans to exercise their right to vote. So I want to call attention to my colleagues, Representatives Elijah Cummings, John Conyers, Benny Thompson, and Robert Brady, who sent a letter today urging Vice President Pence to demand the resignation of Chris Kobach from his position as vice chairman of the commission, and that he rescind Mr. Kobach's unprecedented request for sensitive voter information. House Democrats and the Democracy Reform Task Force are fighting back with this By the People project. We need automatic voter registration. We need to repair the damage done to the Voting Rights Act by the Supreme Court's Shelby decision, and we need to modernize our voting system for the 21st century. We should be fighting together, Republicans and Democrats, to ensure that every person who is eligible gets registered to vote, including, by the way, new American citizens. And now, as a member of Congress, I pledge to continue this work and work with this incredibly distinguished group of colleagues at the national level to make sure that our right to vote is protected. Thank you again, Chairman Sarbanes, for your tremendous leadership.
Thank you, Pramila. We're so excited to have Pramila and other members of the freshman class joining us here and carrying this fight. We know, finally, that government cannot operate effectively with the respect of the people if leaders are not governed by basic ethical standards. And many in our caucus, you've seen this over the last 6 months, and there's an obvious reason for this, have stepped up with proposals on how we can strengthen ethics. We can make sure that the executive branch is abiding by basic conflict of interest rules. There are robust reform proposals that have been submitted, a lot of them. One of the efforts of the By the People project over the next period of time is going to be to synthesize those into a critical component of this overall reform package. Jamie Raskin, who's also new to Congress, but definitely not new to these issues and brings a wealth of experience and expertise. He's a constitutional scholar. He's an ethics watchdog, so I'd like him to talk a little bit about the ethics piece of this. Jamie.
Thank you very much. When we moved from monarchy to democracy, we replaced a system of government as a money-making operation for one family or one private elite with a vision of government as the instrument of the common good of all the people. And our founders were well aware that it was always going to be a problem to make sure that the people who go to the federal government remain faithful and loyal agents of the people rather than acting as agents loyal only to themselves and their own families and their own friends. So how do we do that? We need a very strong, powerful ethics law and machinery in government. James Madison in Federalist 10 said that no man may be a judge in his own cause because his interest would impair his judgment and corrupt his integrity. And that's the basic principle, which in normal times people understand as a matter of common sense. But in tough times, we can see how we really do need a strong ethics machinery to enforce that principle. People cannot be the judges of their own cases, and we've got to make sure that the government remains zealously committed to the people rather than to the private interests of people who are in government.
Thank you very much, Jamie. So as you can see, this covers a lot of territory. When you start thinking about what kind of reforms do we need to implement to restore credibility with the American people. That's what this is about. We have to listen to the fact that people are frustrated and angry. We have to bring to this conversation with the public a candor and a humility and a recognition that people perceive all of us up here as sort of suffering from these defects that are created by big money and special interests. But the Democratic caucus is the caucus that's putting forth a meaningful set of reforms. So the By the People project is going to go out there. We're going to bring people's voices in. We're going to help to refine some of the proposals that you've already heard about and develop others into a comprehensive package. We'll be working with the committees of jurisdiction, John Conyers on the Judiciary Committee, Bob Brady on the House Administration Committee, and others in our caucus to make sure that the By the People project gets all of the input and connectivity that it needs as we move forward. And we're excited about this. This has got to be an important part of the Democratic message as we move forward because it responds to the way people feel. So again, I want to thank Leader Pelosi for giving us this charge, saying let's step up on reform and show Americans what we stand for. We're going to do that. That's what this is about today, and I want to thank my colleagues for coming. I'll turn it back over to the leader for a second if she'd like, and then we can have a couple of questions.
I thank all of our colleagues, and we had been joined earlier by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who had to go to a committee meeting. But and when we're working on these issues, as has been mentioned, we're working with Mr. Conyers, but also Mr. Clyburn, our assistant leader, John Lewis, Terry Sewell of Alabama on issues that relate to voting rights and voter suppression and the rest. So this is the point of the spear of how we go forward with this, and many of our colleagues that I mentioned are part of this operation. I just want to read this one thing because it's July. We came back from the 4th of July celebration, and I saw this article, and it said, have you ever wondered, now our founders, they sacrificed their lives, their liberty, their sacred honor to establish this democracy. It was quite a remarkable thing. But did you ever wonder what happened to the 56 men who signed the Declaration of Independence? 5 signers were captured by the British as traitors and tortured before they died. 12 had their homes ransacked and burned. 2 lost their sons serving the Revolutionary War. Another had 2 sons captured. 9 of the 56 fought and died from wounds or hardships of the Revolutionary War. They signed and they pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor. What kind of men were there? 24 were lawyers and jurists. 11 were merchants. 9 were farmers and large plantation owners, men of means, well-educated, but they signed the Declaration of Independence knowing full well that the penalty would be death if they were captured. Carter Braxton of Virginia, a wealthy planter and trader, saw his ship swept from the sea by the British Navy. He sold his home and properties to pay his debts. He died in rags. Thomas McKean was so hounded by the British that he was forced to move his family almost constantly without pay, and his family was kept in hiding. His possessions were taken from him, and poverty was his rewards. Vandals or soldiers looted the properties of Dillery, Hall, Clymer, Walton, Gwinnett, Hayward, Rutledge, Middleton, other signers. At the Battle of Yorktown, Thomas Nelson noted that the British General Cornwallis had taken over the Nelson home for his headquarters and quietly urged George Washington to open fire. The home was destroyed. Francis Lewis lost his home and property. John Hart was driven from his wife's bedside, and she was dying. Their 13 children fled for their lives. His fields were gristmill and laid to waste, and for more than a year he lived in forests and caves, returning home to find his wife dead and his children vanished. So take a few minutes while enjoying the 4th of July, this says, but as we ponder the sacrifices that so many people made at the start of our country, what Abraham Lincoln did to keep our country together, what the suffragettes did to expand the right to vote, what the civil rights leaders have done to expand that right to vote, and understand what our responsibility is to protect what so many people sacrificed so much to achieve for our country. The establishment of democracy, first time in the history of the world. Aren't we proud of our country? Let's work in as far as we can in a bipartisan way. As I said with Senator McCain at the beginning, that was the 2002 law that was referenced, where we worked together to diminish the role of money in politics. As Mr. Sarbanes said, we want a government of the many, not of the money. We want a government where people choose their elected officials, not elected officials choosing their voters. So with that, again, I thank the task force for the work that they have done, the work that they will do. Mr. Sarbanes has offered to answer any questions, as I'm sure his colleagues will as well. I can, but first let's say on this subject for a moment. Does anyone have any questions about this? Any other comments, my colleagues, that you want to make?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you for, Mr. Cicilline is one of our co-chairs of our policy committee, and I'm so glad that you made the connection between making a difference in policy and reducing the role of money. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sarbanes, for your extraordinary leadership. What was the question? I mean, specifically, I know it's about health care. Yes, the repeal and the other actions that the Senate are talking about could take us up to 32 million people losing their access to health care and health insurance. Really a monstrosity. But as the Democratic leader, Mr. Schumer, said on the floor today, we look forward to a time when we can go forward. I don't know if he said that, but how we go forward would be that we have to recognize we cannot eliminate the taxes on the high end. We cannot cut Medicaid, and we must do this under the regular order. But first, the Republicans in the Senate have to complete their business. If their next order of business is to repeal the Affordable Care Act, I doubt they would have the votes to take that up, but let's see. And as soon as that's finished, of course, we have stood ready from the first day the president became president to extend a hand of friendship to talk about how we can improve and update the Affordable Care Act and stand ready to do so as soon as the Senate decides that it's finished with its business. Yeah? Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
What are the chances of Republicans actually allowing Democrats to work with them on health care?
Well, I would hope so. It's about the American people. Your question as to what would they do to allow us. The president in a statement said today his health care proposals were defeated because he didn't have the cooperation of any of the Democrats and some of the Republicans. No, he has never really been about increasing access, lowering cost, improving benefits. That's what the Affordable Care Act is about. So the reason the Republicans in the leadership in the Senate have found themselves in the situation there is because people have spoken out. Nothing is more eloquent to a member of Congress than the voice of his or her own constituents. We all know that. The town halls worked. The outside groups weighed in with not political organizing, but with the storytelling of people and what the Affordable Care Act means in their lives and what taking it away would do to the health and well-being of their families, what their assault on Medicaid means to the good health of our country. So it's not about them and us. That's inside maneuvering. It's about the outside message and mobilization from so many people calling their senators and their members of the House and saying, listen to my story. And as I said yesterday at one of the filibusters on the lawn outside the Capitol, we believe that there's some goodness in the hearts of our Republican colleagues. Otherwise, we wouldn't be telling these stories. Hopefully it will be falling on fertile territory where people will listen, will learn. And when they know, they will care about what their monstrosity of mean legislation means in the lives of the American people. So thank you all very much. Thanks for coming.
All right, so House Minority Speaker Nancy Pelosi at the very end commenting on healthcare. Healthcare is a big topic all over the internet, all over the cable news channels. The healthcare bill has collapsed. They don't have enough support for it. Vice President Pence saying this morning that he and President Trump would support a repeal without a replacement. We'll talk more on that subject a little bit later on, but I do want to give you guys an update now on that flooding that took place in Arizona over the weekend.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you for moving to this location for us. It is a safer location for everyone. This morning we had our first briefing with the new team. Gila County Sheriff's Office is still actively involved with this. We've got two people here to speak for you today. Pruitt Small is the team incident commander, and Coogan Carruthers. Coogan is C-O-U-G-A-N, Carruthers, C-A-R-O-T-H-E-R-S. And back to Pruitt Small, P-R-U-E-T-T. Small is common spelling. So with that, I'm going to introduce the IC for this incident, Pruitt Small.
Hey, good morning. Again, my name is Pruitt Small. I'm the incident commander. Kind of give you just a rundown of the timeline of what brought our Type 3 incident management team here to manage the water wheel incident and search for the remaining victims from the flash flood on Saturday or on Friday. So I was called on Saturday to put a team together to assist the Apache County Sheriff's Office with their search efforts. So they had been going at it for 3 or 4 days, and the fatigue level was starting to show up with that continued search. So the Sheriff, Adam Shepard, called and asked for a team to come in and back up his team so that they could, one, get their folks some rest, and two, focus on their 911 services. So on Saturday, I built an interdisciplinary team of 16 people from fire, from medical, from law enforcement, and search and rescue. And last night at 1800 hours or 6 o'clock, we took command of the incident. working for the behest of the sheriff, which is Adam Shepard. Adam Shepard is getting support through the Gila County Emergency Management. Emergency Management's reaching out to Arizona Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs, which supports all search and rescue operations in the state. The DEMA reached out to Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management so that they could support this effort on the behest of the sheriff here in Gila County. So today we have approximately 75 people going out in the field, search and rescue, law enforcement, have a couple of wildland fire crews that are going to come in, and Coogan, our ops chief, is going to go over the tactics of it, but by and large we're searching a 2.5-mile area. We've broken it up into 3 divisions, and the crews will go in there and do a very detailed, organized search of the area, looking for the remaining victim of the 9 that perished, of the total of 14 that were swept away. On that, the crews will come in and they'll take a hit from the dogs if the body is located. The forestry crews, wildland crews will come in and pull apart the berms or whatever. Then we'll systematically go into a search and trying to locate the body and bring it out under all law enforcement investigations, and then all dignity and honor with finding the remaining victim. So that's our job today. We suspect that we'll be here for 3 or 4 days. If we find the victim today, then we'll start ramping our team down in our events, but we're planning on being here for 3 or 4 days and searching that 2.5 to 3 mile area systematically. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to our Operations Section Chief Coogan Carruthers, and Coogan's going to talk about the tactics of how we're going to send 75 people out there today in a very systematic process where we keep people safe from flash floods and we meet all the criteria for the legal searches that has to happen for victims of floods. So I'm going to turn it over to Coogan.
Thank you, Pruitt. My name is Coogan Carruthers, so I'm the Operations Section Chief of the Type 3 team that has been assigned to this event. So behind me you can see a map of the search area. We have it broken down into 3 different divisions, and so we have Alpha, Bravo, and a Charlie division. All of them are staffed with different resources. The majority of the work is going to be happening in the Alpha division. And if you can see above me, you can see that that's just going to be upriver from the water wheel turnoff. And we're going to have dive teams in there. We're going to have, as Pruitt mentioned, we're going to have the Type 2 fire hand crew that's going to be in there with the chainsaw capability and just a whole lot more manpower to go break down big debris piles that were caused due to the flood. And then we also have a lot of search and rescue volunteers from surrounding counties that are going to go and participate in that systematic search that Pruitt was talking about, as far as gridding each division really down to each square yard. We're going to be very specific on, how they're going to be going about systematically searching both right and left riverbanks and up and downstream from their location. In the Bravo division, which is just downstream from Alpha, is going to be, similar resources with a fire Type 2 hand crew. SAW capabilities and all the same. Also, the search and rescue volunteers are going to be in there. Little less complexity in that division today, but both Alpha and Bravo are going to have dog teams that they're working with, so that they have a little bit deeper penetration into those debris piles, so that we're not just relying solely on our own visibility. We can utilize the dogs to get a little deeper in the piles. And then in the Charlie division, that's staffed a little bit lighter today. We are utilizing a volunteer that's very capable with drone activities. So there's going to be a drone in the air today, flying in the Division Charlie area. That's just so that we can start to reach out to a little bit bigger area downstream. We don't know if we're going to continue to expand this incident further downstream, but we want to have the best possibility of identifying, anything that we're maybe overlooking, due to hasty searches in the past. So Charlie's going to have some dog teams as well. Not a whole lot of manpower down in that particular division today, but we think that we're going to kind of help that along with the drone capabilities. One of the things I want to be very clear on is that the rescuer safety for this incident is paramount. We don't want to put anybody in harm's way. We know that it's going to be a hard, long, tough day out there, but we want to make sure that they're as safe and accounted for as possible. So we've gone over communications with the volunteers. This team comes from predominantly a wildland background, so we have, fantastic communications with specific radios and frequencies, and we've set up our own repeaters, and we've improved the ability to communicate, and we're handing out our own radios so that the volunteers on the ground are, in communication with us specifically. And we're also posting lookouts upstream, so we're going to have a lookout both on the creek side and the East Verde River side. Those lookouts their job for the entire day is to do nothing but monitor weather and monitor the levels of both the East Verde River and the creek. If that water level comes up in any way, we're going to be pulling our rescuers out with plenty of time to get them to safety, so that there's no one should be risking a whole lot being down in that creek bed today. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
We know there was rain in the area yesterday, and that suspended the search. There's expected to be rain today as well, and I'm assuming the same sort of response if there is rain.
Yes, we're fully planning and expecting to have rain in the area today, and if the rain impacts the waterways that feed directly into our search area, it will affect our searching operations. Although we have the National Weather Service has allowed us to utilize a weather person specifically for this incident, so we're going to be getting half-an-hour updates on what the weather is developing into. We're also going to have our lookouts who are visibly and physically monitoring the increase of the two different waterways that we're dealing with. And then, so clouds in the area or rain in the area doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to suspend all search operations. A few things have to come together for us to start pulling people out. We're going to be super cautious, and we're going to definitely be erring on the side of absolute safety. We're not going to risk anything, but just because it's raining in the mountains doesn't mean that we're going to pull rescuers out.
What are the odds that you're going to find this man alive?
So our main objective for assembling this team is to come in and assist with locating the final victim. And so we take on all of our jobs and all of these assignments as if we're going to be 100% successful. I say with that we're doubling the amount of manpower that's on the ground. The capabilities of the people that are on the ground is going to be, just that much more, because we, not to mention manpower, but they also just have the ability to run chainsaws and, work within an organized plan just that much better. And so, the leaders that are in the field are very optimistic about being able to utilize the resources that are hitting the ground and be successful.
Can you talk about the conditions in that area? What's the depth of the water like, and how have the monsoon storms affected the search, the debris in that area?
Yeah, so the area, it received a massive amount of debris and water, so it's kind of a mess in there. It's really dark, muddy water. There are some pools that are deeper than others. One pool in particular, we're considering putting a dive team into use so that we can, get down to the bottom and really leave no stone unturned, so to speak. And so the flood affected the river channel quite a bit. It spread debris, throughout the entire river channel, and the debris isn't just, flat logs and kind of strewn about the shore. They're big piles, and in some cases you could, they're bigger than cars. So, those are some of the challenges that we have. And then it's muddy, it's wet, the water's not clear, deep. There's some deep pools, and some of it's just, trickling little small tributary channels.
Do you put any physical barriers downstream to catch any potential sign of this missing person? Or what's the strategy, I guess, physically?
So, in the rescue world, we talk about, building a box. Where was the point last seen, and, how far down could the victim have traveled in the amount of time that it took us to get here and devise a plan. So, obviously, if the water level was just absolutely continuous, the box is a big box. And we're not exactly going there yet. We are saying that the box that we've built in order to successfully mitigate this search is, between Alpha and the Charlie Division by I think it's Beaver Flat community, or Beaver Valley community. That's the box that we've built. So we haven't put anything downstream. There's not enough water flow in the channel currently to be pushing anything from into a different location. But I will say, if there are additional storms and the water level comes up, that could increase the length of our box. We may have to increase the footprint of the area that we're searching if additional storms come in and the volume increases.
What's the difference between today's search compared to the past 2.5 days?
So actually, other than manpower, very little. So the team that we accepted this assignment from did a fantastic job in organizing it. They had very little time, obviously. A lot of them are local people that were, somewhat emotionally engaged because of just the community participation. And they put together a template for us to really kind of absorb into that was just really fantastic. And so our team transition went very well. They worked with us, and invited us to participate with them yesterday in some of their search efforts. So other than putting additional manpower on the ground and maybe focusing a little bit more on placing our lookouts in just gently different positions, not a whole lot has changed. So it's a manpower show.
And what happens if you find it in both scenarios?
So if we find the victim, when we find the victim, our crew members will identify the location. The division supervisors in those areas will contact me, and then I will contact the sheriff's department, who has the local authority, and then that sheriff's department will decide on how many resources are going to go in, how they're going to conduct the investigation, and how they're going to extricate the victim.
What are the chances that the victim was washed in the initial flash flood past Division C?
Yeah, there's a slight probability that the victim is further than the box that we've built, our search box. Although we have been working, the previous team has been working with the search dogs, and those search dogs have made some signs that we are getting close to identifying a location of the victim, perhaps. There's a lot of stuff that we have to take into account, and we can't dismiss the potential that the victim has traveled further than what we're searching. So, the good thing about, these teams when we come in, we really look at the tactical objectives of the day and the mission at hand, but we also are really always looking down the road at the bigger picture. We want to make sure that we're not missing anything. So is there a possibility that the victim is outside of our search box? Yes. And are we planning for it? Absolutely. And in the next 3 or 4 days, if we are unsuccessful in the areas that we're currently searching, we're going to expand the box. We currently are working on a plan for that, and I wouldn't say that we're only going to be just in this one area.
As you take a look at where the canines are actually alerting in an area now, what's the next step after they've kind of done that? Are you using other technologies to pinpoint?
Absolutely. So, there's a large, water hole kind of area that the dog is alerting to, and there's some debris piles that the dog is alerting to. And so we brought in the Type 2 wildland crews to come in and assist with breaking down those debris piles. For the water search, we have a dive team that is considering, kind of making a pre-plan for that dive site so that they could feel comfortable going into the water and going and diving that area. We also have the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department has notified me today that they have kind of like a sonar machine that they can put on there that they can use as well. So, that's something that is being considered currently. So yeah, we're using all measures that are at our disposal to make sure that the area is searched adequately.
How long today is it just daylight?
Excuse me. Yeah, the operational period. We have it listed from 0600 to 1800, but it's weather dependent. We're not going to keep rescuers out there if it's dark or if it's hot, or, too hot, or if it's the weather's bad. We're not going to put our rescuers and our searchers at risk, but Mother Nature, being what it is, we're going to be out there as long as we possibly can.
And then what's the strategy? You said 3 or 4 days, the next couple of days.
So yeah, that's subject to change. I mean, it definitely depends on what we find and what we come across and any additional information that we obtain. But I'd say that, we are planning on being here as long as it takes to be successful. That's not entirely up to me. I mean, I get direction from the incident commander, which is Pruitt Small, and he gets direction from, others that are, certainly involved as well. So we're saying 3 to 4 days or until we're successful, and we could be less or more than that depending.
Do you know if the dogs that picked up the science were human remains dogs or not?
They are human remains dogs. That is what they're trained for. And today we have, and forgive me if I'm missing something, but I think we have about 6 dogs on site today.
And are those just human remains, or are those all search dogs?
I'm not exactly sure of the limitations of the dog, but that is what we are using them for.
And to be clear, those human remains dogs are hitting on a specific area right now, or yesterday they were?
They are hitting on one. Well, they're hitting on a couple of areas specifically, one more than others. But we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket. We're continuing with the tactical objectives in each division as if the dogs aren't hitting on anything, but we're spending specific amount of time and energy working with the dogs.
What division are those dogs hitting on right now?
So Alpha, which is the upper division and closest to the original incident, is where most of those hits are coming from.
Is the water hole marked with an X there?
That's just a division break, so that's not the exact location. It's within this area, and it's specifically it's a well-known water swimming area.
You mentioned that clouds and rain wouldn't necessarily call off the search. Are there specific protocols in place that determine exactly when a search team would be called back?
Yeah, it's going to be, so it's weather dependent, or, if there's a specific hazard that comes up, but, the combination of rain and an increased amount of water volume coming down the river channels, which we have 2 water channels, and, it's the creek side and it's the river side, and so we're going to be monitoring both of those. So it would be weather related, but not necessarily weather dependent. I mean, it's got to be a weather event along with an increased amount of water.
When you talk about the locals that have been wanting to assist and help out, what kind of things do you not want to see with his involvement?
Well, we are all about accountability. So if we have boots on the ground and if we have people that are out here helping us, we want to account for them. They need to be able to communicate with us. They need to be assigned a leader. We want to be able to utilize volunteers within our system. So we don't want people just showing up expecting to help. They have to be kind of involved with our system and checked in within our system. I can't stress accountability enough on something like this. We want to know where every single person is at every.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this. We have tape playback President Trump talking about health care.
Replace, and Obamacare is a total disaster. Some states had over a 200% increase. A 200% increase in their premiums, and their deductibles are through the roof. It's an absolute disaster. And I think you'll also agree that I've been saying for a long time, let Obamacare fail, and then everybody's going to have to come together and fix it and come up with a new plan, and a plan that's really good for the people with much lower premiums, much lower costs, and much better protection. I've been saying that, Mike, I think you'll agree, for a long time. Let Obamacare fail. It'll be a lot easier. And I think we're probably in that position where we'll just let Obamacare fail. We're not going to own it. I'm not going to own it. I can tell you the Republicans are not going to own it. We'll let Obamacare fail, and then the Democrats are going to come to us and they're going to say, how do we fix it? How do we fix it? Or how do we come up with a new plan? So we'll see what happens. There's some other things going on right now as we speak. But I am disappointed because for so many years I've been hearing repeal and replace. I'm sitting in the Oval Office right next door, pen in hand, waiting to sign something, and I'll be waiting, and eventually we're going to get something done, and it's going to be very good. But Obamacare is a big failure, and it has to be changed. We have to go to a plan that works. We have to go to a much less expensive plan in terms of premiums. And something will happen, and it'll be very good. May not be as quick as we had hoped, but it's going to happen. Okay? Well, they were not disloyal. They had their own reasons. I was very surprised when the two folks came out last night because we thought they were in fairly good shape, but they did. And, you know, everybody has their own reason. But if you really think about it, you look at it, and we have 52 people. We had no Democrat support, which is really, you know, something that should be said. We should have had Democrats voting. This is a great plan for a lot of people. We had no Democrat support. We have 52 people. We had 4 no's. Now, we might have had another one somewhere in there, but essentially the vote would have been pretty close to, if you look at it, 48-4. That's a pretty impressive vote by any standard. And yet you have a vote of 48-4 or something like that, and you need more. It's pretty tough. So the way I look at it is in 18, we're going to have to get some more people elected. We have to go out and we have to get more people elected that are Republican. And we have to probably pull in those people, those few people that voted against it. I don't know. They're going to have to explain to you why they did, and I'm sure they'll have very fine reasons. But we have to get more Republicans elected because we have to get it done. We got it passed in the House. We would have gotten it very much. Yeah, you can't use his head as a stand, right? We don't want that to happen. You're messing with the wrong guy here. So we want. I think we're going to do very well, actually, in 18. I would be not surprised if something were done long before that. But in any event, because the margin is so small, the majority margin is so small, we're going to have to go out and get more Republicans elected in 18, and I'll be working very hard for that to happen, okay? It would be nice to have Democrat support, but really they're obstructionists. They have no ideas. They have no thought process. All they want to do is obstruct government and obstruct, period. And in this case, think of it. So many good things, we didn't get one vote, and their plan has failed. And by the way, Obamacare isn't failing. It's failed. It's gone. So I think something's going to happen. We'll find out. Stay tuned. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. No. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, John.
All right, that was President Trump commenting on the failure of the GOP Senate Obamacare replacement bill. They don't have enough votes for it to pass, and President Trump just commented on it. Speaking of that, we are waiting for officials there in the Capitol building to speak on this healthcare bill. Stay tuned. We'll give you an update momentarily. Actually, wait, we're getting our tape playback, round 2 again. Let's just listen in again.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to have Vice President Pence with us, and 4 great soldiers spent a lot of time in Afghanistan, and I'm going to be talking to you about Afghanistan. What you think, your views. These are people on the ground, know it probably better than anybody. Feel you know it pretty well, right? And we're going to be getting some ideas because we've been there. It's our longest war. We've been there for many years. We've been there for now close to 17 years. And I want to find out why we've been there for 17 years, how it's going, and what we should do in terms of additional ideas. I've heard plenty of ideas from a lot of people, but I want to hear from the people on the ground. So this is actually a very important luncheon, and it's a great honor to have you with us. And I look forward to the discussion. We'll wait till the media leaves. I want to thank you folks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, are you angry at the Republicans who came out against this health care bill?
Disappointed. Very disappointed. I don't think it's dead, no, but it's. I'm certainly disappointed. For 7 years, I've been hearing repeal and replace from Congress, and I've been hearing it loud and strong. And then when we finally get a chance to repeal and replace, they don't take advantage of it. So that's disappointing. So I'm very, I would say I'm disappointed in what took place. It will go on and we'll win. We're going to win on taxes. We're going to win on infrastructure and lots of other things that we're doing. We've won and are winning the war, as you know, on the border. We're very much decimating ISIS. You can see that. You see that better than anybody sees it, the soldiers that are with us today. We've had a lot of victories, but we haven't had a victory on health care. We're disappointed. I am very disappointed because, again, even as a civilian, for 7 years I've been hearing about health care. And I've been hearing about repeal and replace. And Obamacare is a total disaster. Some states had over a 200% increase, a 200% increase in their premiums. And their deductibles are through the roof. It's an absolute disaster. And I think you'll also agree that I've been saying for a long time, let Obamacare fail, and then everybody's going to have to come together and fix it and come up with a new plan, and a plan that's really good for the people with much lower premiums, much lower costs, and much better protection. I've been saying that, Mike, I think you'll agree, for a long time. Let Obamacare fail. It'll be a lot easier. And I think we're probably in that position where we'll just let Obamacare fail. We're not going to own it. I'm not going to own it. I can tell you the Republicans are not going to own it. We'll let Obamacare fail, and then the Democrats are going to come to us and they're going to say, how do we fix it? How do we fix it? Or how do we come up with a new plan? So we'll see what happens. There's some other things going on right now as we speak. But I am disappointed because for so many years I've been hearing repeal and replace. I'm sitting in the Oval Office right next door, pen in hand, waiting to sign something, and I'll be waiting, and eventually we're going to get something done, and it's going to be very good. But Obamacare is a big failure, and it has to be changed. We have to go to a plan that works. We have to go to a much less expensive plan in terms of premiums, and something will happen, and it'll be very good. May not be as quick as we had hoped, but it's going to happen. Okay?
Were these Republicans disloyal? When you said disloyal, were these Republicans who came out against it disloyal?
Well, they were not disloyal. They had their own reasons. I was very surprised when the two folks came out last night because we thought they were in fairly good shape, but they did. And, you know, everybody has their own reason. But if you really think about it, you look at it, and we have 52 people. We had no Democrat support, which is really, you know, something that should be said. We should have had Democrats voting. This is a great plan for a lot of people. We had no Democrat support. We have 52 people. We had 4 no's. Now, we might have had another one somewhere in there, but essentially the vote would have been pretty close to, if you look at it, 48-4. That's a pretty impressive vote by any standard. And yet you have a vote of 48-4 or something like that, and you need more. It's pretty tough. So the way I look at it is, in 18, we're going to have to get some more people elected. We have to go out and we have to get more people elected that are Republican. And we have to probably pull in those people, those few people that voted against it. I don't know. They're going to have to explain to you why they did, and I'm sure they'll have very fine reasons. But we have to get more Republicans elected because we have to get it done. We got it passed in the House. We would have gotten it very much. Yeah, you can't use his head as a stand, right? We don't want that to happen. You're messing with the wrong guy here. So we want. I think we're going to do very well, actually, in 18. I would be not surprised if something were done long before that. But in any event, because the margin is so small, the majority margin is so small, we're going to have to go out and get more Republicans elected in 18, and I'll be working very hard for that to happen, okay? And it would be nice to have Democrat support, but really they're obstructionists. They have no ideas. They have no thought process. All they want to do is obstruct government and obstruct, period. And in this case, think of it. So many good things, we didn't get one vote, and their plan has failed. And by the way, Obamacare isn't failing. It's failed. It's gone. So I think something's going to happen. We'll find out. Stay tuned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Behind you.
Thank you. No.
Right, so that was a replay from another angle of President Trump talking about health care after the Republican Senate's Obamacare replacement bill collapses. They don't have enough support for it. It's all anyone's talking about this morning, at least on Capitol Hill. We are waiting for reaction from some members of Congress there in the Capitol building. You can see some flashing lights there in the background. It's possible that someone is walking in now that might be speaking. Let's see. Let's wait and watch. And while we wait for someone to speak live here in the Capitol building, I do want to play this clip from earlier today. House Republicans, including Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, held a press conference this morning. Let's go ahead and play that out for you now.
Thank you for covering this important story.
I want to thank Markwayne Mullin for his work. This week is American Energy, for greater independence, but also for greater American jobs. So we'll consider 4 bills to streamline the permitting process for energy projects and to improve energy security. Today, the House will vote to speed up the building of hydropower facilities. We'll also vote on enhancing state energy security planning and emergency preparedness act of 2017. I know many of you read, but understand that, in fact, 83% of energy security professionals said they were not confident that their organizations that they worked for had the ability to detect all cyber attacks. Tomorrow, we'll consider our 3rd energy bill, the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act by Markwayne Mullin. Finally, we will also pass the Promoting Interagency Coordination for Review of Natural Gas Pipelines by Bill Flores, continuing to build more jobs in America but make America more energy independent as we move forward and continue the work that we said we would do.
Every day we are pressing ahead on addressing problems that Americans face in their everyday lives. That is why we continue to take action to free up America's energy potential. The potential we have in this country for energy is limitless. It's exciting, and that's why we're taking action this week. And I want to also thank Markwayne Mullin for his hard work on this particular issue. For families, this means lower prices. It means more jobs. It means more opportunities for our manufacturers, more opportunities for small businesses to grow and to create. That is why we're working on also reforming our tax code. Tomorrow, the Ways and Means Committee will hold another tax reform hearing. This one focuses on the need to simplify the tax code for families. Under the status quo, we've got this complicated system where you have to navigate all these forms, all these deductions, not to mention deal with the Internal Revenue Service. It's too confusing, it's too expensive, and we want to simplify the tax code and bring down rates to give people real relief and real peace of mind. And to set the stage for tax reform, we're working on a balanced budget. This morning, Chairman Black released a budget that balances the budget in 10 years and tackles our debt crisis. I want to commend her for her leadership, and I want to commend the members of the Budget Committee for putting this bill together. This plan will mean more jobs and more growth, a stronger national defense, real reforms to the way that the federal government serves taxpayers. We look forward to the Budget Committee continuing their action and moving this bill through the committee this week. These are just a few examples of how we are pressing ahead to address the problems that people face in their everyday lives. Questions?
Speaker Ryan, CBO says that repealing Obamacare without a replacement would cause 18 million people to lose insurance right away. That seems worse than any of the real problems associated with Obamacare right now. So is it responsible to repeal Obamacare without a replacement in hand?
Well, we'd like to see the Senate move on something. We are proud of the bill that we passed. We passed a bill to repeal and replace Obamacare, to replace it with a better system. But as you well know, the legislative process, for it to work, House has to pass a bill. We've done that. The Senate's got to pass a bill for us to even move the process forward. That's the next step. So we're hoping that they can achieve that next step so that we can bring real relief. Here's the problem. Obamacare is in the middle of a tailspin. This law is collapsing. So we've got a promise to keep. And also, we need to step ahead of the problem that this law is collapsing. More and more people don't even have any choices left, or even one choice. 41% of the counties in America have no competition in health insurance. They have one health insurer left. Premiums have doubled. Options are disappearing. Many counties in America now have no health insurers left. So that is just the stark reality of the moment. And so we're hopeful that the Senate can take the pause that they need to take and move forward on this issue so we can get something done. Well, I'm worried that I'm worried that Obamacare will stand and the law will continue to collapse and people will get hurt in the process.
The president said last night at a dinner with Senate Republicans that Republicans would look like dopes for failing on...
Did you air quote that like this when you said that? Okay.
Do you agree that Republicans now look like dopes?
Look, this is a legislative process. It's a hard process. We in the House are proud of the bill that we did. We passed a bill that we think is sufficient to addressing the real problem, to keeping our promise. The Senate has a razor-thin majority. It's a 52-seat majority, and in reconciliation, you need 50 votes. So they're working through their process. I'm not going to get ahead of the next steps because, frankly, we just have to see what they can do and find out where it is we can go, because we have a serious problem in our hands. Yeah. Who are you with?
Oh, Kendall with American News.
Okay.
Yeah. The president campaigned on simultaneous repeal in place. You stood up there however many months ago. You said it will be a simultaneous repeal in place. What can you say to people who, like she said, will be losing their health care? How can you restore or even give them faith in the party at this point?
Yeah, I mean, we've done this in the House. We passed our simultaneous repeal and replace bill. We think that's the solution. We think that's the best way to go. And so we're just going to have to wait and hope that our friends in the Senate can figure out how they can get a bill passed, get into conference or whatever, and get something passed. Yeah.
Senator McConnell about a week ago said that he could possibly work with Democrats and Democrats Chuck Schumer to stabilize the markets. Do you think that that's something that should be done quickly after a repeal vote? Is there potential for that?
I'm not going to foreclose any options. The challenge I see, though, is the Democrats have not been interested in working on this. They don't want to get us off of the Obamacare train. They want to double down on a failed system that is in the middle of a collapse. And ultimately, it's very clear that they're more interested in a single-payer system, which means government-run health care. Government-run health care is not in our nation's interest. And so if they want to get away from government-run health care, if they don't want to double down on the failure of Obamacare, then I think we have something to work with. The problem is we just haven't seen any evidence of that yet. Thank you.
Esther.
And this Good morning, everyone.
Is there all over in the Senate right now or something?
We should send an invite next time.
This week we are continuing to focus on those issues that are going to improve people's lives. And this week the focus is on reliable, affordable energy. And that's why Representative Markwayne Mullin has joined us today. He's going to be talking about some of his legislation. But our focus is on bringing transparency and predictability to our energy infrastructure construction process by enacting smarter regulations, removing the red tape. That's the way that we're going to unleash energy production in America and bring down cost. And this is one of the best ways that we can actually have people keep more of their hard-earned dollars and put more money back in people's pockets. We're also remaining focused on other priorities in the House. This week, the chairwoman of the Budget Committee and the Budget Committee will be unveiling their FY18 budget, moving forward on the important priority there. And foundational to that is our efforts to reform our tax code. The Ways and Means Committee will be holding another big hearing, building on a lot of work that has been done this year on tax reform. Our tax code is too costly, it's too complex, and it's unfair. And we want a tax code that is fair to hardworking men and women all across this country. Our mission is to put Americans back to work, create jobs, and jumpstart this economy. And while there's a lot of noise out there, I want every American to know that we are not allowing those distractions to distract us from the important work of improving their lives.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is an important week. We're trying to bring certainty to a sector of our economy that creates jobs that has been under attack for the last 8 years. Our energy bills this week will uphold our promise to focus on delivering affordable and reliable energy to the American people. I'm sponsoring a bill this week that's on the floor promoting cross-border energy infrastructure. It takes politics out of the
All right, so that was the feed from the House Republican press conference this morning. Republicans in the House holding a press conference speaking on a number of topics, including the issue of repealing and replacing Obamacare. That is the hot topic of the day. We have this live feed coming in from the Capitol building there in Washington, D.C. We are waiting for someone to speak live. And while we wait, I do have another clip that I can show you. Members of the Senate reacting on the Senate floor, including Chuck Schumer earlier.
Say that Democrats, quote, decided early on that they did not want to engage seriously, unquote, on health care. In the same speech, the Republican leader also admitted that the very first thing the Republican majority did this Congress was to pass reconciliation so they could pass health care on a party line vote. 50 needed, no Democrats needed. Early on, the majority leader told Democrats, we don't need you. We don't want you. Respectfully, I take issue with the idea Democrats didn't want to engage on health care. The majority leader admitted that he decided the matter for us when he locked Democrats out of the process at the outset. At the very beginning of this Congress, President Trump and Leader McConnell said, don't come knocking at our door on health care. We don't need you. Now that their one-party effort has largely failed, we hope they will change their tune. It seems like many Republicans are ready for a truly bipartisan effort on health care indeed. My friend Senator McCain has urged it quite strongly, saying, quote, the Congress must now return to regular order, hold hearings, and receive input from members of both parties. And he said that while recuperating in Arizona. So that's how strongly he feels about it. Other Republican senators have made similar comments. But the Republican leader still plans to ignore their advice and instead plans on holding a proxy vote on a straight repeal of our health care law first. Make no mistake about it. Passing repeal without a replacement would be a disaster. Our health care system would implode. Millions would lose coverage. Coverage for millions more would be diminished. Our health care system would be in such a deep hole that repair would be nearly impossible. In fact, passing repeal and having it go into effect 2 years later is in many ways worse than the Republican health care bill that was just rejected by my Republican colleagues. It's like if our health care system was a patient who came in and needed some medicine. The Republicans proposed surgery. The operation was a failure. Now Republicans are proposing a second surgery that will surely kill the patient. Medicine is needed, bipartisan medicine, not a second surgery. We urge our Republican colleagues to change their tune. Passing repeal now is not a door to bipartisan solutions, as the majority leader suggested this morning. Rather, it is a disaster. The door to bipartisanship is open right now, not with repeal, but with an effort to improve the existing system. The door is open right now. Republican leadership only needs to walk through it, as many Republican members are urging them. The door is to accept the progress we've made in our health care system and work to improve it. The Affordable Care Act isn't perfect, but repealing all of the good things about the law will create such chaos that there will hardly be anything left to repair. Republicans don't need to wreak havoc on our health care system first in order to get Democrats to the table. We're ready to sit down right now. If Republicans abandon cuts to Medicaid, abandon huge tax breaks for the wealthy, and agree to go through the regular order, through the committees, with hearings, onto the floor, with time for amendments. That's how we perfect legislation here. That's how it's been done for 200 years. Almost inevitably, when you try to draft something behind closed doors and not vet it with the public, it becomes a failure. In this case, a disaster. So, again, our Republican colleagues don't need to wreak havoc on our health care system first in order to get Democrats to the table. We're ready to sit down right now. Again, if Republicans abandon cuts to Medicaid, abandon tax breaks for the wealthy, and agree to go through the regular order. The door to bipartisanship is open right now. Republicans only need to walk through it. And I'd remind my Republican friends that the CBO has already scored the idea of a clean repeal bill, and it would be a catastrophe. Listen to what nonpartisan CBO appointed, the head of CBO, appointed by the Republican leader of the Senate and the Republican leader of the House. Here's what CBO said. It would cause 32 million, here's what CBO said about repeal. It would cause 32 million Americans to lose their insurance. Premiums would double, while cutting taxes for households with incomes over $1 million by over $50,000 a year. It would end Medicaid expansion with no grace period or option for states who like their Medicaid expansion and want to keep it. In many ways, it's just as cruel, if not crueler, to Medicaid as the Trump Care bill in a different way. So I would expect the same senators who are concerned about Trump Care bill's Medicaid cuts will be equally concerned about what repeal and delay would do to Medicaid. Many of my Republican friends rejected roundly the idea of repeal and delay several months ago at the beginning of the year when President Trump first proposed it, and it seemed like that was what Republicans would do. Here are just some of the names back then who said repeal and then replace. Later, doesn't work. Here they were: Cassidy, Alexander, Collins, Corker, Cotton, Hatch, Isaacson, Moran, McCain, Murkowski, Paul. Well, I would tell those colleagues and all the others, the idea hasn't magically gotten better with age. It is still nothing more than a cut-and-run approach to health care that will leave millions of Americans out in the cold and raise costs on everyone: the young, the old, the sick, the healthy, working Americans, and middle-class families. Everyone will be hurt, but the very, very wealthy. Mr. President, every day that Republicans spend on trying to pass their now failed partisan Trump Care bill, every day they spend cooking up new tricks to bully their members to get on a health care bill, is another day wasted. Another day that could have been spent working on real improvements to our health care system. Democrats want to work with our colleagues on the Republican side to stabilize the marketplaces and improve the cost and quality of care. And we want to do it via regular order, a process this body has used time and time again to produce consensus, bipartisan, historic legislation. The majority leader said in 2014 in a speech entitled "Restoring the Senate" that, quote, this is Mitch McConnell, "When the Senate is allowed to work the way it was designed to, it arrives at a result acceptable to people all along the political spectrum. But if it's an assembly line for one party's partisan legislative agenda, it creates instability and strife rather than good, stable law." I want to repeat that. These are the words of Mitch McConnell. I hope Leader McConnell is listening and remembers these words. He hasn't for the last 6 months, and it's only led to trouble for him and his Republican colleagues in the Senate. So let me read it again. 2014 speech, Restoring the Senate, author Mitch McConnell. "When the Senate is allowed to work the way it was designed to, it arrives at a result acceptable to people all along the political spectrum. But if it's an assembly line for one party's partisan legislative agenda, it creates instability and strife rather than good, stable law." Leader McConnell, I couldn't agree more. It's time to start over on health care. Abandon the idea of cutting Medicaid to give a tax break to the wealthy. Abandon this new repeal and run and use the regular order to arrive at a result acceptable to people all along the political spectrum, as Leader McConnell once said. I dare say it would create a much better result for the American people as well. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Shanahan nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Patrick M. Shanahan of Washington to be Deputy Secretary.
Epidemic in my state and so many states across the country. And according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, a straight repeal of the Affordable Care Act would result in more than 32 million people losing their insurance coverage by 2026. Premiums would roughly double in the individual marketplaces. I urge my Republican friends not to go forward with this misguided approach. The idea that they can repeal the health care bill now and give us a new bill in 2 years or whatever period of time is in the bill just doesn't pass the smell test. If we haven't seen an alternative to the Affordable Care Act in the last 7 years, there's no reason to believe that our Republican colleagues are going to be able to produce a bill in 2 years when there is chaos in the marketplaces. There is a better way forward for the Senate and for our country. During the 4th of July recess, Majority Leader McConnell said that if he can't secure the votes to repeal the Affordable Care Act, he's prepared to work in a bipartisan way with Democrats on legislation to repair and strengthen the law. Now, I believe that bipartisanship is the best way to get something done. That's what I tried to do when I was governor of New Hampshire. I worked closely with our Republican legislature, and we got things done. It should not be a last resort to what we're doing. It should be the first resort. It should be what we do to build a foundation for policy in this country. And I'm hopeful that following the floor consideration of whatever the majority leader decides to do on health care, and hopefully it's going to get defeated, that we will move forward with the majority leader's fallback plan, which I believe should be the starting position. We need to start fresh with regular order to craft bipartisan legislation that builds on the strengths of the Affordable Care Act, that builds on what's working, and that fixes what is not working. As we've been hearing at town halls and in countless messages from our constituents, this is exactly what the American people want us to do. There is remarkable consensus in this country that the Republican leader's bill is the wrong approach. An ABC Washington Post poll on Sunday found that by more than 2-to-1 margin, Americans prefer the Affordable Care Act to the Republican leader's bill. Their bill is strongly opposed by hospital associations, by health care providers, by the health insurance industry, by nearly every patient advocacy group, including the American Cancer Society and the American Heart Association, and there is no reason to think that just repealing the Affordable Care Act is going to make that any better. On Saturday, the New Hampshire Hospital Association, the New Hampshire Medical Society, our physicians, the New Hampshire AARP, joined together in opposition to the bill. They noted that more than 118,000 Granite Staters, nearly 1 in 10 people in New Hampshire, would lose health coverage under the Republican bill. And that number is even greater if we just repeal the Affordable Care Act. Their joint statement urges senators to start over, to create a new version of legislation that protects coverage for those who have it and provides coverage for those who need it. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the joint statement by these groups be included in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I strongly agree with these New Hampshire groups. After spending 6 months trying to pass a deeply unpopular, deeply flawed bill to repeal the law, shouldn't we welcome a bipartisan effort to improve the law? I believe the answer to that is yes, and that the place to begin is by taking urgent action on a matter where most of us agree, and that is providing certainty to health insurance markets in order to hold down premium increases. In their 2018 rate request filings, insurers say that large increases are necessary because of the uncertainty surrounding the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, and because the Trump administration refuses to commit to making cost-sharing reduction payments. Those payments that go to insurance companies so they can help their consumers with the cost of health insurance and make sure that more people can get health insurance. Well, we now have an opportunity to end this uncertainty by putting the repeal effort behind us and passing a simple bill to authorize regular appropriations for the cost-sharing reduction payments. The current instability in the ACA marketplaces is a manufactured crisis, and Congress can put a stop to it very quickly. That's why I've introduced the Marketplace Certainty Act, which is a bill to permanently appropriate funds to expand the funds for and to expand the cost-sharing reduction payments. So it does two things. It guarantees that these payments are coming, and it's going to cover more people to get help. I'm pleased to be joined by 26 senators who've already co-sponsored this bill. We can end this artificial crisis. We can immediately restore certainty and stability to the health insurance markets. And in turn, we could get the time that we need in order to come together in a bipartisan way to improve this law, to build on what's working, to fix what's not. We have a number of these common sense measures, and this is one that has been embraced not just by Democrats, but by key Republican leaders. Chairman Lamar Alexander, House Ways and Means Chairman Kevin Brady, they've urged that these payments be continued. As Chairman Brady put it, the payments are needed, quote, unquote, quote, to stabilize the health insurance market and help lower premiums for Americans. He added, and I quote, insurers have made clear the lack of certainty is causing 2018 proposed premiums to rise significantly. Now, we've heard from our constituents at home. We've heard from doctors, nurses, hospitals, particularly rural hospitals, nursing homes, patient advocates, insurers, those constituents who are in the letter that I asked to be, the statement that I asked to be included in the record. They are pleading with us to set aside our partisan differences and work together to repair the Affordable Care Act. And again, we know what we can do. It's not just the Marketplace Certainty Act. There are other bills that have been introduced that can fix the uncertainty in the market and allow us to address other issues with the law. Bipartisanship should be the Senate's first resort, not the last resort. An excellent place to start is by coming together right now to permanently appropriate funds for the cost-sharing reduction payments that keep health coverage affordable, and to look at some of the other common sense measures that are going to be talked about by my colleagues, like Senator Klobuchar, who are going to be coming to the floor. She has legislation that would help us deal with the high cost of prescription drugs, which is one of the things that's driving the increasing cost of health care. We need to pass these common sense measures, and we need to do it now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Shaheen for her leadership. I am proud to be one of the co-sponsors of her bill and her common sense approach here, which I believe is the one that will win the day in the end, which is to work together on changes to the Affordable Care Act that will help the American people. I join my colleagues on the floor in sharing the concerns that I've heard from so many people in my state and across the country about the bill that have been introduced by our colleague. But also, the other issue that I've heard from them is their desire to have us work together to bring down the costs of health care and to make fixes to the Affordable Care Act. Healthcare leaders in my state had come out strongly against the bill released last week because it would be devastating to the people of our state, especially in our rural areas with our rural hospitals, especially for people, so many of our seniors who rely on Medicaid funding for nursing homes and assisted living. Last night we heard that we will not be proceeding to that bill, and instead the majority leader wants to bring up repeal of big parts of the Affordable Care Act without a replacement. Well, I just want to remind my colleagues that the Congressional Budget Office has already looked at this repeal without a replacement, and it's just as bad. Instead of 22 million people losing their insurance by 2026, the CBO estimated that 32 million would lose insurance under the repeal approach, and premiums would double. So this repeal effort doesn't help the health of Minnesotans who, according to the Minnesota Medical Association, would be harmed by what they call draconian Medicaid cuts. It doesn't help our children's hospitals. I met with several last week, and they were very concerned that Medicaid cuts would hurt their ability to provide health care to our kids, something, by the way, I heard repeatedly on 4th of July in the parades when people would come up just out of the blue, out of the sides of the street, mixed in with the hot dogs and the American flags would be families, predominantly families with kids with disabilities. And they would bring children over to me to meet and would say how important this Medicaid funding is for their entire family. And I remember once when a mom brought over her child with Down syndrome, all the people on the parade route in that block cheered for that family. And that's because we know we're all in this together. We know that what happens to one family could next year happen to another family. You can have a child with disabilities. You can suddenly have a disease that could be debilitating to your family's finances. And that basically we never know what's going to happen to the health of ourselves or our family members, and that's why we have health insurance, and we must make sure that it's affordable. In addition to that, we've had our CEOs of our healthcare system stand up and say that these approaches would lead to major job losses in our state. And as I mentioned before, for seniors, AARP has said that nearly half of all adults in my state who receive tax credits under the Affordable Care Act are 50 to 64-year-olds, and these subsidies would be eliminated under the repeal bill. This could make health care unaffordable, especially for the more than 350,000 people in my state aged 50 to 64 who have a pre-existing condition. Now, it doesn't have to be this way, as Senator Shaheen has so articulately pointed out. I know that several of my Republican colleagues have said that they can't support legislation that would take away insurance for tens of millions of Americans, and I agree. Instead of making these kinds of draconian cuts and moving backwards, I think we have to move forwards to actually help make health care in America better and more affordable. Because we can and we should make changes to the Affordable Care Act. The day it passed, I said this is a beginning and not an end. You simply cannot have a major piece of legislation like that and go for years without any significant changes. That's just not how it has worked with major legislation in the past. But every time we have tried to make changes, we have heard back that we have to repeal it. Well, maybe the result of all of this chaos in the last month has been that people have finally come to realize what the American people want, as Senator Shaheen has pointed out, as well as what is the best policy, and that is to make changes. I support Senator Shaheen's Marketplace Certainty Act because it would stabilize the individual market and protect and expand a vital program that reduces out-of-pocket health care costs for consumers. I also support Senator Kaine, who is here with us today, Senator Kaine of Virginia, and Senator Carper's bill, the Individual Health Insurance Marketplace Improvement Act, to reestablish a federal reinsurance program. And by the way, this idea of reinsurance is something that our Republican legislature in Minnesota just passed on a state basis and are supportive of. So I see this as not just some pie-in-the-sky ideas. I see these ideas as things that we can work on across the aisle. And I just want to end by talking about some of my ideas, many of which have bipartisan support. So again, I throw them in a package of things that we could be working on. A bill that would harness the negotiating power of 41 million seniors on Medicare to bring drug prices down. Right now, by law, Medicare is banned from negotiating prices with all of those seniors. Think of the better bargain that those seniors could get if their marketing power was unleashed. Senator McCain, the colleague of the presiding officer, and I have a bill to allow Americans to bring in safe, less expensive drugs from Canada. Which is, by the way, very similar to the American market. As I've often noted, we can see Canada from our porch in Minnesota. So we see right across the border the kind of prices that they are able to get, and we think we should. Senator McCain and I and several Republicans voted for a similar measure, should be allowed to bring in less expensive drugs from Canada and perhaps other countries. You could also tie it to a trigger if there's no competition or prices have ballooned like they have for 4 of the top 10 drugs selling drugs in this country. Senator Lee and I have a bill that would allow importation of safe drugs from other countries when there isn't healthy competition. Senator Grassley and I have a bill to stop something called pay for delay, where big pharmaceutical companies are paying off generics to keep their products off the market. $3 billion in savings for the U.S. government by just passing that, and I would challenge my colleagues to vote against something as simple as that. Last, the CREATES Act. Senator Grassley, Leahy, Feinstein, Lee, and I have that bill, and that makes sure that we get the samples so we can get generics off on the market and create more competition and bring prices down. So I'll end with this. This debate is about the patients of a nurse practitioner who provides psychiatric care in my state. She wrote to me to say, please, please do all you can to prevent these people from losing the health insurance coverage for medical and mental health care that is so vital to their lives. In Minnesota, 1/3, 32% of the funding for our state mental health comes from Medicaid. And across the country, Medicaid expansion has helped 1.3 million people receive treatment for mental health and substance abuse issues. This debate is about the mom in Minnesota with private insurance who has colon cancer. She's working full-time, raising 2 school-age boys and going to chemo every single week. She says she fears she won't be able to afford the care she needs to stay alive. This debate is about the rural constituents, which I noted had come up to me in parades, 4th of July, nearly every other block, telling me their stories of how they're concerned for their kids with disabilities, how they're concerned about their rural hospitals. We have things that we can do to make this better. And now is the time where we must get them done. So let's come up, and we have bipartisan support for these changes to the Affordable Care Act. Let's work together on them across the aisle. And let's remember that this is about one team, one country, and we can get this done.
All right, so we watched as a few members of the Senate spoke on the Senate floor earlier today regarding the issue of repealing and replacing Obamacare, the failure of the GOP Senate health care bill. Many people speaking out on it. Earlier today, Vice President Pence also spoke at an event regarding retail jobs, but at that event, Vice President Pence also spoke about the health care bill. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for you. We're going to fast forward to Pence's speech, and we can listen in on what he says about health care.
Thank you, Matthew Shea. Thank you for that very kind introduction and your great leadership here. And I offer all of you a warm, very warm welcome to our nation's capital. Welcome to Washington, D.C. It's an honor to be here with you today with so many great American success stories, cornerstones of American communities large and small, the members of the National Retail Federation here at the 83rd Annual Retail Advocates Summit. Great to see you all. And I bring greetings this morning from a friend of mine who's a businessman who knows just a little bit about retail, who's been fighting every single day to unleash a new era of American opportunity and prosperity. I bring greetings from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, from the very first day of this administration, President Trump has been fighting to restore jobs and opportunity and prosperity all across this country. This president has signed more laws cutting through federal red tape than any president in American history, and has already saved businesses and families up to $18 billion in red tape costs every year. In fact, the president, early in our administration, ordered every agency in Washington, D.C. to find 2 regulations to get rid of before issuing any new federal regulations on American businesses, large and small. And with the support of our new Secretary of Labor, Secretary Alex Acosta, President Trump is striking the right balance in labor relations, appointing 2 highly qualified experts to the National Labor Relations Board. And as we speak, our administration is rolling back the joint employer rule. And in case you didn't notice, the American people elected a builder to be President of the United States, and President Trump has already started to rebuild America. And we won't stop until we have the best roads, best bridges, best airports, and best harbors, and the best future that we've ever had. Plans are underway at the administration for a historic infrastructure bill, and it's going to support a growing economy all across America. In fact, this week, it is Made in America week for our administration, and the president's been fighting for American job creators and manufacturers and American farmers every single day so that your businesses, American businesses, can sell more American goods than ever before. And I'm here to report to you, since day one of this administration, President Trump has been fighting tirelessly to repeal and replace Obamacare. Every day Obamacare survives is another day the American economy and American families struggle. We all remember the broken promises that made it possible for Obamacare to get passed. You remember them? They said if you like your doctor, you could keep him. Not true. They said if you like your health insurance, you could keep it. Not true. We were told that health insurance costs would go down. That one wasn't true either. Our administration has actually shown that the average premium on the individual market has more than doubled since Obamacare went into effect less than 4 years ago, and in some states it's more than tripled. When Obamacare passed, we were promised that families would save up to $2,500 in premiums every year, but the average Obamacare plan today costs nearly $3,000 more than a plan did in 2013. While premiums are soaring, choices are plummeting. Next year, nearly 40% of America's counties, including 9 entire states, will have only one choice of a health insurance provider, meaning they'll have essentially no choice at all. And even worse, dozens of counties will have no health insurance providers whatsoever on the Obamacare exchange in 2018. Men and women, behind these statistics are real people facing a real crisis. Behind every number is a name. And behind every name is a story. I've heard them as I've traveled across this country on our president's behalf. I've heard firsthand from job creators, just like all of you in this room, and working families about the burden that Obamacare has placed upon them, the burden of higher costs, fewer choices, and worse care for the most vulnerable. Obamacare has failed, and Obamacare must go. Now, President Trump and I are grateful for the efforts of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and the vast majority of Republicans who've worked so hard in the House and Senate to keep their promise to repeal and replace Obamacare. As the President said just earlier today, most Republicans were loyal, terrific, and worked really hard, and there are no truer words. But last night we learned that the Senate still doesn't have consensus on a bill to repeal and replace Obamacare at the same time. President Trump and I fully support the Majority Leader's decision to move forward with a bill that just repeals Obamacare and gives Congress time, as the President said, to work on a new health care plan that will start with a clean slate. You know, the Senate actually passed the very same bill in 2015 and sent it to President Obama's desk, and they should do it again. But to be clear, the Senate should vote to repeal now and replace later, or return to the legislation carefully crafted in the House and Senate. But either way, inaction is not an option. Congress needs to step up, Congress needs to do their job, and Congress needs to do their job now. As the President said with his inexhaustible optimism and determination, stay tuned. We will return. We will rescue the American people from the disastrous consequences of Obamacare and restore a health care system based on personal responsibility, free market competition, and state-based reform. That's the American way to meet the health care needs of the American people in the 21st century, and we're not going to stop fighting until we get it done. But I'm here today on the President's behalf to say thank you. Thanks to the National Retail Federation and all the members for what you do for America every single day. It's amazing to think for 106 years the National Retail Federation has given a voice to the corner stores, the mom and pop shops, the grocers, the department stores, internet retailers, and all the other retailers that are literally the backbone of every American community. And the businesses represented in this room make a remarkable difference in the life of our nation and the lives of the American people every day. As President Trump said when he met with retailers earlier this year, you're one of the great job producers in America, and it's true. Retailers are one of the largest employers in America today. In fact, a stunning 1 in 4 American jobs depend on the retail industry. The National Retail Federation slogan really sums it up best. Retail means jobs, and the best days for American retailers are up ahead. I promise you that. Now, I'd like to take a moment to recognize all the retail champions who are with us here today, especially Danny Reynolds from Stevenson's in Elkhart, Indiana. Congratulations to the 5 finalists, one of whom will be the Champion of the Year announced later today. Let's give all the champions a round of applause. It's important to celebrate the difference that each one of you make in businesses large and small all across this country. And beyond the numbers, beyond the jobs, is something I would say is even more important. And that is, growing up in a small town in southern Indiana, I know that retailers like all of you gathered here are simply a fixture in the lives of literally every American family. We walk through your doors to get Christmas and birthday presents for our loved ones. We walk down your aisles and we browse those aisles to buy clothes and groceries and everyday necessities. We walk by your windows every single day. We pop in even if we didn't plan on it, because it doesn't matter what we need. American retailers have it. In fact, one of the last things I did before I was sworn in as Vice President of the United States was stop by a retailer. It was during the transition here in our nation's capital, and Mrs. Pence had sent me a text and told me to pick up some ice cream. It's the first time I'd done that with a large Secret Service detail, but I did my job. But let me also say one more thing. Not only do you provide those great goods and great services to people all across this country, but on behalf of the President, I want to acknowledge the fact that America's retailers are really model corporate citizens. The truth is, you support every worthy cause in every community, large and small. You enrich not only our people, but our very way of life. I mean, you can't hardly go to a Little League baseball game. You can't hardly go to a local charity function without seeing your banners hanging, without hearing about your sponsorship on the brochure. And know that your President and I are truly grateful for everything that you do for the communities that you serve. Why don't you give yourselves a round of applause for the difference that you make in the lives of every American community. And I want to assure you, our President knows as retail goes, so goes America. The President told retailers earlier this year that our administration is, quote, in his words, very focused on the issues that will encourage economic growth, the growth that you'll need to continue to grow and succeed. It's remarkable to think about everything the President's accomplished so far. It's been only 6 months. And President Trump is going to keep working every single day to pass our agenda of less regulation, better infrastructure, more American energy, and affordable, high-quality health care. And rest assured, one more item I want to mention to you. This President is going to work with this Congress this year, and we're going to pass the largest tax cut since the days of Ronald Reagan. The truth is, America's tax code is one of the biggest barriers to success for working families and job creators like all of you. I love that old line that says that the Internal Revenue Code is twice as long as the Bible, with none of the good news. We're going to change all that. We're going to cut taxes across the board for working families, small businesses, and family farms. We're going to simplify the tax code by cutting 7 brackets down to 3. We'll eliminate the alternative minimum tax. We'll make the code flatter and fairer and simpler for everyone. And particularly important to retailers around America, particularly small-town family retailers, under President Donald Trump, we're going to repeal death taxes once and for all. Death will no longer be a taxable event. And when it comes to your businesses, our tax plan is going to put American companies, including our retailers, back on a path to jobs and growth and better competitiveness. Our corporate tax rate, it's remarkable to think, is one of the highest in the developed world. Our outdated system of worldwide taxation literally penalizes companies for being headquartered in America, but not for long. President Trump's plan is to slash the business tax rate to 15%. We'll enact a territorial tax that's in line with the rest of the world. We're going to cut taxes on the trillions of dollars that are locked away overseas so that American companies can invest those dollars in American workers, American jobs, and America's future. President Trump's tax cut plan will empower your companies to compete on a level playing field with businesses anywhere in the world. And as we all know, when the field is level, American businesses always win. The truth is, President Trump's agenda is going to make the strongest economy in the world stronger still. And I believe that every business that's represented here will benefit from the historic accomplishments that lie ahead. But as I leave, I want to challenge each one of you, leaders in this country, leaders in the communities that you represent, to stand with this president as he...
All right, everyone, we are cutting out of this because we have a police chase out of Los Angeles. Coming up, a police chase out of Los Angeles. This is breaking news. Oh, looks like it might have just ended, though. He was described as a reckless driver in that pickup truck. It may have ended. It's unclear at this moment where exactly the suspect is, but these are live aerials coming in from Southern California. A reckless driver being pursued. We are going to work to get you a couple more details. Stay tuned. Again, this driver was just described as a reckless driving suspect in a pickup truck. It looks like that's the suspect there in the driver's seat of the truck. All right, guys, again, we're watching the end of a police pursuit.
So we have the suspect there down on the ground, but what I'm looking at right now are these two people on the roof. I don't think that they're police here, Samia, on the roof here.
No, I know. It's very, I don't know if they're just people, passerbys watching or...
Because it looks like they're holding something, too. Do you see that?
Yeah, I can't really tell, to be honest. It is very bizarre. What are they holding? And you see armed officers approaching the truck. Again, we don't have a lot of information about this pursuit, whether there was more than one person inside the vehicle. We did watch as the driver exited the truck, is now laying on the ground. It appears he surrendered. Obviously, the officers have to take all precautions, make sure that there are no other individuals inside the vehicle. This is the end of a police pursuit.
And he just slammed right into that fence, too. You can see the fence down.
Right.
Okay,
I know.
Now they're going to make their arrest here. They got about a dozen officers here. And, okay, so we're going to get this guy in cuffs. I just want to know who the people are on the roof.
Yeah, it is really weird, Mike.
Okay, so they're just going through making sure no one else in the vehicle. Thanks to all our viewers right now watching with us on Facebook Live as well. We just saw the end here of a police pursuit in Southern California. The suspect right now in custody. You can see the big police presence there. This was a reckless driver that was pretty much going all over the roadways. And also, I mean, he slammed into this fence, took the fence down, and then got out of the car and just surrendered. So, fortunately, all the police were safe in this, and nobody got hurt, it seems like, so that's good. That was a successful takedown of that suspect there. We don't know why the driver, though, was on the run in the first place. But you're taking a live look here as police continue to surround this neighborhood, and talking to the suspect right now as they do have him cuffed. Just never know what you're going to get here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We cover live for you Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. out on the West Coast, and for all our friends out there on the East Coast, we go from noon until midnight, Monday through Friday, covering news from all over the country. And for those of you that have been fans for a while, you know that sometimes that does include police chases. And it just always seems to be the bulk of them coming from LA area. So thanks to all our viewers watching worldwide here with us. Let us know where you are watching from in the stream. We always love to know where our viewers are watching from. Taking a look at this suspect now going to be booked. Fortunately, this was a successful takedown. We just got the feed in as it was coming to an end. That's just sometimes how it goes. You just never know if you're going to get the beginning of this of a pursuit, the middle, or the end. And we got the end of it this time. So you can see here, police in that neighborhood now. The weird thing was there was, for a moment, there was two guys on the roof. I don't know what that story was about. They didn't look like they were police. Maybe they were undercovers. Who knows? But we continue to look. Sky Fox is looking at somewhere in this motel area. Something must be going on as well there, too. So just another stream here that we're covering here for you. Just never know what you're going to get on any given day, and that's why we always do ask for you to join us. Be part of the Fox 10 News Now stream and see what's happening. With a successful takedown from police, suspect now in custody. Thank you so much to our viewers now watching worldwide with us either on fox10phoenix.com or on our Facebook Live. We always try to give you guys the very latest news and updates all across this country. When we get a new feed in, of course, we'll break right in as always and try to give you guys the most current video that's coming in into our satellite feeds. All right, this is interesting. Now we have an ambulance coming here, so I want to know exactly what's going on here. Did someone get hurt? Let's try to figure that out, everyone, because we still have a lot of police presence, heavy presence in this area, as he crashed right into that gate there, into that fence. There is the truck in question that just slammed into that fence, and then that suspect did surrender pretty much right after slamming into the fence. We don't know if he lost maybe control and slammed or just wanted to slam into it as a statement. Just never know what you're going to get here on the stream. That's why I always do say we stream 12 hours a day for you, trying to cover the very latest news and breaking alert updates from across the country. So for those of you maybe just joining us here on the stream, this is the end of a police pursuit in southern LA where they had a suspect with reckless driver who was pretty much all over the road and very erratic, very wild card situation, and they are able. You can see now people from the neighborhood, they want to take video, they want to take pictures of the action that just occurred. A lot of people coming out now. They want to see maybe what exactly all this is about. And okay, now we got a stretcher coming out here, so I want to see what's happening here. So maybe is the suspect demanding that he be taken to the hospital now? That could be it, because he's in that. This is interesting. Right now it looks like they're going to be taking the suspect to the hospital for some reason. We don't know what the medical alert here was. I don't know what he might have told them. Maybe it could be You know, sometimes with these situations, could have happened where maybe the suspect right before crashing consumed some drugs so that they wouldn't be caught with it, but now they're worried about, okay, this guy might not survive if he consumed some drugs, maybe he ate it, and that could be another reason as well. So you just never know what could happen. So if you're just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we saw the end of a police pursuit. Suspect then was put in the back of a police SUV, and then an ambulance came and is now going to be taking the suspect to the hospital. Very, very bizarre. But if I had to guess, maybe right before he crashed, consumed some kind of drugs into his system, and or could be having a panic attack. Who knows? You can see where he crashed right into that gate there and surrendered peacefully, and then for some reason, when he was talking to the police, they got the ambulance, and now he's being taken to the hospital. Just never know what you're going to get with these police pursuits. That's one thing that you really can't you really can't imagine how it's going to end until you see it. That's why I think so many people watch here live with us is you never know how they're going to end, and it's definitely, you can see that pole is down as well. So he caused some damage in this short little time he was on this pursuit. He did cause some damage here. Now being taken to the hospital, he's still not in the ambulance, is not left yet. Very bizarre. You can see people in the neighborhood. They want to take their videos. They want to take their Snapchats, their Instagrams, whatever they're doing, letting everyone know worldwide what is going on in their neighborhood. So we thank our viewers for everybody watching. I mean, we've got people from Arkansas, Florida, California, all over watching with us. Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Thank you guys so much for checking in and wanting to be part of the action today here. Live in Southern California, Skyfox high above, as you've seen a lot of police in the area. If you're just joining us, welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Mike Page. Going to be here with you for the next 2 hours here as we cover the latest and breaking news alerts from all over the country. And this one wrapping up to be a police pursuit. Suspect crashed that truck into that fence and then peacefully gave up and now being taken to the hospital for reasons we don't know why. We can only speculate. Okay, we are learning some new information here for you. This pickup truck driver wanted for reckless driving led police on a pursuit this morning from South LA before crashing and being taken into custody. The truck crashed at least 4 separate times before eventually coming to a final stop around 11 a.m. when it hit a telephone pole and a fence. We'll try to get you some more updates for you. You can see Skyfox now leaving the scene. And there you go. Our feed just switched to the White House. For more news and updates, always head over to fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody. We are also awaiting the State Department daily briefing. We do have that feed, and we are waiting for that. While we wait for Heather to come on out, I'll be giving you some of the very latest news and headlines. Oh. And in news across the country, Chipotle is temporarily closed a restaurant in Washington, D.C. suburb after reports that customers had become ill. News that sent its shares down more than 6% as the chain had already been working on recovering from past food scares. The company says it shut down a location in Sterling, Virginia yesterday after becoming aware of a small number of reported illnesses. It plans to reopen the restaurant Tuesday after complete sanitation. Chipotle Mexican Grill Incorporated says it is working with health authorities to understand the cause, but the reported symptoms are consistent with norovirus. That can cause nausea, stomach pain, and diarrhea. The company notes that the norovirus does not come from its food supply and it is safe to eat at its restaurants. Its shares nonetheless fell 6% today to $366 a share after Business Insider reported the closure. Given its history, Chipotle had said in the past any food safety incidents could have an outsized negative impact on its sales, even if the incidents might be considered minor elsewhere. And dozens of advocacy groups are urging state education officials around the country to protect transgender students after the Trump administration rescinded an Obama-era guidance on school bathroom use. In a letter sent today, the nation's leading civil rights organizations say schools must allow students to access restrooms in line with their stated gender identity. And President Donald Trump is having lunch with service members to come up with new ideas for fighting the war in Afghanistan. Trump tells reporters before the lunch today that he wants to, quote, find out why we've been there for 17 years, how it's going, and what we should do in terms of additional ideas. He adds that we have plenty of ideas from a lot of people, but I want to hear it from people on the ground. The Trump administration has been searching for an improved approach to achieving the goal it inherited from the Obama administration, getting the Afghan government to a point where it can defend itself. He's largely ceded decision-making to Defense Secretary Jim Mattis, who's expected to send nearly 4,000 more troops to the country later this summer. And a federal judge has denied a request by attorneys for Ohio death row inmates to allow extra witnesses of upcoming executions. Attorneys want to, quote, appropriately trained persons such as a nurse and a lawyer to ensure that the execution is carried out in a constitutional manner. The state is scheduled to resume executions July 26th after a more than 3-year delay while Ohio searched for new supplies of lethal drugs. And the latest on a 10-year-old boy believed to have died with the painkiller fentanyl in his system. An assistant fire rescue chief in Miami says the neighborhood where a 10-year-old boy died with the painkiller fentanyl in his system has seen a dramatic rise in overdoses from the drug. Pete Gomez calls the situation an epidemic, telling the Associated Press that the overdoses came in, quote, every form of human life. Prosecutors say Elton Banks collapsed and died on June 23rd, shortly after returning home from an outing at a neighborhood swimming pool. Investigators say there's no evidence he came into contact with a drug at his home. Gomez says some streets in the neighborhood are littered with used needles. First responders wear protective clothing, including coveralls, long-sleeve gloves, and masks to protect themselves. Gomez added that crews often cut the pockets of victims to make sure they don't prick themselves when patting them down. And a bipartisan group of 11 governors says Senate Republicans should abandon the effort to repeal the Obama health care law and replace it later. In a statement today, the governors, who hold considerable sway with their senators, said the latest approach pushed by Majority Leader Mitch McConnell would leave millions of Americans without insurance coverage. The governors said the best step is a bipartisan approach and a fix to the unstable insurance markets. Among the Republicans on the statement were Nevada Governor, Maryland's Governor, Massachusetts Governor, and Ohio's John Kasich. Also signing on was Independent Governor Bill Walker of Alaska. McConnell lacked the votes to push ahead on his plans as 3 Republican senators opposed it. And here we go with Heather.
Is everyone back and rested from their trips overseas? Yes? Not all at once? Okay, you were here. Okay, well, good to see you this morning. A couple things going on today, and first I want to welcome, we have a more packed room than usual. We have some very special guests here, and they're joining us from Iraq. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting in the back of the room, they work for the Iraqi government, and they've been here visiting the United States, learning more about journalism, but also the work of spokesperson, and that's what they do for their government, work as spokespeople and media directors. 12 of you are here. We'd like to thank you for coming to the United States. You've made a long trip, especially after a very difficult time and a hard-fought battle in Mosul. So we welcome you here. Thank you. As part of their trip here, I want to mention that they were at the de-ISIS meetings that took place here at the State Department last week. Our Iraqi friends toured the Department of Defense's Defense Media Activity Center at Fort Meade, and yesterday they had some briefings here at the State Department, and they've done some press along the way, so perhaps you might pepper them with some questions so they can see what U.S. journalists are really like. But I ask you to be nice to our guests. They also did a joint press briefing with the coalition spokesperson, Colonel Ryan Dillon, and we are honored to have our Iraqi partners and friends here, especially so soon after that Mosul victory. So welcome to the State Department. Second thing, I know that a lot of you have asked a lot of questions about Middle East peace and the State Department's cooperation and coordination with the White House, specifically the President's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Jason Greenblatt, and also Mr. Kushner. Yesterday, a team from here, myself included, we went over to the White House and sat down with Mr. Greenblatt and his team and learned a little bit more about what they're doing from our point of view and from their point of view. So we want to thank them for inviting us over to the White House for that meeting. He provided us with a short readout on the meetings that he held last week in Israel. So let me just go over a little bit of that with you. Mr. Greenblatt continued efforts to advance President Trump's goal of a comprehensive Israeli-Palestinian peace deal. I don't have any additional travel to read out for you at this time, but Mr. Greenblatt plans to provide regular visits to the region and coordinate with the Department of State and also the National Security Council. At the conclusion of Mr. Greenblatt's visit, it coincided with a terror attack that took place at Temple Mount Harim al-Sharif that left 2 Israeli police officers dead and 1 wounded, and that dominated the news cycle while he was there. The horrific attack should not detract from the push for peace, but rather remind us all that more so that there is a need for peace. We can't let the actions of a few undermine the prospects for both Israelis and Palestinians to secure a more peaceful and prosperous future. To that end, last week, Mr. Greenblatt helped senior Israeli and Palestinian officials reach important agreements on key issues of water and electricity that will make the lives of both people materially better. We continue to urge the parties to undertake efforts to promote an environment that is conducive to advancing peace, and that the 2 agreements are another indication that mutually beneficial arrangements can be made. We hope they are a harbinger of things to come, and we'll keep you apprised of future progress and also travel from Mr. Kushner and Mr. Greenblatt. And then finally, a third thing I'd like to bring to your attention. You may have seen what took place in Turkey in recent days, and the United States strongly condemns the arrest of 6 respected human rights activists and calls for their immediate release. This includes Amnesty International's director in Turkey, Adil Isser, and several foreign nationals. Prosecutions like these with little evidence or transparency undermine Turkey's rule of law and the country's obligations to respect individual rights. We urge Turkish authorities to drop the charges, release those who've been detained, and remove the provisions of the state of emergency that allow indiscriminate prosecution of individuals. So we will continue to keep an eye on that. And with that, I'll take your questions. Matt, do you want to start?
Thanks. I'm sure we'll get back to Middle East and Turkey, but I want to start with Iran and yesterday's certification. Can you put this into very plain English? Does the administration believe, yes or no, that Iran is complying with the terms of the JCPOA?
So we had sent the notes up to Congress certifying that Iran is in compliance with the JCPOA. However, the United States firmly believes that it is in violation of the spirit of the law with regard to an important part of it. And part of what the JCPOA agreement says is it's supposed to contribute to regional and international peace and security. And we believe that some of the actions that the Iranian government has been involved with undermines that stated goal of regional and international peace and security. Iran remains, and we all know this, one of the most dangerous threats to the United States, not only our interests here around the world, but also to regional stability. And I've got a whole list of things that we can go over here that Iran is responsible for. Their full range of activities extend far beyond the nuclear threat, and I think we are all full aware of that. Ballistic missile development and proliferation, support to terrorism and militancy. It's complicit in the Assad regime's atrocities against its own people, unrelenting hostility to Israel that continues and has continued for quite some time. They have consistently threatened freedom of navigation, especially in the Persian Gulf. Cyber attacks on the United States, and I can go on. I mean, these are no surprise, and this is something that this administration wants to get Iran to try to adhere to the spirit of that agreement, the regional, international peace and security.
Okay, but when you said, I just want to clarify one thing, you said that the spirit, they're violating the spirit of the law first time. You mean agreement?
The agreement, yes.
Okay. And then this is not related to that, but it's Iran. Is there any update on the Chinese-American who's
Mr. Xu Yiwang, so we are aware of the reports that Mr. Xu Yiwang, a U.S. citizen, has been detained in Iran. For privacy reasons, we can't really get too much into the specific details of that case. As you all know, one of the things we consistently say here is that the safety and security of U.S. citizens remains a top priority for this administration, I would think for all administrations here in the United States. We continue to use all means at our disposal to advocate for U.S. citizens who need our assistance overseas especially for the release of any unjustly detained U.S. citizens who are held overseas. Mr. Xu Wang is a United States citizen. We remain very concerned about his case, continue to keep an eye on that. As you all know, we don't have folks on the ground there. We work with the Swiss Foreign Interest Section. They are considered to be our protecting power in Iran, and they have granted consular access to Mr. Wang. So we've regularly sought that consular access to him, and the Swiss have visited him now 4 times.
So, do you know when you guys were informed of his arrest? Because it's not.
Yeah.
It's almost, I would say, rare for Iran to allow consular access since they don't recognize dual citizens, usually when they're Iranian Americans. Is it your understanding that because he's Chinese American and not Iranian, that's why they're letting
My
the Swiss
understanding is that he's American. He's not a dual citizen of China and the United States. He's.
And do you know when it was that you found out, were notified about his initial arrest?
I can check into that for you. I don't have an exact date in front of me. Anything else on Iran? Hi, Carol.
This morning you said specifically, you mentioned Mr. Wang, the Namazis, you said, and all other U.S. citizens who are detained wrongfully in Iran. Could you tell the American people how many other U.S. citizens are detained beyond those 3?
I can't at this time. The United States cautions American citizens against travel there. There are certain nations where if an individual is a dual nationality, dual citizen.
All right, everybody, we are just going to cut out of this really quick and go to live Senator Mitch McConnell speaking right now.
The very near future.
We got a sense of what the future might look like if we are unsuccessful in repealing and replacing Obamacare. We saw for the second time in a few days Democratic senators coming to the floor asking for tens of billions of dollars in tax dollars for insurance company bailouts. No reform, no change in the status quo. And after 7 years, I think we can safely conclude that the structure of Obamacare is a failed experiment. That's why we want to change the structure of the healthcare delivery system as we stabilize markets, protect people from premium increases and pre-existing condition exclusions. We're going to continue down that road because the alternative, I fear, is going to be a Democratic effort strictly to bail out insurance companies with no reform whatsoever.
After 7 years of Obamacare, the American public knows what they have. They have fewer choices. They have higher premiums and less control over their own health care. A number of years ago, I voted to do a repeal of the Obama health care law. I am ready to make that complete repeal vote again. But of course, that's not enough. The people of Wyoming want more than that. They want to be able to buy the insurance that they want that works right for them, not what the federal government, Washington, D.C., says they have to buy. So I'm ready to vote to repeal, but we need a medical system not just as good as it was before Obamacare was passed, but we need a medical system and a health care system in this country even better than that.
I think the only thing I could add to this discussion is at some point we need to find out where the votes are. This is important work to be done. It affects families. It affects health care. We need to find out where the votes are, but there are other things we need to do too. The President this week's talking about manufacturing made in America. If you could pay the utility bill, if the transportation system works, those are the 2 boxes you check when you start talking about jobs. We all know the best place to get insurance is still at work, where somebody else does the negotiation, somebody else reads the policy. Ways that more people could get insurance at work is important. Tax structure is important. This has had a considerable amount of time spent on it, and sooner rather than later, we need to find out where the Senate is and move forward.
There are a lot of people out there today who seem to be spiking the football, trying to celebrate a moment that for now seems to leave the Affordable Care Act in place for today. But let me tell you what happens if you continue to spike the football. In the state of Colorado last week, it was announced that the average premium rate increase for the next year will be 27%. But that's if you're lucky enough to live in the Front Range of Colorado. If you live in the Eastern Plains, the Western Slope, you're going to pay 30% more. You're going to pay 40% more. That's spiking the football. on the American people who will continue to pay more under the Affordable Care Act that is collapsing. We will continue our work to get our job done to make sure that the status quo no longer stands, and instead we provide relief to the American people.
You went through 2 iterations of your bill. We've heard from some of your members. They were very critical of the process. Some were critical of you. Senator Johnson was specifically critical, said there was a breach of trust. Do you feel that you and your leadership have been damaged in this process, and that now you can actually usher this across, considering those criticisms of you that you've heard?
Well, this has been a very, very challenging experience for all of us. It's pretty obvious that we don't have 50 members who can agree on a replacement. A lot of people have been involved in the discussions, been very passionate discussions, but everybody's given it their best shot. And as of today, we just simply do not have 50 senators who can agree on what ought to replace the existing law. What we do have is a vote that many of us made 2 years ago at a time when the President of the United States would not sign the legislation that would repeal Obamacare and with a 2-year delay give us an opportunity to build something better on a bipartisan basis. That's what I sense most of our members would like to vote on now, and we'll be doing that in the near future.
But it seems like some of them have been.
Nancy?
You don't appear currently to have the votes for that repeal plan. So if that vote fails, do you then begin working with Democrats?
Well, I think we'll have to see what happens. We will have demonstrated that Republicans by themselves are not prepared at this particular point to do a replacement. And that doesn't mean the problems all go away. And you'll have to look at our committee chairman and their ranking members. My suspicion is there'll be hearings about the crisis that we have, and we'll have to see what the way forward is.
Senator McConnell, you've been promising this to your voters for the past 7 years. You said that you would do this year. These 7 months essentially wasted with no accomplishment. How are you going to explain this to voters next year if you don't do what you campaigned on?
Well, we have a new Supreme Court justice. We have 14 repeals of regulations, and we're only 6 months into it. Last time I looked, Congress goes on for 2 years. We'll be moving on to comprehensive tax reform and to infrastructure. There's much work left to be done for the American people, and we're ready to tackle it. Thanks.
And that was the GOP leadership talking about their failed health care. Now what they will be doing going forward. They still want to do tax reform and other initiatives as well. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, everyone. Coming up next year, we're going to take you back out live to the State Department, where the spokesperson is still talking.
Maintenance of the status quo. Do you believe that the status quo is being maintained, or have the Israelis in putting the metal detectors up changed the status quo?
We have been clear with the Israelis in our conversations about this, and I just don't want to get into any possible diplomatic conversations.
Right, but forget about a conversation. Does the administration think that the status quo is being maintained
The
right now?
Israeli government has pledged that they will maintain the status quo, and we would hope and expect them to do that.
Are they? Do
Again,
you think, what's your, I mean, you look at the situation, can you say that the status quo is being maintained? Because the Jordanians, who are in charge of that part of the area, are very concerned that the status quo isn't being maintained.
Okay.
So can you get an answer to that?
I am not aware of the Secretary having spoken with the Jordanians about this matter in particular. They were just in town last week, as you all know. But if I have anything more for you, I can get back to you on that.
And then the last thing is, did you ever get an answer to the question I had the other week about whether this administration draws a difference between housing that's built in East Jerusalem for Israelis as opposed to West Bank? Do you consider East Jerusalem housing to be
that I do.
settlement?
You know what? I don't think I do, but let me look into that for you. Okay. Okay. Pardon.
600 more housing units were declared today. I wonder if you have a stand on that.
I do not on that today. Thank you. Hi.
Thank you.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi. Nice meeting you. Okay, on South Korea, two questions for the South Korea.
Okay.
Recently, South Korean government proposed military talks with North Korea. Can you confirm that the South Korean government informed the U.S. in advance this issue?
So I can't confirm any diplomatic conversations that took place on that matter. As you know, we had a terrific visit from President Moon not long ago, who visited with our president, and also Secretary Tillerson was able to sit down with his counterpart here. We had a terrific meeting with them. They are an important partner with the United States, and that continues to be the case. In terms of the proposal that you just mentioned, I would have to refer you back to the government of the Republic of Korea. But overall, I would say we share the very same goal, and that is a denuclearized Korean peninsula. We both remain very concerned about the activities of the DPRK, the launching of the intercontinental ballistic missile, for example, and we want to see a complete and verifiable, irreversible denuclearization.
All right, everybody, we do have Chuck Schumer now speaking as well.
Undermine the healthcare system in this country using millions of Americans as political pawns in a cynical game. By continuing to deny the insurance markets their certainty that they need to function, the president is playing a dangerous game with the health care of this country. So our Republican colleagues here in the Senate have a choice to make. They can follow the president down a path that will lead to higher premiums, less care, and millions of Americans losing coverage. They can join President Trump in trying to sabotage the system and hurt millions of innocent Americans to try and make a political point that has failed already. Or they can start today working with Democrats. We can work together to lower premiums. We can work together to stabilize the markets. We can work together to improve the quality of health care. This isn't a radical idea. A group of 11 Republican and Democratic governors called for exactly the kind of bipartisan cooperation that we are calling for, a bipartisan group of governors. We Democrats have held the door to bipartisanship open to our Republican colleagues for months. It's time for the Republicans to walk through it. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Senator Schumer, and thank you so much for the work you've done. This is our moment. We have been waiting for this moment for months and months, in fact, for years, because all we have ever heard since we started talking about changes we'd like to see to the Affordable Care Act has been repeal, repeal, repeal. And now the last few months we are on, two versions of the House bill, two versions of the Senate bill, and every single time it seems to get worse. We're now at a position where only 17% of the American people approved of the last Republican version of the bill. So the latest today we hear about is repeal again. And if they want to have a vote on that, fine. But I think we all know where this is going to end up. And this is going to end up where we should have begun. And that is working, Democrats and Republicans, on positive changes for the American people to the Affordable Care Act. We have never said that it was a perfect bill. In fact, the day it passed, I said it was a beginning and not an end. And that is why I am a strong supporter of Senator Kane's work and Senator Carper's work on reinsurance. We were just on the floor asking our Republican colleagues to join us. The Republican legislature in Minnesota worked with the Democratic governor and made some fixes in our own state, and we'd like to see us do that nationally. We have talked about cost sharing and the work that we can do there with Senator Shaheen's bill. And then finally, I have a number of proposals that have strong Republican support on prescription drug costs and prices. We owe the American people to work with the Republicans, and they owe it to them to work with us. This is our moment.
Senator Heinrich.
We have two choices in front of us. We can either take one more crack at trying to sabotage the entire healthcare system. And every iteration of these attempts has just been that. Every one of them has included undoing Medicaid expansion, the most powerful tool we have to keep rural hospitals open, fight the opioid epidemic, or we can do the right thing, which has been embraced not only by a bipartisan group of governors, but more and more senators on both sides of the aisle, to actually go back to regular order, draft a bill in committee, have hearings, find ways to stabilize the market rather than sabotage the market. Those are our choices. And as Leader Schumer said, you can open the door. I hope at this point Republicans are willing to walk through it.
Ready for your questions.
Have Republican leaders given you any indication that once this vote fails, they will sit down with you and start working together?
Well, a good number of Republican members have suggested that to me and to many of my colleagues. Senator McConnell a couple of weeks ago said if their bill failed, that they would want to work with us. We hope they'll do that. The president's path, which is simply to sabotage the system and hurt millions and millions of people, make things far worse than they are today, is not an acceptable choice. And I hope our Republican colleagues will realize that.
What about, though, the idea, don't you think that both sides, even if there were these behind-the-scenes conversations for one side to work with the other, that both have to really swallow their pride? There's been such criticism on both sides, and that even though it's nice to talk about working together, but that takes a little...
There's no pride here. We want to do what's best for the American people. That's it, plain and simple. What has motivated our entire caucus and united our entire caucus was the realization that what was being proposed in Trump Care would have cost over 20 million people to lose coverage, would have made it so hard to deal with pre-existing conditions, would have made it hard for families to keep their loved ones in nursing homes. And this is not a game. We go out and talk to our constituents who this affects, and we want to help them. You know, this is not something, I think a lot of people on the other side have this ideological view that is so detached from the reality that they're removed from it. That's not us.
But that's what I'm getting at, that some of the sides are so entrenched.
We're not entrenched. We've been calling to work with our Republican colleagues. Well, we'll see. Let's find out.
Let's try.
Regular order can be slow, it can be a grinding process, it can take a long time. If the Obamacare exchanges are having trouble immediately, so how quickly do you think you can work?
Well, first of all, the market has been stabilizing until President Trump and some of the Republicans joining him decided to sabotage it. Had they called for cost sharing to be permanent, premiums would have stabilized and gone down, health care would have gotten better. It's not too late. They can do that tomorrow on their own. And I believe that in the Help Committee, Senator Alexander and Senator Murray could consider such a bill. I think Senator Alexander is open to it. So we could move that quickly. As for changing the health care system, it shouldn't be done quickly. It shouldn't be done behind closed doors. It shouldn't be done in the dark of night. The history of America shows when you do things in sunlight and you do things bipartisan, and you do things somewhat deliberately, the result is much better than what they tried to do, which is have a small number of people in a dark room and not tell anybody else what they're doing. Yes. Well, if they do, they're sabotaging the system, and it's going to rest on their shoulders. The overwhelming majority of American people know that President Trump and the Republicans are in charge. And if they sabotage the system, they will pay a huge political price. I think President Trump, in his peak, doesn't understand that. But he's actually hurting his own presidency and his own party by threatening to hurt so many people just because he wants to sort of play a political gotcha.
Where do you find common ground on questions about Planned Parenthood and abortion, those types of devices?
Look, we're not going to find common ground on everything, but we can find some common ground. Right away, we have asked for 3 rather modest things that would do a lot of good, which Amy mentioned and Martin mentioned, which is make this cost sharing, which reduces premiums and makes health care better, permanent. The insurance industry itself says nothing could do more to lower premiums and prevent premiums from going up than cost sharing. The reinsurance exchange proposed by Senators Kaine and Carper could do a lot to help make the system better. And Senator McCaskill's proposal that in Bexar counties that people get the same opportunity for health insurance as, say, we do, makes a lot of sense. Those could be done quickly and easily and avoid the kinds of ideological fights that you're talking about.
And if I could add,
Go ahead,
I know
please.
on the reinsurance issue, in addition to mentioning my own legislature and some of the legislatures across the country on the Republican side who have dealt with this on the exchanges, that Senator Collins has long been involved in this reinsurance issue. I mentioned the prescription drug issues, and I think that's ripe for discussion now. And I have a bill with Senator Grassley to stop the pay for delay. It's a very important bill to him, where companies, large pharmaceutical companies, are paying off generics to keep their products off the market. Or we have the issue of Medicare Part D negotiation that Republicans have been open to in the past. We have the issue of that Senator McCain and I have the bill for less expensive drugs from Canada. I'm not saying all of these will pass, but I'm just giving you the bills that I have. There are a number of things that are bipartisan that members have been talking about for years, but we have not had that door open, as Senator Schumer has said, to really be able to start this negotiation. So I'm hopeful that this is our moment in time. They get this vote over with, that it appears they do not have the votes to pass, and then we start.
Let's not, go ahead, Martin.
I would just make the point that the best way to figure out which ones of those ideas actually can reach consensus between the two caucuses is to go through regular order, to have hearings, to have the kind of process that separates the wheat from the chaff, and that's what we've been missing in this entire debate.
You know, just one more point. On January 4th, the day after the first day Congress convened, the Republicans passed what's called reconciliation. That meant we don't want any Democrats involved. We wanted to be involved. But they went through this process from day one. It wasn't that they came to us and we sat down and we couldn't agree. They closed us off. They thought they could do it on their own. Now it's clear they can't, and the door is open again, and we would welcome them walking through it for the good of America. Thank you, everybody.
And that was the Democratic Senators leadership team talking on the GOP collapsed healthcare initiative. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Take you back out live to State Department, still in progress.
I think I've covered this. We've talked a lot about that, and we have a lot of other people here with questions about the region, so let me just leave it at that. I know that Mr. Shannon looks forward to continuing those conversations. Okay, sir, hi.
Oh.
With the beard. Hi.
Thank you.
How are you? What's your name?
My name is Grigory Dubovitsky. I'm from Russian news agency RIA Novosti.
Let's just do a show of hands here. How many folks do we have from Russian media?
I guess
1,
three.
2, 3. Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right.
So the question about Syria.
See, freedom of the press. It's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
We love that. So welcome.
Okay, so my question is about Syria, that Mr. Ryabkov confirmed us that Russia and the United States may hold talks on a second ceasefire agreement for Syria.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Mr. Ryabkov said that Russia and the United States may hold talks on a second ceasefire agreement for Syria. So can you confirm it and provide more details if you have?
I cannot confirm that is something that's a discussion that is underway. I know one of the priorities for the U.S. government, in addition to coalition partners in Syria, is trying to obtain ceasefires and trying to get stability in the region in certain parts of it where we think that can take hold. Part of the reason we want to do that is to be able to get humanitarian assistance in that is so desperately needed by folks there. So we are working to do that. We are pleased so far with how the ceasefire has been working in southwestern Syria, and at some point hope, if and when the time is right, that's something that could potentially expand elsewhere. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Hi, sir. Yes. Tell me your name, please.
Jaffrey with
Nice.
Al Mayadeen TV. I'm not with the Russian staff here.
You're from India, sir? You're from India. Yes, thank you.
A UN jet was carrying a team of journalists into Yemen, and they were prevented from entry by the Saudi coalition.
I'm sorry, who was bringing journalists into Yemen?
United Nations.
The UN was, okay.
Yes. The journalists were, they couldn't enter. Does the U.S. have a policy of denying journalists access to troubled areas?
Certainly, as a general matter, certainly
Well,
not.
in this particular
The United
case.
States is incredibly open to the media. As you know, we've had media in bed with our U.S. forces around the globe and other places. I'm not familiar with the particular example that you brought up. I don't know if these were U.S. reporters going into Yemen. That would be the government of Yemen's decision, I would think, whether or not to allow certain people in. But I'm just not aware of that, so I don't want to comment on that particular question because I just don't have all the details. Okay, thank you, sir. Sir.
Do you have any comment on the general situation in Yemen right now, particularly as it relates to cholera and famine?
Yeah. Goodness, we announced quite a bit of money that went out from USAID to Yemen to help with cholera and also food scarcity of resources, and that's been another major concern of ours. I don't have the cholera numbers in front of me, but there have been far too many deaths as a result of cholera. One of the problems in a country like Yemen is not so much where they don't have food, but rather it's because so much of that food and aid is prevented from getting to the people there because of the the fighting on the ground. So one of the things that we do is we try to push for greater access to be able to get the Yemeni people the food and supplies and health care that they need, and that would also include clean water, and that's kind of loops in cholera. But I can try to get you the latest numbers on those unfortunate deaths if you like. Okay. I'm gonna have to do last question. Yeah. We had a lot of India questions today.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm the first person who met you and gave you my card when you came and sat there as an observer.
Thank you.
Okay, and China yesterday briefed a lot of diplomats about the border conditions with India, and including the U.S. Diplomat. So what did they share with you, if you can say, or what is the U.S. position now on the tense situation on the border between India and China?
Yeah, I know that. Thank you for your question, and thank you for your kind welcome when I first came on board here. I know that the United States is concerned about the ongoing situation there. I know we believe that both parties, both sides, should work together to try to come up with some better sort of arrangement for peace, and I'll just leave it at that right now. We got to go, guys. Thank you so much. Please take a moment to welcome our Iraqi friends. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to the United States. And my stepmom's here in the audience, so lots of friends here. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so you can see that is the end of the State Department press briefing. Let's take a live look here at the Capitol, while we get you ready for the next hearing that we are going to be showing you, this is kind of interesting, folks. The planetary flagship missions. We're talking about the Mars rover mission of 2020. How close are we, and what's being done? Let's hear now from that hearing that just took place moments ago.
Space race, just the imagination, thinking about whether it was going to the moon or beyond. These the Apollo missions to Skylab, to Apollo Soyuz, to the space shuttle programs captured our imagination. And to a new generation of our kids and grandkids, they continue to capture our imagination of going beyond. And we live in a time where we've sent spacecraft to explore the moon, all 8 planets, Pluto, several asteroids and comets. And just last week, the NASA Juno spacecraft provided us with an amazing view of Jupiter's mysterious Great Red Spot. So, these missions are incredibly important because it allows us to know that we're part of something bigger. And now we've got Voyager 1 that is traveling through interstellar space. The reach of scientific exploration is truly inspiring. And to maximize the scientific return on investment for planetary exploration, NASA develops both large and small missions to visit a range of destinations throughout our solar system. We're here to talk about large flagship missions like Mars 2020 and Europa Clipper missions because they play an important role in using complex instruments to help us understand the challenge of exploring hard-to-reach locations. But we spend less time talking about the smaller missions, like the Psyche mission that's represented on our panel. These are launched much more frequently in response to new discoveries. These missions also provide opportunities for students to engage in mission design, development, and operations. So the mixture of both the large planetary missions but also the small is an intentional mix, and it provides significant value and has through the history of NASA's planetary science program. We also know that NASA's planetary missions have greatly advanced our understanding of the solar system and its potential to harbor life beyond Earth. Now imagine if we were to identify life beyond Earth. That would be disruptive for all of humanity in a way of answering that seminal question, are we alone? And life may not be in the form of human life. It may be microbiotic life, et cetera. But even that discovery would be dramatic and change how we viewed ourselves in the context of our universe. So I look forward to learning more about the role of large and small planetary missions and the importance of supporting this balance of mission size. And I want to acknowledge the panel here. I also want to acknowledge the long-term commitments that we make as a body to fund this discovery, and it's incredibly important to us. So with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee for a statement. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into my formal statement, I just want to take a moment to say that this Friday marks 48 years of Apollo 11 moon landing. And as we look forward to inspiring our younger generation, whom I know is many are sitting right out there, for the exciting future missions to Mars, Europa, and the asteroids, just remember that just 48 years ago this Friday, we had a previous generation of young people. America has an impressive legacy of accomplishment in both robotic and human space exploration. And I hope that we can continue to build on it. I hope that your minds will be just as inspired for our future as we have seen for our past. Now for my formal statement. Let me welcome all of our witnesses. I look forward to your testimony. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for holding this hearing on planetary flagship missions. Through our investigations in NASA's planetary science program, NASA has been able to explore every planet in the solar system, as well as Pluto, continuously operate missions to Mars for the past 2 decades and discover an expanding realm of potentially habitable bodies both within and beyond the solar system. With each discovery, NASA is advancing knowledge, pushing technological boundaries, and inspiring future generations to pursue science and technology education and careers. That is why I have often referred to NASA's science program as one of America's crown jewels. And we will hear this morning even more exciting planetary science missions lie ahead. As I speak, NASA is developing 2 planetary flash missions. The Mars 2020 rover will access the habitability of Mars and look for signs of past life. In addition, Europa Clipper mission will investigate the ice shell of Jupiter's moon Europa and its underlying ocean, helping scientists to assess whether it can support life. These, like other flagships, are very challenging missions. Mars 2020 will drill, collect, and cache samples of Martian rocks and soils, and Europa Clipper must withstand the intense radiation environment of Jupiter. Fortunately, NASA has decades of experience with flagship missions to draw on. With that in mind, I hope our witnesses can discuss the lessons learned from previous flagships and how we are using that knowledge in developing Mars 2020 and Europa Clipper missions. Mr. Chairman, a discussion of flagship missions would be incomplete without mentioning the importance and the balance in mission sizes, a critical element of robust portfolio for both the National Academies and NASA Authorization Acts have repeatedly emphasized. To that end, I am pleased that this morning's discussion will also include smaller Discovery class missions and their role in maintaining a productive and balanced planetary science program. Looking ahead, opportunities for new and exciting planetary science missions abound. Maintaining balance will take discipline among NASA, the scientific community, and Congress. Before I close, I want to take a moment to thank the talented, dedicated, and committed workforce of NASA and its university, industry, and international partners. Our nation's inspiring achievements in planetary science would not be possible without all of you. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I now recognize our chairman of our full committee, Mr. Smith from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The exploration of our solar system captures Americans' interest, inspires us to pursue extraordinary goals, and keeps us on the forefront of scientific achievement. Planetary missions teach us about how our solar system works and provide clues about how it was formed. They discover the locations of minerals and potential water sources on asteroids, comets, moons, and planets that could be used in future human missions, or in the case of minerals, extracted for use here on Earth. Planetary science also helps address a fundamental question of science. Is there life elsewhere in the universe? Within our own solar system, scientists have found strong evidence that other planetary systems could in fact host life. Europa, one of Jupiter's many moons, may have the necessary ingredients for life: water and energy. Its ocean lies beneath an icy surface and may be 2 times the volume of all Earth's oceans. Tidal forces drive active geological processes within Europa's ocean interior and provide energy. Scientists see similar activity in hydrothermal vents on Earth's ocean floor. The Europa Clipper mission, a flagship mission recommended by the National Academy of Sciences, will be an important mission to address the scientific question of whether there is life elsewhere in the universe. It will advance our understanding of planetary science as it explores the characteristics of Europa's oceans, ice surface, and other geological activity. Congress directed NASA to work on a Europa lander to complement the Europa Clipper. NASA's Europa Lander Science Definition Team conducted a study on the topic in 2016. The study found that the mission could analyze the biological potential of Europa's ocean by directly examining both Europa's surface and subsurface. This is a very exciting concept that warrants NASA's continued efforts. Closer to Earth, Mars Rover 2020 will also study the habitability of Mars. It builds upon the discoveries from the Mars Curiosity rover and the two Mars exploration rovers, Spirit and Opportunity. The mission not only seeks signs of habitable conditions of Mars' past, but also searches for signs of past microbial life itself. It will also test new technology that could benefit future robotic and human exploration of Mars. One of its instruments, MOXIE, will test a method of producing oxygen from the Martian atmosphere. Oxygen production on Mars will be critical for future human missions. And I appreciate NASA's planetary science exploration efforts and the Trump administration's support of American leadership in space. Other than national security agencies, NASA received the most favorable budget request from the Trump administration. As a result, we can look forward to NASA undertaking a bold and ambitious agenda. I thank our witnesses, look forward to their testimony, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now let me introduce our witnesses. We have a distinguished panel this morning. Our first witness today is Dr. Jim Green, the Director of the Planetary Science Division of the Science Mission Directorate at NASA. Welcome. Dr. Green has served as the Chief of the Space Science Data Operations Office at Goddard Space Center, as well as the co-investigator and Deputy Project Scientist on the IMAGE mission. He received his Ph.D. in space physics from the University of Iowa. Welcome. Our second witness today is Dr. Ken Farley, the Mars Rover 2020 project scientist. He is also a professor of geochemistry at the California Institute of Technology. He received his Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Yale and a doctorate in Earth Science from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography from the University of California in San Diego. Welcome. Our third witness today is Dr. Robert Pappalardo, the Europa Clipper project scientist at JPL at the California Institute of Technology. Dr. Pappalardo received his Bachelor of Arts in Geological Sciences from Cornell University, as well as a Ph.D. in Geology from Arizona State University. Maybe that's why we see Representative Matt Salmon back there. Dr. Linda T. Elkins-Tanton, our fourth witness today, Director and Foundation Professor at the School of Earth and Space Exploration at Arizona State University. She is also the Principal Investigator for the NASA Psyche mission. She received her Bachelor's of Science and her Master's of Science, as well as her Ph.D. from MIT. Our fifth witness today is Dr. William B. McKinnon. He is co-chair of the National Academy of Sciences Committee on Astrobiology and Planetary Science. He is also a professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences, at Washington University in St. Louis. He received his Bachelor of Science degree in Earth and Planetary Sciences from MIT and his Ph.D. in Planetary Science and Geophysics from Caltech. I would like to now recognize Dr. Green for 5 minutes to present his testimony.
Chairman Babin and the members of the committee, thank you so very much for giving us the opportunity to come and talk about certainly my favorite subject, planetary science. In my opening statement, I'd like to explain how missions like Mars 2020 and the Europa Clipper fit into an overall planetary exploration portfolio. In my first chart, as you see, this is an overview of the current planetary missions. They're in a variety of formulation, implementation, and currently operating missions that we have. This is a tremendously exciting time in planetary science. All our operating missions are making revolutionary discoveries, and all are rewriting the textbooks. For instance, just 2 years ago, we had a fabulous flyby of the New Horizons spacecraft through the Pluto system. With that mission, the United States becomes the first and only nation to reach every major body in the solar system from Mercury to Pluto. Dr. Bill McKinnon on the panel is a New Horizons co-investigator. Today, NASA has numerous missions exploring and operating through the solar system, such as the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which is bringing us back to the moon and making exciting discoveries. The indomitable Mars Curiosity and Opportunity rovers, along with our orbiters at Mars, continue to make almost daily new discoveries about the red planet. For example, from our MAVEN mission, it has revealed that solar wind interactions with the upper atmosphere of Mars over time has literally stripped away most of that atmosphere, transforming Mars from what we believe was once a planet that could have supported life in its distant past to now a frigid, arid world. Adding to our Mars missions, InSight lander will be launched in May 2018 and land in November 2018. InSight is designed to study the interior of Mars, along with understanding its present-day level of global seismic activity. In 2020, a new Mars rover will be launched, carrying 7 state-of-the-art instruments to conduct advanced geological research and search for signs of ancient Mars life. For the very first time, we will create high-grade rock core samples for potential return to Earth for further analysis. I look forward to Dr. Farley's testimony, which will provide additional information on that mission. Between Mars and Jupiter is a major asteroid belt, where NASA's Dawn mission is currently studying the dwarf planet Ceres and finding evidence of past cryovolcanism. This year, NASA selected 2 discovery missions, Lucy and Psyche, which will, respectively, visit 6 Jupiter mysterious Trojan asteroids and study a unique metal asteroid that may actually be an exposed planetary core called Psyche. Dr. Lindy Elkins-Tanton is here today to tell you much more about the Psyche mission. NASA's robotic rendezvous and sample return mission that visits the Bennu asteroid is called OSIRIS-REx. It will get a gravity assist by Earth in September, and it will reach that potentially hazardous asteroid in August of next year. Examinations of objects like Bennu will allow our scientists to investigate how planets formed and how materials like water and organics actually were delivered in early impacts, in addition to looking at the effects of potential planetary defense. In our outer solar system, Jupiter's mission Juno, which got into polar orbit, our very first time in polar orbit at Jupiter last July. Since then, Juno has been observing the cloud tops and into the interior of the planet, finding in the northern and southern polar regions that that planet is maintaining huge, nearly Earth-sized cyclones. After 13 years of orbiting Saturn, our Cassini spacecraft is making a daring dive between the planet's atmosphere and the first ring. And it will lead to plunging that spacecraft into Saturn on September 15 as it runs out of fuel. Cassini has given us a powerful insight into the planet's internal structure, atmosphere, and rings, in addition to unbelievable views of Titan and Enceladus. And if I may go on and summarize. Finally, NASA recognizes there is still much to learn. With your support, we will continue to tackle solar system exploration goals identified as top priorities by the scientific community and delineated in the National Academy's Planetary Decadal. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to responding to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Green. And now I recognize Dr. Farley for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the Mars 2020 mission. Mars 2020 will seek evidence of past life in a fossil Earth-like environment that existed in the first billion years after the dawn of the solar system. This flagship mission will engage many hundreds of scientists and the American public in a very challenging journey through one of the most intriguing landscapes in the solar system and some of the most profound scientific questions of our time. Today, Mars is too cold, too dry, and too exposed to harmful radiation to plausibly nurture life on its surface. However, more than 2 decades of sustained and strategic NASA-led exploration have shown that the red planet was once very different. Imagery from the Mars Odyssey and Mars Reconnaissance orbiters reveals that prior to about 3.6 billion years ago, Mars had rivers, lakes, and possibly a vast northern ocean. Sophisticated analyses made on the planet's surface, most notably by the Spirit and Curiosity rovers, have richly documented ancient environments with all conditions believed necessary to sustain life. In that same early time period, conditions here on Earth were broadly similar, and life had already originated, evolved, and spread across the surface. However, unlike Earth, with its active erosion and plate tectonics, the geologic record of ancient Mars is exquisitely preserved for study, allowing us to seek answers to grand questions, including how early climate and habitability evolve on rocky planets, the nature of prebiotic environments that might ultimately spawn life, and whether life is unique to Earth. Seeking the signs of life in an ancient habitable environment is the central goal of Mars 2020. Thanks to a wealth of images from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, the science community has narrowed the possible Mars 2020 landing sites down to 3 very different settings that on Earth are both habitable and inhabited: an ancient river and lake system, a fossil hot spring similar to those at Yellowstone National Park, and a setting where warm water once circulated through shallow subsurface rocks. Once on Mars, the rover will use its onboard instruments to investigate the local geology, to characterize the habitable environments the rover traverses, and to look for evidence of ancient life. Using Earth as a guide, we expect that any Martian life existing at that time was primitive, consisting only of microbes. Truly definitive discovery of microbial biosignatures by instruments on board the rover is unlikely and can best be undertaken using the full arsenal of terrestrial laboratories. For this reason, the Mars 2020 rover will prepare a complete suite of samples for possible return to Earth by a future mission. Mars 2020 starts with the designs of the remarkably successful Mars Science Laboratory, MSL, and the Curiosity rover. To this platform, a suite of very capable new science instruments is being added to explore the structure, chemistry, and mineralogy of the surface, all the way from the regional scale down to the microscopic. In addition, the mission is developing advanced new capabilities for landing in rugged terrain, for autonomous navigation and science observation, and for robotic coring and caching of samples. These are critical steps towards unleashing the full capabilities of a robotic solar system investigation. The mission will also test new technologies beneficial to future human Mars exploration, most notably a device to demonstrate conversion of carbon dioxide in the Martian atmosphere into oxygen for use as a component of rocket propellant. The mission is currently in the implementation phase, Phase C, with a substantial amount of hardware already completed. Launch will occur in the summer of 2020, with arrival on Mars on February 18, 2021. The rover will be landed using the spectacular Sky Crane system pioneered by MSL, and will explore the Martian surface for at least 2 years. In that period, the rover will core and cache at least 20 rock samples, each about the size and shape of a piece of chalkboard chalk. These will be thoroughly documented and placed on the surface, accessible to retrieval by a future mission or even by human explorers. By collecting and caching a diverse suite of high science value rock samples, Mars 2020 fulfills the highest priority objectives of the Mars and planetary science communities as described in the most recent Planetary Science Decadal Survey. Mars 2020 will investigate a planet known with detail sufficient to compellingly address, for the first time, well-posed and profound scientific questions that would forever elude answers from Earthbound study. Going well beyond observations on the Martian surface, return of the cache to terrestrial laboratories would provide future generations of scientists across many disciplines access to samples that would transform our understanding of Mars, the solar system, and life. There is still an enormous amount to learn about Mars, and the deeper we penetrate, the richer the scientific tapestry becomes. Mars 2020 makes the next big step in this decades-long journey and provides new focus and foundation for human exploration of Mars. It's an honor and a privilege for me to play a part in such a grand and ambitious undertaking, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Farley. Now recognize Dr. Pappalardo for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Chairman Smith, Chairman Babin, Ranking Member Vera, and other members of the committee, I'm delighted to appear before you to describe recent progress in NASA's Europa Clipper mission. The ice-covered world Europa, a moon of Jupiter similar in size to Earth's moon, shows a landscape of cracks, ridges, and jumbled chaotic terrains indicative of a tumultuous past. The Galileo spacecraft, which orbited Jupiter beginning in the late 1990s, provided images, compositional information, and gravity and magnetic data that point to a remarkable conclusion. Europa likely has a global ocean of liquid water beneath its icy carapace, maintained by tidal flexing and heating. From what we know of the tenacity of life, Europa could be one of the best places in the solar system to search for life beyond Earth. For these reasons, future detailed investigation of Europa is one of the top priorities for planetary exploration, as expressed in the National Research Council's 2011 Planetary Science Decadal Survey. The Europa Clipper mission responds directly to the Decadal Survey and its top-level goal, explore Europa to investigate its habitability, and in its science objectives to understand Europa's ice shell and ocean, composition, geology, and recent and current activity. The last of these categories includes the possibility that Europa may have active plumes that spew water vapor into space, and which could directly reveal Europa's internal composition and suitability for life. This tantalizing evidence for plumes is provided by the Hubble Space Telescope, searching at the extreme of its detection limits. In the tradition of the 19th century trading ships for which this mission was recently named, the Europa Clipper will sail past the Jovian moon at a rapid clip, as frequently as every 2 weeks, providing many opportunities to investigate Europa from as close as 16 miles above the surface. During each flyby, the spacecraft will spend just a short time within this challenging radiation environment near Europa. The prime mission plan includes 40 to 45 flybys of Europa from Jupiter orbit, during which the spacecraft will interrogate the moon in unprecedented detail. This will include imaging to understand its geological history, compositional analyses, including direct sampling of materials knocked off of the surface, ice-penetrating radar to examine the 3D structure of its icy shell, and gravity, magnetic, and plasma measurements to understand its hidden interior and interactions with the Jupiter environment. The mission can also lay the foundation for future exploration of Europa, providing critical global context and scouting potential landing sites for a potential future landed mission. As its project scientist, I represent the science and scientific integrity of the Europa Clipper mission, ensuring it will address the top-level goal and objectives. I first testified before this committee 2 years ago, just after NASA had competitively selected 9 science instruments for the mission and had given the green light to begin Phase A, known as mission formulation. In February of this year, NASA completed its second major milestone review. So today we're in Phase B, refining details of how the instruments will achieve the mission science and developing preliminary yet detailed design plans for the spacecraft and its subsystems, including the science instruments. Progress on the instrument suite has been outstanding. Instrument concepts have been reviewed, designs have been matured, subsystem vendors are being selected, prototype parts are being built, detectors are being tested, and additional tests are being conducted to ensure robustness against the harsh radiation environment in Europa's vicinity. Beginning this fall and into next spring, each spacecraft subsystem and each instrument will undergo a preliminary design review to assure that the defined science can be achieved by the instruments and spacecraft in combination. These Phase B reviews are in preparation for the mission to proceed to Phase C around October 2018. It's also at that key decision point that NASA would make a final commitment as to launch readiness date and baseline mission cost. Then during Phase C, flight hardware would be built. The members of the mission science team are working cooperatively to define the synergistic science, which I see as this mission's hallmark. No one instrument can definitively affirm the ocean's existence or tell us convincingly of Europa's composition. Instead, each instrument technique provides a piece of the puzzle, and from the combined science data, Europa scientists will mature a complete picture of how Europa works as a complex system, from its submerged rocky core to its ocean to the capping ice shell and surface to its thin atmosphere and the surrounding environment of Jovian space. The clipper ships of the late 19th century were an expression of speed and grace in the golden age of sail. We're now in a golden age of solar system discovery, and the Europa Clipper mission will return to us untold scientific riches. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Pappalardo. Now recognize Dr. Elkins Tanton for 5 minutes to present her testimony.
Chairman Babin, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Bera, and the members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Today I'll be testifying in my personal capacity. Any discussion of NASA's planetary science program would be incomplete without also talking about the balance between flagships and smaller planetary missions. And so today I'm going to talk about 3 things. I'm going to talk about the newly selected Psyche mission, I'm going to talk about portfolio balance, and I'm going to talk about our inevitable space future. I am the principal investigator of the Psyche mission, which in January was selected as the 14th in NASA's Discovery program. The spacecraft is scheduled to launch in August of 2022 to rendezvous with the asteroid Psyche in January of 2026 and to orbit Psyche for 22 months. Psyche is a metal world with a diameter about the same as the width of Massachusetts and with a surface area larger than the area of Texas. Humankind has explored rocky worlds, and we have explored icy worlds, and we have explored worlds covered with gas, but we have never before explored a metal world. This is a first. We think that Psyche is the core of a small, early formed planet that was bombarded in the early solar system and had its rocky exterior knocked off so that only its metal core remains showing today. Computer models of planetary formation indicate that this is rare. And indeed, Psyche is the only large, round metal object in our solar system. So it's not just unique, it's improbable. The science we hope to achieve in the mission is first to determine whether indeed Psyche is a core or if it is some previously undiscovered kind of material. We'll be comparing what we learn at Psyche to models of the Earth's core to better understand that unreachable part of our own planet. And for the first time, we'll be investigating the morphology of a metal body. What do craters into metal look like? Could Psyche have glittering cliffs of metal and green pyroxene crystals? We don't know yet. No one knows yet. At Psyche, we will also take the first steps toward our space resource future, because we're pretty confident that Psyche almost entirely consists of iron, nickel, copper, and a variety of trace metals. Now, I strongly support the Planetary Decadal Survey's conclusion about the necessity for having a balanced mission portfolio, combining small and mid-sized missions on a regular tempo with flagships. Tempo is critical. Tempo maintains our workforce, and it also saves our institutional memory. But each size of mission comes with its own challenges and its own advantages. For smaller missions like Psyche, usually keeping costs down and keeping risk down means that we're going to use trusted high heritage components, whereas flagship missions give us the opportunity for innovation and new technology development, and we need both of those things. We need our trusted technology of today, and we need new technology for the future. Flagship missions can also engage a broader swath of the community through competed calls for instruments. These calls can bring new groups into missions that would otherwise not be involved, but then the project scientist has the challenge of organizing and uniting otherwise disconnected sub-teams. It's an interesting challenge. In fact, all lead scientists have to build, inspire, and lead large interdisciplinary teams, and normally engineers and scientists are not taught these skills. So we are trying to change that at ASU now. Exploration is a human imperative. It is stamped on our DNA, and space is the future of exploration for humankind. Every time we do this most extreme of technological miracles and we send a rocket off of our Earth to make discoveries in space, we encourage people all around the world to make a bolder step in their own lives and in their own communities. So space exploration is therefore an opportunity for us to create a better educated, more united society. At ASU, I'm also co-chair with President Michael Crow of our new Interplanetary Initiative. In this initiative, we're bringing together not just the technological, but the educational and the social aspects that we need for our space future. And indeed, education is the single most critical thing for humanity's future. Both at ASU and at our startup, Beagle Learning, we are working on next generation learning. We need to produce a critical mass of people who are attracted to the unknown, who are learning how to ask better questions, who are willing to pursue answers through partial solutions, and who know how to build teams and to lead. All this ideation is initiated by the vision and the process of NASA. And in fact, space exploration will bring us to a better future here on Earth, as well as eventually on the Moon and Mars and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Elkins-Tanton. Now I'd like to recognize Dr. McKinnon for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So I'm here today because I'm a co-chair of the Committee on Astrobiology and Planetary Sciences, or CAPS for the National Academies. But I wish to say that my testimony today is my own and is not an official report from CAPS or the academies. Nevertheless, I hope you find my remarks useful. So I'd like to focus on the Planetary Science Decadal Survey and its relation to flagship and other planetary missions. Obviously, decadal surveys are carried out about every 10 years for various space science disciplines, and the committees and the panels that carry out the decadal are drawn from the broad community associated with the discipline in question. Decadal survey recommendations to the government play a critical role in defining our country's agenda in a given science area for 10 years or even longer. Now, the Planetary Science Decadal Survey was tasked in particular, among many things, to create a prioritized list of flight investigations because missions lie at the heart of planetary exploration. Such a prioritization is based first and foremost on science, especially science per dollar, but also on programmatic balance among mission targets and balance among mission types, small, medium, and large. And indeed, a balanced mix of discovery, new frontiers, and flagship missions enable both a steady stream of new discoveries and the capability to address larger challenges such as sample return missions or outer solar system exploration. Prioritization also considers technological readiness, the availability of trajectory opportunities, understanding of cost and technological risk, and the fiscal climate. Anyway, these prioritizations take in the sense that decadal surveys succeed because the consensus they represent is compelling. Now, in terms of science, increasingly central to NASA's exploration of the solar system is the emerging science of astrobiology, prominent examples being the scientific program of the Curiosity Mars rover, the Mars 2020 rover, the development of the Europa Clipper mission, and the planning for the potential future landing on the surface of Europa, and the inclusion of ocean worlds in the recent New Frontiers call. Indeed, in the most recent planetary decadal survey, astrobiology was a driving scientific rationale for the two top mission recommendations, now being implemented as Mars 2020 and Europa Clipper. Now, my personal assessment, and as the CAPS leadership has previously reported to the Space Studies Board, is that NASA's Planetary Science Division is doing well, and the decadal survey's priorities and recommendations are being pursued. Mars 2020 and Europa Clipper in particular are, I believe, responsive to the decadal survey in science and cost. Now, regarding NASA's plans to explore Europa, CAPS, as well as the ongoing Academy's planetary midterm review, will continue to consider the impacts of the evolution of this program. Presently, NASA has been directed to add a lander to the Europa exploration program. The development of any large mission like that is, of course, a programmatic challenge and can have unwelcome or worse effects on a broader cost-contained program. But this challenge must be balanced against the scientific opportunity afforded by the promise of addressing one of the greatest of scientific questions: is there extant life beyond Earth? As I said, these are all issues I expect CAPS will continue to consider and will also be surely considered by the next decadal as well. So to finish up, Mr. Chairman, as a second grader, I watched the liftoff of John Glenn in Friendship 7 in our auditorium. And as a teenager at home, I watched Neil Armstrong walk on the moon. Over these past 60 years, I have seen NASA's exploration of the solar system from Mercury out to Pluto and beyond revolutionize our conception of ourselves and our planet. But I believe, given our ongoing discoveries and characterization of planets around other stars, thousands of them we know about now, and the very real possibility of detecting extant life in our solar system, that we are approaching an even greater revolution, a true paradigm shift in our understanding of our place and our destiny in the universe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McKinnon, of all fascinating testimonies. Really appreciate it. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Dr. Green. In the near future, NASA's Planetary Science Division may be running 3 flagship missions at the same time. The Mars rover for launch in 2020, the Europa Clipper for launch in 2022, and potentially a Europa lander for launch in the 2024 timeframe. I greatly support this investment and NASA's renewed focus on deep space exploration. At the same time, from an acquisition perspective, this is a great deal of work. What is NASA doing to address the risks of cost and schedule slips associated with this cadence of flagship missions?
Planetary science, I think, has tackled a number of those topics and is doing quite well because we've started to implement a couple very important and new procedures. Typically, strategic missions, NASA's done it in the past based on a science rationale that's almost at any cost. And in planetary science, we have begun the process, in particular with Mars 2020, to have a cost-constrained environment. As was recognized in the planetary decadal, both the Mars Cacher and the Europa Clipper were unaffordable, and we took on a process early in this decade to begin to determine what science we can do at that reasonable cost. We are leveraging on Mars 2020 the architecture for Curiosity. We've done a lot of work on the planning of the Europa Clipper, where we're looking at D-scope options. And so some of these processes are incredibly important for us to follow through on.
Okay, thank you very much. And now the next question to Dr. McKinnon. To what extent do the Mars Rover 2020 and Europa Clipper missions align with the decadal survey recommendations?
Well, the original survey considered 2 flagship class missions, Mars Astrobiology Explorer Cacher, and a Europa Jupiter orbiter mission, a mission to orbit Europa itself. And in both cases, the decadal survey concluded, based on a very detailed cost and technical evaluation, that these missions were probably too expensive to be carried out in the decade in question. And so basically they were said, these were our priority missions, but they needed to be de-scoped. They needed to be reduced in cost and perhaps reduced in, and certainly reduced in risk. And in both cases, I think they've done that. As an example, the Europa mission doesn't orbit Europa anymore, but it orbits Jupiter, but repeatedly passes by Europa dozens of times and basically recovers all of the science. And in fact, in my own view, actually does an even better job because it avoids so much of the radiation that's near Jupiter, and it allows, in its long looping orbits around Jupiter that Dr. Pappalardo can tell you about, it can radio back all the data that it collects every time. So, and it does it within a very reasonable cost cap.
Thank you very much. Now, I also would like to ask Dr. Farley and Dr. Pappalardo, the exploration of Mars and Europa are inspiring and truly amazing. As project scientists for Mars Rover 2020 and the Europa Clipper, can you share with us what excites you about these exploration efforts? And what are the greatest scientific discoveries that you're hoping to achieve?
Well, I think the most exciting thing about Mars is that, as I mentioned in my testimony, the surface of Mars carries a rock record from a time period which is completely obliterated on Earth. There is no substantial rock record that is older than about 3.6 billion years on Earth. But those rocks are present on the surface of Mars, and they will tell us a lot both about the way rocky planets evolve and also about things like habitable environments. And for me, the linking this to the life question, I think the really exciting thing is we will potentially be looking at an environment that was capable of having life originate. And that's, of course, one of the great questions. It's a great scientific question that is extremely difficult to treat as a science question because there's no evidence, no substantial evidence to compare it against. By going to Mars, we may actually be able to find environments like that and learn something really profound about the way life works.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Pappalardo.
For Europa, we want to understand, is this really a habitable environment, Europa's ocean, lakes within the ice shell. And we think we know how Europa works, but planetary scientists are always surprised when we actually go there with new instruments to test hypotheses. So we're going to both test hypotheses and explore and expect to be surprised. What I would love to see is some sort of oasis, that is a place where there's liquid water near the surface, there's evidence of heat coming out, there are organics at the surface, somewhere where we'd want to follow up with future exploration.
Fascinating. Thank you. My time is up, so I'd now like to recognize the gentleman from California, Dr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Elkins-Tanton, and I think each of you in your opening statements alluded to the fact that exploration is part of our DNA. You know, this natural curiosity, this desire for discovery, and the universe is, you know, unlimited in its possibilities of what we can learn. That brings us back down to Congress, where we have to operate in the confines of limits. Each of you has talked about the decadal survey and alluded to a bit of the roadmap for some of our bigger missions, and laying out some of the parameters for some of the medium-sized missions. But Dr. Elkins-Tanton, as you talked about the Psyche mission and alluded to the importance of, you know, some of our smaller missions, how those, you know, what we discover, you know, they're able to be launched at a lower cost, et cetera. You know, there is some worry in that limited environment of Congress that we potentially focus on the big missions at the expense of the smaller missions, and we've got to find that right balance. Maybe if you want to expand on your comments and the importance of some of the smaller missions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, I think this is well recognized at NASA, and I've heard Jim Green talk about a cadence, a process for deep exploration in space that you might fly by, you might orbit, you might land, and then you might rove. And indeed, you wouldn't spend all the money that you would have to spend to do a flagship mission on a body that we know little about. And so the smaller missions form a framework, and they set the stage for the kinds of bigger expeditions that we want to do. And as my colleagues here have mentioned, every time we do something in space, it surprises us. And so we must try these smaller missions to find out where the biggest surprises are, and then put our money on making the big discoveries.
Dr. Green, do you want to expand on the importance of the smaller missions?
Indeed, the smaller missions are really our pioneers. They do go out and do some initial exploration. You know, smaller missions in the discovery framework is really the heart of that exploration process. I mentioned several of them in my testimony, like Dawn. Others that have come and gone while I've been at NASA headquarters include Messenger, another wonderful mission. Grail went to the moon, Messenger went to Mercury. And Grail studied the moon in new and unique ways. And so indeed, the discovery line is really quite important for us. And then the next line is New Frontiers. This is where we can now concentrate on the next level of detail, so important for us to make decisions on what our next flagships would be.
Great. Switching now to Mars and, you know, our telecommunications infrastructure in Mars. My understanding right now is that the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter handles the majority of our telecommunications relay for Curiosity rover, but the MRO was launched 12 years ago. As we look at Mars rover 2020, you know, I guess Dr. Green or Dr. Farley, would you like to kind of comment on, you know, will we still be relying on the MRO to relay that information back, or are we thinking about, you know, what next steps for telecommunications?
Well, telecommunications for any surface assets indeed go through our orbiters. And right now we have a wonderful network, including MRO is Mars Odyssey. And also with partnership from ESA, other missions that are also orbiting Mars have that telecommunication capability. So in addition to those two, we also have with ESA the Mars Express mission, and now the newly inserted into orbit, the Trace Gas Orbiter from ESA. Now, we also have MAVEN, which is not a prime telecommunication capability, but may become more dependent on using MAVEN as our aging assets occur. So indeed, supporting telecommunications is a real critical element of allowing us to now, when Mars 2020 gets down on the ground, be able to relay that data back. So we take careful operations of all those missions and partner with other agencies.
Great. I don't know, Dr. Farley, do you want to expand or?
Yeah, I'll just say Mars 2020 has a very large demand to downlink data. We have a huge number of cameras. It's quite extraordinary. There's more than 20 cameras on the rover. And we will need downlink. As you point out, MRO is an aging asset. But as Dr. Green pointed out, there are contingency plans to get us the data volume we need.
Great, thank you. And I'll go back.
You bet. Thank you. Good questions. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Rohrabacher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It was noted earlier that one of the purposes of, or one of the benefits, I should say, of your activities is that, well, you have these robots all over the universe and beyond, that you are inspiring people with our capabilities. And Mr. Chairman, let's just note that I've been around for a while, and I think that when we were deciding about the shuttle and we were deciding about space station, a lot of the times the discussion was only on the immediate scientific payback. But I believe those two space projects have inspired generations of Americans now, and that who knows how much more productive our people are, how much more visionary they are because of these investments in the shuttle and the space station, which were very expensive projects, I might add. And back to expensive projects, let me just note that one thing that I find, one of our witnesses mentioned that the Keitel survey was supposed to prioritize, and it just seems to me, standing back and listening to everything, that we haven't had that prioritization. And maybe we should have, there's been, when you have so many projects at one time, it indicates that there hasn't been a real fighting it out of what priorities we need. And I'm not, certainly not an expert enough to tell you what those priorities should be. Let me ask some specific concepts or ideas about the engineering that I don't know about. What type, well, first of all, is there any one of these missions that planned to, we know we've landed the robots on Mars, do we plan to actually bring some material from Mars back to Earth before we plan to send human beings there and bring them back?
Indeed, the Mars 2020 mission, which is going to core rock, providing a detailed look at the past Mars, the geological records in that rock. We are currently looking at a variety of architectures.
Right. But are we going to bring them back?
Our intention would be indeed that as the importance of these samples are noted based on the analysis that we do in situ, that indeed we would plan on bringing samples back from Mars.
Okay. The reason I ask that is it seems to me that rather silly to think that if we can't bring back rocks, that we're going to bring back people. And certainly if we aren't comfortable with the idea that we can bring back rocks, we should be focusing on getting that done before we talk about bringing people back. What type of, the exploration is, to me, that's the most inspiring. I'll just have to tell you that when we talk about going out and visiting those places where nobody has been, and what type of fuel are we using? There was a mention about one of the things when we run out of fuel, it's going to land into Europa or something like that. What type of fuel is now being used in these various projects? We know that you have to have a big rocket to get them going, but if they're going to keep going and through the universe, what fuel do they use?
Yeah, Mars 2020, while it's on the surface, will use a short-lived plutonium isotope, so it's a nuclear power source.
Any other?
May I add to that? During cruise and while orbiting Psyche, our spacecraft will use solar electric propulsion. And this, to me, is so, it's in our heart, it's space age. You see the little blue plumes of the ions being shot out the back, and it's all run by solar power. And in fact, this is another good proof of this technology, which is eventually going to be critical for getting people to Mars.
Yeah, I noticed that I remember the solar sail project, and which also is very exciting. These new concepts that, and let me just note, Mr. Chairman, that the fact that we can actually provide a fuel for something that far away and indicates that maybe we have some knowledge that's going to really help us here. But one last thought, I would hope that, again, I think the moon is close by, and whatever we can actually get a benefit out of going back there, we should. Before you take the next step. However, the most important thing was if Mars, can I ask permission for 1 minute for this question? And that is, you have indicated that Mars was totally different thousands of years ago. Is it possible that there was a civilization on Mars thousands of years ago?
So the evidence is that Mars was different billions of years ago, not thousands of years ago.
Well, yes.
There is no evidence that I'm aware of that.
Would you rule that out? That see, there's some people. Well, anyway.
I would say that is extremely unlikely.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the good job you're doing. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Rohrabacher. Looking forward to finding out what's up there. That's for sure. Just last month, we had a great hearing in here on interspace propulsion, which was super, super interesting. Okay, and now I'll recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Ed Perlmutter.
Thanks, Dr. Babin, and good morning, and thank you for your testimony today. And, you know, a truism in life is everything's relative. And when we're talking about small, medium, and flagship projects that you all are undertaking, you know, to Mrs. McGillicuddy from Lakewood, Colorado, they're all major undertakings. And Dr. McKinnon and Dr. Elkins-Tanton, I mean, we're here for I dipped into the future far as human eyes could see, saw the vision of the world and all the wonder that would be. And all of you are working on kind of the ultimate question of humanity is why are we here and what else is out there? And so I just appreciate your willingness to take on kind of the nuts and bolts for us to start knowing the unknown. And this committee is so exciting to all of us up here, and to hear the work you're doing, we appreciate it. Now, I'd like to start with Dr. Farley. One of the things that I am focused on is trying to get our astronauts to Mars by, you get it, guessed it, 2033, all right? And so, first question I have is for you, how will this rover, you know, 2020, our mission in 2020, how will that help us, inform us to get humans to Mars by 2033?
Well, I think it's important to note that Mars 2020 has a very strong collaborative involvement from the human side of NASA, and that is manifested in several different ways. Most notably, you heard about the MOXIE demonstration of in situ resource utilization. In addition, we have a weather station which will characterize the environment, will also characterize dust, and dust on Mars is a big concern for human explorers. And in addition, during entry, descent, and landing, we'll have a very sophisticated observation package. Understanding what goes on during EDL is absolutely critical and almost impossible to simulate either on a computer or in an analog experiment on Earth, so this is very important data. And as Dr. Green mentioned in answer to the question of bringing rocks back before people back, it's a very sensible thing to do. Obviously, there's no commitment to do that, but there will be a tempting target to learn from if those samples come back.
Okay. Dr. Elkins-Tanton, where the heck is Psyche? I mean, other than up here or wherever it might be.
Psyche is in the outer main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. It's about 3 times farther from the sun than the Earth is.
Okay. Dr. Pappalardo, my question to you, often I talk about Star Trek or Star Wars.
All right, everyone, you're taking a live look here at our tower cam. You're watching the Fox 10 News downstream. You know who's coming up next. Samuel, she'll be with you for the next 2 hours here, followed by Mary Kate. And I'll see you guys 8 o'clock Eastern.
All right, as you know, the hot topic today is health care and the fact that the GOP health care bill can't be passed as is. Tim Kaine talked about it earlier today. Let's go ahead and listen in.
As a mayor and governor before I got here to the Senate. And when you're a mayor and governor, what you know is education and health care. We've got a governor here and a governor here. You know education and a governor here. We've got 4 governors, former governors, sitting on the floor. What you know is education, which is your biggest line item, and your second biggest line item with Medicaid is health care. I tried to get on the committee when I got to the Senate, and I was not put on the committee. I was very disappointed. For 4 years, I've tried to get on the Health Committee. I got on January 3rd. I was so excited. Finally, I'm working on something I know about. I got a group of 13 Democratic senators. Within 48 hours of getting on that committee, January 5th, I wrote a letter to my committee chair, Senator Alexander, a great committee chair, to the finance chair, Senator Hatch, to the majority leader, Senator McConnell. If you want to fix health care, we're here to sit down with you right now and fix it. And I was naive enough to think that because I was on the Health Committee, I might be included in a discussion about health care. We've had hearings in our committee, many hearings, on nominees, on pensions, on higher ed, on the FDA, but there's been one taboo topic on the Health Committee since I got on it in January. We're not allowed to have a hearing about health care. We haven't had a hearing about the House bill. We haven't had a hearing about Senate proposals. We're being told that we're not going to have a hearing. We're just going to rush whatever we do to the floor, either on a House proposal, a Senate proposal, or a Senate repeal. We're going to completely skip the committee. Now, Mr. President, you know a little bit about this committee. We have a doctor on the committee, Senator Cassidy from Louisiana. Our chair of the committee, Senator Alexander, he was a governor. He had a Medicaid program. He was the president of the University of Tennessee. He had a hospital. He had a medical school. He had physician practice groups. There are people on the Health Committee who know something about health care. There are people on the Finance Committee that covers Medicaid and Medicare that know something about health care. But we've not been allowed to have a hearing about this. When you have a hearing, you bring people up to the witness table. Patients like Charlie, who was in my office this morning, doctors, hospitals. You ask them what works, what doesn't work, what can be fixed. We haven't had the opportunity to hear from folks. So why wouldn't we do exactly what Senator McCain said yesterday? Senator McCain said, we've gone about this the wrong way. We should be the United States Senate. We should take advantage of the Senate procedures and the expertise on the Senate committees, including staff expertise. And we should assign these various bills to the relevant committees and have hearings and then come forward with a proposal that will actually improve health care for this country. I am completely confident that if we let the committees do the work that they are supposed to do, we will find improvements that can get bipartisan support and that will help Virginians and help Americans. And that just doesn't seem too much to ask. And I hope my colleagues will consider that, and I hope we will be engaged in those discussions soon. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Delaware. I want to preface my remarks today by asking that you convey to your wingman, Senator John McCain, our colleague, our warmest best wishes and our hope that he is on his way to a speedy recovery and will be back here because we need him and we need his wisdom. I want to thank Tim Kaine for the leadership that he and Senator Shaheen are showing and an effort to try to help us stabilize the marketplaces. I believe in, we were with Senator Hassan over the weekend, we talked a lot about this, but what do we do now? I think this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity here. And I realize there's a fair amount of confusion as to which path to take or which way to go. And I just hope that we don't waste this opportunity. And I sent a message to the new chairman of the National Governors Association, to the new vice chairman of the National Governors Association, Brian Sandoval from Nevada, the new chair. He's the the governor from Nevada, previously the vice chair, and Steve Bullock from Montana is the new vice chair. One's a Republican, the other's a Democrat. But I sent them a message this morning saying that it really be good to hear from the governors. And they've been working on a bipartisan letter. They've been working on it for a while. And this is really the time that it can I think, make a real positive impact. We have 3 people literally sitting here, 4 of us literally lined up, who used to be part of the National Governors Association. I loved it, and I'm sure that Senator Shaheen, Senator Keene, and Senator Hassan did as well. But here's what I suggested that the governors may want to consider in their message. Number 1, urge us to hit the pause button. Hit the pause button. Let's just stop in place for a moment and pivot soon, like not in September, not in August, but like now, like this week, pivot to stabilizing the exchanges. Number 3, return to regular order. Senator Kaine has already mentioned this. When I talked with Senator McCain last week, a couple of times briefly, we both talked about the need for regular order. People have good ideas on health care, introduce them. Committees of jurisdiction, hold hearings. Witnesses, including governors, come before the committees of jurisdiction, a couple of committees in the House, a couple of committees in the Senate, and let's hear from the experts, and let's certainly hear from the governors who have to run these Medicaid programs and have a lot of expertise in this area to offer us. And then I would say after the August recess, if we can actually do something real in stabilizing the exchanges, what a confidence builder that would be among us, and I think around the country. It would be just a great confidence builder. The other thing I would mention that when we come back after the August recess, don't just kind of muck around and wonder what we're going to do. We should pull together in a bipartisan way, something that we talked a lot about doing, we don't often do it, but to really do maybe a couple things. Say, let's figure out what we need to fix in the Affordable Care Act. Republicans believe the Democrats feel it's perfect and nothing should be changed. Well, I don't feel that way. And my guess is that most of our Democrats don't either. Anything that I've ever worked, every bill I've ever worked on was not perfect. And, it can always be done better. And the same is true with big programs like Medicare, Social Security, veterans programs, civil rights. They can all be done better. And this is certainly the case as well. Let's fix the parts of the ACA that need to be fixed. Let's preserve the parts that ought to be preserved. And I would say again, to reiterate it, speaking on behalf of some recovering governors, including me, the governors need to be involved in this, heavily involved in this. And I suspect that each of the governors, former governors on the floor here with me today, when we were part of the NGA, we were not here on this floor. Actually, I was on this floor any number of times because governors had access to the floor. But we had many opportunities, many invitations to testify before Senate committees, House committees, on any wide range of issues. And I think we brought value, and we need to hear from them today. I want to go back and talk about how do we go about stabilizing the exchanges. The first thing that would help would for the administration to stop destabilizing them. That would be a big help. And Senator Kaine has led on legislation that's, and he's mentioned, I want to drill down on it just a little bit, that would provide reinsurance, much as we do in other ways in terms of Medicare Part D drug program. But use reinsurance as a very common tool, but use it to help stabilize the exchange. How would we use in our proposal? Say if this lady standing right in front of me were getting health care, and she was expensive in her health care needs, under our reinsurance plan, starting in 2018, 2019, 2020, first $50,000 in the health care that she used in year one, 2018, that the federal government, well, the insurance companies themselves actually would be on the hook for the first $50,000 of care that she would get. Between $50,000 and $500,000, under our proposal, the federal government would pay for 80% of that cost. 80% of that cost, between $50,000 and $500,000, would be on the federal government. Anything above $500,000 would be back on the insurance company. And that's what we do for the next 3 years. Starting in 2021 going forward, it would be the first $100,000 would be on the insurance company for the cost borne created by an individual. Between $100,000 and $500,000, 80% of that would be on the federal government, and after that, it's back again on the rest of it is on the insurance company to pay for. That is his proposal. That's our proposal, and we got a bunch of co-sponsors on it, and we need some Republican co-sponsors as well. It's not a Democratic idea. It's not a Republican idea. It's just a good idea, and it's one that deserves bipartisan support. The second thing that we ought to do to stabilize the exchanges is what Senator Shaheen has proposed. And that is we have these CSRs, cost-sharing reductions, and I think of them as subsidies to help subsidize for people whose income is under a certain level. I think it's 250% of poverty. For folks that are in the exchanges getting health care coverage, their income is under 250% of poverty, they currently receive some subsidies to help buy down, reduce the cost of their co-pays and their deductibles. And it's not really clear whether that's authorized. It's not really clear whether that's being funded, but it's just been done for a number of years. And the current administration has been saying, well, we don't know if we're going to continue to do that. And there's some folks that want to go to, maybe some states that want to go to court and say, you can't do that. Well, we need to pass a law and say, we're going to have these cost-sharing reductions, and these subsidies will continue to be offered. The last thing, the third thing that we need to do is to make clear that the individual mandate, or something as good as, at least as effective as the individual mandate, is going to be around. You know, for the administration to say, well, we don't know if we're going to enforce the individual mandate. It just encourages young, healthy people not to get coverage. And we got to make it clear that that coverage is the individual mandate, or something as good as. It could be a proxy for, or maybe several things that work together that could be as effective as the individual mandate. And if they don't work, maybe we could just have the default position would be the individual mandate again. But we ought to have hearings on this kind of thing and discuss it and hear from all kinds of folks. The other thing I want to mention is just when I go around my state, my Lord, I've never heard people so interested in encouraging us. I think I'm regarded in my state, along with Senator Coons and our Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rogers, I think we're regarded as bipartisan people. We're Democrats. We're proud to be Democrats. We like to work with the Republicans, too. And I think that's part of being a recovering governor. But the people in my state don't want on this subject, on health care reform going forward, they don't want a Democratic victory. They don't want a Republican victory. Frankly, they don't want a Trump victory. They want a victory for our country. That's what they want. They want a victory for our country. And you know what? So do I. And I think so do most Democrats in this chamber and most of the Republicans. And so let me just again, if I could make the suggestion, let's hit the pause button. Let's stop in place for right now. Let's pivot and figure out how we can stabilize the exchanges. I've laid out several ways to do that. Let's return to regular order. Hold hearings, bipartisan hearings. Have expert witnesses, including folks from all walks of life who know a lot about health care coverage, know a lot about health care. After the August recess, when we come back here, let's launch a real bipartisan effort to fix the things in the ACA that need to be fixed and preserve those aspects that should be retained. And as I said before, we need governors at the table, not just recovering governors. We need governors at the table, and a bunch of other folks as well who have a lot to contribute. And if we do those things, we will, in the words of, I'm going to paraphrase Mark Twain. Mark Twain used to say, when in doubt, tell the truth. You'll confound your enemies and delight your friends. I think that's what he used to say. In this case, I would just say, paraphrasing Mark Twain, when in doubt, do what's right. When in doubt, do what's right. We'll confound our enemies and delight our friends. With that, I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I am honored to join my colleagues here today. I thank Senator Carper for his excellent suggestions and leadership in terms of reaching out to both current and former governors as we proceed on this issue. I'm very grateful to my colleague, Senator Kaine, for his leadership on the Help Committee and what he brings as a former mayor and governor. And I rise today to join my colleague from New Hampshire in supporting her efforts to help lower health care premiums for middle-class Americans and to stabilize the insurance marketplace. The Trump administration has been working to sabotage the individual market by playing games with cost-sharing reductions. Those cost-sharing reductions help lower out-of-pocket expenses, such as deductibles and copays for individuals with health insurance plans in the marketplace. This legislation from Senator Shaheen is a common sense measure which would work to prevent the instability and chaos being pushed by the administration. I also join my colleagues in making clear that we are ready and willing to work across the aisle on priorities that will improve and build on the Affordable Care Act and bring down costs for people in New Hampshire and across the country. Mr. President, over the course of the last several months, we've seen that the partisan process Republican leadership has pushed with Trump Care simply won't work. It's going to take a bipartisan approach in order to make progress, not a senseless repeal bill that would pull the rug out from millions of Americans. I've seen firsthand that it's possible for Democrats and Republicans to come together in order to improve our health care system. As governor of New Hampshire, I worked across party lines to pass a bipartisan Medicaid expansion plan that delivered quality, affordable insurance to over 50,000 hard-working Granite Staters. And expansion has truly made a difference for communities across my state, particularly for people impacted by the heroin, fentanyl, and opioid crisis. Just last week, I visited Goodwin Community Health in Somersworth and heard from a woman named Elizabeth. At one point in her life, as a result of substance use disorder, Elizabeth was homeless, and she lost the custody of her son. But Elizabeth is now in recovery, and she works at the SOS Recovery Community Organization in Rochester, helping others get the support that they need. She said that she owes her recovery to the insurance she's received through Medicaid expansion and the Affordable Care Act. Elizabeth's story is a great example of the power of what's possible when we come together on bipartisan solutions to help improve the health of our people. This is the same approach that we need to take in the Senate, and I believe that there are areas for bipartisan cooperation that we should be working on in order to improve the Affordable Care Act. In addition to Senator Shaheen's legislation to stabilize the individual market, in addition to the legislation you heard discussed by Senator Kaine and Senator Carper, there are other things we can do. I believe it's critical that we take on Big Pharma and bring down the cost of prescription drug prices, including allowing importing safe and affordable drugs and allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. And I believe we should eliminate the existing income cliff in the Affordable Care Act that blocks many middle-class individuals from receiving premium assistance. Mr. President, these are common sense measures that we should be taking now. People across our nation have made clear that they don't want Congress to do a wholesale repeal of the Affordable Care Act because it would have devastating impacts for them and their families. I urge my colleagues to put the partisan gamesmanship aside. I joined Senator Kaine as a member of the Health Committee in asking for a hearing at the very committee that is supposed to set health care policy in this body so that we can listen to the voices of constituents, to providers, to other stakeholders. We need to come to the table ready to work on bipartisan solutions in order to improve our health care system. All of our people deserve to have access to quality, affordable care so they can be healthy. That makes our country healthy, productive, and strong, too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Hampshire.
I'm really pleased to have been joined by my colleagues to talk about the importance of addressing health care for all Americans, and especially my colleague from New Hampshire. She and I have been touring the state for months now, talking with people, people in hospitals, people who are patients, with physicians, with providers for people with substance use disorders, who are providing treatment for people with substance use disorders, with people all over New Hampshire about what we can do to make sure that people can get health care when they need it. That should be the goal of this body. It should not be throwing people off of their health care, which a repeal of the Affordable Care Act would do. It would throw 32 million people off their health care. You know, we can address the instability in the marketplaces. We can do that pretty quickly. Senators Kaine and Carper talked about reinsurance, something that has worked very well for the first 3 years of the Affordable Care Act, and the reason it doesn't work now is because they've stopped. So that's why we're seeing some of these rate increases. We can address the uncertainty by being clear that we're not going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, by addressing those cost-sharing reduction payments. And in fact, the ACA already stipulates that CSR, those payments which reduce the costs of copays and deductibles, are to be made pursuant to 31 U.S.C. 1324. My bill provides for payments to be made jointly from a permanent appropriation rather than subject to year-to-year whims of the annual appropriations process. The Marketplace Certainty Act removes all basis for any further questions about what is already clear from a fair reading of the Affordable Care Act as a whole, that both those CSR payments and the advanced premium tax credit subsidies are to be funded from the same permanent appropriation. Now, I see my colleague from Texas here on the floor, and I'm sure he's going to object to the unanimous consent request that I'm going to be proposing in a couple of minutes. And you know, he objected last Thursday when I asked for unanimous consent to pass the Marketplace Certainty Act, and justified that objection by asserting that the cost-sharing reduction payments are, I think he called it a bailout of the insurance companies. That's an inflammatory term, and I think we ought to be careful with how we use it, because the truth is that cost-sharing reduction payments are in no way, shape, or form a bailout. They're orderly payments built into the law to go directly to keep premiums, copays, and deductibles affordable for lower-income Americans. In fact, those same payments were included in the bill that Senator McConnell, Majority Leader McConnell, just said he's not going to go forward with, the Republican bill. It included those very same cost-sharing reduction payments. I think they were included because there was a recognition that these are important to help address the costs of health care for all Americans. And as I said earlier, we've had statements by Chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, Lamar Alexander, talking about these payments should be continued. We've heard from House Ways and Means Chairman Kevin Brady, who said that we need to continue these payments to help stabilize the insurance market. It's the uncertainty that's causing the current problem, and we could address that today, this week, if people were willing to work together. Now, as Democrats, we've come to the floor to say we want to work together. We think we can address the challenges that we face with the Affordable Care Act. We can do it in a bipartisan way. I know we can because Tim Scott and I have done it. We passed a bill several years ago by unanimous consent that basically gave states the ability to control group size for for companies in the marketplaces. So I know it can be done, and I know we could do it today if there were a willingness on the part of all of our colleagues to work together. That's what the American people want. They don't want 32 million people thrown off their health insurance. We don't want hospitals, rural hospitals, to close in New Hampshire. We don't want nursing homes to close. We don't want people to be thrown out of their nursing homes. I was up in northern New Hampshire at a nursing home over the weekend where I talked to a group of women in their 80s and older, and one woman said to me, she said, you know, I worked my whole life, I paid my taxes, I did everything I was supposed to do. I sold my house so I could get into this nursing home, so I could qualify under Medicaid. I got rid of all my assets, and now they're telling me that I'm going to get thrown out? She said, what would I do? I have no place to go. I have no family to help me. Well, people don't want that. What they want is for us to work together to help fix health care so that people can get what they need when they need it. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of S. 1462, that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, the senator from New Hampshire, reserving the right to object, the senator from New Hampshire has acknowledged that she'd made this previous request last week. And the Kaiser Family Foundation, among other publications, has clearly stated that the cost-sharing reductions that she is asking for are paid directly by the federal government to insurance companies. Thus, when I call this an insurance company bailout, I believe that is literally true. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the cost of these payments at $7 billion in 2017, $10 billion in 2018, and $16 billion by 2027. So what my friend, the senator from New Hampshire, is proposing here is an insurance company bailout into the tens of billions of dollars with no reform, throwing more money at a broken Affordable Care Act, which has been in existence 7 years now. I know they'd like to blame this on President Trump, who's been in office just a short time, about a half a year, but this is built into the very structure of the Affordable Care Act, and it isn't working. I personally will not be part of any bailout of insurance companies without reforms. That's why we were trying to structure something under the Better Care Act, which unfortunately we haven't been successful with so far, but we're going to keep on trying. But this is not the answer, and I object.
Mr. President, I am disappointed but not surprised that my colleague has objected. And I don't believe he objected because of the effort to help pay these subsidies, which are pass-throughs to insurance companies. And I think reforming how we do those, I'm certainly happy to sit down and talk about that. But the fact is that's not the issue right now. The issue is that this is a way that we could address the current uncertainty in the marketplaces in a way that will be good for maintaining stability of health care for all Americans. And I'm disappointed that there isn't a willingness to work together to do that. And I hope as this debate continues, we will finally see people come together to get something done to address not just health care for Americans, but to address the 1/6 of the economy that depends on the health care industry. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise today to discuss the nomination of Mr. Patrick Shanahan to serve as the 33rd Deputy Secretary of Defense. The Senate Armed Services Committee held a hearing on his nomination on June 20th, and he was voted out of committee by voice vote. Mr. Shanahan was born and raised in the state of Washington. He received his undergraduate degree from the University of Washington and then a master's degree and an MBA from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Mr. Shanahan then embarked on a 30-year career at the Boeing Corporation, where he rose to most senior echelons of management, working both the company's defense and commercial programs. Most recently, Mr. Shanahan served as a senior vice president for supply chain and operations. The Deputy Secretary of Defense is one of the most important positions within the entire national security system. The deputy serves as the number 2 official at the Department of Defense, as well as the department's chief management officer. As the second in command of the Secretary of Defense, the deputy oftentimes is assigned a broad spectrum of responsibilities that require strong management skills. The department currently faces challenges on multiple fronts. For more than 16 years, our military has been consumed by 2 prolonged wars against violent extremist groups like ISIS. As a result, the military has faced a generational fight that has sapped readiness and precluded our military personnel from training for full-spectrum operations. However, violent extremist groups are only one of the many challenges facing our country. The past several years have seen the rise of near-peer competitors, most notably Russia and China. Russia has been a resurgent force bent on disrupting Europe and undercutting our own nation and our presidential election process. China continues its saber-rattling in the Asia-Pacific region by undermining the freedom of navigation and using economic coercion of its smaller, more vulnerable neighbors. And when you factor in the destabilizing actions of North Korea and the long shadow of Iran, it becomes urgently clear that we need strong leadership at the Department of Defense. If Mr. Shanahan has confirmed he will need to contend with all these challenges, it won't be easy, and hard decisions on policy and strategy will need to be made. Perhaps one of the hardest divisions facing the Deputy Secretary of Defense is the allocation of budget resources within the department. In an ideal world, a cogent defense strategy that takes into consideration the multitude of concerns facing our nation would inform how the department invests resources in weapons platforms and advanced technologies to confront these challenges. However, the reality is that the spending caps imposed by the Budget Control Act determine the level of funding for most of these budget decisions. The current budgetary crisis is compounded by the fact that the President's most recent budget request adds much-needed funding to defense activities, but it shortchanges non-defense spending accounts in order to increase spending for our military. Furthermore, the budget request fails to recognize that the BCA budget caps are law, and if these spending levels are enacted, the President's budget request would trigger sequestration, effectively wiping out increasing defense spending with mandatory across-the-board cuts. This would be the worst of all worlds. Not only would we would be giving the money in one hand, taking it back with the other hand, but not in any systematic way. We'd be making cuts to readiness, we'd be making cuts to personnel, we'd make cuts to all sorts of things which are much more valuable than some programs that would receive an additional cut. And unless we resolve ourselves to correct, which is going to take a bipartisan effort, the BCA, we can't effectively fund not only the Department of Defense, but every other federal department. And that is one of the great challenges that Mr. Shanahan will face. Indeed, these multiple challenges will require strong leadership and the ability to make tough decisions. Mr. Shanahan has developed a strong reputation during his tenure at Boeing as someone capable of taking on challenges, fixing problems, and turning them into successes. When I met with Mr. Shanahan to discuss his nomination, he emphasized that the public sector needed to work closer with the private sector to get more cost-effective results while ensuring our warfighters have the best equipment at their disposal. It is that kind of leadership that the Department of Defense needs as our nation faces as diverse an array of threats and challenges to our national security as at any point in our history. Based on Mr. Shanahan's qualifications and experience, as well as his testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee, I believe he is fully qualified for the job. Therefore, I will vote in favor of his nomination to be the next Deputy Secretary of Defense, and I trust that he will do his best to lead the men and women who ably serve.
All right, as you can see, the topic on the Senate floor is shifting from healthcare to nominations. So I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the Capitol building. The Capitol is where all that congressional activity takes place, including a lot of the hearings that we show you here on News Now. One hearing that took place today from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The Four Famines is what it's called. It is a hearing on the root causes of famine.
And thanks for your partnership on this hearing. Together, we decided to title today's hearing, "The Four Famines, Root Causes and a Multilateral Action Plan." We chose this title very deliberately. We certainly want to receive an update regarding the humanitarian crises in Nigeria, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. want to have as clear of an understanding as possible of what is really happening in each of these 4 countries. But receiving an update and attaining a better understanding of these crises is frankly not enough. There are plenty of meetings, conferences, dialogue, hearings in this town that can provide such an update. Based on an understanding of the root causes, I, for one, am most interested in identifying and catalyzing additional specific actions that our government, other governments, NGOs, and multilateral institutions can take. Actions they can take without delay to help prevent millions from dying of starvation in these 4 countries. Now, before I preview the witnesses and participants joining us today, I'd like to briefly comment on these posters you see around the room. These are from the 4 famine countries. We hear the statistics regarding these crises, and sometimes we can fall into a dispassionate clinical or intellectual discussion, lacking a sense of urgency and forgetting we're talking about real men, real women, real children who are in dire need of our help. I realize these pictures may be disturbing to some. They're certainly deeply troubling to me. But I think it's important to have these posters here today because they remind us we're talking about real people who need urgent help. Can you imagine how you'd feel if your mother, your father, your sister, brother were one of these children? Today we have an impressive group of leaders and experts joining us to help identify additional steps we can take to help. Today's hearing will be divided into 3 panels. The first panelist is Mr. Matthew Nims, the Acting Director of the Office of Food for Peace at the United States Agency for International Development. Mr. Nims, thanks so much for joining us here today. We look forward to your testimony. As a quick preview, the second panel will consist of 2 distinguished leaders from multilateral entities that play an indispensable role in alleviating suffering in these and other humanitarian crises. They will include the Honorable David Beasley, Executive Director of the World Food Program, and Mr. Justin Forsythe, Deputy Executive Director for Partnerships at the United Nations Children's Fund. In our third and final panel, we'll be joined by 3 individuals. Mr. Dominic Stillhart, the Director of Operations for the International Committee of the Red Cross, Dr. Deepmala Mala, South Sudan Director for Mercy Corps, and the Honorable Eric Schwartz, President of Refugees International. Given this extraordinary group of leaders and experts with real-world experience, I'm of course eager to get started. But before we do so, I'd like to offer a few brief comments to frame our hearing today. Today, the world confronts what many view as the worst humanitarian crisis since World War II. The numbers are absolutely staggering. As Executive Director Beasley says in his prepared statement, about 20 million people are at risk of severe hunger or starvation in the 4 countries, with nearly 6 million children in these countries malnourished. 1.4 million people, like the children depicted on these posters, are in severe condition. What makes these numbers and these images around the room especially heartbreaking is the fact that these 4 crises, to varying degrees, are man-made. They're preventable, exacerbated by armed conflict and deliberate restrictions on humanitarian access. Today in these countries, we're seeing attacks on humanitarian personnel and insufficient global responses to the funding needs for these crises. We're also seeing far too many man-made impediments to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Now, the international community must speak with one clear and unambiguous voice. Combatants must end attacks on humanitarian personnel and facilities. Governments should fully fulfill their moral obligations to help financially. And countries should stop using food and medicine as weapons, weapons of war to gain political advantage or leverage. Deliberately attacking humanitarian personnel and facilities and impeding humanitarian relief to areas not under a combatant's control are clear violations of customary international law. They are morally reprehensible, and they must stop. That is why I introduced bipartisan Senate Resolution 114 with Senator Cardin back in April. This resolution called for an urgent and comprehensive international diplomatic effort to address man-made obstacles in Nigeria, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen that are preventing humanitarian aid from being delivered to millions of people who desperately need it. I'm pleased that the Senate Foreign Relations Committee passed a version of this resolution, and I'm most hopeful that the full Senate will pass it soon. I hope this hearing will give each of us a clearer idea of what can and what must be specifically done to help those at risk of starvation in each of these 4 countries. So, with those thoughts in mind, I'd now like to call on Ranking Member Merkley for his opening remarks. Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and particularly for your deep, genuine, persistent interest and engagement on such an important issue. And we certainly are deeply pleased to have 6 such incredible international experts to give us insight on the challenges that we face. Eradicating hunger, malnutrition is a great challenge. An appalling number, almost 800 million people across the world do not have enough food to eat every day. And more than 20 million people face starvation in the 4 countries we are focusing on: Nigeria, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. Taken individually, the numbers are staggering. And taken together, it's heartbreaking. In these 4 countries, so many children, severely, acutely malnourished. It is not just a moral outrage, it is a disaster for those alive today and all those who would build a country for the future. Severe malnutrition in the first 5 years of lives can stunt both the brain and the physical development, creating long-term disruptions in human capital. It's no wonder then that international aid officials say they are facing one of the most severe humanitarian disasters since World War II. While each country and situation is unique, each and every one of these famines has man-made contributions. It is therefore essential that the hearing today address not only the root causes that drive the suffering, but also the multilateral actions the international community can take to address it. In each of these countries, some combination of weak governance coupled with unprecedented drought and conflict have brought famine-like conditions. Conflict severely restricts the delivery of food aid, whether it is the fight against extremist groups in Nigeria and Somalia, or civil conflicts in South Sudan and Yemen. The effect is the same. Conflict prevents the delivery of food assistance at the scale necessary to meet the need, especially if the warring parties attempt to use starvation as a weapon. And I think the chairman spoke directly and powerfully to that issue. Climate disruption also plays a role. Severe drought in Somalia is a key driver. Beyond Somalia, climate disruption is contributing to droughts and food shortages that are spurring refugee movement and stressing weak governments. As our planet continues to warm, the potential for new famines only gets worse. And famine is not just about food, it's about water. Sometimes it is the lack of clean water and proper hygiene that create deadly scenarios where diseases like cholera spread. The problem gets even worse in refugee camps. Cholera is on the rise in East Africa, with thousands of cases in Somalia and South Sudan in recent years. Over the long term, it is critically important to address the conflicts and climate disruption that are driving famine and will continue to do so. And in the near term, it's imperative that we do everything possible to help those suffering from these 4 famines. The United States has been a leading provider, often the leading provider, of international disaster relief. This is something Americans should take great pride in. While I support the administration's commitment to provide $639 million in aid to these 4 countries, I'm concerned that the proposed sharp cuts in funding for USAID, the State Department, the United Nations, and foreign assistance more broadly will have a negative impact. I understand the administration is considering moving the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration away from the Department of State into the Department of Homeland Security. At a time when refugees are on the rise globally, including as a result of these famines we are discussing, we should only be redoubling our efforts to support refugees and vulnerable populations by keeping refugee assistance and resettlement under the direction of the State Department's Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration. It's essential the U.S. commit American resources and lead the world's effort to address not only these existing crises, but the ones to come as well, to prepare for them, to be ready for them, to contribute to the prevention. Emergency funding is critical, but it is not enough. We also have to invest in development and diplomacy and intergovernmental cooperation. I'm especially appreciative of all the work done by organizations represented here today: USAID, the World Food Program, UNICEF, the Red Cross, Refugees International, Mercy Corps, headquartered in Oregon, I'm proud to note, and all the work that they are tirelessly engaged in to address these issues. And I'm pleased that our USAID representative, Matthew Nims, is from the Food for Peace office, which was zeroed out in the President's budget. But earlier today, the Ag Subcommittee, in a bipartisan fashion of appropriations, made sure that this program is funded. Therefore, you'll have a job. And an important, very important job it is. Thank you to all of our witnesses for their willingness to join with us today. Thank you for your work. Thank you for sharing your expertise.
Great to have you here, Mr. Nims. Your full written statement will be included in the record, so I welcome you to summarize that statement in 5 minutes, if that's possible, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Young and Ranking Member Merkley, very much for the invitation to come speak with you today about, just as you described in your opening statements, this unprecedented food security crisis the world is facing. We are grateful from the USAID side, from the Food for Peace side, and I think I speak for a lot of the other members that are going to be talking. We are very grateful for your continued support to the humanitarian efforts and bringing attention to the struggles of the world's most vulnerable people. I think we have all seen the headlines about the potential for famine in the 4 countries, about the massive levels of food insecurity globally. The USAID-funded Famine Early Warning Systems Network, or FuseNet, has indicated an unprecedented 81 million people across 45 countries will be in need of emergency food assistance this year, largely due to persistent conflict, severe drought, and economic instability. Across South Sudan, Somalia, Nigeria, and Yemen, a combined 20 million people are at risk of severe hunger or starvation. In terms of scale, or to put it in perspective, that's nearly double the populations of Indiana and Oregon combined. In Yemen in particular, the scale of food insecurity is staggering. More than 17 million people, an astounding 60% of the country's population, are food insecure, including nearly 7 million people who are unable to survive without food assistance. In responding to these emergencies, we are seeing some commonalities as conditions worsen. High malnutrition levels across these countries are very worrying. In all 4 countries, more than 1.4 million children are projected to face severe acute malnutrition this year. These numbers are shocking, particularly when you consider severe malnutrition in emergency contexts can threaten the very survival of children, and long-term have negative effects on all aspects of individuals' health and development. In 3 of the countries, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen, cases of cholera are on the rise. The people of Yemen face the world's worst cholera outbreak, with more than 332,000 suspected cases reported as of last week. In fact, I think we're closer to 350,000 already. As extreme hunger weakens people's immune systems, it leaves them susceptible to deadly but largely preventable diseases like cholera. So it's critical we contain the outbreaks. The man-made nature of these crises is another common thread. In South Sudan, Nigeria, and Yemen, the food security situation is a direct consequence of prolonged conflict. In Somalia, ongoing conflict has exacerbated severe drought conditions. In all 4 of the countries, we call on all parties to allow safe, rapid, and unhindered access to people most in need. As you know, In South Sudan, despite our efforts in the last 3 years to stave off famine, famine was declared in 2 countries in February due to the ongoing conflict and lack of safe and sustained access. The international community responded by scaling up humanitarian activities, and in June, it was announced that famine conditions have subsided. However, overall, food security across the country has continued to deteriorate, and life-threatening hunger has spread in both scope and scale. An estimated 6 million people, more than half of South Sudan's population, now face life-threatening hunger. Nearly 4 million South Sudanese have been displaced from their homes, and an exodus of 1.9 million South Sudanese into neighboring countries, including into conflict areas of Sudan, definitely shows the desperation they face. I had the honor of traveling with Chairman Corker and Senator Coons to Bidi Bidi, the settlement in Uganda in April, where many South Sudanese refugees shared their harrowing stories with us and thanked us for the assistance provided by the U.S. government. I was struck by the bravery they showed in the face of such adversity. The United States, through its many partners, continues to robustly respond to these emergencies and help lead the international effort. Through your generous support, we just announced an additional $639 million in humanitarian assistance for the millions of people affected by food insecurity and violence in these countries. Our assistance includes emergency food and nutrition assistance, life-saving medical care, improved sanitation, safe drinking water, emergency shelter, protection for civilians affected by conflict, and support for hygiene and health programs to treat and prevent disease outbreaks. This brings the total U.S. humanitarian assistance to more than $1.8 billion for these 4 crises since the beginning of fiscal year 2017. Finally, as I close, I would be remiss not to acknowledge that these 4 crises are our areas of greatest concern, but they represent merely the spearhead of humanitarian emergencies, including ongoing crises in Syria, Iraq, and in places like Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And in particular, I would draw your attention to the worrying news coming out of Ethiopia. According to FuseNet, the situation in southern Ethiopia is deteriorating and may be catastrophic without additional intervention. The drought in southern Ethiopia comes as the country's north and central highland areas continue to recover from a severe drought last year that was triggered by El Nino and consecutive poor rainy seasons. We are continuing to ramp up our assistance, including resilience investments, to support Ethiopia's capacity to better withstand.
All right, everyone. Well, that famine feed kind of timed out for us, but that's okay because we have a live feed coming in regarding the flooding, the Arizona flooding that we've been following. We have a press conference coming in from around the Payson area, so we're going to tune into that. So this is a live update.
I don't have your number. It was like super awkward. That one thing's like, did I say that I would once? Or? Yeah. And then another day I'm scared. And I'm sure that things, so he was just scared me, and I think that failed. I say, okay, oh my God. We never had something. Well, I wasn't ready. It was like 11:30. The drive over. She said at 11:30, and yesterday he was still working. At 8 p.m. when I was still in the hospital. You got half of them? Yeah. Well, you know, they want secondary inspection. So, yeah, because I think around 6. I feel like 6. That's the thing. Yeah. Maybe just showing they work. Everybody's saying.
5, 600 yards from. So,
south areas where they're well, that's really got. That's where they're talking about. Anytime that makes higher confidence down.
All right, guys, as you can see, the feed is really bad coming in from this press conference. We are going to work to fix that for you. Here's a live look at New York City in the meantime. Again, this press conference coming in from a very remote location, so bear with us. We're trying to get that live feed for you here. Again, guys, we are trying to fix those technical difficulties. Again, we're trying to get this feed in from this rural area where the flash flood took place. As you can see, this is our feed. You can't really see anything right now, unfortunately. Again, we will work to fix this. In the meantime, here is a look at the White House. All right, it looks like the feed has been somewhat fixed.
Our number one priority on this search, besides obviously finding the last remaining victim, is our crew safety. So that's why we have them stationed down at one of the pullouts right now, waiting. Besides all of the ground crews that I mentioned before, the cadaver dogs and the drone, the Department of Forestry and Fire Management 2 hand crews are also being in this river that are 5 feet deep, full of black, murky, full of ash, debris. So we're utilizing those hand crews to bring down crews to get it now. I would say both. We don't want to suspend the search today. Because these storms out.
Again, this feed coming in is pretty bad, guys. The audio is jumbled. If the audio continues to be jumbled, we will cut away from this. Let's try to figure it out, though. Let's listen in.
The next few hours, we'll send them back out. But again, there is a warning, a flash flood warning from
All right, guys, as you can see, our feed, it's just not working for us right now. It doesn't look like we are going to get this update live from the Payson area regarding Saturday's flash flood. We do know that the search continues for one missing person, 9 people already dead. If we do get an update, we will take you there, like I said, but as you can see, the feed is frozen. So what I'm going to do is take you to the Senate Finance Committee now. We're going to go ahead and listen in on a hearing about tax reform. So let's go to that now.
President Reagan called for a reform of the tax code. He laid out 3 main goals for tax reform: fairness, efficiency, and simplicity. Those 3 goals are as relevant today as they were a generation ago. For our current efforts, I would add a 4th goal: American competitiveness. This goal is essential in today's global economy, as we must also consider what is happening outside our borders. When discussing tax policy or legislation, it's very easy to find oneself heading down Byzantine complexity, but I think we would do well to keep focused and to frequently remind ourselves of these basic principles. Therefore, I'll repeat them: fairness, efficiency, simplicity, and American competitiveness. The Tax Reform Act of 1986 is generally considered to be a great success. However, one question people should ask themselves is, if the law we passed in 1986 was such a success, why did it disintegrate so quickly? Obviously, there are a number of competing interests out there, with many of them focused on narrow provisions or benefits in the tax code. Some of these interests have employed efficient lobbyists to make compelling cases for changes, while others have elected efficient legislators who have done the same. That's one reason for the more or less constant change we've seen to the tax code since 1986. Another reason might be that the theoretical underpinnings of the 1986 bill weren't as sound as many assumed. For one thing, the 1986 reform was a shift towards pure taxation of income. But in the last couple of decades, there has been that increasing awareness of the efficiency of taxing savings and investment lightly or not at all, and instead basing the tax system on consumption. And indeed, a number of subsequent changes to the tax code would be described as a shift away from taxing income toward taxing consumption. This helps to explain things like decreased tax rates on capital gains and dividends, more rapid depreciation schedules, and more qualified retirement plan options. Many of the major reform proposals we've seen in recent years, including the House's Better Way blueprint, would take us further in that direction. And while some of these changes have been very good, the piecemeal fashion in which they have happened was not consistent with simplicity. And many of the changes have been bad, in my opinion. Another way of looking at the unraveling of the 1986 tax reform law is that it had a sound theoretical basis at the time, but technological changes in the intervening decades have required us to make changes in the years since. For example, the tax base is far more mobile today than it was in 1986. And a mobile tax base is inherently less reliable, making efforts to heavily tax highly mobile assets an exercise in futility. Whatever the case, we know that the myriad changes to the tax code in the past 3 decades have led us with a status quo that is simply unsustainable. American families, individuals, and businesses collectively spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year, not to mention countless hours simply trying to comply with our tax code. Tepid growth rates for the U.S. economy have seemingly become the new normal for some. America's multinational businesses find it difficult to compete abroad and are often targets for acquisition by foreign companies. All of this should be very unacceptable to every member of the Senate. Senator Wyden was correct when he recently described the current tax code as a, quote, rotting economic carcass, unquote. There is no longer any question as to whether we should reform the tax code. The only question remaining are how and when. For this reason, we are engaged in a long-term effort to fix these problems, and in my view, the momentum in favor of comprehensive tax reform is stronger now than at any point since the 1986 reform was signed into law. I know Republicans both on this committee and elsewhere are united in our commitment to fix our broken tax system, and efforts in both chambers of Congress and on both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue are ongoing. My sincere hope, which I've repeated numerous times, is that our Democratic colleagues will be willing to join in this effort. Tax reform should not have to be a partisan exercise. Indeed, the negative impact of the status quo falls on Republican and Democrat voters alike, so we should all be willing to work towards solutions. I know that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle recognize the need for reform. However, much of the Democratic leadership's rhetoric on this issue has been less than encouraging. We've heard condemnations and claims about tax plans that do not yet exist. We've heard demands sometimes stated as preconditions to any bipartisan cooperation for concessions that are unrelated to tax reform. And on a similar note, we've heard demands that Republicans make significant procedural concessions for moving a tax reform bill as a prerequisite for any bipartisan engagement on the substance of potential legislation. I won't belabor this issue too much at this point. I'll simply say that historically speaking, this is not how we've worked on bipartisan tax policy, and I hope that the statement we've heard from some of the Senate Democratic leaders discouraging bipartisan efforts on tax reform do not reflect the views of all our Democratic colleagues. Today we have a panel of 4 very skilled experts who represent both parties. They are all former Assistant Secretaries of Treasury for tax policy. They've been on the front lines of tax policy for some time, and I'm certain that their insights can help us today as we work to address both the shortcomings of our current tax system as well as the divisions that could hamper our tax reform efforts. And with that, I'm very pleased to turn to my colleague and partner, Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on this side, we very much would like to work in a bipartisan way and have a true partnership on this issue for a tax code that gives all Americans the chance to get ahead. I want to begin by saying that everyone here wishes Senator McCain a full and speedy recovery. John McCain is about as tough as anybody around, and with Cindy, his wife, in his corner, we're all counting on him being back with us soon. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, it is hard to imagine a member of Congress, Democrat or Republican, who would stand up before a crowd at a business or town hall meeting at home and say, I am a big fan of the tax system that's on the books. Insanely complicated, riddled with sweetheart deals, and plagued by the inversion virus. I just don't see a lot of members of Congress out there stumping for business as usual tax policy. What is needed is bipartisan tax reform that focuses on progressivity and helping the middle class, cleaning out the flagrant tax loopholes, fiscal responsibility, and giving all Americans the chance to get ahead. Now, those were all key principles of what happened 3 decades ago when Democrats and Republicans got together for major bipartisan tax reform. Unfortunately, in the first months of this administration, the majority party hasn't shown any concrete evidence in this kind of approach. Before his confirmation, Senator Mnuchin embraced what has come to be known as the Mnuchin Rule: no absolute tax cut for the wealthy. I think it'd be fair to say that stirred a lot of interest on our side of the aisle. But it wasn't very long before Secretary Mnuchin and the Trump economic team made a full-scale retreat from the principle. Now, the administration has a one-page plan of tax reform bullet points. There's a lot of detail about how the fortunate few get their taxes cut. Not much detail about how relief is going to go to the middle class. And we all remember when Henry Ford said, look, I want to be successful. For me to be successful, working people have to have the money to buy my cars. So it's all about the working class. And in fact, under the Trump plan, independent analyses said millions of working Americans were in line for a tax increase. Furthermore, in the last few weeks, the Treasury Department has begun to wipe out tax rules designed to crack down on corporate inversions, protect jobs, and close estate tax loopholes. But without a plan waiting in the wings to replace those rules, that means that the Treasury Department risks a new outbreak of the inversion virus, an outbreak that would put more jobs at risk and condone tax avoidance. Here in the Congress, there are widely circulated pictures of a meeting of a group called the Big Six, big blow-up in the Wall Street Journal, comprised entirely of Republican senators, representatives, and Trump officials. And it says these folks are going to do the tax overhaul. Now, Republican members have already telegraphed a plan to transplant the Trump tax care breaks for the wealthy into a big regressive tax cut later this year. And majority leadership in the Senate has said repeatedly in the media that they plan to move tax legislation with the same my way or the highway approach. We all know that's reconciliation that's been used and clearly has not turned out well on health care. It's hard to look at the concrete evidence and find proof that the majority party wants real Democratic involvement in tax reform. And I would just say to my colleagues, you go back and read these histories in the 80s, and by this time in 1986, Democrats and Republicans were hip deep into going back and forth about how you would do bipartisan tax reform. Now, anybody can write a bill that slashes tax rates for the fortunate few and the biggest corporations, and you might even be able to get enough support to get it enacted into law, particularly if you use a partisan-only approach. I would just say, as we launch this, that's not a good way to get the certainty and predictability that's really needed to create good-paying jobs and expand opportunity. Might be a good way to create tax windfalls for the fortunate few, but it is not a good way to grow our economy and respond to the numbers that we saw just last week that showed that wage growth is flat. The jobs numbers weren't bad, but wage growth was flat. And having middle-class people with money to buy cars and get education and child care and houses, that's how you make an economy hum. Mr. Chairman, I'll close with this. You and I have talked about this often, and you and your staff folks know that I have spent hundreds of hours, literally, to produce what are still the only two bipartisan, comprehensive federal tax reform bills since 1986. One was with our former colleague, Senator Gregg, who Mitch McConnell looked to on economic issues, and most recently with our friend who sat down there, Senator Dan Coates, now at the Office of the DNI. They gave everybody a chance to get ahead. They were built around progressivity, and tax reform that puts growth first by putting money into the pockets of wage-earning Americans. It's lasting and bipartisan, and I'm interested in hearing from our witnesses who can talk to us about the lessons of the past in terms of finding common ground and moving ahead. And last point I just want to make deals with health care. Obviously, there were major developments last night. I hope after it has become clear that the partisan approach, trying to just jam a bill through that raises premiums, hurts those with pre-existing conditions, slashes Medicaid, it has now failed twice. So I would hope as we start this tax reform discussion this morning, we say, one, using a partisan approach for the major issues of our time, health care and tax reform, is a prescription for trouble. It's a prescription for gridlock. It's a prescription that will make it harder to solve the problems that the American people sent us here for. And I'll just close, Mr. Chairman, because you have a long history, and we joke a lot about it, going all the way back to Senator Kennedy. So you have a long history of working in a bipartisan way. On this side of the aisle, we like to bring that kind of focus both to health care and tax reform in the days ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator. Today we have the distinct pleasure of welcoming 4 former Assistant Secretaries of Treasury for Tax Policy to our committee. I want to thank you all for agreeing to appear here today and for being willing to talk about such an important topic. First, we will hear from Mr. Jonathan Talisman, a founding partner of Capital Tax Partners. Mr. Talisman served as the Assistant Secretary for Tax Policy for the U.S. Treasury Department during the Clinton administration. Previously, Mr. Talisman had also served at the Treasury as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Tax Policy and the Tax Legislative Council. Before joining the Treasury Department, Mr. Talisman served from 1995 to 1997 as the Chief Democratic Tax Counsel of the Senate Finance Committee under Senator Moynihan, and from 1992 to 1995 as Legislation Counsel to the Joint Committee on Taxation. Prior to his tenure in government, Mr. Talisman worked in the Washington office of Aiken, Gump, Strauss, Hauer, and Field from 1984 to 1982, where he specialized in transactional tax planning. Mr. Talisman currently serves on the Board of Advisors to the Tax Policy Center and was chair of the Formation of Tax Policy Committee, American Bar Association Tax Section. He also currently serves as an adjunct tax professor at Georgetown University Law Center, where he teaches tax policy. Mr. Talisman holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Virginia and a Juris Doctorate from the University of Virginia School of Law. Next up will be Ms. Pamela F. Olson, the U.S. Deputy Tax Leader and Washington National Tax Services Leader of PwC. Prior to joining PwC, Ms. Olson led the Washington tax practice at Skadden, Arps, and served as Assistant Secretary for Tax Policy at the U.S. Department of the Treasury from 2002 to 2004. Ms. Olson has also previously served as a senior economic advisor to 2 presidential campaigns and as federal tax advisor to the National Commission on Economic Growth and Tax Reform. Ms. Olson has also held positions with the Chief Counsel's Office of the IRS as Special Assistant to the Chief Counsel, Attorney Advisor in the Legislation and Regulations Division, and Trial Attorney in San Diego District Council. In 2000 and 2001, Ms. Olson was the first woman to serve as chair of the American Bar Association section on taxation. Ms. Olson received her BA, MBA, and JD from the University of Minnesota. Third, we will hear from Mr. Eric Solomon, the co-director of the National Tax Department of Ernst & Young in Washington, D.C. Mr. Solomon formerly served at the Treasury Department and Internal Revenue Service, holding various roles in the Office of Tax Policy at Treasury from 1999 to 2009 in both the Clinton and George W. Bush administrations. He was Assistant Secretary for Tax Policy from 2006 through 2009, and the IRS at the IRS he headed the Corporate Tax Division in the Office of Chief Counsel from 1990 to 1995. Before his government service, he practiced in law firms in New York City, was partner at Drinker, Biddle, and Reith in Philadelphia. Mr. Solomon is a member of the Executive Committee of the Tax Section of the New York State Bar Association and has been an officer of the American Bar Association Section of Taxation and teaches corporate taxation in the LLM program at Georgetown University. He is a graduate of Princeton University, the University of Virginia Law School, and received his LLM in taxation from New York University. And finally, we will hear from Mr. Mark J. Mazur, the Robert C. Posen, Director of the Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center. From 2012 until early this year, Mr. Mazur served as the Assistant Secretary for Tax Policy at the Department of Treasury. Prior to this service, Mr. Mazur served in the federal government for 27 years in various positions, including policy economist at the Congressional Joint Committee on Taxation, senior economist at the President's Council of Economic Advisors, chief economist and senior policy advisor, and director of policy at the U.S. Department of Energy. As acting administrator of the Energy Information Administration, director of research and analysis and statistics at the IRS, and deputy assistant secretary for tax analysis in the Office of Tax Policy. Before entering public service, Mr. Mazur was an assistant professor in Heinz College at Carnegie Mellon University. He has a bachelor's degree from Michigan State University, as well as master's and doctorate degrees from Stanford University. Now, Mr. Talisman, please kick us off with your opening remarks, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Chairman Hatch, Ranking Member Wyden, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to discuss tax reform once again with my colleagues and friends. I am appearing here on my own behalf. Several of us appeared on a similar panel 6 years ago at a hearing entitled, "How Did We Get Here?" Given the consensus for tax reform, this hearing might be entitled, "Why Are We Still Here?" But in all seriousness, significant progress has been made in the interim. First, the fiscal cliff agreement largely fixed the encroachment of the AMT and prevented it from morphing from a class tax to a mass tax. Similarly, in 2011, we had well over 100 structural extenders, and these were fixed in the PATH Act by permanent extensions or for 5 years. In addition, over the last 5 years, both tax writing committees have conducted a thorough examination of the principal tax reform options that exist, including numerous hearings, bipartisan working groups, and comprehensive reform bills by committee members. I believe it is time for Congress to heed the instructions that Yoda gave to Luke. Do or do not, there is no try. Let me briefly explore some of the remaining impetuses for reform and impediments that remain. Competitiveness and growth. As has been well discussed, the United States has the highest statutory corporate tax rate among our major trading partners. Broadening the base and lowering the rate would improve productivity, reduce distortions, and attract foreign direct investment. Also, our worldwide international tax system is out of step with the rest of the world, which generally has adopted some form of territorial system. This combination often causes U.S. businesses to be at a competitive disadvantage in foreign markets and creates a lockout problem for redeployment of foreign earnings. Other countries are taking significant steps to attract headquarters, IP ownership, and other cross-border investment. We must respond soon to these global tax developments to avoid a detrimental effect to our economy and U.S. tax receipts in general. Efficiency. Broadening the corporate tax base could improve the efficiency and neutrality of our tax system. However, we must recognize that many tax expenditures are long-time and desired features of our system embedded in the fabric of our economy. Whether to retain them should be based on whether the purpose is still valid, whether the expenditure is efficient, and what the potential economic and social dislocations would be if it were eliminated. Also, in seeking offsets, policymakers must be careful to avoid reform that do more harm than good, such as revenue proposals that limit ordinary and necessary business expenses. As I have written in tax notes, a case in point are proposed limits imposed on the deductibility of business interests to eliminate the purported debt bias. This would overstate economic income and act as a negative tax expenditure. A better solution would be Chairman Hatch's proposal for a form of corporate integration. Fiscal responsibility and long-term deficits. CBO Director Keith Hall has said to put debt on a sustainable path, lawmakers would have to increase revenues, substantially reduce outlays, or adopt some combination thereof. Obviously, policymakers must keep this in mind in crafting tax reform. Income inequality and a shrinking middle class. The issue of rising income inequality and the thinning of the middle class is a critical issue that should be addressed as part of tax reform. This is not a partisan issue. In the campaign, President Trump talked about a hollowed-out middle class and a system rigged against average Americans. Economists warn that it may be slowing overall economic growth. Glenn Hubbard, senior economic advisor in the Bush administration, suggests that the pro-growth agenda may not be sufficient to generate inclusion and mass prosperity. One positive step would be adoption of legislation proposed by Senators Brown and Bennett to expand the EITC for childless workers and to strengthen the child credit for families with young children. And finally, fairness. The fairness of the tax code is highly subjective, but it will be critical to the success of tax reform that it be perceived by the general public as fair. Let me turn to the impediments. So obviously there's a strong consensus in favor of tax reform. Why hasn't it happened? Well, it's hard. Healthcare reform affects only 17% of GDP. Tax reform affects 100% of GDP. And while agreement exists that tax reform is needed, there's no clear consensus as to approach. It will be important to agree on the goals and intended benefits of tax reform, and then the President and policymakers must market those goals to the American public. The success of the '86 Act was largely attributable to the efforts of President Reagan and Chairman Rostenkowski initially in selling it to the American public. Rosti famously asked people to write Rosti to stand up for fairness and lower taxes. He received more than 75 letters and one package with a wooden 2x4 with instructions to use it on any interfering lobbyist. Engaging and educating the public is essential to build support and minimize blowback. Bipartisanship is also important to develop major legislation that does not divide the American public and is lasting. While a partisan approach to tax reform seems easier to accomplish, the truth is it creates numerous impediments that will be difficult to overcome. For example, use of budget reconciliation can be a Faustian bargain, invoking the Byrd Rule and other procedural protections. Finally, while most business leaders are anxious for tax reform, they are not yet unified in their vision. For example, a dispute still exists regarding the form of base erosion and a shift to a territorial system. The business community must find a way to come together. I'd like to close with two final thoughts. First, do not worry about solving all perceived problems at once. Incremental progress will be a significant accomplishment. Debates over more fundamental reforms should not delay or preclude meaningful reforms to improve the code. Second, be careful not to worsen or inhibit our ability to address our impending long-term problems. Hopefully, if this happens again in 6 years, I'll be retired. I stand ready to assist the committee in any way that I can, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Olson. We'll take your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Hatch, Ranking Member Wyden, and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear this morning. I'm tempted to say what he said and leave it at that. I'm here today on my own behalf and not on behalf of PwC or any client, and the views I express are my own. The late Treasury Secretary William Simon once observed, "The nation should have a tax system that looks like someone designed it on purpose." Unfortunately, the tax system we have leaves much to be desired, and we've already heard a lot about that this morning. Tax reform is just one of a number of critical issues facing the country, but reforming the tax system is foundational to fixing many of the problems we face. Tax reform would set the stage for stronger economic growth, more jobs, higher wages, and a more broadly shared prosperity. It is critical that the committee's effort at tax reform succeed. No one doubts that tax reform is hard, so hard that it has its own hashtag, TRIH. A better indicator is that it has been 31 years since Congress last enacted comprehensive tax reform. Before highlighting a few points from my written statement, which is focused on business tax reform, I want to note that there is a need to make the tax code simpler for individuals and families seeking to save for education and retirement, and less burdensome for entrepreneurs seeking to start and grow their own businesses. Families and small businesses in particular spend far too much time on paperwork and record keeping to comply with the intricacies of the Internal Revenue Code. There will always be concerns about whether benefits and special provisions have been targeted appropriately to the intended recipients. The concerns inevitably lead to intricate details that complicate compliance. Moreover, they often lead to drawing lines that may be entirely rational and justifiable in the abstract, but that in the real world lead to differential treatment that adversely affects individuals' perception of whether the tax system is fair. To the maximum extent possible, Congress should resist the urge to write narrow, targeted rules in favor of broadly applicable provisions. With respect to business tax reform, it is important to keep in mind, as I think we've already heard this morning, that opportunities for investment are increasingly global and the competition for investment is fierce. Every decision to invest elsewhere makes more logical the next decision to invest elsewhere as the locus of activity shifts to other locations. The U.S. market remains globally attractive, but that is despite our tax system, which impedes investment, not because of it. By failing to address the features of our tax system that discourage investment here, we will leave investments on the sideline. Moreover, if we broaden the base in ways that make U.S. investment less rewarding, we will lose investments to other jurisdictions. With that in mind, Congress should aim for comprehensive tax reform as opposed to temporary tax cuts, which will require careful consideration of competing interests and of the country's pressing fiscal concerns. Congress should aim for reform that is sustainable. To be sustainable, tax reform must produce sufficient revenue to cover the cost of what Congress agrees to spend, and it must result in a system that attracts and retains the business investment needed for the economy to grow. A system that leaves an unlevel playing field that continues to discourage capital investment and business formation in this country is an inherently unsustainable system. The elements of a well-designed tax system include a tax rate competitive with the rest of the world and an international tax system that creates a level playing field and eliminates barriers to domestic reinvestment. With respect to revenue neutrality, Congress should focus on base broadening measures that close loopholes or eliminate provisions that distort investment decisions, as distinguished from measures that would have the effect of increasing the cost of capital and discouraging investment in the United States. With respect to international, the need to protect our tax base is self-evident. However, all anti-base erosion measures are not created equal, and the unintended consequences of anti-base erosion rules could be significant. The best anti-base erosion measure is a well-designed system, starting with a low rate that attracts investment and reduces the incentive to avoid the tax system. The world is changing rapidly. I don't think we can any longer afford to look at tax reform as a once-in-a-generation exercise. Once reformed, the United States must maintain a tax code that promotes economic growth and improves the well-being of all Americans, which will require each succeeding Congress to examine the tax system and build on prior reforms. So to quote Dr. Seuss, the time has come, the time is now. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I would be pleased to answer questions the members may have.
Well, thank you. Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Wyden, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on tax reform. I'm here today speaking on my own behalf. For many years, policymakers have expressed a desire to reform the Internal Revenue Code. Much has changed since the last major overhaul in the Tax Reform Act of 1986. All of us recognize that updating the code is a necessity. We hope we are at a climax in this effort, and that in the coming months we will see the enactment of significant reform. In March 2011, I had the privilege of testifying before this committee about tax reform. As I stated in my testimony then, the primary purpose of the federal tax system is to collect the revenues needed to fund the government. We would all agree that the goals of an optimal tax system would include promoting economic growth, minimizing distortions, and supporting the competitive position of American businesses around the globe. In addition, our tax system should be as simple as possible for all Americans. It should also be fair and stable. It should also be administrable for individual and business taxpayers as well as for the Internal Revenue Service. Our current tax system is suboptimal in achieving these goals. We live in a constantly changing world. Economic, social, and political developments, including accelerating advancements in technology, are changing our nation and its role in world affairs and the global economy. As the global economy evolves, we need to reevaluate our tax laws to ensure they are responsive to current and anticipated domestic and global conditions. We must also recognize that our tax system does not operate in a vacuum. It is one of many tax systems around the world. And as other countries revise their tax systems, we must respond as necessary to ensure that our tax system is in the best possible position to facilitate outbound and inbound investment and maximize the welfare of the American people. Numerous tax bills have been enacted since 1986. The Internal Revenue Code is a patchwork of provisions serving a wide variety of purposes. As the code grows, and the regulatory and administrative guidance interpreting and implementing the code also grows, our enormously complex tax system becomes even harder for taxpayers to understand and for the IRS to administer. There is a pressing need for tax reform. We need tax reform to promote economic growth. We need reform to reduce complexity. We need to fix a system that taxes some taxpayers at high effective rates, but others at much lower effective rates because of special provisions. We need to reform to address the incentives to use debt rather than equity. We also need tax reform to address our inadequate international tax system, which creates a lockout effect that encourages corporate taxpayers to keep their foreign earnings offshore because those earnings will not be subject to tax until they are repatriated. This repatriation tax does not exist in other countries. Moreover, we need tax reform to reduce the incentive for American businesses to move their activities offshore. The debate about tax reform has been ongoing for over a decade. Extensive groundwork has been laid by the work of policymakers such as yourselves, academics, taxpayers, and practitioners. It is now essential to take the next step and enact reform that, among other things, reduces tax rates, eliminates various preferences, simplifies the law, modernizes the international tax system, and helps American workers and families. If possible, these reforms should be permanent. All of this should be achieved in a fiscally responsible manner. Everyone is aware of the long-term fiscal challenges our nation faces as spending, especially mandatory spending, continues to increase. We need to reform our tax system in a manner that does not disadvantage us in addressing our long-term budget imbalances. There are a number of important issues that need to be addressed in crafting a bill. These issues are described in my written testimony. They include, for example, whether reform should be revenue neutral, how much tax rates can be reduced, what deductions, credits, and other provisions should be eliminated, how cost recovery should be handled, whether interest deductions should be limited, whether border adjustments should be adopted, what base erosion rules are needed, and how to deal with pass-through entities. The list of issues that must be addressed may appear to be daunting. Nevertheless, it is important to enact legislation as quickly as possible that will end uncertainty and benefit American businesses, workers, and families. There will necessarily be compromises along the way, but the most important objective is to enact tax reform that moves the tax law in the proper direction. There is a window of opportunity now, and it is important to act before that window shuts. In March 2011, I closed my testimony before this committee by referring to the story in Greek mythology about the fifth labor of Hercules. His task was to clean the Augean stables, which had not been cleaned in 30 years. More than 30 years have passed since the Tax Reform Act of 1986. We need to complete the Herculean task of reforming our Internal Revenue Code. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Well, thank you very much. We'll now turn to Mr. Mazur.
Chairman Hatch, Ranking Member Wyden, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here to testify today and to discuss issues surrounding broad-based tax reform. The views that I express on my own should not be attributed to the Tax Policy Center, the Urban Institute, Brookings Institution, their boards, or their funders. What I want to do today is put some guardrails around the tax reform effort, guardrails that are necessary to have a serious conversation about making the tax system more efficient, more effective, fairer, and simpler. The first of the guardrails is ensuring that the federal tax system generates adequate revenue to pay for the goods and services that Americans demand from their federal government. Today, the federal tax system raises around $3.3 trillion a year. That's about 17 or 18% of gross domestic product. And this still leaves us with a federal budget deficit of about $500 billion per year. And given demographic trends, expenditures are going to increase with the growing retirements of baby boomers. So if we're serious about getting our fiscal house in order, realistically, we need to put higher revenues on the agenda for the medium and longer term. And if you recall, last time that we balanced the budget, fiscal year 1998 to 2001, revenues are in the 19 to 20% of GDP range. A second guardrail is fairness of the tax system. Economists have a term called horizontal equity. That means similarly situated people are treated similarly. Generally, this means the source of income shouldn't determine the tax rate unless there's a compelling reason to do so. So a construction worker should be taxed the same as the owner of a construction firm if their incomes are about the same. A teacher should be taxed about the same as a farmer with similar incomes. And a lawyer at a partnership law firm should be taxed the same as a legislator with similar incomes. To violate this notion of fairness brings into question the overall fairness of the tax system. A third guardrail is another version of fairness, what economists call vertical equity. That simply means those with the greatest ability to pay taxes should bear a proportionally larger share, financial share, of the responsibilities of government. This concept is associated with the progressive tax system, where the average effective tax rate increases with income. The overall federal tax system today is mildly progressive, and the individual income tax is fairly progressive. This relationship holds through most of the income distribution, though at the very, very top of the income distribution, say the top 0.01% income distribution, they actually pay lower tax rates than those with slightly lower incomes. A fourth guardrail is simplicity. There's a sense among taxpayers that the tax code is too complex for ordinary Americans to understand. And this sense of complexity is evidenced by the robust tax preparation and tax software industries. A lot of the existing complexity just reflects the increasingly complex world in which we live. Individuals and businesses can enter into almost a limitless number of transactions. These possibilities reflect economic and social complexity, globalization, and longstanding efforts at financial engineering. However, we all have been complicit in the growing complexity. Over the past 3 decades, increasing amounts of social policy have been driven through the tax code. Every one of these provisions might be an efficient way to deliver benefits to particular taxpayers, but every one carries with it eligibility rules, benefit calculations, and these can overwhelm taxpayers with their complexity. So with these guardrails in mind, we can think about undertaking tax reform. Previous reform efforts have taught us 3 lessons. 1, tax reform is technically difficult. There's a lot of moving pieces that need to be looked at together. Second, tax reform is even more difficult politically. When undertaking true reform, kind of the broaden the base, lower the rate variety, key constituencies often break along geographic or demographic or industry lines, not partisan lines. And this leads to a third lesson, which is that bipartisan tax reform may prove to be durable reform. And this committee's long tradition of bipartisan legislating bodes well for playing a leading role in developing a durable consensus on tax reform. And there are some targets of opportunity for tax reform. Perhaps the largest is business tax reform, and my colleagues on the panel have talked a lot about this. If we look back at the Camp plan or the Obama administration plan for business tax reform, there's a lot of overlap there and a lot of good ideas on what you could do going forward on business tax reform. And there are a lot of smaller opportunities where tax reform progress can be made. These include tax incentives for education, which could be comprehensively overviewed and simplified in a revenue-neutral way that would make them more effective. There's also changes to income inclusion rules for debt forgiveness associated with student loan debt that could be addressed. Every one of you has students in your states that have been victimized by unscrupulous schools, and this really cries out for an equitable solution. And finally, increased access to cash accounting, another opportunity for low-hanging fruit, where on the business side of the ledger you can take some steps to improve the tax system. So to sum up, the country would surely benefit from tax reform. Tax reform is politically hard, but the benefits of doing it can be substantial. 3, tax reform should not make our medium and long-run fiscal situation worse. And 4, there are both big and small opportunities for undertaking bipartisan reform. Thank you for your attention. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you all, and this has been an excellent panel, and we appreciate your walking us through some of the history that's so important. I'm going to start with a question that I think goes right to the heart of the debate. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on it, get you on the record. The tax code is insanely complicated, yet determining the centerpiece of bipartisan tax reform should not be. The centerpiece needs to be creating opportunities for working families in America to get ahead, especially policies that help increase their take-home pay so that they can make those kind of purchases that drive an economy where the consumer is responsible for 70% of the activity. I want to just zip down the row, start with you, Mr. Mazur, to get your thoughts on the importance of focusing on the middle class and their opportunities to get ahead as the centerpiece.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. Focusing on the middle class is really what you want to do. You want to make sure that folks who are in the middle of the income distribution feel that the tax system is fair and that they're getting fair amounts of return on their taxes paid. A larger issue, though, I think, is ensuring that there are adequate jobs and wage growth in the economy, and that may or may not be.
That's why I linked the two.
Yep. Wage
growth, more jobs, and the middle class driving it.
And so if you want to look at that, probably the area of business tax reform is the one that you could do the best, make the best progress.
Okay, Ms. Sullivan.
Tax reform, I think, could help all Americans, including the middle class. I think, as Mr. Mazur has pointed out, economic growth from a better system will create jobs and opportunities. Also, the fact that there'll be fewer distortions will make economic decisions more neutral and will help the economy and all Americans. Also, simplification, I think, will be important to reduce compliance burdens. Also, simplification will help Americans understand the benefits that are available to them through the tax code. For example, all the various education incentives are very hard to understand, and simplifying them, perhaps combining them, would be extremely useful. One other point is we have a voluntary compliance system, and having a fairer, more understandable system will promote confidence in the fairness of our system.
Okay, Ms. Olson, the importance of the middle class is the centerpiece of tax reform.
Yes, I think that tax reform is all about creating a stronger economy, and a stronger economy is going to generate more jobs, it's going to generate rising wages, it's going to generate a more broadly shared prosperity. So if we can get the foundations right for tax reform to increase investment, that's going to get us where we want to go. It's going to get us more jobs, higher wages.
Good. Mr. Tallison.
I agree with the notion that tax reform should be judged by how it increases our standard of living for the middle class and others. I think that obviously corporate reform must also be judged by whether it increases job and wage growth. And I think, as I testified in my written testimony, I think that we also have to make sure that we increase opportunity for people at the low end and the middle at the outset, because those will save us money in the long run.
I think that last point's important. One of the areas I've been very interested in, I know Bob Casey and Sherrod Brown have been very interested in, is we double the earned income tax credit, and we were able to get Republicans in support of that, so it's a good point. Question for you, Mr. Talisman, maybe we'll put you into this as well, Mr. Mazur. The Trump plan proposes a special 15% tax rate for partnerships and what are limited liability corporations. I have a lot of concern about this. The 15% special rate could create a massive new tax shelter that would allow the wealthy to funnel their money through sham partnerships and limited liability corporations. Now, the administration's nominee, and we'll be hearing from him, Mr. Cotter, has testified that this so-called rate parity could be accomplished quite simply by taking the amount of a taxpayer's Scheduled C income and Scheduled E income and multiply that by 15%. And somehow this is going to be some hocus pocus. Now, what do you think of this? Is this going to create a big loophole?
Well, it would be good for me because we're in pass-through form. But seriously, I think it could be costly and prone to abuse. I think you obviously do not want to allow taxpayers to convert service income.
All right, everyone. So that was just a portion of this tax reform hearing that took place today, Senate Finance Committee. If you want to see more of that, perhaps you'll see it a little bit later on. Here is a live look at the Capitol building. Mary Kate joining you in a few minutes with more news now ahead. Stay tuned.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I'll be taking you to the next few hours of the show here today. We do have an event for you. I want to take you to Vice President Mike Pence, who was speaking earlier today. He delivered the keynote address at the National Retail Federation's annual Retail Advocates Summit. It's a very long title, but basically he was speaking earlier today at the Hyatt Regency in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. So let's take you to this event and let's hear what Mike Pence had to say. Here we go.
Thank you, Matthew Shea. Thank you for that very kind introduction and your great leadership here. I offer all of you a warm, very warm welcome to our nation's capital. Welcome to Washington, D.C. It's an honor to be here with you today with so many great American success stories, cornerstones of American communities large and small, the members of the National Retail Federation here at the 83rd Annual Retail Advocates Summit. Great to see you all. And I bring greetings this morning from a friend of mine who's a businessman who knows just a little bit about retail, who's been fighting every single day to unleash a new era of American opportunity and prosperity. I bring greetings from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, from the very first day of this administration, President Trump has been fighting to restore jobs and opportunity and prosperity all across this country. This president has signed more laws cutting through federal red tape than any president in American history, and has already saved businesses and families up to $18 billion in red tape costs every year. In fact, the president early in our administration ordered every agency in Washington, D.C. to find 2 regulations to get rid of before issuing any new federal regulations on American businesses, large and small. And with the support of our new Secretary of Labor, Secretary Alex Acosta, President Trump is striking the right balance in labor relations, appointing 2 highly qualified experts to the National Labor Relations Board. And as we speak, our administration is rolling back the joint employer rule. And in case you didn't notice, the American people elected a builder to be president of the United States, and President Trump has already started to rebuild America. And we won't stop until we have the best roads, best bridges, best airports, and best harbors, and the best future that we've ever had. Plans are underway at the administration for a historic infrastructure bill, and it's going to support a growing economy all across America. In fact, this week, it is Made in America week for our administration, and the president's been fighting for American job creators and manufacturers and American farmers every single day so that your businesses, American businesses, can sell more American goods than ever before. And I'm here to report to you, since day one of this administration, President Trump has been fighting tirelessly to repeal and replace Obamacare. Every day Obamacare survives is another day the American economy and American families struggle. We all remember the broken promises that made it possible for Obamacare to get passed. You remember them? They said if you like your doctor, you could keep it. Not true. They said if you like your health insurance, you could keep it. Not true. We were told that health insurance costs would go down. That one wasn't true either. Our administration has actually shown that the average premium on the individual market has more than doubled since Obamacare went into effect less than 4 years ago, and in some states it's more than tripled. When Obamacare passed, we were promised that families would save up to $2,500 in premiums every year, but the average Obamacare plan today costs nearly $3,000 more than a plan did in 2013. While premiums are soaring, choices are plummeting. Next year, nearly 40% of America's counties including 9 entire states, will have only one choice of a health insurance provider, meaning they'll have essentially no choice at all. And even worse, dozens of counties will have no health insurance providers whatsoever on the Obamacare exchange in 2018. Men and women, behind these statistics are real people facing a real crisis. Behind every number is a name, and behind every name is a story. I've heard them as I've traveled across this country on our president's behalf. I've heard firsthand from job creators, just like all of you in this room, and working families about the burden that Obamacare has placed upon them. The burden of higher costs, fewer choices, and worse care for the most vulnerable. Obamacare has failed, and Obamacare must go. Now, President Trump and I are grateful for the efforts of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and the vast majority of Republicans who've worked so hard in the House and Senate to keep their promise to repeal and replace Obamacare. As the President said just earlier today, most Republicans were loyal, terrific, and worked really hard, and there are no truer words. But last night we learned that the Senate still doesn't have consensus on a bill to repeal and replace Obamacare at the same time. President Trump and I fully support the Majority Leader's decision to move forward with a bill that just repeals Obamacare and gives Congress time, as the President said, to work on a new health care plan that will start with a clean slate. You know, the Senate actually passed the very same bill in 2015 and sent it to President Obama's desk, and they should do it again. But to be clear, the Senate should vote to repeal now and replace later, or return to the legislation carefully crafted in the House and Senate. But either way, inaction is not an option. Congress needs to step up, Congress needs to do their job, and Congress needs to do their job now. As the President said with his inexhaustible optimism and determination, stay tuned. We will return. We will rescue the American people from the disastrous consequences of Obamacare and restore a health care system based on personal responsibility, free market competition, and state-based reform. That's the American way to meet the health care needs of the American people in the 21st century, and we're not going to stop fighting until we get it done. But I'm here today on the President's behalf to say thank you. Thanks to the National Retail Federation and all the members for what you do for America every single day. It's amazing to think for 106 years the National Retail Federation has given a voice to the corner stores, the mom and pop shops, the grocers, the department stores, internet retailers, and all the other retailers that are literally the backbone of every American community. And the businesses represented in this room make a remarkable difference in the life of our nation and the lives of the American people every day. As President Trump said when he met with retailers earlier this year, you're one of the great job producers in America, and it's true. Retailers are one of the largest employers in America today. In fact, a stunning 1 in 4 American jobs depend on the retail industry. The National Retail Federation slogan really sums it up best. Retail means jobs, and the best days for American retailers are up ahead. I promise you that. Now, I'd like to take a moment to recognize all the retail champions who are with us here today, especially Danny Reynolds from Stevenson's in Elkhart, Indiana. Congratulations to the 5 finalists, one of whom will be the champion of the year announced later today. Let's give all the champions a round of applause. It's important to celebrate the difference that each one of you make in businesses large and small all across this country. And beyond the numbers, beyond the jobs, is something I would say is even more important. And that is, growing up in a small town in southern Indiana, I know that retailers like all of you gathered here are simply a fixture in the lives of literally every American family. We walk through your doors to get Christmas and birthday presents for our loved ones. We walk down your aisles and we browse those aisles to buy clothes and groceries and everyday necessities. We walk by your windows every single day. We pop in even if we didn't plan on it, because it doesn't matter what we need. American retailers have it. In fact, one of the last things I did before I was sworn in as Vice President of the United States was stop by a retailer. It was during the transition here in our nation's capital, and Mrs. Pence had sent me a text and told me to pick up some ice cream. It's the first time I'd done that with a large Secret Service detail, but I did my job. But let me also say one more thing. Not only do you provide those great goods and great services to people all across this country, but on behalf of the President, I want to acknowledge the fact that America's retailers are really model corporate citizens. The truth is, you support every worthy cause in every community, large and small. You enrich not only our people, but our very way of life. I mean, you can't hardly go to a Little League baseball game. You can't hardly go to a local charity function without seeing your banners hanging, without hearing about your sponsorship on the brochure. And know that your President and I are truly grateful for everything that you do for the communities that you serve. Why don't you give yourselves a round of applause for the difference that you make in the lives of every American community. And I want to assure you, our President knows as retail goes, so goes America. The President told retailers earlier this year that our administration is, quote, in his words, very focused on the issues that will encourage economic growth, the growth that you'll need to continue to grow and succeed. It's remarkable to think about everything the President's accomplished so far. It's been only 6 months. And President Trump is going to keep working every single day to pass our agenda of less regulation, better infrastructure, more American energy, and affordable, high-quality health care. And rest assured, one more item I want to mention to you. This President is going to work with this Congress this year, and we're going to pass the largest tax cut since the days of Ronald Reagan. The truth is, America's tax code is one of the biggest barriers to success for working families and job creators like all of you. I love that old line that says that the Internal Revenue Code is twice as long as the Bible, with none of the good news. We're going to change all that. We're going to cut taxes across the board for working families, small businesses, and family farms. We're going to simplify the tax code by cutting 7 brackets down to 3. We'll eliminate the alternative minimum tax. We'll make the code flatter and fairer and simpler for everyone. And particularly important to retailers around America, particularly small-town family retailers, under President Donald Trump, we're going to repeal death taxes once and for all. Death will no longer be a taxable event. And when it comes to your businesses, our tax plan is going to put American companies, including our retailers, back on a path to jobs and growth and better competitiveness. Our corporate tax rate, it's remarkable to think, is one of the highest in the developed world. Our outdated system of worldwide taxation literally penalizes companies for being headquartered in America, but not for long. President Trump's plan is to slash the business tax rate to 15%. We'll enact a territorial tax that's in line with the rest of the world. We're going to cut taxes on the trillions of dollars that are locked away overseas so that American companies can invest those dollars in American workers, American jobs, and America's future. President Trump's tax cut plan will empower your companies to compete on a level playing field with businesses anywhere in the world. And as we all know, when the field is level, American businesses always win. The truth is, President Trump's agenda is going to make the strongest economy in the world stronger still. And I believe that every business that's represented here will benefit from the historic accomplishments that lie ahead. But as I leave, I want to challenge each one of you, leaders in this country, leaders in the communities that you represent, to stand with this president as he advocates an agenda built on American principles that will generate a boundless American future. I encourage you during this time in our nation's capital to let your voice be heard as you reach out to our elected representatives. Tell them you're counting on them supporting the president's agenda. Less regulation, lower taxes, better infrastructure. And while you're at it, tell them the time is now to repeal and replace Obamacare. The truth is, President Trump is fighting every single day for all of you and all the people that you serve in all of your various outlets. He knows that your success is America's success, and every community, large and small, is a testament to this fact. We have an opportunity. The President and I believe we have a responsibility to usher in a new era of jobs, of growth, of opportunity and prosperity, built on American principles, timeless American principles of growth. And we have a duty to bring about the best and brightest future for all who are blessed to call our nation home. And this we know we will do because we have faith. Faith in the boundless capacity of the American people to revive this nation's economy and grow again. I have faith in this president's vision for America and his determination to drive forward an agenda for this country that will renew and revive the prosperity of our land. And I have faith that he who has ever had his hand on this nation from its very beginning will yet bless America. And so I say with confidence, together with all of you and with Donald Trump in the White House, we will make America safe again. We will make America prosperous again. And to borrow a phrase, we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. I'm going to jump down and say hi.
Love it. Love it if you do that.
All right, everybody, that was Vice President Mike Pence speaking earlier today in Washington, D.C. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. Let me pull this up for you guys. This story now out of Tampa Bay, Florida, where they're still dealing with this massive sinkhole situation. We showed a press conference about this for you yesterday. I want to take you to this one that just happened moments ago in Florida. Again, this is in Pasco County. Officials there are holding a briefing on the status of this massive sinkhole. So I'm going to pull this up for you guys, and let's just hear what they had to say. Here we go.
With 20, and then we're going to have 10 later to look in case we have to end up going out further with our testing. In general, the flow of the Floridian aquifer is going south-southeast, but because there's so many different caverns and karst that's out here and rock formations, we don't know how it's going to end up traveling. So what we're going to be doing is sampling around the area from the site and then concentrate from there on where the flow might end up being at that point. We're going to just first start off with 10 wells that are going to be closest to the sinkhole activity, and then we're going to end up working ourselves out from that, probably about southeast, southwest area. Some points that I just want to end up getting across and tell you all is that some wells, some of the wells out here are old. Some of the wells are deep. Some of them are not as deep. Where we get concerned is with the wells that might end up being shallow or they're not deep enough and the casing isn't far enough to end up protecting the well. So those are some things that we're going to be looking at if there's some records that we can see. Lab tests, we need to end up doing the lab test in order to see if there's a potential for any type of health effect or health risk. And we're not going to know that until we end up doing the sampling. So we want to make sure that we're doing this systematically. We want to make sure that we're doing it carefully and thoroughly on our testing, and not just go out there and test just for the fact of testing. We're not sure of the effects of a sinkhole can cause. We just know that there is a possibility for health effects, and that's what we're out here to try and end up gathering and getting that information. Some questions that might be dealing with the stagnant water that's back here, if that is an issue or not, and really it's not so much the stagnant water. What we're concerned about is the situation itself and looking to do our testing in the area. And then as a precaution, we're urging homeowners that are about 500 feet away from the sinkhole activity for them to end up using bottled water. If any residents feel that their water has changed in color, gotten cloudy, odors, anything of that nature that is different from what it has been before in the past, to go ahead and start using bottled water if they're concerned. Thank you.
All right, I can imagine there's probably going to be several questions for Greg as we move forward, but I do want to add one thing that I overlooked. You see some activity today here outside of our survey crews and things of that nature. You do see that Duke Energy, I believe, has one of their contractors out trimming up some trees across the way, as well as doing some prep work on some poles for first thing in the morning. As I mentioned, they will be in here at about 8 a.m. getting ready to set some new power poles. We do have some Duke Energy representatives here today off camera If you got any scientific type questions or electrical type questions, I'm sure I can get the answers from them, and or they can present their information as well to you. I will be reaching out with Doug tomorrow to possibly have a Duke Energy representative to address you through the media, but we'll make that request and see if we can't have them here for us tomorrow morning when we get ready to move into that phase. With that being said, I'm probably going to go ahead and ask Greg to come on back up here with me and stand beside me, because I know there's probably going to be a whole lot more questions for him than me. But
Hopefully I cover everything.
We'll start over on this side. Anything from the Times or Channel 8? Yes. Nothing. 13. Wow, this is pretty good. Okay.
I've got a question. You said homeowners 500 feet or closer to the sinkhole, they should use bottled water, or is that just a recommendation, or are you asking them to do that?
Okay, the question was dealing with the residents that were within 500 feet of the sinkhole activity. What we're using bottled water, what we're doing is we're recommending as a precaution. It's a recommendation that they would end up using bottled water. Here again, if they're looking at the water and there's any discoloration, if there's any clouding, if there's any odors, anything that is not the norm of what they're used to, then we strongly urge them to end up using bottled water.
Are you asking them to do that if they see the changes, or are you asking those people that are that close to just do it regardless?
We are recommending that they would end up doing that regardless if they, yes.
Next, any follow-up to that? Bay News 9? Izzy.
If Pasco County has already done the water testing, why are you guys doing additional testing now? How is that different? Is this typical?
What the question was is that Pasco County had done some microbiological testing, and why are we coming in and doing some additional testing? The first thing that the Pasco County did was a microbe. We've been working in conjunction with each other, and so they take that because the microbes will be the first thing that can cause any type of gastrointestinal distress. So we're concerned about that at first. Then we end up in the testing that we're going to be doing is going to end up being your metals and your volatile organic compounds. Irregardless of how the test results come back, we're planning on retesting. We just have to find out what the results are, then get with our experts on what they feel is the recommended next stage on testing, and then we're going to end up doing some follow-up testing, whether it's microbiological or with the ones that we're doing currently, or that we're planning on doing currently.
Can I get a follow-up?
Sure.
Now, they picked the 9 homes that were evacuated. They picked a few additional ones that were randomly selected. When will you guys know which homes and how far out that testing is going to occur?
What we're going to end up doing is looking at our survey maps, and we're going to be looking at the houses. Excuse me, just got some sweat in my eyes there. We're going to be looking at some houses that are immediately around the area, and we're testing, so it kind of helps us with a baseline to try and see if we do have anything, and then we gauge from there. We pull back, and then we end up seeing the results are. Then we'll end up seeing about doing testing further, looking where the plume might or might not have gone. We might not have any issues. We might not have any problems, but we want to just err on the cautious side and do the testing. Does that answer your question? Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I had one over here.
Okay.
Bay News 9. I talked to you, Kevin, the other day about how we clear this hole up. We've got 1 vehicle, 2 boats, and who knows how much materials from these houses dumped into the hole. What changed the testing regimen long term based on how this sinkhole is fixed, if those are pulled out or if they're just left in the hole and filled in?
So I'm going to have to defer to Greg. Again, the question was, based on what's in the hole, if a decision is made to leave it in, does that have a long-term effect, and so on and so forth. So again, I'm going to let Greg kind of take a stab at that question. I can tell you from an environmental standpoint of the county, it's going to be my goal to have all of that stuff taken out of the hole. However, I know that there's been some other practices across the state and across the country that you just fill them in and go from there. But I think the question is more directly to the environmental impact of that stuff staying in the hole long term as to what it might do to the water. So, Greg, I think that's probably best for you.
Unfortunately, I can't answer that directly without end up doing some testing. So that's why we would do the initial testing to see what we have to start off with. Then we'll end up looking at coming back out again to do additional testing to see what effects might have occurred.
Right, Tampa Bay Times. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. As far as non-water concerns, what do you have?
So as far as
non-water
or as far as non-water concerns and the environment, or non-water concerns? Okay.
Or both.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
so,
we'll start with environment.
well, the first thing that's going to happen is, all of these companies that are going to be working here, whether it's Pasco County Survey or if it's Pasco County Road and Bridge, even our private contractors, they are going to have safety briefings, safety meetings. I met with the survey manager this morning, and I said, look, this is how close you can go. This is what we're doing, all those things for the safety reasons of the actual incident. The sinkhole is not growing any more than, and it hasn't grown in almost 72 hours now. But it's still dangerous conditions exist out here. It's basically now moving into like a construction demolition site so that we can do that cleanup. So we're going to continue from the safety side of the point, the human aspect side of the point of the responders and those that are in the recovery work coming in. We're going to continue to keep them safe. We're going to exercise all OSHA PPE or personal protective equipment regulations and standards. All of that's going to stay in place. From an environmental side of the house on the water, I think you've gotten a really good explanation on that from Greg and Mike this morning. Right now, we don't have any air concerns. We had no toxic releases or anything like that. So we really believe that the environmental concerns at this point are limited to just the water itself and nothing else. So I hope that adequately covers your question.
Thank you. What can we see it going on today?
So going on today is, survey is probably getting close to wrapping up their survey. They're going to give me those results. Duke Energy is here doing the prep work for tomorrow's next round of resetting poles and trying to clear the overhead obstructions. You'll see tomorrow, you may see some miscellaneous engineers coming in just trying to get a game plan for the rest of the week. Look at those safety concerns, as was just asked about by the Times. But as far as activity today, you've pretty much seen what the activity is for today. Again, we are still approaching that additional 48-hour timeline that the Department of Environmental Protection asked for us to hold off on. So, you haven't seen a whole lot of work on this side other than people spray painting the ground. You haven't seen the heavy equipment or anything like that in there. So this is pretty much it for the day. We will not have any other media updates for the day but unless something happens. But this is pretty much it.
Will the cleanup process start tomorrow?
The cleanup process will not start tomorrow, and that's a great question. We are still working to get in touch with 2 of the insurance companies. And that is what it is. We're just trying to get a hold of the insurance companies and work on a game plan for the actual cleanup. We have contacted one homeowner's insurance company, and I'll go ahead and point that out. That's the gentleman that's in the gray single-story house over my shoulder here on my left shoulder. We have been in contact with his insurance company, and they are ready to, in essence, work with us. So I'm still trying to put that, as I said 2 days ago, I'm still trying to put that meeting and conference call together. So we're not at a point where we're going to be able to do any cleanup. But even if we had that meeting already, we wouldn't be ready to do the cleanup yet because we still got to get the overhead wires out, which will be tomorrow. So I was hoping to get cleanup started somewhere around Thursday. But again, we've got to get with the insurance companies because at this point, the county cannot legally do work on that property because it's private property.
And how many homes are where people cannot go in right now?
Question is, and I forgot to do the question last time, sorry, Doug. The question is how long before other homeowners can get in and how many do we have vacant? So basically, we have 5 homes that are vacant right now that are basically inside the fence perimeter. The power is not onto those homes. Duke Energy has pulled that power. I am going to try to work with Duke Energy to restore power to this home tomorrow because it is, it's on the borderline of being within the necessary footage, but I'd like to at least get the power back on and put some environmental, air conditioning and things like that back onto that home. But as far as people moving back in, we're still at a point where they cannot move back in, and I'm still looking like several days before that can even happen.
So other than the 5 homes, everyone else is back in?
Yeah, as far as the 5 homes, everyone else has been allowed to return. I will say that there are some people that have said, you know what, I'm just not comfortable. We're watching their homes. We're ensuring people don't go in there and do, stuff to their homes with the sheriff's office and whatnot. But that's a personal decision. There was a question over here, I believe.
Can you repeat for you? Yeah, I had one. What is the name of the company again that's going to be doing the testing of the roadways and the easement? Intertech?
Intertech, and it'll be released later today, but it's INTERT, Intertech, INTERTEK, PSI. It's a hyphenated name there, Intertech-PSI, and they are a contracted county that has gone through the bid process and whatnot with the county to help us on road engineering and looking for ground, doing that subsurface type surveying and whatnot that we don't have the ability to do within the county. Right, and again, we are going to have them here tomorrow morning to answer any of your questions that you may or may not have. There's one more thing that Doug wanted me to point out, and we'll close out the briefing with this, is we released yesterday that for individuals that wanted to donate, again, United Way of Pasco has set up a fund for the victims of this, and Doug, I'm not seeing that actual number here in this particular section. So if you know it, so again, the United Way of Pasco has set up a fund. We're going to give you the information again that you can text to that number. You can go on their website. You can make a phone call about donating to ensure that the people that are actual victims of this will get that money. So again, if they want to donate, they can text the word sinkhole altogether, sinkhole to 41444. Or they can donate online at unitedwaypasco.org. So again, repeating that, they can text the word to sinkhole at 41444 or donate online at unitedwaypasco.org.
Sorry, last thing. You said the structural integrity company that's doing it, they'll be out tomorrow.
Right, but again, let me please, the question was, when is the structural, basically the geotechnical engineers and survey company, when are they coming out? It's tomorrow morning. But I want to set a clear expectation within the community, within the homeowners. They are surveying the county property. We cannot have them go, that may be plus minus a certain number of feet within the easement so that we can ensure the integrity of the easement in the roadway. They will not be going onto people's property and doing surveys on people's property. The county cannot pay for that. If homeowners wish to do that and have surveys done, then they need to do that on their own through their homeowners insurance companies or other individuals. But the county cannot use taxpayer dollars to go onto private property and conduct those tests. So I just, again, want to lay that clear expectation that they're going to be working within X number of feet of the easements, which may take them slightly on the private property, but what are they ensuring? They're ensuring the structural integrity of the roadway and the easements. All right?
And even though you're not having another press conference today, you expect the results from the water testing about 3, so you'll send that out in the media release?
So Doug, why don't you go ahead and address that, and then you can talk about tomorrow's press conference as well.
Regarding the water testing, public safety is our #1 concern. So if we see something that needs to be alerted to the public as far as this doesn't look right, and we have a bottled water announcement or a boil water announcement, I don't anticipate that happening. At this point, we don't have any evidence to suggest that there is contamination among the wells, but that's why we're doing the testing as well. And if something does come up, we will do a media alert and notify this public immediately that we've had some abnormalities and going to do further testing. So just the testing that we did here is just the beginning. We'll probably continue to do testing throughout this process just to make sure that the water wells are safe and the drinking water supply is safe to drink. Is anything else from DOH that I want to correct?
I'll let Greg come up after that, but I'm just going to add an exclamation point to something that Doug said. We're going to notify the homeowners immediately. We will then notify you guys via media alert, and if we need to have another stand-up, then we'll do that, and it will be probably about 2 hours out after. But we'll notify the homeowners immediately. You will know very soon thereafter of what the results were. Okay. So, and then Greg, you want to follow anything up on that as well? Obviously, maybe what you talked to is if something comes back with abnormalities, then the next phase of our response is
the microbiological testing that was done is to look for total coliform and also for the presence of E. coli. And what it is a presence or absence type test that the lab will be giving us a result back. So if it ends up coming back with a presence of one of those, we'll end up doing like was already stated, we'll end up notifying the owners. and they would need to end up either boiling their water or using bottled water, and then we would end up following up with a confirmation test to make sure of what the results happen to be. Generally, set aside from this, normal is if we have a well that comes back with a P or an A, we end up doing a confirmatory test. If the test still comes back with one of those, then we end up having them get a hold of a well drilling company that can come out and professionally disinfect their well and the well head, as they're trying to end up disinfecting with bleach. And then there's another test that gets done afterwards to see if that cleared it up. Having bacteria in your water, could be, could not be anything that deals with the situation that's going on out here. We have wells throughout the county that sometimes they do come back with, presence of coliform, and this is the standard that we end up following.
Any other questions?
I have one. Can you give a brief comment just to the long road ahead of cleaning up and recovering from the sinkhole?
The question was, can you give a brief comment as to the anticipated, this is going to be a long-term recovery, and how long is that going to take? Isabel, I've been saying all along, we're going to be in the recovery mode for weeks, if not months. So it's going to be just that. It's going to be a part of getting the debris removed, then the decisions on is the sinkhole repaired and filled? Does it become a water feature? What does it look like after that? But at the end of the day, to the point of the question, it's going to be months. We're going to be here probably 2-3 months. I'm thinking, based on what engineers are telling me, what construction folks are telling me, we're probably going to be here for 2 to 3 months. All right, folks. Again, as Doug's already alluded to, if there's something new, we're gonna let you know, and we're gonna shoot for an 11 o'clock on site here tomorrow. 11 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
All right, everybody, but that was coming out of Tampa Bay, Florida, where they're discussing that sinkhole there. The next top story I want to take you to, this one is live right now. The House Appropriations Committee, they're having a hearing on the Interiors bill. Just to give you a little bit of information on this bill, this is the Interior and Environment Appropriations bill. So basically, they're discussing how much funding should go to the Forest Service, the Indian Health Service, and various independent and related services, with the environment. A lot of billions of dollars go to the Forest Service to combat wildfires, so a lot of money to go into this. Also, getting lead out of drinking water. So they really have to decide, should this bill pass, how much money should be put into this bill. So that's what they're discussing live right now at the House Appropriations Committee. So let's just hear what they have to say for a little bit. And then coming up at 4:40, I'm going to have my co-host Mike Page up here with me to discuss a very interesting story that I think you guys will want to tune in for. So that's coming up in just a little bit. But right now, let's take you live to the House Appropriations Committee.
That every department, bureau, agency, and service funded under this bill follow the rule of law prescribed by this committee. Our staff worked together last year to put together reprogramming guidelines in the base bill, but ultimately the Department of Interior advised the committee in a bipartisan manner that the language would create a series of problems at the department level and each bureau and each bureau office level. Among the challenges identified by the department were undetermined implementation costs, adjustments to the department's current financial accounting system, which will likely result in additional unidentified costs. When faced with these challenges, our bipartisan committee staff agreed that it would be best to work with the Department of Interior and other agencies under the subcommittee's jurisdiction to identify any unintended consequences before moving forward. In the meantime, we worked closely together on reprogramming guideline language that was ultimately included in the FY17 omnibus and which are included in the package before us today. I believe the language in the gentlelady's amendment is the same language that caused the bipartisan concern last year. And as a result, I remain concerned with the bill language in this amendment. Would ask that my friend would ask her if she possibly would withdraw her amendment so we can continue to work together on the bill language that all sides can agree to. I believe we share the same goal, and we can work together toward a positive outcome. I hope you would do that. Otherwise, I must oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Calvert. Ms. McCollum, would you like to close? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless there's
The gentlewoman's recognized unless there be any other speakers.
I didn't see any, and
Okay.
I know you're trying to get us moving.
We absolutely are trying to move.
And so, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Calvert, this, as I said, this only codifies guidelines we've carried in the House report, and it doesn't change those guidelines. And I want to make sure that we have, a little bit of honey in this to make sure that the department does come back and collaborate with us the way that they promised that they would. So I'd like to work with you and see if there's maybe some alternative language or something that we can come up with in the coming weeks. And with that, I'll be happy to withdraw it and work with you.
I thank the gentlelady. I appreciate it. Look forward to working with you.
The gentlelady, further amendments? Oh, my goodness, we could move. Mr. Fortenberry.
At the desk, and I ask unanimous
We'll
consent
consider
to
it
waive the
read.
reading.
Gentleman's recognized.
If you look at my amendment, there's a lot of numbers on the sheet, but really it boils down to this. It's about the Land and Water Conservation Fund. We are marking in this bill an expenditure of $275 million. Last year was enacted at $400 million. Now, there is huge, tremendous bipartisan support for this fund. I think it's government at its best. Taxpayer dollars are not used here. It comes from oil and gas revenues, and every state and locale in the country has benefited from this by acquiring sensitive lands, expanding national parks, wildlife refuges, as well as forests, scenic trails, Civil War battlefields, and the list goes on and on. It also serves as a matching grant for state and local recreational opportunities to enhance critical wildlife habitat, as well as hunting and fishing opportunities. So I have pleaded the case with the chairman, and am very sympathetic to the difficulties that he's facing with a tight budgetary constriction, and I know he's favorable to this program as well, but in good conscience, I wanted to speak to it to encourage us to continue to think creatively together as we move forward so that we can potentially enhance this important work.
Thank you, Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Chairman.
I certainly appreciate the gentleman's support for the LWCF, which is why we're funding it at $211 million over the budget request. I want to send a strong message to the administration that we don't agree with a budget proposal that's essentially zeroed out the program. And I'm going to work with you, and the committee will work with you to get in a better place at the end of this process. As you know, I believe that we should get to a budget agreement at some point in this process, and this is one of the priorities I think we should look at as we move forward in this endeavor. So I appreciate the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Calvert.
And withdrawing the amendment. I appreciate
Ms. McCollum, do you have it? Mr. Kilmer.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to speak briefly in support of the gentleman's amendment. I think it was former Senator Scoop Jackson from my state who said it best when he introduced the legislation to create this fund, when he said, Americans go to the open areas. And that's really what this is about. It's helped build parks in places like Tacoma and protect forest land in Kitsap County. It even went into funding for Shane Park, which is a park I played in as a kid and lost a lot of ball games. Thanks, Land and Water Conservation Fund, for that. But listen, I appreciate the chairman doing better than the administration on this, because what's at stake is seeing some of these projects move forward. In my district alone, there are two projects that where the Land and Water Conservation Fund is really the glue holding these projects together. And what is really a modest source of funding helps leverage a whole lot of private dollars. One of these projects is the South Puget Sound Coastal Forest, which is an ongoing effort to protect 10,000 acres of working forest along the Puget Sound. And there's many others. So I just want to thank the gentleman for bringing up this issue. It is very important.
Thank you, Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Quigley.
It's on a different amendment.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Cartwright.
I want to support Mr. Fortenberry's amendment. I think it's hugely important. I want to associate myself with his remarks. His support for the LCWF is right on target. And right here, right at home in my district, it's so important. It affects the Cherry Valley, which without it might be left behind. It has a wildlife refuge in my district. It includes 5 miles of the Appalachian Trail. It is rich in biodiversity, supplies clean water to the Delaware River. is home to millions of migratory birds for a time. There is a private-public partnership to buy 3,300 acres afoot, of which 70% of the funds are private. We only need 1.3 million more from LWCF. LWCF protects our parks, and I thank Mr. Fortenberry for offering this amendment. Yield back.
Claiming my own time, I want to associate myself with those who've spoken before me. It's an important program. Do you wish to close? You withdrawing your amendment?
Yes, it of course is always difficult to withdraw something that you're close to and has such strong support, but I know the chairman's sensitivities to this. I know he will be fighting to enhance this, and I think we've heard all of the good remarks about the positive impacts of this. So, Mr. Chairman, we'll leave it in your good hands with your good leadership, and I withdraw that. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw.
Before we proceed, I ask unanimous consent that we limit our remarks, further remarks, amendments and such to 3 minutes. Is there any objection? I'm getting a lot of feedback on that. 3 minutes at the moment. Ms. Lowy, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Lowy 1.
Clerk will read.
And I move to dispense with the reading. My amendment would protect the Endangered Species Act by striking harmful sections from the bill pertaining to the gray wolf and the sage grouse. The Endangered Species Act is one of the most effective and important conservation laws ever passed by Congress. Its success is due in large part to careful scrutiny of scientific evidence and the critical analysis of all factors related to the status of a species. A species is only listed as endangered or threatened after rigorous assessment of the risk of its extinction. These rhinos meddle in the process and dismantle 117 is another poison pill that would include the Mexican gray wolf, the rarest subspecies of gray wolf in North America. There are only 113 Mexican gray wolves in the wild, yet this rider would prohibit the Department of Interior from treating it as endangered. By prioritizing politics over conservation, this bill would cause irreparable damage to the integrity of the Endangered Species Act and threaten the very survival of various species. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you control both chambers of Congress and the White House. If you wish to implement this policy agenda, do it on the House floor and not through appropriation bills. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Just a reminder, we're discussing Lowy Amendment number 2, if anyone's looking for it. Mr. Calvert is recognized.
Thank the chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. This is something I've spent a lot of years looking at as both an authorizer back in the old days before I went to the dark side and became an appropriator. The greater sage grouse doesn't need to be listed in the ESA due to, in part, because of the unprecedented conservation efforts that have been led by the states. That's the conclusion of the Fish and Wildlife Service based upon the best available science. The provision that protects against misguided lawsuits that aim to compel a court to force an EPA listing. It's no secret that proponents of listing the greater sage grouse are using the species as a shield against mineral and energy development on public land. It's also no secret that the United States is not secure without domestic minerals and energy. Secretary of Interior Ryan Zinke is carefully reviewing the Bureau's management plans, and any adjustments proposed will follow due process, so let's stay out of that. Let's talk about gray wolves for a second. They're recovered and should be delisted. That's the conclusion of the Fish and Wildlife Service, as testified before the subcommittee on multiple occasions during the previous administration. Misguided lawsuits by those who would prefer to see wolves protected in perpetuity have wasted appropriated dollars. The Endangered Species Act guarantees that management of wildlife will return to the states once a species is recovered. What we're proposing here is no different than what was enacted in the Appropriations Bill in 2011 in a bipartisan fashion for wolves in Idaho and Montana. Gray wolves are recovered. Let's celebrate that rather than litigate. I urge a no vote on amendment.
Any further discussion? Ms. McCollum is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. These riders should be eliminated because they prohibit the Fish and Wildlife Service from carrying out statutory requirements of the Endangered Species Act, and that threatens the service's mission to protect, to conserve our fish and wildlife and their habitats for the continuing benefit of the American people. These destructive riders override any objective science-based determinations that the service could potentially make in the future. They undermine conservation efforts by taking place with federal, state agencies, and private landowners and other stakeholders. And I strongly oppose this effort to mandate the outcome of decisions about vulnerable species. We should not circumvent the established process for making determinations under the endangered species. And quite frankly, the other thing that this rider does is it takes out a way in which many citizens, states, organizations participate in our government when they don't like a decision by taking out judicial review, if I understand correctly. If I'm wrong, I can be okay. It takes away judicial review. So that's a pretty big change here, folks. So we should be doing that on the House floor. And as I pointed out before, and as the ranking member for the full committee has pointed out, Republicans have majorities in both the House and the Senate. President Trump says he's willing to sign a lot of these things. I don't agree with his decision on that. So these appropriate riders, I really think, should be done in a very transparent manner. I want to talk one thing about the wolves. The rider on the wolves range wide now encompasses Mexican wolves, and they're the most endangered wolves in the world, and that goes entirely too far. So I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment, reject these harmful riders, and let's do it on the House floor with full transparency if we're going to be changing the Endangered Species Act. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Ms. Lowy to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I understand the paper is really 2 instead of 1, in case you're reading it very carefully along with me. I just want to conclude by saying, no matter how you feel about Mexican gray wolves and other species of gray wolves, these riders have no place in appropriation bills and only serve to politicize and jeopardize the future success of the bill. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. The questions on the Lowy amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Requisite number. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Aye. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Aye. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, yes. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young.
Are there members who wish to record their vote?
Mr. Young, no.
Ms. Herrera Butler.
Ms. Herrera Butler recorded no.
Mr. Culbertson.
Mr. Culbertson recorded no.
And Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce recorded no.
Anyone further that needs to be recognized? If not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. And we go, Ms. Pingree. Who's next? Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Pingree number 1.
An amendment offered by Ms. Pingree.
Please dispense with the reading. My amendment today would state that the Department of Interior, EPA, Forest Service, and Indian Health Service cannot undertake massive changes to their staffing without consultation of Congress. I know that many of my colleagues in this room would like for government to run more like a business, and as a small business owner myself, I understand that sentiment. But when there are massive staffing changes, reorganizations, and reassignments, any business owner would make a plan, and they would share that plan with those who have the purse strings to make it happen or not. Well, we have the purse strings, and we have oversight over those changes. We need to know what impacts these changes will have on the bottom line of our agencies. And that bottom line is not just how much money they will save, but also the bottom line of efficient and effective government. To give you some context of the changes that are occurring at the department in the past months, career leaders at these agencies, some of whom have worked decades to protect our wildlife or forest lands or wildlife refuges, have been given 15 days. 15 days to transfer to another department. There's been no plan given to Congress about how these positions will be filled, if the staff that are moving are equipped for the new agency they are being shifted to, or how programs will be administered in the midst of these changes from all sides. All my amendment does is direct that the departments share their plans with us. It would allow us to better budget for these changes in the FY18 appropriations process, or share them with our constituents who are concerned about not only their jobs and the jobs of their loved ones, but those who are truly concerned about the program administration and how such a reorganization will affect the American taxpayer. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Pingree. Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. It's a terrible precedent for Congress to interfere with the senior executive service, especially with an arbitrary level of 10%. There are no regional closures proposed in the budget. Therefore, this is unnecessary amendment. This topic was discussed with the agencies in each of our subcommittees hearings this year. In addition, the closure of regional office is something that the administration would need to propose and go through the deliberative process in Congress. It would require a multi-year effort. As in fiscal year 2018 process, has demonstrated, while the President may propose changes, Congress has a final say in funding decisions. In addition, this amendment would have unintended consequences as agencies review their footprints and propose ways to reduce their rent, security, utility costs, and operate more efficiently. All executive branch agencies are required to submit plans to the President on ways to operate more efficiently. We need to see these plans before jumping to any conclusions. I urge my colleagues to vote no on
Thank
this
you, Mr.
amendment.
Calvert. Ms. McCollum's recognized. 3 minutes for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear. This amendment, this provision, in no way restricts the executive branch from devising a reorganization plan. What it does is it merely requires the executive branch to be transparent about its intentions so people can see what's going on. That's us. It empowers Congress to exercise our oversight and responsibilities and to review and approve these plans. This provision, I want to stress again, ensures congressional oversight before an agency in this bill significantly reorganizes their senior executive service workforce or combined regional operations. Now, you remember my first amendment I offered and we had a vote on. My second amendment, which had to do with reorganization, I asked the chair if he'd work with me on this. And I want to make sure that as this reorganization goes through, and I heard Secretary Zinke loud and clear, and I thought he had some really good ideas. I really did. But I want to make sure that there's oversight and that we know what's going on, because we're going to be programming money. Folks, we're going to be appropriating funds based on the agency structure.
All right, everybody. I have my co-host Mike Page up here with me right now. We're actually going to take you to weather coverage, right?
Hey, it is coming once again.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. Let's take you to live pictures of the chopper right now, where they're heading towards the Fountain Hills area, I believe, to show this monsoon coverage. Now, this is my first monsoon season, Mike. You've experienced this many times. Tell me a little bit about this.
All right. Well, you know, it just always feels like still you don't know when it's coming until it's there, right? I feel like you can't get a grasp on it until you see these dark skies rolling in. And look at the Sky Fox coverage here. Sky is definitely getting darker, and we also have radar vision as well for us. And a little bit later, you're going to have Christy Siefigan up here, and she's going to kind of give us a breakdown of what we can expect hour by hour going into the evening here.
Yeah, I experienced my first real storm the other night that you said you slept through, right?
Yeah, on Sunday, I definitely slept right through it. And I only heard about it, you know, the next day when I was seeing all these pictures and everything.
Right.
I couldn't. I'm a heavy sleeper. I'm just a super heavy sleeper.
And you must be used to it too. I'm going to put us on camera here in the upper corner. You know, I hadn't experienced this. I hadn't experienced a storm in so long just living here. But this is my first monsoon season, and I swear to you, it was scary. I mean, trees falling down. I could hear sirens. My phone kept going off at that emergency.
Oh yeah,
siren
you get the alerts.
Pull over, stay alive, which is very scary.
Yes.
2 minutes? Okay. Christy's going to be up here in about 2 minutes.
Okay, great.
But have you driven in a monsoon before? Because they're very adamant about stay off the road.
Yeah, I only got caught one time when I was in a dust storm, and that was a little bit scary. It wasn't as bad where I had to pull over.
Yeah.
But it still, I felt like it came out of nowhere. And I think a lot of people in the stream have those similar type of stories there. But let us know where you are watching from here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And especially if you guys see pictures or you're able to take some video as well. We'd love to have that on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well.
Yeah, or tweet it to Fox 10 Phoenix Twitter account.
Yep.
But you're from Chicago, so you're used to weather, really crazy weather.
Yes.
Obviously not monsoon, but like, you know, the snow and driving in those
conditions. And tornado warnings and watches.
Right. So, and I'm from Ohio, so I'm used to crazy weather, but I hadn't experienced this before.
It's a different kind of storm, isn't it? Don't you think? I mean, because it comes so fast, and I feel like it leaves fast as well.
Yeah, it was very strong, and I just couldn't believe, like, listening to the strong wind. It sounded very spooky.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden, all this rain comes down, and you're getting all these alerts, and I was watching people outside my window, you know, trying to get home, speeding, which you shouldn't do.
No.
But they're trying to get home. They're scared.
Yeah.
But you really shouldn't speed
You
in the rain.
shouldn't. No. That just makes it totally worse.
Yeah, so that's where Chopper's heading right now. Let's see if we can pull up. Remote 13 looks pretty crazy too.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's look at the traffic here and make sure the volume's down. This is going to be a big one again, I have a feeling. I mean, look at the dark clouds. I had no idea that it was going to happen the other night, so they come in really quickly.
Yeah.
Like last second.
Definitely.
You don't even know.
This is the 202 at Higley, so you're taking a look as it's just getting real dark real fast, everyone. And let us know where you guys are watching from as well on the stream. I know we got tons of people that are local, but as well as people that are watching right now in Florida and saying, you don't know storms.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you got to give up to the people from Florida. You know, I have a friend who's from Florida who said that they have hurricane parties. Like, you know how when you have a snow day, everyone has a, you know, kind of like a party at home with your family, you have hot cocoa. they have hurricane parties in Florida where everyone stays in and they ride out the hurricane together and, I don't know, I guess drink wine or something. I don't know, but we don't do that here. We don't have monsoon parties.
No, because really we don't know it's coming until it's actually like 20 minutes out.
Right, and they're very dangerous. I remember Dave Muncy was talking about how he's had to pull over many times because you can't even see through your windshield. That's when it's really
now that's
scary.
bad. That's bad. And then you got to pull over and remember, shut all your lights off, all of them off.
Why is that? When you pull over, you
yeah,
mean?
you got to shut them all off, because if you don't, the people are still going to follow you and they're going to smack right into you because they're not going to know you're stopped until, well, they slam into you.
Oh, okay. That's scary too.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. See, I wouldn't know, because I was thinking the other day, I was driving.
You would think it'd be the opposite, right?
Yeah.
You'd want all your lights on.
Well, too, and when you are driving, have your lights on. I see people all the time that don't have their lights
That's
on
true.
during storms.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I've done the same before, and people are flashing their lights at me until I've realized I need to turn my lights on.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's pretty dangerous stuff. But I think it's extremely dangerous when you're driving and you can no longer see at that point. You pull over, right? I mean,
Yeah.
You don't try to be brave. I couldn't.
yeah. It's better not to gamble. You know, they always say if you want to gamble, just go to a casino.
Yeah,
You
don't do it
don't
with
gamble
the
with your
weather.
life. Don't gamble with
Exactly.
your loved ones.
Exactly.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
But in just a little bit, we're going to have Christy come up, and she's going to give a little hour by hour what we can expect throughout the valley.
Yeah, let's take you to another live look of the chopper right now. Christy coming up next.
And welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, Mary Kate and Mike with you. Soon to be Christy Siefken, and she'll break down exactly what we can expect from this upcoming storm here in just a little bit. But yeah, our Skyfox is already up in the air, and you're taking a live look at it.
Yeah, I mean, these clouds, it looks like it's going to be a big one. Although I have to admit, I love it. I mean, I love thunderstorms, especially here. It's always so dry. We don't have a lot of weather changes here, but I love these thunderstorms.
Sure.
If you're home and you're safe, of course.
And the reason we just don't want it to rain too much, because the problem is out here, the ground is just so hard that rain just does not penetrate.
Oh, really?
It does not go down, so that's why we get so much flash flooding so fast.
Yeah, that part I do not love, I have to mention. Yeah, I don't love that part. Of course, the flooding is something we really have to worry about here. That's not good.
And what I hate about it, I think the most, is, see, I love to go run in the morning or just even go walking, but I feel like so many times, just from a little rain, a lot of the trails will be already washed out. I'm like, come on,
Oh,
it didn't
really?
even rain that much.
Well, you want it to be a little wet when you're running?
No, I don't want it at all. I feel like if it rains too much, it's automatically going to be a flood, and you can't go in some
right.
areas.
I
Like
see what you're
I
saying.
like to run along the green belt in Scottsdale.
Sure.
And here's the problem: when it rains, like I feel like it only needs 15 minutes, and
It's
you're not going to be able
ruined.
to. Yeah.
Totally ruined.
Yeah.
That's a shame. So you're saying it really doesn't even get into the ground. Hold on one moment, you guys. We're getting a call from one of our producers. All right, we are back live here on the air. We're just setting up. Christy Siefken coming up in just a few minutes to really give us the breakdown of this weather coverage. But really beautiful shots right now coming from Skyfox. But look at these dark clouds. It's going to be a serious storm tonight, everybody.
Yeah. So you know what the best thing, everybody that is watching now locally, here's the best thing that you could do. Stay with us right here. Have the second screen experience, and then when Fox 10 News at 5 begins, that'll be your destination. Stay with us at 5:30, 6, 9, and 10. And then if you do see some rain, if you see some lightning, maybe some dust, hey, you know what would be great? Be part of the news gathering experience.
Yes,
and tweet a
absolutely.
photo to Fox 10 Phoenix or put it on our Facebook page, because I tell you this, one of the great things about the viewers out there is when we have these types of storms, I feel like everybody just comes together and just starts snapping away, and it's fun to see on our Facebook page because we get such a nice...
Oh, absolutely. Such a nice amount of photos. I mean, people are always tweeting us at Fox 10 Phoenix or posting them on our Facebook page. And then, you know, John and Carrie, our anchors here, are able to pull those up and show them, you know, on the 9 o'clock news, which is great. And we just love, you know, including your photos, because everyone has a different angle of the storm. Everyone's watching it, you know, from their homes from all across the valley. Again, Chopper heading to the Fountain Hills area right now. But it's always fun to hear from you guys how you're experiencing the storm. Obviously, we hope everyone's safe. Luckily, this is coming in towards, you know, well, actually not luckily. I'm saying it's at the beginning of rush hour. I was about to say, well, at least you know before rush hour. So if you can dip out of work early, you can leave now. At least you know now. Although I hope anyone that's leaving on rush hour is going to be okay as well. But Christy Siefkin now coming up with me. Mike is going to be up here with me a little bit later in the show, but now I've got Christy up here with me.
Hello, Mary Kate. How are you?
Good. Let me put you here on the screen real quick, just so everyone can say hi
You've
to Christy.
got a great picture there of all the activity. Yeah. We've been watching this for probably the last half hour, 45 minutes, just kind of cooking in the higher elevations, watching to see if it was going to come off of the mountains and into the valley, and that's exactly what we're watching right here. Yesterday, we were still pretty saturated from the storms that we had the night before, that it was kind of an in-between day, an off day, waiting for the atmosphere to re-energize, and today we've seen that
now
it has
really
made it there.
re-energized.
Exactly. So
look at that.
Yeah, pretty impressive. We were looking at storm chances about 20% for yesterday, and yesterday evening I was talking about the increased storm possibility for this afternoon and evening for that very reason. Most of the activity we're seeing right now is moving out of the northeast to the southwest into the lower deserts, but that's not to say that we might not get some additional activity out of southeastern Arizona as well. You probably have been talking about with Mike how there's been a flash flood watch for pretty much the entire state.
Yeah.
And it expired last night, the one for the lower deserts, but then a new one was put into place. It kicked off right around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it's for this very reason.
That didn't take long.
It did not. That we're seeing all that activity out there tonight in northern Arizona. That morning, actually, or watch rather, extends all the way until tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. And now right around Roosevelt Lake, we're actually getting some flash flood warnings opposed to the watches, so increased level of concern there in terms of very heavy rain. Rainfall rates in some of these locations, 1 to 2 inches an hour or more. Lots of lightning out there with these very strong cells that are coming off the mountain as well, and of course some hail. We had some reports of hail earlier in and around the Flagstaff area.
Wow.
Yeah. So of course that can make it to the valley, but more likely to see that into the higher elevations.
Let me pull up your graphics too. This is
sure. We can fly around the map and show you what we're looking at. So this gives you an idea of how broad what we're dealing with is in terms of the moisture out there. Of course, those heavier cells that we're watching right now, still pretty far north and east of the valley, but watch that moisture roll along 60 into the valley, starting to pick up some of that rain through parts of Apache Junction, Mesa, Chandler. Right now, any of the green that you're seeing, relatively light rain showers, those deeper shades of the reds, the oranges, the magentas up into Tonto Basin. That's an area that we've seen hit hard day after day after day, really for the last several days. So that's where we start to see these flash flood warnings pop up, kind of that elevated risk above the watch, because there's nowhere for the rain to go, obviously, when we're that saturated. So I'll zoom on in, show you what we're looking at specifically. Take a look at this very strong cell that's rolling over 188 right now, right through Tonto Basin, and then the East Valley, right along 202. You may be picking up some of those raindrops if you are commuting tonight into parts of the Southeast Valley. By the time this gets into Metro Phoenix, we could see it falling apart where it's not heavy rain, but we'll be looking at pockets of lighter rainfall, which I know is still exciting for many people who haven't gotten any rain yet. And just a quick fly also down to the southeast of the valley, you'll notice some cells are struggling to make their way up to Florence, up to Casa Grande, and that watch, take a look at all of that green across the state. That's where we have that flash flood watch in effect, like I said, through Wednesday, 8 o'clock. Rainfall rates extremely high for northern Arizona, and then also southern Arizona into those lower deserts, while the watch is not as long time. time-wise. That's not to say that it couldn't be extended, particularly if we start to see more activity into the evening.
Wow, so this is going to be a pretty big storm, it seems like.
Yeah, we're finally kind of taking advantage of all that moisture out there. The weekend, a prime example of when we saw that tragic, flash flooding into Payson. The reason that we have such a swath of warnings and watches out there is that it really is serious, as you guys have talked about for days now. It can only take minutes for water that is seemingly at a safe level to increase in a level that it is dangerous. You can be swept away, and that's not just if you're standing there, but if you are driving. And so we always advise people, whether it's encountering the dust or whether it's encountering these flash flood scenarios, to not even attempt to drive through a flooded area. It just never turns out well. There, we're starting to pick up some of the raindrops on the camera. You can see dark, ominous skies, and of course, it's always commute time, right? That we start to see these.
Of course.
Rolling
Why
in.
is it always at commute time? Yeah, let me pull up that raindrop. You can see right on our Fox camera right there as we're heading into this storm right now. But for you, obviously when monsoon season is, but that has to be crazy for you coming into work every day, and you don't know if it's going to be just a regular day, sunshine, high of 100, or it's going to be a crazy storm. Like, you just found out, 20 minutes ago? I mean, you kind of had your eye on it, but...
We look at the atmosphere. I mean, there's lots of factors. What the conditions are in terms of the amount of moisture, the daytime heating that happens, that creates the instability that we need for the thunderstorms.
Yeah.
And what happened the previous day affects what our forecast for the next day is going to be. So often when we do these longer-term forecasts, and it looks like we may say there's a 40% chance of rain one day, and as we approach, the storm chances decrease or increase, it's because the conditions in the days prior have changed, so it becomes kind of moving pieces that interlock, if you will. So the movement of one piece affects the next piece, which affects the next several days after it. So a domino effect, I guess, would be the best way to describe it.
Yeah, you kind of have an idea. When the first storm hit, you kind of thought, okay, this is the first of many, and you kind of know to prepare, but
but it is different, obviously, than watching winter storms. We watch winter storms come in with cold fronts. We watch them from west to east, pretty consistent. The monsoon, as I'm sure you've known and have seen repeatedly just over the past few weeks, we can see very heavy activity to the north of us or the south, and it looks like it's going to hit the valley, but those thunderstorms collapse before they ever make it to us.
So what's the real difference between a watch and a warning when they say there's a flood watch as opposed to a flood warning?
Right. So the watch means that the conditions are in place that you may see that type of activity. It's more of a broad brush, if you will, that this is something we're just keeping our eye on. A warning, it's at the point that it is imminent, that this is something that is going to happen. So whenever you do see, especially whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning, a flash flood warning, dust storm warning, this is a, hey, pay attention because this is about to happen. You really need to keep your eyes on it, particularly if you live in that area or are headed to that area.
It was strange too when I experienced my first storm the other night, and I kept getting this buzzing on my phone saying, emergency, pull over, stay alive.
Yes.
Do you get that on your iPhone too?
Yeah, so my phone was blowing up inside of a restaurant. I had my mom visiting from out of town, and she lives in California, so we're hearing all the phones go,
which is kind of scary.
It is
scary. Shoot, is it an Amber Alert? Or
exactly.
Is it,
So there are many alerts, obviously, that happen, but I remember working on the morning show for many years and being awoken in the middle of the night. I'd silence my phone, but for whatever reason, either I didn't hit the function correctly for the warnings, or my phone didn't let you do it, but I'd wake up, in these overnight hours to this, alarming message of these alerts going
You're like,
off.
oh my God, and then it just says pull over, stay alive, and you're like, well, that's scary.
Yeah, it sounds dramatic, but it's real. It's very real.
Yeah.
So there's a reason that you get those alerts. Please pay attention to them. Obviously, we give you updates throughout our newscast. I also do updates on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I'm on all of those platforms for your minute-to-minute updates about where the rain is moving next, what the conditions are in terms of wind, hail, lightning,
Let me
all
pull
of
your
that
page
good
real
stuff.
quick, just so people can
go
follow
for it,
you.
please.
Yeah, because Christy's tweeting all the time, so she's the perfect person to follow for weather updates. Let me pull this up.
That's a great picture from John.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can go back. That is a really great picture. Did he just
He's in
take
the
that?
building, so he must have taken it of one of our screens.
Oh,
then.
he took it from
I was
one
going
of
to
our
say, John's in the
screens.
building. How is he getting this
Yeah,
great
John Hook
picture?
just tweeted that. So yeah, that's a really great picture.
But there's
from
a
John
perfect
Hook.
example, too, if you just go down to a tweet from a little bit earlier. Look at all of that lightning. I mean, that's right over Tonto Basin, where we talked about that cell that's moving toward
Right
the
now?
valley. I mean, this was several minutes ago, so if we had gone in real time to where that is, you'd be seeing a lot of lightning bolts closer to us.
That's
so
what I really noticed was the lightning the other
Yeah.
night. It was
Oh.
seriously bright. I mean, it kept waking
Yes.
me up.
Not even just strikes, but people I talked to the other night described looks like a swath of clouds with a whole bunch of, so it's like somebody shining on and off these kind of grayish white lights behind. And that's what you'll see when we get these storms with a lot of lightning in them.
Which, if you're safe and you don't have to deal with any flooding, it's kind of nice.
It's
I mean,
beautiful
I
to
love
watch.
the
Oh, for
storms.
sure. If you're
Yeah.
safe inside your house, which is where, once again, with my mom visiting, we opened up the doors of my house and opened up some windows and took some videos and sent them to friends back in California, because it is beautiful to watch, like you said, if you're in a safe spot. And we love to see your pictures, love to see your videos, but of course, we never want you to take them while you're operating a vehicle or in a place that's unsafe.
Yeah, no, always be safe. And of course, you
Yeah.
guys, again, follow Christy. I'm going to take this full screen for you guys. At Christy S. Fox 10. Follow her because she has all of the information about weather. She's constantly tweeting, so she's probably the best
Yeah.
resource for you guys. And I'll let you get back because I know you have to get ready
Thank you.
for the
Yeah,
5,
we've
right?
got our 5 o'clock newscast coming up, but like you said, I'll continue to put the updates on Twitter as well as on my Facebook page. That's just Christy Siefkin, Fox 10, my full name.
Perfect.
Instagram is at Christy Siefkin. And yeah, stay safe out there, guys, and enjoy the rain. I know many of you are excited on a happy, lighter note in areas
Yeah.
where it is safe. Enjoy it. It's sticky outside if you haven't gotten the rain yet, but as you can see, if it continues to move as we expect, it should help to kind of cool things down and give you a little bit of a break.
Absolutely. Christy, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. We'll see you guys later.
All right, you guys, now I've got my co-host Mike Page up here with me again. That was Christy Siefkin giving me the updates on the weather. She knows her stuff, I have to
Isn't
tell
that
you.
great? Isn't that
Yeah.
great when she could come up here and have a little bit of time to give us that breakdown? And now she's getting ready for the 5.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have to tune into the 5 o'clock news. And if you're not here locally, you can just go to fox10phoenix.com and watch the broadcast
There
from
you go.
But let's pull up some more pictures. What do you think we should take?
Show this flash flood watch too, just to give people an idea.
Yeah.
It's pretty much, even in Tucson as well. You can see Phoenix there. We're all in the mix right now for this flash flood watch.
Until 2 a.m.
Yeah. So everyone, if you're watching this, let's take it easy tonight. You don't know how much this rain could happen, and if it does, it's better just to be home.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want to be driving. Again, I couldn't believe when I was watching from my window, just people speeding. I get you're scared, you want to get home, but it's dangerous to be speeding in those slick roads.
Speeding is probably the worst time to do it when there are, like you said, the slick
Right, it's
road.
raining, let me speed. This is the opposite of,
Yeah.
of what you'd want to do, but I just hope everyone can stay safe out there.
Yeah,
and,
let's not forget the rules of the road, even though it is raining, everyone.
Yeah, let's take 2, what do you think? Chopper or...
Let's give them a little chopper action
Let's
right
give 'em
now.
a little chopper action. Here we go. This is Sky Fox up in the air right now. We've been seeing a few raindrops hitting the chopper camera there, which has been nice to see. Again, I mean, if you're safe and you don't have to deal with any flooding, it is very beautiful to see these storms. A lot of you guys watching on our YouTube stream aren't even from Phoenix, so you just get to enjoy this storm coverage and not have to actually deal with it, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's nice how it cools down, though.
Sure.
I haven't been able to really take my dog on walks because the ground has been way too hot for its little feet.
Oh.
But after it storms, it's actually really nice. It's wet, the ground is cool.
Yeah.
And, it's just a nicer experience, although it is kind of humid out.
Oh,
but-
sure. But you know what? You're looking at Sky Fox, everybody. Looks a little clear out here, though.
Yeah,
so
this-
that's good news.
This looks fine, but then take a look at our traffic cam. That looks different, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a little menacing now, everyone. So please be safe there. I know we got so many viewers there on Facebook and fox10phoenix.com. A lot of you want to know, okay, when are we going to get some big rain again? Well, we just got to wait it out, We don't know. It's only 100 degrees out, so the lower the temp, the more chance that we could get some rain.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even really feel like 100 when it gets into these, stormy situations. It feels so nice out. Although, I mean, if you don't like rain or the humidity, maybe you don't like these storms. I mean, are you a fan of these storms? Some people either love monsoon season or they hate it.
I like how it just breaks it up a little because I feel like for so long we always, and I'm not complaining either on this, that we have so many sunny days, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to see a little mixture. every now and then.
Right. You're from Chicago. I'm from Cincinnati. Being from the Midwest.
We're like the opposite. We always wanted the sun when we're there because
Yeah.
we barely would, see it sometimes in the summer.
Yeah, exactly. Being from the Midwest, you deal with, like in Cincinnati, there's a saying, you don't like the weather, stay a while,
Sure.
it'll change. We always have snow or rain every other day, and it's
Yes.
just up and down. Here, it's like heaven every day with
Yeah.
sunshine and blue skies.
And what does that prove to everyone? That means the grass is always greener on the other side. There it
Exactly.
is.
I do love the weather here, but it is nice to see a little bit of change. So it's nice to see these storms. And it does get cold. It gets chilly, in January
Oh, sure.
and December.
People don't get that, They don't understand that it's a crisp cold there in the winter.
Yeah, it's not like, hot all year around. You
No.
can even ski in Arizona, which is another cool thing about this wonderful state, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
But take a look. Now Chopper's heading to a little bit of a darker area here, so this looks pretty
Yeah,
bad too.
now it's getting darker. Now it's getting darker, everyone. Best thing that you could do right now, if you can, hit that share button if you are local here. That way you can alert your friends, your family members of what is happening as well. And even if maybe you're in a different state but you have family, in Arizona, or if you
Yeah.
have friends, still share because it'll come up on their feed and they'll be able to see it as well. And they can watch it whenever they like as well.
Because I think people have this idea about Arizona, and I have to say I'm guilty of this, it's Arizona, it's the desert.
Sure.
It's just hot every day, and there's nothing but, tarantulas running around and
Yeah.
cactus. It's just, people have this idea of what Arizona is. Really, we get storms, we get, weather situations like this, and I think it's pretty cool.
Yes.
If you can enjoy it from the comfort of your home,
Definitely. Take a look at the tower cam. Let's show them the tower cam right now because that's kind of...
what is that, receiver 41, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
look at the view that we are looking right now that is showing downtown Phoenix. Take a look at that, everyone. I mean, that is now that's no Instagram filter. Okay, that is what it really looks like out there in downtown right now. No Instagram filter. This is real life. Hashtag real life.
And it does actually look like there's
Yeah.
sort of a filter over it. Look at the mountains, too, in the back. And it's just beautiful.
That's a nice
here.
look. That is a real nice look. Maybe the best look I've seen from this tower cam.
Yeah, so everyone, if you're watching, take a screenshot. Just set it as your desktop background.
There you go.
And remember us, and always tune into our stream. That is really beautiful.
Yeah. Maybe lower the you know what you do?
Lower the lower third.
Yeah, do that for them. And everyone, take a screenshot of this.
Tweet it, save it, text it to your friends, because you have to prove to people Arizona is not always sunny and hot.
Yeah.
Although, yes, in the corner it does say it's 100 degrees.
But
It's
you
still
know,
hot.
you know what you say, and this is what you say to the people from out of town. You all heard it. It's a dry heat, right?
It's a dry heat. Yeah, that's all anyone ever said to me when I first started here.
Yeah.
Was, but it's a dry heat. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
what does that mean?
I say anything over on 105, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's still hot.
Yeah, it's still very hot.
I mean, okay, so yeah, I guess like your hair doesn't stick to your neck. You're not feeling that
Yeah.
humidity, that gross
Yeah, it's not a
thickness,
Florida humid. It's not a Midwest humid, but
which
it's
means
still
you
hot.
basically can't breathe. There's no moisture.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I guess it is a little nicer. You don't feel sticky, so that's good. It's not bad.
And another thing that we should talk about as well, I feel like with this summer, I feel like the hikers have been a little bit better this year. I haven't heard too many of these mountain rescues as I feel like other summers where I feel like it would be like every other day there'd be on Camelback.
Yeah, that's what it was like when I first started here, and then this summer it seems like there were less.
Yes.
Are they just learning their lesson
Well,
now?
maybe because it's getting so hot so fast in the day that they're like, look, I either got to do this at sunrise or it's bust, right?
Yeah, I would think. Oh wow, tower cam's just spinning.
Tower
Spinning,
cam is
spinning,
out of
spinning.
control. Tower cam. Hey, it looks like it's on the Tilt-A-Whirl. Remember that ride in the carnivals?
Oh my gosh, I remember that ride. And
Tilt-A-Whirl
you would
was
get
the
off, like,
best.
So, when you would the one that you'd strap in and hold on, right?
Yeah, no, you strap on and you'd be like in a I feel like you'd be in a couch almost setting.
But you're
yes.
standing, right? Isn't it the stand-up one?
No, you sit down.
You sit down.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a different one where you're standing, and then you can't walk after, and you're like.
Oh yeah, I know the thing you're
Yeah,
thinking about though.
The Tilt-A-Whirl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly how we both just felt watching that. It looks like the camera's moving around there. That's why
They
I
need
wanted
more
to take
carnivals
you.
out here too. We only get the state
know.
fair. That's really.
Well, I think. What about a cool water park? When we have like maybe 2 water parks,
Yeah.
but they're privately owned, right? They're not like we don't have a Do we have a Six Flags?
And we don't have a Six Flags, so no Six Flags. But we do have the 2 water parks that you could go to.
But this would be the best place for like a Disney water park. You
Yes.
know? I know we're getting one soon, a really big park, but to stick on topic,
Yeah.
it's crazy weather here in Phoenix, and we've just
Now
been
look how dark
covering
it is
this.
right there.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So Tower Cam.
So the Tilt-A-Whirl's over.
And now
We're getting on to a new ride. It's
We've-
called Monsoon 2017.
it's called Nonstop Storms.
Yeah.
And the lightning. I hope we get to show you guys some of that because
Yeah.
that's what's really crazy. Again, I don't know how you slept through this. You
I
do
don't-
say you're a runner, so you probably just sleep really deeply.
I went to bed on Sunday. I went to bed about 9:30, and I never woke up until it was about 7 a.m.
Well, there
I
you
did
go.
wake up. I did eventually wake up.
I want to check in to make sure. I want to see if we're still live on Facebook as well. I wasn't sure if our producer
think,
ended it or if we're still
I think we
live.
might be worldwide. Yeah,
Cool, we're still live. Worldwide.
we are worldwide for
everybody.
everyone.
Good. So yeah, thanks again, you guys, for watching on our Fox and Phoenix Facebook page as well. Eleanor saying no lightning. Warren saying it's too hot to have a water park. But wouldn't that be great to have a water park? It is too hot. I don't know.
You know what? People definitely would embrace it though.
Yeah.
And we do have the 2 right now, and I think a 3rd on the way.
They would embrace it. Yeah. The lightning. Yeah, Eleanor, I agree. I mean, lightning's definitely not. It's not safe. But
Look how dark it is, folks.
Look at that, and so you'll be able to, if there is lightning, you'll be able to actually see that pretty.
When
well
I look
there.
at that shot, I would think it's about 8:30 at night.
And it's 4:30 here right now in Phoenix. 4:34 to be exact. It's almost rush hour. I mean, traffic still looks pretty good from our traffic cam here, but take a look. I mean, it's getting darker by the minute here. Hopefully, it's going to be okay.
And I feel like right now we're on a holding pattern, right? I mean, it's presenting itself, but will we see the buckets of rain?
Well, has that ever happened where oh, wait, look at remote 18.
Yeah, that's a good shot right there.
Let me take you full screen. So again, I just want to take you guys to this shot. Take a look at this. Is that literally, are we watching rain falling
Yes.
from a cloud from far away?
Wow, folks.
That's pretty amazing.
That's another screenshot for you for your record books, everyone.
Yeah, look at that. That's so cool to see that part of you is not like all of this traffic coming through, not having to deal with that storm, but everyone over there right under that cloud dealing with all of that rain right now. Naoma Sloan saying, bring the rain to the west side of the valley. See, some people really want the rain. Others are saying, no lightning,
I always
no rain.
feel, and I think a lot of people from the West Valley will vouch for this, I always feel like the West Valley gets gypped.
Why do you say that?
I feel like they just never really get the maximum amount of potential that sometimes the East Valley gets.
Really?
I don't know what it is, but maybe if you guys are watching in the West Valley, let me know, because I know you guys get gypped. I know.
He feels for you, you guys. I mean, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Even just watching it from my window the other night, I kept waking up, and the flashes of that lightning was so strong. It was really scary but beautiful at the same time.
Sure.
But it's,
So you woke up.
I was watching it and then I fell asleep and I kept waking up because the
Yeah.
lightning through my window. I could just
See the flashes?
The flashes on top of your eye. It wakes you up. I was thinking someone was turning my light on.
Now let me ask you this: how did your little dog make it?
My little puppy.
Yeah.
I just got a mini Labradoodle, and she was really scared. She's always biting me and wanting to play, but as soon as it started storming,
Yeah, what does she do?
She jumps on me. She's burying her head, and so finally she was seeing me as her protector,
Yeah.
not just a toy. But she was really scared, and she was just staring at. I think obviously her first storm scared her.
Sure.
But she's an Arizona
Little
dog.
Bella.
She's gonna have to get used to it. Yeah, little Bella.
And I'm just happy today. I did find out, probably one of the highlights of my day was finding out that little Bella does have an Instagram account.
Yeah, I did create an Instagram
That's-
for Bella.
That's cool. So she's already active. She's social media posting. And
Yeah, Bella Bear, and I just post pictures just so family can see, so I don't have to text them
Yeah.
tons of pictures. But she likes Arizona. It's hard when you take your dog out. The ground is so hot, and you're supposed to put your hand down on the concrete concrete to feel. If it's too hot for your hand, it's too hot for their paw.
Yeah.
'Cause then they can burn their paws and they can't really tell you. Without,
Sure.
But with the monsoon season, it makes the ground cool and wet and great for taking your dogs out. If you have a dog, let us know in the
Now,
live chat.
have you put little Bella in the pool yet?
Not yet. I really want to teach her how to swim
Yeah.
though, but I don't know if my apartment like allows that. But I would
Sure.
love to just sort of like sneak it by,
Yes.
maybe like late in the evening and teach her how to swim. But well, half lab, so I'm assuming she'd be a great swimmer.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see that video the other day?
Don't
Fox-
they? If you just threw her in, wouldn't she just automatically start swimming?
Maybe,
Yeah.
but maybe not. So that's
Yeah.
what I'm worried
Yeah, don't
about.
throw
So
her
what
in.
if I
Don't
just
throw
threw
her
her in and then she just sinks to the
Yeah,
bottom and
no.
you're like, Mike Page told me
Yeah, don't
to
do
throw
that.
her in. Maybe though. I mean, she is part lab, so you would think. I think natural instincts.
Yeah.
Do you have a dog back home or anything?
Yeah,
like
little,
That?
and I have a little dog, and her name is Bella, which is funny.
Oh wait, yeah.
We both have the Bellas.
You told me when we were deciding the names, you're like, you should name it Lily, and then
Yeah.
I thought it over and I like Bella.
And
yeah.
little Bella's a Yorkie Pomeranian mix.
She doesn't swim.
No.
No, little
well,
Yorkies.
we never put her in the water.
Because that's a little like pretty little thing.
Yeah. So it's a little 5-pounder.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
She's already 4 years old.
Yorkie Pomeranian. I
Mhm.
think I know what those look really like. Fluffy,
Yeah.
tiny, kind of
They're
like
very
a
tiny.
Chihuahua type, but
Yeah.
not. Oh, that's so cute.
She goes to bed very early, 6:30. 6:30. I don't know why.
Oh, is it? Wait, you said she's old though? How old?
4 years.
Oh,
Not
4
really.
years.
She goes to
Wow.
bed at 6:30 and wakes up at 4:30.
Wow, that's interesting.
So she's ready to. She's a morning person.
So she could definitely be a morning news girl.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah,
Bella.
yeah.
That's so cute. This way, I didn't know I copied your dog name.
No, Bellas and Bellas.
Well, see, that's so funny too, because I didn't know though. Dealing with having a dog here, that you're supposed to, I guess, feel. So I look so weird when I take my dog out for walks. I'm like feeling the ground.
Yeah.
People are like, "What is she doing?" But I'm trying to make sure it's not going to burn her
Sure.
paws. But yeah, luckily with this rain, it's better to take your dog out right when you can. You
Yeah.
know? But I don't know. We've just been covering this storm for you guys. Again, I want to take you to this shot. Look at that. It's getting darker and darker.
Yeah, now that is directly looking east right now, and ooh, I mean that is like it's like 9 o'clock. I feel like when you take a look at that, and it's only 4:40 here, everyone.
I know, this is crazy. Pulling up some of your comments.
Look at that. I mean, it's moving again. The tilt-a-whirl's moving.
Oh yeah, that is moving around.
Yeah.
Jeez, that looks so dark right there.
Yes.
So that's that shot, I should say. Here it is from the chopper, and then here it is from our traffic cam.
Wow.
So,
See, we got you covered here, folks.
yeah, we have you covered. We also have the live radar that Christy Seekin has created as well. Still looking at some of your comments on the Fox and Phoenix Facebook page. A lot of you guys are watching right now. Sarah Jackson saying it's just cloudy and thunder here. John Williams saying from Florida and lived in West Phoenix for 2 years.
Come on, West Valley, get something.
A fourth
Come
of
on,
an
West
inch
Valley.
rain- Yeah.
It looks like it's tracking. I mean, it looks like it's going to be pretty widespread in the valley here.
Yeah, it looks pretty thick right now. Jason saying I'm missing the valley, or I miss living in the valley. Tidewater saying reminds me of the storms we had here in Virginia. Interesting.
So yeah, so you know what the great thing is? You just every day you wake up and you don't know what's going to happen or what we're going to get with the monsoon.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool too. We get this little area there in the calendar where we can finally get some action when it comes to weather.
Well, I was telling Christy too, that must be crazy to have to come into work and you don't know if it's going to be another crazy storm because they
Yes.
come in so fast.
I know.
So, you just never know when you're coming in how to, really
Sure.
prepare. I mean, obviously, she does this all the time, but it's just, okay, it's coming in, you have to get ready. It's not a normal
Yes.
day of, like I was saying, it's 100 degrees today and
Yeah.
still dry, everybody. Sarah Jackson saying, if we get hit, hopefully it won't be too bad.
There you go, Sarah.
Yeah.
That's the way to put it right there.
Maria saying, love monsoons. Some people love it. Some people are saying, Florence Belt saying, the comments are coming in so fast. Sorry,
Hey,
Florence,
that's good.
Mr.
Hey,
Comment.
that's a good thing, everyone. That's good news right there.
Yeah, we love that the comments are coming in quickly. Trying to read them, though. Elizabeth saying just started lightly raining in Scottsdale.
Okay. South Scottsdale.
Yeah.
South.
You'll be heading home around 7.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully
So maybe
it'll be
I'll just miss
okay.
it all.
Yeah, maybe you'll just miss it. Hopefully you won't have to drive in this. We'll see. Let's see from the chopper again. taking you to a live look at this. Let's go full screen and give you guys a nice look at this monsoon 2017 coverage. Again, you guys, I'm just checking on Twitter and Facebook right now to see if any of you have tweeted us any pictures to Fox 10 Phoenix. Looks like we do have some, so let me pull this up for you guys. Let's see if we can get... Here's Michael Edgecombe, our producer here, tweeted this photo.
Look at
Storms
that.
coming
That's
through.
right downtown. This is right outside our studios here.
Yeah, so that's pretty beautiful. Let me remove that lower third so you guys can see. So that's, yeah, just right downtown. Let's see if we can get, yeah. Oh, that was from July 15th.
July 15th.
Yeah, sorry. Let me see if I can, I think Carrie just tweeted something. Let me see if I can pull that up for you guys. I believe, yeah, Carrie just tweeted this.
That's a very artsy photo, too.
Yes. 7 minutes ago. Take a look at the radar.
So she's tracking the radar right from her phone.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. So this is going to be another crazy storm. And again, take a look at the tower cam right now, everybody. Wow.
That is dark. That's the darkest I think I've seen that tower cam, everyone. When it's not nighttime, obviously.
I mean, it's a mixture of, you know, you enjoy it, but you're also sort of, you know, you're a little scared too. You want to make sure you can get home okay. And hopefully we can give you guys all the information you need to stay safe.
Bianca's saying on Facebook that the sky is getting very dark in Avondale.
Oh, wow.
And Candace reporting to us that it's sprinkling now in Chandler. Oh, and Stephanie's saying it's sprinkling in Southwest Mesa. So I like when we get these
from
our
all
viewers,
over.
and they're giving us their weather reports. They're letting us know what's happening in their neighborhood. And folks, if you're just joining us, let us know where you are watching from and also what's going on in your neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's okay too if you're not here, you know, from Phoenix or you're not in Phoenix. Still, just let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to include you in the show. Pam saying it's sprinkling in Scottsdale. Millie saying northern Arizona is raining. Michael saying locally I'm in the Netherlands. 1 a.m. here. Hey, Michael, thanks for watching. Let's see. Dolores saying dark skies, thunder, rain. We're ready in Peoria. Thank you. Yeah. Kathleen saying it's sunny in Texas. Lucky you. You know, but we usually have the sun here too. This is different for us. You know, we don't see this every day, but it is the season for it, monsoon season. It's my first monsoon season.
There you go.
It's one of many for Mike, so he's been able to kind of tell me what it's like dealing with these storms. I mean, is there, for you personally, have you ever had to deal with, I mean, is it fun for you, or is it sort of, when you know monsoon season's coming, do you know, okay, I have to drive home in this, or you said you've never really had to deal with much, right?
No, you know what, you just hope that you're not in the car when the dust storm does come.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you don't want. I mean, other than that, if you're at home and you're just watching the rain, that's kind of fun too.
Look
at
at
least
this
you're home.
too. Yeah, I mean, to enjoy this just from you guys watching, I'm sure is really nice. I mean, we enjoy just watching this from the comfort of our studio, but take a look at this. If you're driving, what if you were driving towards that? You know, that's...
Yeah, you'd be like, well, I'm going to get a car wash, and it never is a car wash, because then when you look back at your car, it is...
What's it like?
So dirty.
Oh, yeah.
I have a black car, too. Don't you have a black car?
I have a black Chevy, and it is so dirty
Yeah.
here in Arizona.
Oh, yeah. If you get rain on it, you might as well just go the next day to the car wash.
Yeah, I mean...
That's why, if you notice, when the day after a storm,
yeah,
there are so many people at the car wash.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
That's like getting into a club.
Yeah, trying to get through the car wash. Well, too, because so much dust and dirt here in Arizona that my car always looks dirty. And so I thought, oh, yes, it's going to rain. This is going to be great for my car. I don't have to go to the car wash.
Yeah.
No, now I really need a car wash.
But you know what's great about having a black car, though? When you do get it washed, nothing looks better than a black car shiny.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
it always looks so
Really
good.
does.
Yeah.
But then it's like, how
Then
long
it-
will that last? You know?
Right. Because we just
Could be
had
a
storm the
metaphor
other
for
day.
life too.
Yeah.
Could be a metaphor for life.
How
there.
so?
Things might look shiny and new at one moment in your life, but then a little bit later, you see a little bit of dust. You see some spots on there that, well, maybe you didn't see coming.
You need to patent that.
Right.
You need to patent that so that everyone knows that's your metaphor for
Yeah?
life.
Hey, there you go.
But
See?
you know what? It's true because we just had a storm the other day. If you had gotten your car washed yesterday, it would be just back to normal after the storm tonight.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say when you should wash your car, but I had no idea that the storm would make it worse.
Sure. And then also,
so.
folks, here's another thing that you could use the monsoon and into life as well. Little inspiration. If you see a dirty car out there,
Yeah.
don't judge it right away because you got to think in your mind, I bet it looks amazing clean. There you go.
Yeah, it's not judging a book by its cover,
There
right?
it is, yeah.
So right. I swear my car looks great clean.
See?
And I swear I was driving the other day and I swear to you, I know I'm not being paranoid. I know people were laughing at my car.
Oh, were
people
they?
were walking the crosswalk and they were point, nudge shoulders, and they're laughing at my
Oh.
car. And I thought, okay, that's when it's time for a car wash.
You
When your car
probably-
looks that dirty. People are laughing and going,
Your car probably got on some snaps or Instagram feeds.
it looked bad, but it's a new normal
Sure,
car.
yes.
It's just it's so dirty. How many times are we supposed to get it washed?
Yeah.
How many times do you get your car washed?
I try for twice a month.
Twice a oh wow, I'm really underachieving. Okay, so I do. Once people start pointing and laughing, it's time to hit the car wash.
There you
probably.
go. There you go.
Let's read some more comments from our Facebook page here. Matt saying he loves monsoon season. Debbie saying it's thundering outside. Yeah, if you guys can shoot any videos and tweet them to Fox 10 Phoenix Twitter account or post them on the Facebook page here, we'd love to play your
Yes.
videos.
We
We'd
love
love to
it.
hear what you guys are hearing outside.
Oh, let's show them some Skyfox right now.
Yeah, let's take
It's getting a little
you
bit darker now, folks. A little bit darker.
to Skyfox. Check it out. Ramirez saying, hi guys. Hey Ramirez, thanks for watching. Jolene asking, when will it end? Well, it looks like this is just the beginning of it, but again, stick with us here. We're going to keep covering this for you, and as well as Fox 10 Phoenix on the broadcast, they'll be covering that as well. Let's scroll down and read some more comments from you guys in the comment section of the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. Dale says, bring on the rain. Kathy saying, I wish we could get rain. Kathy, where are you watching
Yeah,
from?
Kathy, let us know where you're watching from here, please.
Let's see. Marianne saying rain at 69th and Peoria. Yeah, looks like everyone's getting rain from all parts of the valley here.
Stacy's saying dark rain clouds over South Chandler.
Oh, man. See, I mean, take a look at... Oh, wow, receiver 41. Check this out. Sorry, guys. Anyone that's watching, you're probably going, what is receiver 41? Just the receivers that we have our different cameras on here. Check this out. Again, I said receiver 41, but that's just the different names of the different camera shots that
Look
we have
at
here.
that.
Yeah, I'm going to remove that lower third so you guys can see. Take a look at that. So is that...
I'm going to
that's
say...
rain coming down from the clouds there, obviously.
Yep. I am going to say right now, that's the shot of the day.
That's
the shot of the day.
If you guys want to screenshot this, go for it, because this is the shot of the day. Show it to your friends and your family. This is a really cool weather photo right now, something that I think that even the National Weather Service would probably retweet.
Oh, yeah. And here's the thing. You could also say, look, we do get rain in Arizona, everyone.
Take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly beautiful, too, as the sun is just setting. Showing you also a live look of our chopper as well. You can see raindrops hitting that camera there from Skyfox right now. But look at that. I mean, this is really incredible footage right now that you're seeing. So again, we're still checking out this coverage and pulling up for you different shots here. We've got our chopper.
Yeah, right by Camelback Mountain now.
Yeah, really beautiful. But again, everyone needs to stay safe. If you don't need to drive, don't. As our meteorologist Christy was saying, a little bit earlier, don't drive. Don't try to drive. It's just not safe because you never know how bad these storms are going to get. Even Christy, who is our weather expert here, has to predict this, minute by minute. They can't tell you, an hour out how bad this is really going to be because it changes within seconds. But Chopper's moving through the valley here, and again, we still have this incredible shot. This is a live shot right now. You can't.
Shot of the day.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's moving rain, but it literally is. It's just hard to tell from this angle. Sabrina saying anything close to surprise. Well, let's pull up the weather radar again. Looks like this is what we know right now.
Glendale getting lit up right now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. So there's surprise.
So it could be coming, or you could just miss it.
You could just miss it. Thanks for asking. Yeah, it looks like Glendale
just getting lit up, everyone. And so there you go, folks on the West Valley who said we never get any action. Here you go. Take a screenshot of that so you remember it.
Yeah, and take a look again. This is an incredible shot as well. So this one and all of them now, you can see the rainfall from that one cloud. That is so cool. Still scrolling through some of your comments here. Ramirez saying no rain here by I-17 and Glendale Avenue. Little thunder only. Huh, okay. Jolene saying raining in Mesa and Scottsdale. Diane Scott saying 20 inches of rain already in West Phoenix. I wonder if you're right under this cloud, Diane. This is pretty crazy. Again, we'd love to see your pictures. Tweet us at Fox 10 Phoenix or post them on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. We'd love to include them here on our show or also show them on the live broadcast on television. John and Carrie.
They're coming right up next.
Yeah, they're coming up, and Christy as well. We'd love to hear from you guys. This is the beautiful shot right here just before the sun is setting. You're seeing that rain falling down right in front of the sunset here. We're still covering monsoon 2017 coverage right now. Mike Page up here with me. Really beautiful, don't you think?
Yeah, it's beautiful, but at the same time, we're just hoping they don't get a lot of flash flooding, everyone.
Yeah, that's definitely the worst part about it.
Kathy reporting raining hard right now in Glendale, 43rd Avenue and Bethany.
And sorry to take that comment away from you. I just wanted to pull this picture up from Shannon. We did ask you guys to send us pictures, so thank you, Shannon. She says, North Glendale, Peoria, looking east towards Phoenix. Hearing thunder. Shannon, thank you so much for this picture. We appreciate you sending that in. So yeah, it's easier too if you guys just want to comment your pictures in the live chat section of this live stream that we're doing right now. That's a really easy way for us to pull up your photo. So thank you, Shannon, for sending that in to us. So again, there's that comment. Is that the one you're reading from Kathy?
Yes.
Saying raining in Glendale. Yeah.
Barb saying now it's hailing in Estrella Mountain Ranch.
Oh, wow. You wouldn't expect, it's July and it's hailing.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Rolling thunder and sprinkles in Arrowhead. That's in Peoria. Thank you, Michael, for that update.
And again, we still have all these different shots for you guys. Take a look at this one here. So we've got this shot for you. We've got this one for you here. It almost looks like that movie, The Day After Tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go.
When you're seeing the rain, look, the floods coming into the New York Library. Pulling up our radar in the upper right-hand corner of your screen here. Let me
And this is
let me make sure.
this is
Okay.
cool with the Fox Vision, everybody, that we're going to be showing you. You're going to see also just how even tall those storm clouds are. So you're going to see that in a little bit once we keep showing you. This is in the area of Glendale, really getting lit up here fast.
Yeah, take a look at that. Which shot should I give them? Do you think this is good to stay on full screen or this one? Okay, let's take you. So that's our Skyfox, getting that shot for you. You can see even raindrops hitting our Skyfox camera there. That is incredible. Again, like The Day After Tomorrow or some sort of crazy movie where there's, okay, it's the last day on Earth.
Definitely.
This crazy storm. But this is normal. This is monsoon season. This is what people see every summer here. Is it always just in July? Does it end?
September, end of September.
Oh, wow. It goes that long?
Yeah.
Wow, this is pretty cool.
Yes.
So we get to enjoy thunderstorms for the rest of the summer, so that's pretty nice. Well, for anyone that does enjoy it. India is saying, hi, I'm from Ohio. My youngest son and his family live in Phoenix. What is going on there?
Wow, just got some storms rolling on through here.
Yeah, it's India. I'm from Ohio as well. I'm from Cincinnati, so experiencing this monsoon season for the first time as well.
And
So
there we go. And look at it. It almost looks like it's black and white now, doesn't it?
yeah, is it? It literally looks like maybe the color went out there for a second.
Wow,
It's just,
that's very artsy. Very
yes.
artsy, everyone.
This is another Instagram photo for you guys. How many monsoon seasons have you been through, Mike?
Let's see. This is my 5th now.
Your 5th.
Yeah.
So you're an expert on this. You're an expert on this. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Chadwick saying thundering in North Phoenix. Again, if you guys want to take a picture or a video and comment it in the comment section of this Facebook live stream, that's the easiest way for us to just grab it real quick and show it here on the screen. We'd love to pull up your pictures, your videos. If you hear any thunder, we'd love to hear what you're hearing and play that sound on this stream as well. Myra saying, this is my first monsoon season. I'm from Delaware. This is scary. Yeah, Myra, I felt the exact same way the other night when it was storming really loud. I was really scared. I was so surprised my electricity didn't go out. Is that normal? I mean, does your electricity ever go out?
No, luckily, knock on wood, I never had that. So yeah, that would be horrible.
Oh my gosh.
Think about all your food.
Yeah. All of your food, everything. You can't charge your phone,
No.
to wake up from your alarm in the morning. I mean, unless you have a regular alarm clock, all those things you have to worry about. Definitely not fun. I remember I was thinking it was storming so loud the other night, I thought I better get my phone charged now because that's the only thing I can use
Yes.
if all of the...
Everything else fails.
Yeah, but little tip if you didn't know, if your laptop is fully charged, you can plug your phone into your laptop and it can charge from that.
Ooh, there you go.
Which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
But that's only if you have two,
I feel
like an Apple laptop and
yeah,
an Apple phone.
I feel like you've used that before.
I have used that before.
That seemed like a life experience.
I plugged it, I plugged the aux cord into the laptop, and since it had 100% charge, I was able to charge my phone from that. Which was really nice. So that's just a little helpful tip if your electricity goes out. Gary saying, pool is getting overflowing already. Oh, your pool is already overflowing. Wow, Gary, send us a picture. We'd love to see what that looks like. Again, just post it in the comment section here. You can comment and comment a picture or a video. We'd love to just pull that up for you.
And also, we should mention that flash flood watch is active until 2 a.m. 2 a.m.
Oh, wow.
So be safe, everyone. All right, everyone, looks like we just lost our chopper shot We'll work to get that back for you. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're trying to reestablish our connection with the chopper. There it is. We are back. And we are watching live now. Skyfox up in the air. Monsoon 2017 coverage fully on. Right now, once again, we are under a flash flood watch until 2 a.m. in the Phoenix metro area. You're watching live here on Fox10Phoenix.com as well as our Facebook Live. We are streaming live this evening. All right, take a look at our traffic camera here as rain is pouring right now. Right, we are taking live right now at the 101 and Indian School area right now. 101 and Indian School, taking a look as rain is pouring down right now. You are part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Folks, please stay safe out there and remind your loved ones, if they are traveling or going to be traveling anytime soon, to hit that share button and let them know exactly what is going on. We do appreciate everybody being part of the News Now stream, especially when we are covering breaking alerts, breaking weather alerts here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream only. All right, you're also taking a live look right now of our team also on the roadways here as they are looking for everything monsoon related today. We appreciate you guys being part here with us. All right, and the National Weather Service just tweeting this out that the strongest storm right now is near Buckeye. Another strong storm developing over Glendale. Light rain over much of the East Valley right now. And this is a significant weather advisory. We are expecting very heavy rain this evening, gusty winds, frequent lightning, and blowing dust potential. That is from the National Weather Service right here in Phoenix. And just remember, folks, we are streaming worldwide for you right now. Taking a look right now, Sky Fox up in the air. We have a lot of dark skies out here today, and that's something that we saw coming pretty much within the last hour here. We've been live with you worldwide right now, and everybody in the world is able to take a look at what is exactly happening with Monsoon 2017 right here in Arizona. So Glendale just got lit up, everyone. Light rain over much of the East Valley as well. This is one of those widespread monsoon action type of storms. We don't get it too frequently. Usually, it's spotty. It happens in a neighborhood, and others might not get it. But this one looks like finally, this might be a good widespread. We're also, we do have our very own Danielle Miller tracking these storms as well. So once she has some more details, of course, we will go to her in the car as she is continuing to track storms from the car level here.
area. Right now, we are on the 101 North. We just passed Shea here on the 101. It was picking up a little bit when we were back a few miles, but now it's kind of slowing down. I'm actually going to flip the camera around so you can see exactly what we're dealing with. So a lot of the dark clouds coming in from the east. You can't even see, I know there's the block walls there. We're on the freeway, 101 northbound. You can't really see the mountain ranges out there, but when we could, you could barely see them because the cloud coverage was just so thick out there. These skies are very dark. Not too much rain at this time. We're getting some light sprinkles, but with these dark clouds ahead, looks like it's going to be a lot heavier here soon, but nothing too bad right now. You can see our wipers there, not working too hard at this time. So a lot of those dark clouds coming in from the east, and we're just kind of waiting for it to drop some more rain on us out here.
All right, that was our very own Danielle Miller reporting live for us right there out in the East Valley right now. As you can see what they're dealing with right now, just a little raindrops right now. Still dark skies, that's what we're seeing a lot of. Let's continue to expand our coverage right now. You are now taking a live look of ADOT camera now at 101 and Glendale. So this is the 101 and Glendale right next to the University of Phoenix Stadium there out on the West Valley. So for those of you just joining us here, this is the 101 and Glendale right next to the University of Phoenix Stadium. You can see some little bit of rain there on the camera as well. As you can see, drivers are doing exactly what they're supposed to be, slowing down, not going as fast as they would be on a dry day. So that's good to see there from the drivers. Also taking a look at our expanded coverage of back out on the East Valley as well as Danielle Miller's car right here. Okay, now we see Sky Fox up in the air near the area of Buckeye right now. We're continuing to follow live with you here on the News Now stream. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., then out on the East Coast for noon until midnight. We do that 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, giving you the latest and breaking news alerts from anywhere across the country. When the news is happening, we are streaming it for you. So we're going to show you some more now of the East Valley right now. It looks like Danielle's car, very own Danielle Miller. They're getting some more rain in the area of the East Valley as well. Like we were saying, that this is more of a widespread monsoon type of storm that we're usually not used to there. Let's take it back out now to Glendale area, 101 and Glendale. You can see now the rain is starting to hit a little bit harder now. This is right next to the University of Phoenix Stadium. And you are watching live continuous coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are, this is 101 and Glendale, University of Phoenix Stadium right there. In the distance there is Glendale really got lit up there where we're seeing from their radar. So we're continuing to watch there. We're going to take you back out to the East Valley right now where our very own Danielle Miller is at as well. And we do have Sky Fox up in the air as well in the Buckeye area. So we're trying to cover this for you on so many different levels as well as our tower cam shots. So we have a lot of different areas that we could take you to and kind of explain exactly what is happening here and where people are getting hit. And if you're just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, let us know where you are watching from and what's happening in your neighborhood. We always love when our viewers not only tell us, but maybe sometimes if they're able to, send in those photos, send in those videos. Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well. We're also getting reports that Mesa here, raining pretty good here. I love the thunderstorms. Betty's saying this looks so bad, and Sean is asking, I don't know where he's watching from, but he says, where's the monsoon? Well, it is in these areas, folks. Perry's saying we sure need the rain, so bring it on, just not that blowing dust. You're taking a look at the live weather right now. 67 there at the Grand Canyon, 77 in Kingman, 73 St. John's, 75 in Window Rock, 96 right now in Phoenix. So you can see that this monsoon has already been cooling us off. It was 101 moments ago, and so we continue to drop here. That's a good sign there. 77 in Prescott. Wow, that must feel nice. Continuing to follow live here for you. This is the 101 in Glendale, and you see those storms are passing through right now, but it looked a lot darker there just about 10 minutes ago when we first brought you this feed as well. You're watching Worldwide with us. Stacy saying drizzle in Gilbert right now, rain and thunder in Fountain Hills. That's what Stacy also is saying. Nicholas saying nothing happened in North Scottsdale. Crystal reporting that the Deer Valley Airport, ugly skies, but no rain yet. Kathleen also reporting North Phoenix, no rain yet. Sky Fox still tracking storms there in the Buckeye area, and we are watching with you as well. If you do have photos, if you do have video, send it in to us. Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. We are monitoring it, and you could be on a future broadcast as well. Fox 10 News at 6, 9, and 10. We're ready for you. Checking in at the East Valley now with our very own Danielle Miller's car.
Mary saying light drizzle in North Phoenix, 7th Street and Union Hills. Thanks so much, Mary, for checking in and watching live with us. Aaron saying, can we please get some rain in Yuma, Arizona? Still taking a look here. Sky Fox up in the air for us in the Buckeye area. You are watching with us worldwide right now. And we are following here for you, and we appreciate all our viewers right now and in our Facebook letting us know, Facebook Live, that are watching live with us, letting us know what's happening in your neighborhood and kind of giving us an update as well. And we are seeing more and more people also sending in their photos and videos to us, so we do appreciate that as well. It's great when we could get our viewers part of the news gathering process as well. So thank you to everyone for contributing. We do appreciate that. Also, there is a flash flood warning that continues for Tonto Basin, Arizona, Roosevelt, Arizona until 7 p.m. today. You can also see the 101 in Glendale here. It really cleared up fast there, so that's good news there as well. As it was coming down at a good clip there in Glendale for a while. I know a lot of our viewers were telling us that as well as we were bringing this to you. Taking a look back on the East Valley right now, that is a great looking shot. Taking a look now, Skyfox in the air near a Buckeye area. Still very, very, very dark. And we continue to follow here with you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody with us on Facebook Live as well. Sky Fox up in the air, and we've been covering this for you for the last 90 minutes now on the News Now stream, and we do not have any commercials associated with our News Now coverage. You are watching all the way through as we are providing you with Monsoon 2017 coverage. Let us know where you are watching from, and let us know also if you do have photos or videos. We'd love to see them. You could tweet it at us at Fox 10 Phoenix, or a little bit easier on our Facebook page. If you are watching right now, you can put it right there in the comment section, or just upload it to us, and we will see it, and also probably include you in an upcoming newscast coming up here at Fox 10 News at 6, 9, and 10. All right, now we're taking a look for you. It's another shot right now, Scott, of ADOT camera. Going to check in with our very own Danielle Miller right now on the roadways in the East Valley.
Nothing too bad, nothing more different than just normal rush hour traffic, but I'll flip our cameras around so you can see exactly what we're dealing with right now. 51 South, just a few sprinkles here. Now up north, North Scottsdale, we did see a lot of dark skies, a lot of lightning in the distance out there towards the mountain ranges, but it looks like right now, and if you go to the west, let me see if our camera will allow me to go that far. But it was actually a beautiful sunset out there towards the west. So not too many dark clouds over there, but if you were at the north, a lot of dark clouds. 51 South is exactly where we are. And it looks like it's kind of breaking up in the distance. This was very dark clouds, very covered sky here, but as you can see there in the distance, it does look to be breaking up. And by our windshield here, just a few light sprinkles at this time, not a lot of traffic right now, and we're actually just about to pass Greenway Road, so that gives you an idea of where we are. So 51 southbound, looks like 51 northbound is also moving pretty good at this time, so nothing too much where we are right now, but we will continue to drive around and see what else we can find here in the valley. John Kerry, back to you guys.
All right, everybody, we also are going to show you some video that we just got in from our Facebook page. This is from a viewer. This is from Kathy Callahan Brinkman. Thank you so much for sending in. You captured hailing in the Estrella Mountain area, so let's show that to everyone. Captured hailing. Take a look at that, everybody. Thank you to Kathy Callahan Brinkman sending that into our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. That is some heavy, heavy duty hail there in the Estrella Mountains area. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our viewers for continuing to provide us with pictures and videos. We just saw some hailing as well there in the Estrella Mountain area. So thank you once again to Kathy for giving us that footage and being part of the news gathering process and letting everybody know exactly what was happening in your neighborhood. There we are. We are covering this for you right now. You're seeing video in the East Valley. Still some dark skies, but not too much rain there. And our Sky Fox right now is refueling, so they'll be back up in about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes, everyone. And ADOT just tweeting out that heavy rain coming down on I-10 in the West Valley. Slow down, leave extra room between you and the vehicle in front of you. So that was just tweeted out by ADOT. So please be careful there. Heavy rain coming down on I-10 in the West Valley right now. Stay here with us, folks. Also, I-17 northbound at Van Buren. There is a crash blocking the left lane. Also, ADOT just tweeting out that State Route 69 in Prescott seeing rain now. Some portions still under a flash flood warning. And this is good to know, everybody, for our friends there. National Weather Service in Flagstaff has issued a flash flood warning for Yavapai County in the west central Arizona area. That's going until 8 p.m. tonight. At 5:04 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rains across the warned area, including the western portions of the Goodwin Fire area. Some locations that will experience flooding include Dewey Humboldt, western portions of the Goodwin Fire area as well. Move to higher ground now. Act quickly to protect your life. Life-threatening flash flood and debris flows will occur in the Mule Cannon, Wolf Creek, and Pine Creek drainages. High water and debris will also affect the Mayor Bolida Road and Pine Flat Road. Act quickly and avoid those areas. And folks, the National Weather Service in Phoenix did issue a flash flood watch for the Phoenix metro area. That's going until 2 a.m. Near record levels of moisture will result in heavy rainfall with any thunderstorms that develop this afternoon and evening. Localized accumulations over 1 inch in a very short amount of time may lead to flash flooding. Unabridged low water crossings may be impacted by flowing water with road closures possible. Low-lying areas may fill with runoff water. Burn areas of southern Gila County will be particularly susceptible to flash flood happenings. A flash flood watch means that flooding of washes, creeks, and other drainage areas is possible within the watch area. If you are in the watch area, you should watch the weather and be prepared to take immediate action should heavy rain and flooding occur or a flash flood warning be issued. All right, folks, you're taking a look here. I-10 westbound near 107th Avenue right now. West Valley right here. Going back out to the East Valley right now as we're continuing to follow live here for you. Just for a moment here, we will take you full right now with our radar, as you can see how it's been progressing and what we can still expect. And also with that flash flood warning right now in the Black Canyon City area, and they're going to have a flash flood until 8:45 this evening. Now also at 3:40 local time here, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. This will cause minor flooding in the advisory area. Up to 2 inches of rain has already fallen across the Superstition Mountains, which will cause Pinto Creek to flow within the next hour or two. Some locations that will experience the flooding include Roosevelt Dam, and Tonto National Monument. That's coming from the National Weather Service. And also right here, folks, we're taking a look at a traffic camera 10 eastbound at Avondale right now. This is I-10 eastbound at Avondale. And you can see the sign there, heavy rain, wet roads, slow down, reminding the drivers there to please take it easy. All right, everybody, we are continuing to follow live here for you as we continue to bring you Monsoon 2017 coverage here. As we're expecting our Sky Fox to be back up in the sky after refueling in just a little bit. All right, everybody, so we can see now Sky Fox back up in the air for us for more continuous coverage here. And we are continuing our coverage here for you on the News Now stream. Monsoon 2017 coverage. It looks like finally it's dwindling down a little for us.
This is panning to the north. You can see right there, there is a little bit of a break in the clouds out there. We're kind of seeing this as we've been driving around the valley. It's extremely dark in some pockets, and then the sun kind of peeks through, and then it breaks up. I will move our
All right, everybody, for more continuous coverage, you could always continue to watch. We have another feed there on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, or as always, for the latest details, head on over to fox10phoenix.com. All right, everyone, coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are taking you out to Minneapolis, where we are going to be hearing from the mayor as well as the Minneapolis Police Department Assistant Chief and Council member. They will be talking about the police-involved shooting which occurred on July 15th that killed a woman, the same woman that called police to report an apparent assault in the area. So we're going to have this live press conference for you coming up in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so. We are continuing to follow this story here for you. The Minneapolis police officers who arrived at Justine Damon's home shortly before she was shot and killed on Saturday did not have their body cameras on. That's in violation of department policy, and the American Civil Liberties Union wants to know why. The Minneapolis Police Department requires any officer involved using force to activate a body camera. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune reported late Sunday, noting that when activated, the body cameras feature a 30-second buffer, which allows whatever occurred in the crucial 30 seconds before the camera was activated to still be recorded. The ACLU has called for penalties against the officers for not starting their units. Authorities released no new details about what led to the shooting of Damon, whose fiance said she had called 911 to report what she believed was a sexual assault in an alley near her home. The medical examiner said late Monday that Damon died from a gunshot wound to the abdomen. There were no other witnesses in the area other than the 2 officers in the squad car that showed up. A newspaper report said Damon was shot while standing alongside the car in her pajamas. The officer believed to have shot Damon, identified by his attorney as a Somali American, said in a statement that he came to the U.S. at a young age and that he believes being a police officer is his calling. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune, citing 3 unnamed sources, reported that the police shot Damon through the door of their patrol car. Don Damon, Justine's fiance, said that the family has been given almost no additional information about what happened after police arrived. Almost 2 days after her death, police have still offered no public explanation and referred questions to the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which was investigating. And welcome to all our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live viewers. We're taking a look right now at where this press conference will be happening. This is a story that has really taken the country here by storm with this police update that we will be getting shortly. This all happening Saturday evening in Minneapolis. A woman calls police around 11:30 to report what she thinks is a sexual assault near her home. The police come, and for some reason that we do not know about yet, maybe we'll get an update in just a little bit from the police, the woman that called 911 to report the suspicious activity was shot and killed. And now there was a lot of questions still remaining, like why weren't the body cameras on? Why did the police shoot this woman? And what other details can we learn? The Minneapolis police officers who arrived at the woman's home shortly before she was shot and killed on Saturday did not have their body cameras on. That is in violation of their department policy, and the American Civil Liberties Union wants to know why. We're expecting a update shortly. This is going to be coming from the Minneapolis mayor and the assistant chief, as well as a council member, to address the media there. They're going to be holding this media briefing to provide an update, what they call regarding the officer-involved shooting, which occurred on July 15th. So let us know in the chat room what you think of this situation. We know we have a lot of people watching with us worldwide right now, wanting to know exactly what is happening in this case. This is a story that's really been talked about ever since it happened late Saturday evening and into Sunday morning. So a lot of really unanswered questions. This is obviously a very hard time for the family and friends, especially for her fiance. They were supposed to get married next month, and that has tragically ended. So they will be holding this briefing coming up. They called for it at 8:15 local time there in Minneapolis. So we are waiting for the officials there to make their way to that podium. There were no known witnesses other than the 2 officers in the squad car that showed up. A newspaper report said Damon was shot while standing alongside the car in her pajamas. The officer believed to have shot Damon is a Somali American. He said in a statement that he came to the U.S. at a young age and that he believes being a police officer is his calling. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune, citing 3 unnamed sources, reported that the police shot the woman through the door of their patrol car. And we're also learning that the officer that was involved in the shooting had been sued earlier this year after a May 25th incident in which he and other officers took a woman to the hospital on a mental health hold. The lawsuit claims that the officer and others violated the woman's rights when they entered her home without her permission, and the officer grabbed her wrist and upper arm. And also a local television station reported that city records show the officer that was involved in the shooting had 3 complaints on file. And we are watching worldwide right now as we are waiting for this press conference to begin. We thank all our viewers right now watching from all over the world right now. We know that this is a story that you keep wanting updates on. This is the top trending story right now on FoxNews.com as well. An Australian woman who called 911 to report a possible assault was shot and killed by a Minneapolis police officer after the officers heard a loud sound near their squad car, according to information released today by Minnesota investigators. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension said Justine Damon approached the driver's side window of the squad car immediately after the driver had been startled by the sound. The officer in the passenger seat, Mohammed Noor, fired his weapon, hitting Damon through the open driver's side window. The BCA said its agents interviewed the officer who was driving the car, Officer Matthew Harity, on Tuesday, but Noor declined to be interviewed. The BCA said his attorney did not indicate when or if the officer would be interviewed. Messages left with Noor's attorney were not immediately returned today. The officers are on paid administrative leave. The driver had been with the Minneapolis police for just 1 year, and the shooting officer had been with the department for nearly 2. Records from the city's Office of Police Conduct Review show that the officer that was involved in the shooting has had 3 complaints against him. 2 are pending, and the 3rd was dismissed without discipline. Under state law, details of open cases and cases that result in no discipline are not released. The information released Tuesday is the first narrative released by the BCA since Saturday night's shooting. According to a preliminary investigation, the officers responded to a 911 call from Damon about a possible assault near her home at about 11:30 on Saturday. Harity was driving the squad car as the officers rode through an alley in search of a suspect while the squad lights were off. Harity said he became startled by a loud sound near the cruiser, and immediately afterward, Damon approached the driver's side window. Harity told BCA agents that Noor fired. No weapon was found at the scene. The officers did not turn on their body cameras until after the shooting, and authorities have said squad video did not capture the shooting. Harity said he and Noor saw a man estimated to be between 18 and 25 bicycling in the area before the shooting. That man stopped and watched as officers attended to Damon. BCA agents are asking that man and any other potential witnesses to please come forward.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. I want to let you know we have 3 speakers this evening. Mayor Betsy Hodges, Assistant Chief Madera Arredondo, and Councilmember Lene Palmisano. Now, after some brief remarks, we will be opening it up for questions. Mayor Hodges.
As a community, as a people, we struggle to absorb the weight of this tragedy, the needless death of Justine Damon. Hard day, you guys. The needless death. And let us remember we are together in our grief, here and around the country and around the world. And we all want answers. We all want to see justice done. And to that end, I asked the BCA to share as much information as they could, as soon as they could, and I appreciate that the BCA has done that. And we don't yet have all the answers. So for me to characterize it as needless is actually inaccurate, because we don't have all the answers. But the tragic death of Justine Damon today. But the information the BCA has shared this evening gets us closer to having answers, closer to seeing justice done. And we do have more information now, though it's frustrating to have some of the picture, but not all of it. We cannot compel Officer Noor to make a statement. I wish we could. I wish that he would make a statement, is what I want to say. We can't compel him by law, but I wish that he would make that statement. There are big questions left that we still have and that we hope to have answered soon. Why did Officer Noor draw and fire his gun? What happened from the time the officers arrived on the scene to when she was pronounced dead? Why don't we have footage from body cameras? Why were they not activated? We all want answers to those questions. First, I will say that there is someone who may have some information. The BCA says that there was someone, 18 to 25-year-old male on a bicycle who was there, who may have some information. And I would implore this person to come forward. The phone number is 651-793-7000. Even if you think what you have to say isn't important, trust me, the BCA is interested in talking to you about anything that you saw that night. And tonight I also want to make sure that folks are clear that this is an independent investigation being conducted by the BCA. The BCA is not a city agency. It is an agency of the state of Minnesota. They have been the lead from the start. It's been part of our policy dating back to 2014 that the MPD not investigate itself in critical incident cases involving MPD officers. It's a good policy, but there's a trade-off. Minneapolis does not control the information BCA does. That's the nature of an independent investigation, and we need to make sure we maintain that independence and the integrity of that process, the integrity of the investigation. And that said, we've been pressing for as much information as quickly as possible, and we appreciate that the BCA has released the information that they have given tonight. After I'm done, Assistant Chief Arredondo is going to talk us through the investigatory process, the full chain of it, and talk some about our body camera policy. I share the frustration and the dismay that we don't have body camera footage here. I will say that body cameras are a very powerful tool, not an infallible tool, but a powerful one that have proven valuable already in our investigations. But also we have been and we will work to make sure that we have the strongest policies possible. And Assistant Chief Arredondo will address that. I've also learned clearly that it's important to keep people in the loop as to what I've been doing and what my team has been doing over the last few days. I've spoken with Justine's fiance, and I'm doing my best to be of service to him and the family. I've been in contact with neighbors on the block, including the block club leader. I've been communicating often on social media and to my mailing list, trying to get word out about everything we know and the things that are happening. I've been talking to media here in Minneapolis, the national media, and Australia. I've maintained consistent communication with the City Council to make sure they're able to share the most recent and most accurate information with their constituents. I'm continuing to reach out to a number of stakeholders, neighborhood leaders, community advocates, and others, hearing their questions and concerns and sharing information with them as well. I've also been talking to Somali leaders in our community to hear their questions and their concerns. And we're in contact with our state and federal legislators in addition to our ongoing communication with Governor Dayton's office. Also, very important is the work we're doing internally as a city. My communication, the communication that I have and that we have among city leaders, Assistant Chief Arredondo, City Coordinator Spencer Kronk, City Attorney Susan Siegel, all, our Civil Rights Department, making sure that we are all in communication with one another moving forward. That is important, and it's important for folks to know. That said, there are still answers that we wish we had. We will continue to seek them as long as we need to. I appreciate the information that we do have, and I will turn it over to Assistant Chief Arredondo.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I am Assistant Chief Madera Arredondo of the Minneapolis Police Department. I first want to acknowledge the very tragic incident that has us all here tonight. I also want to say up front that we are aware of the information the BCA has released and cannot comment at all on what they have recently shared pending the ongoing investigation. What I can do is update you on what the MPD is doing right now. We have opened up an internal affairs use of force review, which is standard any time an officer discharges his or her weapon. The chief has asked that it be expedited so that she can take appropriate action swiftly. Our goal is not speed, but we do recognize the public's desire and right to know as much as possible, as soon as possible. At this point, much of the data needed for the MPD force review is currently right now in the hands of the BCA. The use of body-worn cameras is a part of this force review, and as a related policy matter, there is nothing I can say about that particular incident at this time. I have also been informed by the Civil Rights Department that the Office of Police Conduct Review, the city's Civilian Oversight Division, currently has an inquiry on this incident. However, the OPCR cannot move forward opening a case until the BCA completes their investigation. I realize there has been a lot of discussion about our body camera program in general, not related to the officer-involved shooting. The Minneapolis Police Department is 8 months out from our full department-wide rollout of body cameras. The chief recently created a position and appointed a quality assurance commander who will be completing a full review of our program soon, focused on how often our officers activate their body-worn cameras. By the end of next month, mandated supervisor training will be completed throughout the entire MPD. Our frontline supervisors have been tasked with ensuring officers increase the activation of their body cameras. I also want to take a moment to talk about our body camera worn policy. And now, while I cannot talk directly about the officer-involved shooting incident, I can tell you we began looking at areas to strengthen our policy several months ago. On background, we produced a policy using national best practice standards and following community input. We also needed to look at accountability, transparency, and privacy concerns that were also raised during several community input meetings. We also needed to look at how our body cameras would affect evidence collection and casework. And like any policy within the MPD, the body-worn camera policy is subject to change. Soon, Chief Harteau will be releasing an updated policy with changes regarding officer requirements. I'd like to conclude by saying, I realize and acknowledge there are many questions that are still left unanswered. We immediately asked for an independent investigation into this incident, and we must wait until it is complete. I do appreciate everyone's patience, but I also recognize the frustration surrounding the lack of information up to this point. I simply cannot say much more right now while the BCA continues their investigation. Thank you.
I'm 13th Ward City Council Member Lene Palmisano. Over the last 48 hours, I've been working around the clock to get more information to the public regarding the death of our neighbor, Justine. I have heard, and I so deeply share your frustrations. I have heard your pleas for more information. I share these sentiments and am doing everything I can to make this happen. I will warn you that what the city can share at this point is underwhelming. Due to the investigation by the BCA, there are only limited documents that the city has ownership of and can release. But I promise you that we will release everything in our ability, and I have been pushing to do so. To that end, we will be posting all of these documents on the city's police website and will continue to make these available online. Additionally, over the past 2 days, I've been talking with neighbors, Justine's family, her friends, and members of her faith community. I have heard over and over how beloved she was and will be missed. This great loss is felt by many. I have also been speaking with outside public officials and city departments to move things along in every way that I can. I have spoken with Don, Justine's fiance, to express my deep sorrow for his loss and to hear what he needs from our city and our community. I've been sharing these requests with appropriate agencies as I am able. With the help of Don and the Lake Harriet Spiritual Community, I've also helped to facilitate the transfer of the community-led memorial from the place she died to a place that she lived and brought joy to so many. It is my hope that the community will be able to honor Justine there, and they have been invited by the Lake Harriet spiritual community to do so. I am also in ongoing contact with the neighbors on the affected block on Washburn Avenue South. The initial incident and ongoing attention paid to their neighborhood has both short-term and long-term impacts on their lives, and my heart goes out to them. They will need our support as they start to heal from this trauma. Finally, my office has begun to look at the policy improvements that we can make in response to this tragedy. This includes proposing updates to new body camera policies, working with the Police Conduct Oversight Commission on a review of body camera compliance, and using my authority as chair of our audit committee for the city to task our audit department with evaluating how body cameras are being used. We are also having lots of discussion about how we can start to make some bigger changes on policing in this city. I know many of you are feeling unsettled and unsure right now given the events of recent days. I completely understand that, and I know it will take us all some time to deal with this tragedy. My hope is we can work together on these tough challenges and have these hard conversations and do the work of beginning to make these important changes as a city together. Thank you.
At this point, we're going to open it up for questions. If you could please identify yourself and your organization before your question. Thank you.
Christina Pelican with Fox 9. Can you answer where Chief Harteau is, and do you think it's appropriate for her to be here right now during this event?
Yes, Chief Harteau has been on a previously scheduled personal time. I will tell you that I've been in communication with the chief every day, several times throughout the day since this incident happened. So she is attunely aware of how we are handling it within the MPD. I'm keeping her updated on the information that many of us have received from the BCA press releases, and so she continues to be updated fully. Yes.
When can they expect to get answers from Minneapolis Police or the BCA? And have you had any direct contact with the family yourself?
So to answer your last question, I have not personally had any contact directly with the family. When there are spaces to do that, and I've reached out to those folks who have been in contact with the family, I have certainly offered myself as a representative of the department to do that, and I want to be respectful of that. I'm sorry, your previous question.
The family feels they've been kept in the dark. When can they expect to get answers?
We are going to do everything that we can on our end once we receive information that we can release. We certainly want to do that. I think some of the difficulty and sometimes the awareness and education is that the BCA, once again, we ask them to come in to do this. And so we really want to ensure the integrity of this investigation. I think we owe that to all involved, and so we want to make sure that we're kept very impartial from that. And so, but as soon as we can release information that we have available that we will certainly do that.
I will add to your question. One of the services that I was able to provide Don Damon was, at his request, make sure that Justine's father and brother were included in the notification process at the BCA, so that anytime the BCA has information to release, they do a family notification first before they make it public, and we made sure that her family in Australia was part of that loop.
Having said that,
sorry, Todd Wilson, go ahead, sir.
What we understand is that Justine had made a call about an altercation in somewhere around her house. What has happened with that investigation?
Is part of that particular part of the investigation related to the call, not related to the BCA investigation, but related to the call. Our officers did canvass that area, and so they did canvass that as a part of related to the MPD call, and at this time there was nothing in terms of any furtherance of that we have right now in terms of a crime, but they did canvass that area related to the call specifically.
Are you talking about the two policemen who were involved in the shooting incident, or a subsequent investigation by others?
Sir, my understanding that I have, I'm aware those were other officers that were in the area that were also that checked that area at the time.
Given that there were two open investigations into Mohammed Noor's conduct, why was he still on frontline duties?
At this time, I'm not aware of the conduct that you're speaking of, so I wouldn't be able to talk about it right now. An ongoing case? Yeah, so with open investigations, until there's actually some resolution to it, I'm not at liberty to discuss that. That is correct, yes.
How do you think it makes the department look that he's refusing to do any sort of an interview with BCA?
And once again, that is not something, I mean, we all certainly, when called upon in that situation, we have the right to either have that interview conducted or not. So it's not something in terms of casting judgment. It is his right. He has legal representation. So I want to, respect his right for that. So.
Assistant Chief Arredondo, Ferris is off from KSTP, sir. There was a 911 call at the time, and I understand that 911 call is not public, but the transcript of it is. Sir, when can we get that?
Yes, and our city attorney, Susan Siegel, is here, and so she might be able to speak a little bit more on that.
And one other question, sir.
Yes.
Do you know if both of these officers went through complete police training? Was there any issue during their training that you know of that would qualify them in any instance having problems with the job?
Yeah. So I've thank you for your question, and I've heard some of those comments. I want everyone to know that everyone that wears the Minneapolis Police Department badge must adhere to the qualifications that the state licensing board requires, and certainly what the Minneapolis Police Department requires. So officers involved here are fully qualified to be Minneapolis police officers in terms of the training and skills that they need to be hired and maintain the job.
Susan Siegel will be answering the question.
To follow up to that. No, okay. Answer the question, Susan.
Right. I'm Susan Siegel, and I'm the city attorney for the city of Minneapolis. And with respect to the transcript for the 911 tape, I personally, in my office, has been in communication with the general counsel for the Department of Minnesota State Department of Public Safety, as well as the State Department of Administration Information Policy Analysis Division. And late this afternoon, the BCA informed us through their general counsel that they do not view the 911 call as criminal investigative data, which under our state data practices laws then means that we can release the transcript of that call. I believe it is being transcribed perhaps as we speak, and after that is provided to the family, that will be made publicly available and available to the media.
So have you talked to the family about the transcript, and do you know if they've been able to look at it, and have they given you any feedback, or Mayor Hodges, do you know?
I have been in communication with her fiance about the transcript. I know that he would like to see it, and as Susan said, we will be providing that when it is ready.
So he has not seen it yet?
No one's seen it yet. It's not done.
Mayor, 3 days have gone by, and obviously the community's been asking questions just in terms of why they haven't been getting information. We really feel the frustration sometimes. If you wouldn't mind, just talk about the idea of what this has been like, just from that standpoint of people wanting to know more, even about the body cameras and why they weren't activated. Can you just enlighten us about just the process, even your fact finding about what you found?
I mean, the first thing I have to say is just to reiterate that this, whatever the story is, this is an awful and tragic situation that is baffling to many. And everyone shares the same questions. What happened? How is it that Justine is dead? We have more information tonight than we had when we woke up this morning, and I appreciate the BCA for giving us the information they have as swiftly as they have it. It's always frustrating not to know the answer to questions that we share and have so passionately. One of the reasons I talked in my remarks about what it means to have an independent investigation is that it also means that we are not keeper of the answers. I wish that I had answers to give people. And when I spoke earlier, I said, you know, and Assistant Chief Arredondo and our city attorney can say, you know, people have constitutional rights. We cannot compel him to make a statement. And I misspoke earlier. I wish that he would. I wish that he would, because, you know, he has a story to tell that no one else can tell. But, you know, I share the frustration of the community at not knowing things we desperately wish that we knew. The flip side is we want to make sure that the investigation is thorough, we want to make sure that the investigation is independent, and we want to make sure that the investigation has integrity. And I appreciate the BCA for proceeding as swiftly as they can to release information in ways that won't jeopardize their case.
Clarification, there was two things that were said. One, and both of you guys maybe didn't answer this. You said something about the officer drawing the weapon. Was the weapon drawn, or was the weapon already out? You said something about drawing the weapon.
If I would not take me as the expert, because I am
Right, everyone, it appears that we lost the audio there for a little bit. It looks like the camera person is aware of it. We're working to see if our team there in Minneapolis can fix this situation. All right, everyone, it looks like they are having some audio issues there. All right, so we are getting another feed in, and it looks like that camera operator was having some trouble. So we're getting a new feed in. Just
the chief, the Department of Justice, to do an assessment of the work that we did. The communication, the message that came back loud and clear in all of that was that communication in critical incidents is 100% crucial. And so what you're seeing now is not that I feel more or less differently than I did in any other situation. Every shooting in this city is devastating, every single one of them. Officer-involved shootings are incredibly devastating themselves, every single one of them, and I feel them very deeply. But I learned lessons that I was taught by the community. I listened to what people asked from me, and I am doing my best to provide that in this situation. That's the answer to your question. I learned the lessons, and I'm putting those lessons in practice by doing as much communication as possible, as swiftly as possible, within the law without jeopardizing the investigation.
If it's all, sorry, Paul McGill from the Sydney Morning Herald in Australia. If it's all as shocking as you say it is, why have you got a law and order culture in the city where two rookie youngsters are out in a patrol car on their own at night with guns that they don't seem to know how to use? This goes to the whole question of the culture of policing in this city, doesn't it? Mayor, I'd like if you could answer the question.
I think your question is more about policing in the United States of America, and we are in a country where people have guns. But what I will say to you is that these were two fully trained police officers. These were two fully trained police officers. Beyond that, speculation on my part about what happened beyond what the BCA has provided to us, I can't do and I can't make. I can't do and I can't make. What I can say, however, is that, even before we had officer-involved shooting a couple years ago, even before that, we as a city were doing everything we could to put a foundation of 21st century policing in place. And that work was, we accelerated the pace of that work in the wake of Jamar Clark's death and the demonstrations that followed that. And so in this city, we not only have implemented body cameras, and as I said, they're a powerful but not infallible tool, but we have also changed how we have enhanced our training, we have changed policies, we have an emphasis on community policing, and we're investing in community policing. And I've also invested in making sure that we have law enforcement and community collaborating together to increase public safety, which also helps increase public trust. All of that is designed for new 21st century policing along the lines that President Obama released in his report. There are 6 pillars. I invite you to go to the Minneapolis Police Department website. There is a page there that says how we're following all 6 pillars of President Obama's 21st century policing report, because we have a commitment to that moving forward. And there's not another city in this country that has done more or is doing more than the city of Minneapolis to advance 21st century policing.
On the topic of training, sorry, can I just ask one more question of the Assistant Chief on the topic of training, if you don't mind? Justine Broomstick died at the hands of a police officer, the person employed to serve and protect the community. Are you confident that your officers, this isn't an isolated case in Minnesota, are you confident that your officers are getting the right firearm training?
So this incident, I look at it as an isolated case. Fortunately, our city, our department, this doesn't occur every day. We are teaching our officers about procedural justice, about giving our community members voice and respect and building trust. Yes, the officers involved have received the same training, and including the same training that I have received. So I'm confident they have received the training. And
has that training changed in any way since the death of Jamar Clark or Philando Castile?
Absolutely. So we've done a lot to change not only the training, because I think too oftentimes we get focused on training, but training doesn't dictate situations that can occur. But training also can help change culture. So yes, we have. All of our officers, including every single officer from the chief on down, has received procedural justice training. And not only is this just a sort of check-the-box training that deals with the trust and voice and giving folks respect, but we even went a step further. We made it in terms of sustainability. We've created a full-time unit for that. We are actually training other agencies within the state. We are leading in many ways. That being said, we still know that even though we strive for perfection as an agency, we are not there yet. There are things that we still need to strengthen, and we will continue to do in collaboration with our community. So there are a lot of things that we've done. Fair and impartial policing. We've made sure that not only our police officers, but our call takers, our dispatchers, our 911 call takers receive this information and training as well. So we are trying to change our culture, and part of that is through training. So, yes.
Lindsay Seabrook, Care 11. I'm wondering how often in the past officers have refused to cooperate with the BCA investigation. Is this a first in the situation?
I think that'd be a question for the BCA.
Mayor Hodgins, Jeff Bannon, Associated Press, Minneapolis. I'd just like to get your take on the fact that we have a Somali police officer, one of the few on the force, as part of the police department's outreach to the community, and he kills an Australian woman, and now it's front page news around the world and in Australia. And what do you think this has done to the image of Minneapolis as a city?
Well, an officer-involved shooting that results in death is a tragedy in any city at any time, always, for everybody involved. We celebrate and we have a value in Minneapolis, in the police department, in every department, of wanting to make sure that the employees we hire reflect the communities that they serve. And we have been diligent and are working in all our departments to increase representation from all groups in Minneapolis to make sure that our city departments reflect the communities they serve. That value remains intact. That value remains 100% intact. In the conversations that I've had with leaders in the Somali community today, and I do not want to speak for them, but I will reflect those conversations, the request has been, make sure that he is treated like any other police officer.
Mayor, final question. Mayor, did you talk to the community today? You talked to people from the Somali community. Ma'am, what did they tell you specifically, and what did you talk to them about?
You know, I've been doing outreach with folks from all across the community since this happened, from all sorts of folks. And I did speak with some Somali leaders today, and the nature of that conversation was, people are understandably waiting to see what's going to happen. It's not up to me to speak for the entire community, but I can just reflect the conversations that I've had. And the conversations that I've had is that, that people are nervous and have questions, but want to make sure that he is treated fairly and he's treated like any other officer.
Our final question will come from the gentleman in the gray shirt. Thank you.
Jared Guardian, Australia. One word I've been hearing a lot from the Assistant Chief, from activists today, has been the word trigger happy. That they believe that the police department is trigger happy and that they're training, notwithstanding the changes you mentioned, is not adequate. So I'd like you to respond to that. And more specifically, can you comment at all as to the amount of de-escalation training these officers would have received versus the amount of, say, gun training?
Yes. So one thing I'd like to just be very candid about, we certainly understand the past historical trauma that our communities have dealt with, and also current historical community trauma. We've also understood the role that policing, and certainly the Minneapolis Police Department, at times during that history has played. But we've also, in terms of, you use the term trigger happy, one of the things that we recently have done in terms of a change of our policy, our use of force policy, is we've embedded the sanctity of life. And that's not only for our officers, but that's for our community members, because we believe at the end of the day, everyone should go home. And that is before anything else. If you look up our policy, our use of force policy, sanctity of life should be the guiding force in terms of how our officers are out there interacting with the community that we're serving every day. So we will continue to use that as our compass moving forward.
Thank you so much for coming. We really do appreciate it. And we will also make sure we let you know the next time there's a press availability. Thank you again.
Can I just ask about the fireworks? There's been some talk about this in the week. Do we have any clarity on this?
Okay, everybody, that is the end of that press conference. Thank you for watching with us live on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Bear with me, guys. I'm just logging on here, so the screen has gone to black, but hopefully I can take another shot here in just a few seconds. Just setting up. All right, everybody, almost set up here, taking you to camera shot now. Thanks for joining me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let's change that lower third so you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live tonight out of Phoenix, Arizona, but covering events from all across the United States. We were just showing you that press conference. Let me just set up here so I can take you guys to the next top story here on the show. So getting everything set up here for you guys. And again, let us know in the live chat section of our YouTube stream where you're watching from. Love to hear from you guys watching the show tonight. And don't forget to tune in with us on Thursday. That is going to be the really big show, O.J. Simpson's parole hearing. This Thursday, You have to tune in here because we have unedited raw footage. Let me just log this in. Sort of getting set up here live on the air, you guys. Usually I'll take you to a live look of the White House, but I'll just stay on camera with you guys while I get set up for this stream tonight. Thanks for joining me. But again, as I was saying, really want to tune in for Thursday, the O.J. Simpson parole hearing this Thursday. We're streaming it out of Nevada. It's going to be a very intense event. Everybody is very fascinated with this story. I put a Twitter poll on my page if you think that he should get parole after 9 years, or if he shouldn't, or if you don't know. Let me know what you think. Let me know in the live chat section, or go to my Twitter. It's Mary Kate TV. I'm still taking that Twitter poll. I think it goes for 24 hours. I just want to hear what everyone's take is. I kind of want to get a general opinion of people. You know, do you think that this is too soon for him to get out? Or do you think that it's just enough time? You know, a lot of people are saying for, you know, legally, this case, for what he went to jail for, which was obviously for the sports memorabilia and, you know, the weapons that his friends had on them when he was with them, not for the Nicole Brown Simpson case. So what he's in jail for is something totally different than what he was accused for years ago that we all know about. So legally, what I've been hearing from experts is that, you know, 9 years, they think he's served his time, where other people are saying, yeah, but what he really did, or what they really think he did, he should be in jail longer. But you can't keep somebody in jail for something that you believe he did, that he was acquitted for. So I'd love to hear from you guys. Cookies 2050 saying free OJ. Darmo Dak saying, of course he shouldn't. He should be in jail for life because he got away with murder. Well, Darmo, that's exactly what a lot of people think. You know, they think, you know, keep him in jail for what he did. But he was acquitted. You know, obviously later in a civil suit, he had to pay millions of dollars to the Nicole Brown Simpson family for the damages. But, you know, he was acquitted in that trial. This, what he's in jail for now, totally different story, you know, for the sports memorabilia situation that happened in Las Vegas. He believed that he was just, you know, taking, you know, precautions by going in, and he didn't think that, you know, the people he was with had guns. This whole situation went down. So he was in jail for a totally different situation. He had a gun. All of this, you know, craziness went down that you would think he wouldn't do after, you know, the first situation he was in with Nicole Brown Simpson, but he got caught, he went to jail, and he was supposed to get 9 to 33 years, and now he's up for parole, so we'll see on Thursday. I was talking to one of my legal expert friends earlier today, and he was saying it's pretty certain that he's going to get parole, that a lot of people feel he's going to get parole, because he's following the rules by the book. He's being a model, you know, student in there, or model, I guess, member of the jail, model prisoner, I guess you can call it, in there, and he's doing well in jail. Aside from, you know, we've heard that, you know, obviously he's gained some weight. He was eating junk food at the beginning of his sentence, and now he's lost some weight, and that he looks like he's in his, you know, 50s and 60s after losing all that weight. But really, he's 70. He's in his 70s. He's up for parole. And obviously, this is going to be a really exciting case because everybody has an opinion about this, and I love that you guys are sharing your opinion about this. And you know what? Any and all opinions here are accepted. I love to read what you guys think on the air. It's interesting, though, because this story, and I don't know how old, you know, everyone is that's watching, but this story, and let me... Because someone, yeah, T1000 saying she's talking about OJ. Yeah, just in case anybody that's coming in doesn't know what I'm talking about, I'll update this lower third so you guys know. This story, obviously, with OJ happened in the 90s. And so for some of you that are watching that might be unfamiliar with the story, you know, a lot of millennials that tune into this show that were maybe, you know, born in the same year that this whole OJ thing was happening, it was really brought to light again with some new documentaries and new TV shows that have been, produced and released to the public in just the right amount of time for when he's about to get out on parole. I don't know if you guys have seen American Crime Story, the O.J. Simpson trials, that came out on FX last year. It's on Netflix now. If you haven't seen it, look it up. That's a really good way of sort of immersing yourself in the story and learning a little bit about it. Also, ESPN released a documentary as well. Both these came out within the same year, really bringing to light again people who might be unfamiliar with it are now, kind of getting more into this story because they're understanding, what it is that, he may or may not have done, what happened in this trial. And then obviously the people that remember it very well, and people that remember that Bronco police chase very well. So it's interesting to talk to people of all different ages about this story. People ask, where were you when the World Trade Centers went down? A lot of people also ask, where were you during the O.J. Simpson trial? What were you doing? Because my co-host Mike Page, that was just up here a few minutes ago, was talking about how he was in, I forget what grade he said he was in, but his grade school teacher wheeled in a TV set and played the trial live, and all the teachers were gathering around and all the students were sort of confused, but it was such a big deal then that they even interrupted class and wheeled in an old TV and played it live in his classroom. That's what he remembers. I don't remember much when it was happening. I remember my parents, turning on the news. I remember, my parents had some painters over painting the house, and he ran outside and said, "Hey, have you guys heard what's going on the news?" And my parents and even the guys that were helping paint our house were all in the living room watching it on the TV. But yeah, everyone has sort of a different. T1000 saying I was in middle school when it happened. So yeah, I'd love to hear from you when you were watching this and what you think about it. And again, if you're sort of unfamiliar with the story, which is okay, because again, a lot of millennials watch our show and maybe you weren't even born yet when this happened, I suggest you watch the American Crime Story show developed by FX. It's on Netflix now, and it breaks down the story. It's not a documentary, but it's more of a drama show, and you can kind of see how the trial goes down and really how race becomes a very big topic in the trial and really sways the trial. So that's interesting as well. So again, this Thursday, tune in here, and I have we have the event link. So it's a different link than this one. So let me show you this. Let me pull this up for you guys so you can see. So this is what you should search for, and two, if you just search on YouTube, you'll be able to find us, as you always can. But let me show you. So this is when our stream is starting. So O.J. Simpson parole hearing live stream. So this is the link that you guys will want to go to, and I'll tweet that out as well. But yeah, we're going to be streaming that special event. It's already live online. So if you guys want to have that link ready to go, we're going to start streaming that July 20th, this Thursday. It's going to be, we're starting the stream at 9 a.m. our time. To sort of give you guys some pre-coverage and post-coverage as well. James saying, I saw a little bit of that show. Marcia Clark was incompetent. Yeah, a lot of people have different opinions about Marcia Clark as well. I felt bad for her when I was watching the show, the Netflix show American Crime Story, just because it felt like she didn't really have a big team behind her, and it felt like she was really trying to take on all of this by herself. And it was a pretty dramatic trial. Reading your comments here. Just scrolling up and trying to read some of your comments. James West saying OJ looks like an expert criminal. A lot of you remembering the Bronco chase. Yeah, that was, and we stream chases all the time here on Fox News Now, and I always tell Mike, what if we had a chase like that on our show? And that's the sort of stuff that we cover here. And even if that happened still today, that would still be such a huge news event, because this guy was such an American, all-American star. You know, he was this football legend. Everybody loved him. After he retired from football, he went on to acting, and everyone loved him. He was funny. He was in commercials. He was in movies. Everyone, you know, called him the Juice. He was this all-American, cool guy that people loved. They thought he was funny. He was just this guy that, you know, people looked up to, and then this situation happens, the murder of Nicole Brown Simpson, and it's a story that I think a lot of people are still fascinated by. And that's why they're still producing shows and documentaries about it, because he was acquitted in this, and either you think he did it or you think he didn't. And some people are somewhere in the middle. They still question what really happened. So it really should be interesting on Thursday to see his parole hearing, and I hope that you guys all tune in for that and join me here live on the Fox News Now stream, as well as with Samia and Mike. We'll all be covering that on Thursday, so I'm really looking forward to that, and I hope you guys will tune in for that as well. Yeah, it should be good. And I showed you guys the link, and I'll go ahead and tweet that out as well, just so you guys can click on that and have that ready to go. And you can search it too on YouTube, and you'll be able to find that. So should be good stuff. Should be pretty exciting. Let me pull up for you guys, though, the next top story in the show. I want to make sure that I've got the right link for this that I want to take you guys to. We were doing a lot of storm coverage most of the evening, and it has quieted down. So now it's pretty beautiful, actually. I can pull up for you right now just a live look of the sunset. Let me show that to you guys. Pretty beautiful. The calm after what seemed a pretty light storm. Thanks for watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream, pulling up the top stories for you tonight. Taking you now to entertainment, Game of Thrones, Bachelorette, and so much more.
We're going to have some people sharing this out, so in other areas of,
Good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is. Good to see you all.
cover all the bases. First of all, a lot of people were writing in questions. They want to know, so what is Page 6, and what is Page 6 TV?
Yeah, so Page 6 is the gossip column of the New York Post. So if you live in New York, you kind of live and breathe and die by this. But a lot of people all over the country, all over the world are very familiar with Page 6. I know that I, for one, being an entertainment reporter, I have read it every day for years because the sources are so credible. So I know that if something is published there, that I should probably take a look at it. Now, Page 6 TV is a TV show that's basically that gossip column come to life. So we're going to be airing right here on Fox 11 and all over the country. Here in LA, we'll be airing at 7 p.m. every single night, but you'll check your local listings and see what time we're airing all over the country. But it's myself along with 3 other amazing co-hosts. So we have Bevy Smith, Carlos Greer, and John Fugelsang, who he was here last week, right, hanging out with you guys. And we're going to be giving you the latest headlines in the gossip world, in the entertainment world. But the thing that's really different about our show that makes it special and unique, and I'm biased, but I think better, is that the 4 of us, we're all insiders. So we're not just showing up to work and getting a script and having a teleprompter. A little secret, actually, we don't even have a teleprompter. And we don't have a script because
and we're even just John was here last week, and even he knew that she's like best friends with The Rock. So
yeah,
everyone knows that, you know, going off that insider thing, even John knew.
Exactly. But the reason why we're not scripted is because we all have our day jobs. So I'm a reporter at Variety. Carlos Greer is, of course, a reporter at Page Six. He writes for the column. So all of us, we're bringing you the real news from our sources. We're not just, reading off a teleprompter and giving you headlines, because we know that you guys know the headlines. You're on Twitter all day long. So we're here to give you the next level, the next step.
And it looks like we have a question that someone's writing in.
Yeah, Jasmine wants to know, how's this show different from some of the other shows?
Yeah, so the show's different from some of the other shows because we're really giving you that next level of information. So, like,
you're the insiders.
Exactly. So, like my man over here said, we're on the inside, and I'll hear of a story.
I mean, she's best friends with The Rock, but how much better can you get than that?
I don't know, best friends. You keep saying best friends, and he's going to see this and be like, but no, I'm.
Well, if we keep saying it, it might actually happen.
There you go. No, yeah, but. Basically, if there's a huge story that breaks in the morning, I'll actually pick up my phone and call a source. So someone in that star's camp, or someone at a network or a studio. Same with Carlos, same with Bevy, same with John. So we are all actually, picking up the phones, getting that next level, that next piece of information, because we want to make you guys smart, and that way you guys can sit around the dinner table with your friends, get drinks with your friends, and when you'll be talking about all the headlines, you'll be like, oh, well, I actually heard blankety blankety blank, which is different from what you may hear on some other shows.
It looks like we have another station that joined us.
Yeah, San Francisco.
What's up, San Francisco?
Hey,
San Francisco coming in. So some of the stuff we're going to be talking about today are things and topics you'll be covering, obviously, during the show.
Yes.
Elizabeth is here every Tuesday. We've been doing this every Tuesday. A lot of fun talking about today's hottest talkers. First of all, let's talk about The Bachelorette.
Yes, so we talk about The Bachelorette every week because I love The Bachelorette, and I don't know if you guys do, but if not, we're getting down to the wire, right? So last night we got down to 3, and we're good. We've been calling it every single week.
The two people we thought, which were Peter and Brian, still hanging in there.
They're still there, and Eric. So first we have to give a spoiler alert. If you've not watched, I'm just going to keep saying spoiler alert for like 10 more seconds because I don't want us to get yelled at, because I know as a fan it really, really stinks when your show gets spoiled. Okay, so that's been long enough. So last night Dean was sent home, and this was the hometown date, so this is when...
Which is like one of the best episodes.
It's my favorite of the season. It's amazing. So it's when Rachel goes to all of the guys' homes and meets their parents. Now, we were talking last week. Dean, the big teaser for this upcoming episode, which we saw last night, was his dad is unique, I think, is a way
Very
to say
zen.
it. Very zen. So they walk into his home, and Dean's like, well, first I want to say, it's actually a really kind of heartbreaking story because he hadn't seen his dad in 2 years.
And it's interesting that Bachelorette is actually covering something like this because you've never really seen this on The Bachelorette, especially that show.
Exactly. And I'm sure that's why they put it on there. It's good TV. But, I mean, he hadn't seen his dad in 2 years, and they obviously don't have a close relationship. But anyway, we'll talk about the fun made-for-TV stuff. So Dean walks in, his dad's home, and he goes, where's the table? Because everyone's sitting on the floor, and his dad's like, oh, we don't have a table anymore. So they're just, like you said, very zen. But anyway, he ended up going home.
But don't you think, Dean goes on this show. He knows at some point if he makes it that far, okay, I got to bring Rachel back to my home. Don't you think he tries to make peace with his dad before he goes on the show, knowing that he might be bringing her back there?
I don't know if it's that easy, but I do think that you're onto something, that when Dean is cast on the show, they obviously do very thorough background checks. They know everything about these contestants. ABC, for sure, knew about his dad and probably said, okay, if we didn't like Dean enough, we're keeping him till the hometown dates. Yeah, but no, so I still think that the final 2 are going to be Peter and Brian. Who do you think's going to win?
I think Brian's going to win.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Obviously, this show, a lot is fake or over the top and kind of staged.
It's produced.
But it's produced, yes. But you can't fake chemistry, I don't think. And when you see Rachel with Brian, she's like goo goo gaga, totally crazy over him. So
it looks like we had a question that came in.
We have a lot of people saying poor Dean. And the questions that came in was basically, who do you think will be the next Bachelor? And then what did you think of the promo for Bachelor in Paradise that aired last night?
Okay, so first part, poor Dean, I agree. As we were saying, it's made for TV. And
I'm sure he'll do well after the fact.
Yes, exactly. It's good TV, but still, I mean, my heart goes out to him. That's so hard to have, a broken relationship with a parent, but especially to have that broadcast on national television. So I hope that, if anything, he gets a little career boost from this. Who do I think is going to be the Bachelor? I think it's going to be either Peter or Brian, whoever doesn't win. And we've been saying this whole time that they're essentially twins. So, whichever one it is.
So arguably, whoever loses might end up being the better winner if they were trying to. If this is their whole goal, to try to be famous, they might become the Bachelor.
So
after all.
I think right now, based on what we're plotting here, is that Brian will win and Peter will be the Bachelor. And I just want to tell you guys that every season up until the one before this current season, I've known who wins because for my job, I have sources that can tell me. I'm such a fan that I decided I don't want to know anymore. So this is the second season I haven't known, and it's so much more fun to watch as a viewer. So I really have no idea, but I think it's going to be Brian wins and then Peter's the Bachelor. And then as for the Bachelor in Paradise promo, I thought, it's exciting because after all of this crazy drama, you
go to more crazy drama.
Exactly. And you finally see, it actually is coming back. Yay.
I know, that's true too.
I thought the promo was, it didn't really show anything. Yeah. So, give me some more.
Another question?
So they're asking to spill the beans. What's the story with Corinne being on the Bachelor in Paradise special?
Yes, okay. So I actually broke the news that both Corinne and Demario were going to be on Bachelor in Paradise. So obviously, just in case you either have been living under a rock or aren't a fan of The Bachelor, which I admit
know who
is
they
okay.
Are.
Yes. There was a big scandal. They were reportedly intoxicated, hooked up, production was shut down, then it was brought back, an investigation completed, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, so the news came out that neither of them was going to be on the show because they're not coming back to Mexico where they're filming. Well, I broke exclusively for Variety they actually are going to be on the show because they were there for a week filming beforehand.
And it makes for great TV.
It makes for great TV, but they had to throw away some footage from that night in respect to all the contestants involved, but they didn't have to throw it all away. So I reported that they would both be on the show, and then I believe it was last week when ABC finally came out with the new premiere date, they did confirm that. Now, Corinne also, is one of our awesome viewers, said that she's going to be on the special. So they're going to have a special for Bachelor in Paradise where they'll probably clear all of this stuff up with what really happened, and she's going to sit down with Chris Harrison. He'll get all of the juice out of her. Also, the Men Tell All special films this week. I'll be at the taping.
Lots of Bachelor.
Demario is going to be there, so I'll let you guys know next week what happened.
What goes down on that.
Yeah.
Other TV news, Game of Thrones, obviously big premiere last Sunday. Whether you watch it, whether you don't watch it, Ed Sheeran's caught up somehow in this.
Yes, so, and this isn't a spoiler, but I will always say spoiler alert, just in case for the Thrones fans, but Ed Sheeran, out of all people, had a cameo on Game of Thrones.
Yep.
Now, I'll admit, because I am very... I like to be loyal to the fans. I am not a huge Game of Thrones watcher. I watch bits and pieces because of my job. I cover the show. I know all the news that goes on with the show. But I'm not...
And I'm a diehard watcher.
You're
so it's a total contrast.
Exactly. But, I'm not diehard. And still, with that, my opinion is that Ed Sheeran, why?
Yeah.
I feel like this isn't fair to the fans. I did see the premiere. I was at the premiere. And you see this episode, and... it takes you out of the moment.
It does.
It's just, that's Ed Sheeran.
And people are saying now, who's next? Taylor Swift wants to be in it. Are we going to let her in it? Or, Beyonce wants to be in it. Is she going to make an appearance in it? It kind of turns into this whole, where's the credibility?
Exactly. What do you guys think? Let us know if you like seeing Ed Sheeran or if you thought that it was kind of a cop-out to have a pop star in Game of Thrones, even though, by the way, I love Ed Sheeran as a musician.
Sure.
But do you know the backstory with why he was on there?
I think the girl who plays Arya wanted her or something.
Yes, so Maisie Williams is a huge fan of Ed Sheeran, so the creators of Game of Thrones have been trying for years to get him on to surprise her, so that's kind of cool and kind of sweet. But I say next time, just bring him on set. I'll put him in the show.
Have him sing off it.
Exactly.
Another station joining us?
New York is here.
New York!
Hey!
And then a question.
Also, someone said that Ed on Game of Thrones was totally random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're watching that. Game of Thrones is known to be kind of brutal too. It's gory, it's bloody, and literally the only thing anyone's talking about last Sunday is Ed Sheeran.
Right. I know. I kind of feel like you said, so random. But when you're watching Game of Thrones, first of all, I knew he was going to be on because I cover the news behind the show. But when that scene started and you heard singing, I was like, this is Ed Sheeran. And then I was sitting at the premiere, and it was at the Walt Disney Hall, and there's like hundreds of people there, and literally every single person was cracking up in there because it was just weird. Like, nobody knew how to react to it.
It wasn't supposed to be like a funny scene either.
Exactly.
So it's like, it's like these soldiers like in a hard time, you know, singing, and everyone's like, okay.
Right, exactly.
Moving on, Beyonce had her twins.
Yes.
Beyonce released an interesting photo.
Yes.
And what else are we hearing now about them?
So first of all, Beyonce is the queen of Instagram. She posted this photo, which I'm sure you guys saw, of her holding the twins. It was her first way of breaking her silence that, yes, I did have twins. Yes, they're here.
Super produced.
Exactly, yes. Their names, Sir and Rumi, a boy and a girl, and the way that she posted it was saying basically happy 1 month birthday. So that was her way of confirming they're here, and they've been here for a month. Because if you remember, it was super secretive, kept under wraps when the babies actually came here. Now, we just saw a story, which I'm going to read some details. This is really interesting.
As you're looking this up, Sir and Rumi, what do you think of all these celebrities naming their kids these... I mean, they're kind of unusual names. What happened to the good old days where it's like, oh, John?
Right. Yeah, there's no John here. I mean, I am more traditional. I wouldn't name my kids Rumi and Sir, but it's Beyonce and Jay-Z, and they can do no wrong. And I like those names. Like, they're not, it's not Apple, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's not Apple.
Dream.
So, the birth documents, the certificates, came out just a few minutes ago. It says that Rumi actually came out first, and Sir came out shortly after. So Rumi is the big sister by a few minutes. Now, what's really kind of crazy, though, the doctor who pulled off the delivery, according to these documents, which I have not confirmed with my sources, but the documents are out there now, was Dr. Paul Crane, who is the doctor who delivered all of Kim and Kourtney Kardashian's babies.
So, family connection?
Keeping it all in the famous family, right? There's the famous doctor that delivers all the famous babies.
Yeah, I guess so.
So when Beyonce posted this photo, this is kind of embarrassing. I was at Taco Bell when it happened because I was really hungry and didn't want to cook. And as I was in the drive-thru, she posted it, and I was like, oh my God, I need to stop what I'm doing, stop ordering. And by the time, so at that point, there was 700,000 likes already.
Like
within
in 20 seconds?
Moments,
oh
okay?
My God.
By the time I pulled out of the drive-thru, there was 1.1 million. And
so it shows a huge
line,
interest.
so.
Obviously, people are going crazy over this.
Yeah, exactly. Also, by the way, all of my co-hosts on Page 6 TV know that I have this love for junk food. And I really eat very healthy, but they're going to all make fun of me for doing this because on the show I talked about Chili's and now I'm talking about Taco Bell. So no shame.
Any sponsorships? Yeah, there you go. Got Taco Bell covered, Chili's.
This is just what I eat.
Another station joining us.
So Dallas is here.
Hey, Dallas.
And then we got a question. Did you get a Doritos Locos taco?
I love the Taco Bell comments. We really should get a sponsorship, guys. Let's make this happen. I don't know if
Brought
I
to by Doritos Locos.
Yeah, I didn't, and I've never tried one. So drop another comment and let me know if I should. I got the...
They're pretty good.
Oh my God. Crunchwrap Supreme. And very basic. I love their bean and cheese burritos. Fun fact.
Good, really.
Let's talk about entertainment, not food.
Yeah, but you're just making us hungry now. We're just talking about Taco Bell. We're going to go right after this.
Aladdin?
Yeah, let's talk about Aladdin.
Okay.
And D23 was over the weekend, so a bunch of Disney news came out.
Yeah, so D23 is this big Disney convention. It was held in Anaheim, which is right here in the LA area, for those of you joining us in LA.
The home of Disney.
The home of Disney, exactly. So Will Smith is going to play, well actually let me back up for a second. So Disney is doing a live action version of Aladdin.
Right.
So obviously earlier this year they did Beauty and the Beast, which was a huge success, made over $1 billion for Disney. Now they're doing Aladdin.
Jungle Book. I mean, they literally, anything that is successful, they're going to build.
Exactly.
So everything coming out, they're going to do a Lion King live action.
Exactly, everything. So Will Smith has been cast as the genie. Now, Variety actually reported that he was in talks months ago, but it was officially confirmed this past weekend. That's, of course, the iconic role that was voiced by Robin Williams in the
That's
original.
a hard role to fill.
Yeah, very hard shoes to step into. Now, Aladdin and Princess Jasmine, there was an intense casting search for this for months and months and months. over 2,000 actors auditioned for Aladdin. They could not find the right guy. Riz Ahmed's name came up, Dave Patel. A lot of fans I saw wanted Priyanka Chopra to play
That would have been good.
Princess Jasmine.
Yeah.
Well, they actually went with some newcomers. So Mena Massoud, who's a newcomer, he's a Canadian actor, and he's Egyptian. He is going to play Aladdin. And Naomi Scott, who, if you saw Power Rangers, she played the Pink Ranger.
Right.
She's playing Princess Jasmine. She's a British actress. So some fresh faces there, which
is
like.
always good
Yeah.
because you're so used to seeing the same people in the same movies in Hollywood, so it's always good to see new people.
Exactly, and I love Aladdin. And also, fun fact, in 1992, I believe was the year when Aladdin came out, it was the top grossing movie of the entire year. We should get the figures. It would be kind of fun to compare side by side how the live action versus the animated version does.
I mean, I'm still for like the original animated movies are so good. It's like why would you remake them? Like I know they're doing Dumbo. Tim Burton's doing Dumbo, remaking that. It's like you can tell so many better stories in animation. It's like it's going to be kind of weird seeing Dumbo live action.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. Love ya, but I'm going to disagree with you because I'm all about new ideas in Hollywood, and I do get really sick of these reboots and remakes. And also, let me know if you guys, who you agree with, because I feel like this reboot issue is a lot of people like
and
it, a lot
sequels
of people don't
too.
like it. Sequels.
Tons of sequels.
Yes, but with Disney, I think it's kind of neat to turn an animated movie into live action because it feels so different, and since it's such a different take, I'm okay with that, but I agree with you. I'm interested to see, like, how do you turn Dumbo into a non-animated film? So, as long as they're done well, I'm all for it.
Rob says go Naomi.
Oh, there we go. Go Naomi.
And sequels that Disney announced coming out with, we were just talking about it, Frozen 2, Wreck-It Ralph 2, Incredibles 2, and Toy Story 4. I think the one that people were going the most crazy about with Wreck-It Ralph 2, they have all the princesses coming into it, which is kind of interesting. But it's like, what do you think of all the sequels coming out? And it's like, should they have more original stories? Or?
See, with sequels of these Disney projects, I think that that's just what happens. They're huge, huge, huge money makers. There's no way they're not going to
and they
put
know
out
it's
a
going to
sequel.
succeed.
They know it's going to succeed. These are family-friendly movies. The kids are just waiting. I mean, Frozen 2, they could have been by like Frozen 5 by now. Each one would have made over $1 billion. So this just makes sense. It's a money move, but it's also, I mean, why not?
They just need one song in each one of them.
Exactly.
Everyone will sing if they saw the movie or not.
Exactly. So I think it makes sense.
Another question come in?
So this is a little bit off topic, but it's a two-parter. What are the hit TV shows of the summer? And if you could be on any reality show, which would you choose?
Ooh. Okay, I'm going to answer the reality one first. So even though I love The Bachelor, I would never do The Bachelor. I would go on Chopped.
Why not? Bachelor in Paradise, there you go.
Because I want to keep some of my personal life a little bit personal. And
You want to expose everything on
here's the
TV?
thing, it takes a special type of person to do those shows, and I'm a big fan of all of them because they're fun to watch. I'm not entertaining enough. Like, no one wants to watch me at Bachelor in Paradise. Okay. Anyway, I would do Chopped, which I don't know if that counts as a reality show, but he's shaking his head. It doesn't. Well, I really like to cook, and that's my fake job in my own apartment.
Go on a Gordon Ramsay show.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
See,
Hell's Kitchen,
any of those. Like,
That Word.
Yes, I want to go on and I want to cook. So if Gordon Ramsay will have me on, that's what
Make it happen.
I'd like to do. Okay, so shows of the summer, you just mentioned, The F Word is on. Love Connection also with Andy Cohen. I went to a taping of that. Also Beat Shazam, which it's actually, if you guys haven't watched, it's so fun. It's hosted by...
It got renewed for another season,
it got renewed for season 2. It's hosted by Jamie Foxx, and you know the app Shazam that identifies the song. This is, people have to listen to songs and identify them without the app and then go against the app. And it's kind of fun to watch with like a viewing party and try to do it yourself.
Because you know when you're like driving the car and a song comes on the radio, like the first like 2 seconds, you're like, oh, I know that song.
Right.
And it's like, oh,
It's
if
like
you
that
won money
until
doing that,
Exactly.
that'd be awesome.
Exactly.
Moving on, talking about shows, Empire and Star are going to have a crossover coming in September. 2 of Fox's biggest shows. So what's this all about, and how's it going to go down? Is it going to be one person in each, or?
Yeah, so I forget the exact date, but
End of September
End of
sometime.
September, and we'll get back to you on that. For the premiere of Star and Empire, they're now going to be airing on the same night. So before they were airing at different times of the year, now they're going to be back-to-back with Empire and then Star. So they're doing a crossover. It's a double crossover. So in each shows, there's going to be characters who cross over into each. So it'll be 2 hours of Empire and Star. Actually, I'll pull up the episode description while we're at it. But while I'm doing that...
So it's one like full music night, basically.
Exactly.
And the shows kind of go hand in hand, too. It's similar worlds.
Similar worlds. They're both based in
similar
music.
Drama.
Co-created by Lee Daniels. Since, the second that Star was greenlit, every single report. I actually remember I was at TCA, which is Television Critics Association, and it happens twice a year. It starts up in another week. When they announced that Star was coming, every single reporter there said, okay, when are you going to do a crossover? So, yeah. All right.
And it premieres Wednesday, September 20th. So that came up. That's the date we want to mark the calendars for.
Cool. Okay, so here's the episode description. So Queen Latifah, who stars on Star, she's going to be on Empire, and then Jussie Smollett is going to be on Star. So,
him singing with those girls would be great.
Oh yeah, he's so talented.
Oh, he's
awesome. So okay, Carlotta, who's Queen Latifah's character, will come face to face with Cookie, obviously Taraji, and Lucius, Terrence Howard, and Jamal, and I'm just going to let you guys read my story on Variety.com for the rest, because I don't want to bore you reading.
So you can go there. And Queen Latifah and Taraji will be...
Oh, yeah. Them going face-to-face. I will watch that any day.
One more story we're going to talk about, and then obviously you can catch Elizabeth on Page 6 TV coming this fall, and Variety, she writes for that. Aaron Carter was just arrested, but it turns out there's more drama involved in that with his family and his brother Nick.
Okay. So this was on Sunday,
yeah, it was this past weekend.
I believe. Aaron Carter and his girlfriend, they were outside of Atlanta, and they were pulled over on DUI charges. And
you hear all these DUI charges for these celebrities. Don't you think that they have enough money to get an Uber?
If I can afford an Uber and you can all afford an Uber, they can afford an Uber. They can afford a personal driver, let alone an Uber.
Why are they driving?
It's not okay. But him and his girlfriend were pulled over, and they had, according to the police report, DUI charges, also had marijuana in the car. Now, I have to say, I actually saw Aaron Carter and his girlfriend a few months ago. I was at a restaurant here in LA for brunch, and they were sitting at a table near me, and they looked like they were under the influence of something. And I remember thinking, I hope he's okay, because he looked not well. So, like you said, get an Uber. Enough with the drunk driving.
Probably.
It's really, there's no excuse. It's so dangerous. But, and I think you may remember, he actually recently said that he was getting sick because his fans were body shaming him, saying that he looked too skinny and he looked like a drug addict, and he was lashing out against that. So I just hope he's okay.
And he was mad at his brother Nick because instead of Nick calling him, he tweeted out something to the public saying, oh, I hope you get better, blah, blah. He's like, why would you tweet this out to the public? Why wouldn't you just pick up a phone, call me, and kind of settle this that way, and then so the family...
Yeah. So the two rules, pick up the phone to call family members and take an Uber when you're drinking.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for coming in. Page 6 TV coming to Fox 11 and all the stations. Check your local listings to see when it's going to be on.
Yep.
Variety, you can catch her on there. And Tuesday's here.
Awesome.
So,
thanks so much for joining us, guys. See you next week.
All right, everybody. Well, that was entertainment news coming from our sister station, Fox 11 in Los Angeles. And that was Elizabeth, who is going to be on Page 6 TV airing on Fox coming this fall. So that's pretty exciting. All right, you guys, taking you to the next top story here in the show. Just wanted to give you some entertainment news here on Fox, because we cover a lot of hard news, politics. Sometimes it's nice to just go light for a little bit. But let's get back to news here. Let me pull up for you guys the next top story here in the show. I just want to pull this up for you. Let me get this up and going. Let me change that lower third. So you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live here today. I just want to pull this up for you guys, just to keep you updated on world news here. I do want to take you to the United Nations, where they are discussing the situation in Iraq. So let's hear what they had to say.
Who are outside of their homes in Mosul. As we look ahead In the next coming months, we expect that there will be intense fighting in 3 areas of Iraq where ISIL is still relatively strong. That includes Tel Afar, the community of Hawija, and areas along the Euphrates Valley in western Anbar. Our expectation is that the civilians who are in those areas will be at extreme risk. Possibly by the end of the year, depending upon how intense the fighting is, an additional 100,000 civilians may be forced from their homes. If I can look specifically at Mosul, a year ago, it was in July, we started the contingency planning for the operation. We had 3 scenarios. We had a most likely scenario, a best case scenario, and a worst case. Our most likely scenario was that 450,000 civilians would possibly flee the city. Our worst case scenario is that 1 million civilians would be impacted, of whom 750,000 would leave their homes. In fact, at the end of the fighting, we far exceeded the worst case scenario. 940,000 civilians fled Mosul. Almost all of those civilians have been housed. They are in shelter. They are receiving direct assistance. I think that that's a very positive outcome, particularly because we exceeded the worst case scenario a number of weeks ago. We very often get asked how it is that the humanitarians have managed to stay one tiny step ahead of the crisis. I think there are 3 key reasons why. The first was that the United Nations, under the leadership of the government, prepared for Mosul. We issued a flash appeal in July last year, asking the international community to support preparations for the Mosul operation. Very exceptionally, that appeal was 100% funded. I think colleagues may be aware that most appeals are funded at about 50%. In the case of the Mosul Preparedness Appeal, we received all of the funding that we needed. That allowed us to help the government to construct emergency camps and pre-position supplies. That was one of the 3 reasons why we think we were able to stay one tiny step ahead. The second reason, I've had the opportunity to brief colleagues before on the humanitarian concept of operations, which the Iraqi security forces adopted at the beginning of the Mosul operation. This was a concept of operations which put civilian protection at the center of the battle plan. The Iraqi security forces said at the very beginning of the operation that they would do everything they could to uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law. That was not just a strategic objective for them. They actually turned that into tactical plans and into direct tasking to their troops on the ground. We think this played a very important role in ensuring that civilians were able to leave the city safely. And the third reason why, again, we stayed one tiny step ahead, we believe has to do with the exceptional level of civilian-military liaison that took place during the course of the operation. We were acutely aware that if there were very large numbers of civilians who came out at any one time, that the humanitarians would be unable to support them as required. What happened during the actual operation is that every single day, the Iraqi general who was responsible for civilian evacuations talked directly to the head of the OCHA field team and would know at any one given time how much capacity there was in the camps. In other words, how many civilians could safely come out and receive the kind of assistance that they needed in order to survive. I think that the fact that that liaison worked as well as it did helped to ensure that everyone who came out did so safely and received help. As we look forward, the top priority right now are the civilians who we think may still be inside of the old city. Last evening, the Iraqi security forces were able to fully consolidate their hold on the old city, but we believe that there may still be perhaps hundreds of people who are still there. In the last week of fighting, 12,000 civilians were evacuated. Their condition was the worst of the entire war. Many were elderly, disabled, there were separated children. They clearly didn't have sufficient water, they hadn't had sufficient food, and the overwhelming majority of the civilians who came out were unable, even on their own, to cross the front line to safety. They had to be helped. Our second priority is to ensure that everyone who is outside of their homes now continues to receive the assistance that they need. As I said, there are 700,000 civilians who are outside of their homes now that the fighting has stopped. The overwhelming majority of those are from western Mosul. 320,000 of those people are in the 19 emergency camps that ring Mosul, and 390,000 of the civilians are staying with friends or families or in mosques and public buildings. The third priority is to launch immediate stabilization projects in support of the government's efforts to reestablish basic services. Clearly, it's crucial that families are able to go home in safety, in dignity, and voluntarily. That process really can't commence until, in western Mosul, until services are online, until the areas have been declared safe, and until booby traps and explosive hazards have been cleared. Right now in eastern Mosul, we often describe Mosul at this stage as a tale of two cities. If you go to eastern Mosul, which has been liberated since January, you see a city that's recovering. Families are home. Only 20,000 people have not yet returned. Everyone else has gone back to their neighborhoods. Schools are open. Businesses are thriving. It looks like a city that's recovering. The West is incomparable. The United Nations Development Program has finalized in this past week the preliminary damage and loss assessments. There are 54 residential districts in western Mosul. 15 of them are heavily damaged, basically flattened. 23 of them are moderately damaged. That means that possibly up to half of the buildings in that district are destroyed or structurally unsound. And then there are 16 neighborhoods that are lightly damaged. The preliminary assessments of the first phase of stabilization, that's not a humanitarian, part of a humanitarian operation, it's part of stabilization, but the first estimates are that roughly 700,000 people are in the moderately and lightly damaged areas, people who will need to go home or who already have gone home and are there. About 230,000 people before the war started lived in the heavily damaged areas. The preliminary assessment for the first phase of stabilization for that heavily damaged districts is $470 million. And for the moderately and lightly damaged districts, we're looking at $237 million. That is literally double our estimate for stabilization. The reason that it's so much higher is because the fighting in the final stages of the campaign was so fierce and so much worse than anyone had expected, and the damage is so extensive. In terms of the humanitarian operation, Mosul, of course, right now is the largest caseload, but there are displaced people throughout the country. There are many displaced people in the Kurdistan region, and there are a number of displaced people who have sought safety basically in almost every community of the country. When the Mosul operation concluded, the appeal that we had launched at the beginning of the year was only 43% funded. We have now, at this stage, asked the international community to step forward and to provide the funding that's urgently required so that we can continue to provide assistance for our people who are outside of their homes and help them to return voluntarily and in dignity and safely so that they can begin to restart their lives. We have gone ahead and calculated the cost of supporting the people who are outside of their homes in Mosul, and we've done so on the assumption of three scenarios. If the families who are outside of their homes in Mosul right now stay outside of their homes for 3 months, the humanitarians will need $182 million to support them. If they stay outside of their homes for 6 months, $300 million will be needed. And if they stay outside of their homes for 9 months, $450 million will be needed. If you allow, we would like to stress that the overwhelming bulk of humanitarian assistance that has been provided in Mosul has come from the government. We estimate that 75 to 80% of all aid was given by the Iraqi government and by the Kurdistan regional government. The role of the international community and of frontline humanitarian partners has been to fill the gaps. The second point that we wanted to stress is that the Mosul operation has been pioneering in a number of respects. Again, previously we have talked about the humanitarian concept of operation. We've also talked about civil military liaison, And we would like to particularly stress the very pioneering work that was done by the World Health Organization in establishing trauma stabilization points. These are MASH units, triage units, that were right on the front line. That meant that civilians who were impacted, either they were shot by ISIL or they were the victims of artillery barrage, as soon as they crossed the line, there was a triage unit there. If you visited these units, you would see that up to 100 patients an hour would move through these units at the peak. It took usually about 20 minutes to stabilize a patient. They were then put in ambulances where they were taken to the second tier of support. Those were field hospitals. We had 4 of them that were established. In the field hospitals, complex surgeries could be done, and then patients were transferred for post-operative support to secondary and tertiary hospitals at the 3rd referral line. This very complex trauma and stabilization operation is one of the most complex that the UN has done anywhere in the world, and as I said, it was directly on the front line, and it was under WHO's exceptional leadership that took place. And then just a final point, the levels of trauma that we are seeing from Mosul are some of the highest anywhere. Right now, there are 250,000 women and children and men who are receiving psychosocial support. We expect that in the weeks and months ahead that number will increase significantly as more people step forward. We do not in any way underestimate the levels of trauma that the people of Mosul have endured. What's happened to them has been nearly unimaginable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll open the floor up for questions. Please direct your questions to Ms. Grande, speak directly into the microphone, and identify yourselves to our speaker. Yes, Stefano.
Hello, Ms. Grande. Thank you very much. Stefano Vaccara from Radio Radicale in Rome, La Voce di New York. Sure, it must be a relief for the civilians in Mosul now, but I'm sure you have read the report the Amnesty International did, and it's titled "At Any Cost: The Civilians' Catastrophe in West Mosul," where in the report they accuse also the government forces, I mean the pro-Iraqi government forces, to use excessive force where there were civilians, and they have in the report testimony of practically that even the instruction indicated, for example, to put children clothes on the roof of their houses, so to indicate there were families there to not bomb, were not followed, because many families got bombed even if they had the children close there. So can you comment? Can you have a comment on this? I'm not talking only on the last few days of the battle. We're talking about the last few months. What is your impression about these accusations?
The government of Iraq has said throughout the operation that allegations of humanitarian principles, violations of international humanitarian law will all be investigated. Since the Amnesty report has come out, my understanding is that the government has reconfirmed its commitment to investigate the allegations. I think it's absolutely clear, as we've said throughout the operation, that civilians have been at the most extreme risk. They were at risk from snipers, from artillery barrage, from airstrikes, from unexploded ordnance. There were times when, particularly in the old city, supplies simply were not getting in, which meant that they didn't have safe drinking water. We were trying to track the amount of food that was available. We were going down and down and down and down. As we've said, what the civilians of Mosul have endured is nearly unimaginable. It's been, I think, important to recognize the efforts of the coalition to protect civilians and the protocols that they have put in place to do that, most particularly to recognize the commitment of the Iraqi security forces to their humanitarian concept of operation. The parameters of the humanitarian CONOP changed during the operation. At the very beginning, in eastern Mosul, the Iraqi security forces said to civilians, please stay in your homes, we're going to protect you there. And if you do try and leave, we will help you across the front line, but we're going to do everything we can so that you can remain. When the assault on the old city started, the parameters of the CONUC changed. And the Prime Minister announced that civilians were encouraged to leave their homes, to move toward advancing forces with the promise that they would be escorted across the Flot. And that clearly reflected the very dramatic change in battlefield conditions in the final stages of the fighting.
Hello, Ms. Grande. My name is Olga Denisova with RIA Novosti, Russian news agency. I just have some follow-up and some questions. These three scenarios you mentioned for IDPs, 3, 6, and 9 months, is it only for IDPs of Mosul?
Yes, it's for the Mosul caseload.
Okay. And for this case, what funds are available now? I mean, how much do you have, and what these funds will be spent for? What's the most needed, like hospitals or schools? Thank you.
So the appeal for the year for Iraq was $985 million. We've received to date $440 million, which means we have a gap of $545. What we've just done, there were meetings in Washington where this past week, where we said to the international community, this is the time to step forward and stand in solidarity with the people of Iraq, with the people of Mosul, and we've asked for continuing international assistance. Several member states indicated at the meeting it was not a pledging conference, it was a high-level coordination meeting, but nonetheless, they did step forward and they said, yeah, we're gonna provide funding. That include additional funding. That included the UK government, the US government, Germany, and ECHO, part of the European Union. We hope that other member states do as well. On previous occasions, we've shared with you that the humanitarian appeal in Iraq is what we call a highly prioritized appeal. Many appeals, I think we all know this, when humanitarians need $10, they ask for 15, donors give 7. There's a kind of a game that goes on. In the case of Iraq, what we did was to calculate how many people needed assistance, how much it would cost to provide that assistance at minimum international standards. We agreed with the government how much they would cover, and the gap is what we appealed for. So we've said to donors, you know, this is not a fictitious number. It's not a fake number. It's a real number. We need this support. For the past 2 years, the Iraq appeal has been one of the highest funded appeals in the world. 90% of the funding that we've asked for, we've received. We need that again this year. And at halfway through the year after Mosul, we're not even halfway. And that's why we've asked donors to step up. We need it.
Arturo Zampaglione with La Repubblica.
Okay.
Is it me or no?
No, him and then you.
Sorry. My name is Masood Haider. I represent the Dawn newspaper of Pakistan. I just wanted to find out a couple of questions about this operation in Mosul. There are reports that there are about thousands of children left, orphans left by the ISIS. How many, in fact, are the orphans over there, and how are they being taken care of? And also, what is also the Iraqi government, is it helping? Because there are now charges flying around that Iraqi government has been mistreating some of the ISIS survivors and so forth. What do you have to say about that? Thank you.
On the question of the orphans, yes, there are a large number of children who are orphaned. There are children who were separated during the evacuation of families. There are strenuous efforts underway to make sure that the separated children are reunited with their families and that orphans are receiving the care that they need. The orphans that many of us are seeing now are, as I mentioned earlier, highly traumatized and are going to require specialized care for months, if not many years to come. It is a very real problem. In the case of the government contribution, the humanitarian operation was led by the government. As I said, 75 to 80% of all humanitarian assistance provided in Mosul came from the government of Iraq and from the Kurdistan regional government. It's clear that this has been a massive operation. At times, it felt nearly unmanageable. We have managed to stay one tiny step ahead. At the end of it, the people who came out have been screened, they've received shelter, and they are receiving support. I think that it's important to appreciate the contributions and the leadership of the government, and to recognize that the allegations of violations of humanitarian principles and international humanitarian law and human rights law, it's the responsibility of the government to investigate those. They have said that they will, and to do so as transparently and as quickly and fairly as possible.
Follow, how many, do you have any idea as to how many, exactly how many orphans are there? How many boys, how many girls? Have you had that figure at all? Do you have that figure at all?
No, we only have estimates at this point, but we can share those with you. I don't have them in front of me right now, sir. If you allow, we'll use the good offices of the spokesperson's team to get back to you with more precision on that point.
Okay, okay.
Yes, Zampone with Repubblica ONU Italia. What's, in your view, this has been somehow will be a case study in emergency operations. What has been the most problematic aspect? The one that leaves you less satisfied, that opens up more questions?
That's a great question. I think we're still trying to figure out how we manage to stay one step ahead. You know, what was really, you know, for the first really 3 months, it was very hard to know how many people were coming out at any one time. There was a certain stage where there were 5 different sets of numbers. 3 sets were coming from the government, and within the humanitarian community, we had 2 different sets. The effort to have a common understanding of what we were dealing with, that was a critical feature at the early stages. Making sure that we had enough camp capacity. We've been building and expanding camps nonstop for 9 months. And that was certainly, that really pushed us. At the very beginning of the operation, we did not have trauma stabilization points on the front line. Within the golden hour, I know colleagues are aware, but if you've been shot or you've sustained a serious injury, you usually have about an hour in which to be stabilized, and that's called the golden hour. And for the first months of the operation, we did not have these MASH or triage units right on the front. The liaison with the military, you know, making sure that the military at every single stage knew how much capacity there was to support and absorb civilians. That took several months before that was fully worked out. I think that at every stage of the operation, there were major problems that were presented. We struggled with the government to address those. New problems emerged. I recall, for example, in February, there was a very sharp spike in civilian casualties. Those were linked to artillery barrage, the indiscriminate use of weapons, and airstrikes. There was a pause in the military operation, and there was a recalibration of the tactics that were used in order to mitigate and help to prevent civilian casualties. I would consider that to have been a very major phase in the whole battle, where literally, you know, just about everything stopped while the Iraqi security forces evaluated their tactical approach and changed the way that they were fighting.
Sure, thanks a lot. Matthew Lee, Inner City Press. I'd seen this really high figure where the government seems to be saying they're going to bring everybody back in within 200 days of 1.5 million people, and I just wanted to know what you think that the pace will be. You know, and just on the human rights issue, there seems, beyond the Amnesty report, there seems to be actual videos of you know, captured ISIS fighters being thrown off roofs. So I'm just wondering, do you think that have you seen the government actually acting on that? Because there was a press conference in here on Friday where the permanent representative or acting permanent representative seemed to say, well, war is war. I mean, do you think, is there kind of a wink and a nod, or is there some attempt to actually, you know, find out? And finally, there seems to be this attempt to separate the families of now dead ISIS fighters from the rest of the refugee flows and put them in, quote, rehabilitation camps.
Yeah.
Is that something that the UN is going to be a part of? Is there some kind of, what's your thoughts on that? Thanks.
Yeah. Matthew, on the reverse order of the questions, on the issue of the ISIL families, there was very serious concern on the part of the Iraqi authorities that these families would be at grave risk if they were integrated with other families. And there was considerable evidence to suggest that that was a well-founded view. So the Iraqi security forces decided that the best way to protect them was to have them in an area where the security forces could ensure that they would be safe. That was a camp called Bartala. We were very concerned that the people who were put into that camp might not be allowed to move. The government said, yes, of course they can move. It is not a detention camp. They do have the freedom of movement. We were then very concerned that the level of services in that particular camp were not adequate. And in fact, just today, the government has confirmed that they will be closing Bartala. They're not going to be using that for the moment, that particular location. The issue of the protection for families that are perceived to have been or associated with ISIL is a very real one. I know that the government is considering the best way to ensure that these families are safe. This is not an easy situation for them, and we are continuing to discuss the appropriate way to make sure that you're a civilian, you are fully entitled to the complete protection of the Iraqi law and order and security organs. On the issue of the videos, yes, we've seen these. We've also been aware of the reports by Human Rights Watch and by Amnesty International and by other NGOs. The government has said, yep, we're going to investigate these. If there is a violation of humanitarian principles or international humanitarian law and human rights law, it's our job to investigate it. We assume that the government is acting in good faith. We continue, of course, to raise the issue with them. One thing that the government instituted partway through the operation, this was in February, if I remember well, was a mechanism where a violation of humanitarian principles, a file would be opened on that, like a case file, and the government's high-level advisory committee was responsible for following through on all individual cases that were raised on humanitarian principles. They reported back to the high-level committee on each individual case. That suggests a good faith commitment, and we expect that that will continue as more evidence comes forward about what has happened in the battlefield. Matthew, you asked me rate of return. So what the government has done is to look at the 3.5 million people who will be outside of their homes when the fighting stops, and looked at how their returns to wherever they come from can be done in a way which ensures that it's voluntary, done safely, and in dignity. The government's plan is ambitious. They hope that the 585,000 people who are still outside of their homes in Anbar will go home by the end of the year. In other places in the country, for example, Salahadin, where there are still 450,000 people outside of their homes, Diyala, where there are still 100,000 people outside of their homes, it's recognized that it will take longer, perhaps up to 9 months. I think everyone knows that the return process to Mosul and to the Nineveh Plains will take a lot longer, a year, if not more so. The government's plan, the return plan, is ambitious. It's important, I think, that the government has a plan. They thought this through. We're going to be supporting them. And everyone wants to see families go home in dignity, safely, voluntarily, so that they can restart their lives. I don't think we want to underestimate how enormous that challenge is. The UN is saying that stabilization in Mosul will be the most complex stabilization operation the UN has supported ever.
Okay, one last one.
Yeah, one question. There was a report earlier that there are some foreigners in Iraqi jails by the ISIS. Do you have any information whether they're released or not? And there was a report also that Indians in particular were in jail. Is that have you confirmed that report, or is it already been taken care of, this issue?
If If you permit, sir, I do not know the answer to that question. I would, of course, suggest that the ICRC, which does have access to detention facilities, would be in a very good place to answer that.
I'd like once again to thank Ms. Grande. Thanks again for all your periodic reports and all the work you're doing. Sorry we couldn't see you while you were actually here in New York, but it's nice to see you on the screen.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
All right, everybody, that was an update from the United Nations about the situation in Iraq. Now I want to take you to their briefing from earlier today where they discuss Syria and much more. Here we go.
National Day. Earlier today, the Secretary General addressed the General Assembly in an informal meeting to observe the day. He said that Nelson Mandela continues to inspire the world through his example of courage and compassion and his commitment to social justice and a culture of freedom and peace. He added that the greatest tribute we can pay Nelson Mandela is not in words or in ceremonies, but actions that improve our world. UN staff around the world are marking this day by volunteering in their communities. The Special Representative of the Secretary General for Haiti, Sandra Honoré, will speak to you at the stakeout following her briefing to the Security Council, which is happening now. In remarks to Council members, she said that a little less than 3 months before the closure of MINUSTAH and the transition to a smaller peacekeeping mission, MINUJUST, Haiti has remained on the path of stabilization and democratic consolidation. Looking ahead, for the country to make full use of the window of opportunity that emerged following the electoral process, additional measures will be needed to consolidate the security and stabilization gains of the past few years, create greater social and political cohesion, and truly reinforce state institutions. Ms. Honoré stressed that without a properly functioning justice system, the Haitian National Police cannot effectively deliver security for all Haitian citizens, and the domestic and international investments in the National Police Force will not develop to their full potential. As MINUSTAH continues the implementation of its integrated drawdown plan until the mission's closure on the 15th of October, the partnership of the international community with Haiti and continued and coordinated support of Haiti's reform agenda will be critical, she concluded. Today, the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, will begin a trip to Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. She will be joined by the Executive Director of UN Women, Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Nguka, the UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict, Pramila Patten, and the African Union Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, Bineta Diop. The trip, which is being carried out in conjunction with the African Union, seeks to raise awareness of the importance of women's participation in peace and security processes and of ensuring that women's voices are heard in all aspects of society. The three officials will travel to Abuja, where they will meet with the acting president and hear from women leaders and young women who have been affected by conflict. On Friday, the Deputy Secretary General will attend the funeral of Dr. Babatunde Ositmehen, the former Executive Director of the UN Population Fund. The Deputy Secretary General will briefly be back in New York to attend a member states retreat over the weekend and will then rejoin the mission in the DRC. We will bring you more details on the DRC visit next week. This trip is the first part of a two-part mission focused on women's meaningful participation in peace, security, and development. A similar mission will cover 2 further countries later in the year. The DSG is expected to be back in New York on the 28th of July. Our colleagues at the UN Refugee Agency warned today that recent violence in southern border areas of Central African Republic is driving more people to flee, including into remote areas of the Northern Democratic Republic of the Congo, putting immense pressure on difficult-to-reach local communities close to the border. Local authorities estimate that over 60,000 people have fled since May. UNHCR continues to work to verify the numbers and is organizing to bring in relief aid. However, moving help there quickly is difficult. Roads are mud-filled and in places virtually impassable for normal transport. Hence, tractors and other specialized vehicles are needed. Of the $55.3 million needed in funding for the DRC Central African Republic situation this year, only $2.8 million has so far been received. The Emergency Relief Coordinator, Stephen O'Brien, today concluded his visit to the Central African Republic before traveling to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In Bangui, he called on the international community to sustain support to the Central African Republic to avert the risk of a repeat of the devastating large-scale crisis that gripped the country only 4 years ago. Mr. O'Brien expressed extreme concern at the upsurge of violence in the country since the beginning of this year. If we do not act now, he said, we will see increasing need and even greater vulnerability of already weakened people. Meanwhile, UNICEF warned that months of renewed fighting in the Central African Republic have led to an increasing number of violent acts committed against children, including murders, abductions, rape, and recruitment into armed groups. The agency said that the true number of atrocities suffered by children over the past 3 months is almost certain to be much higher than officially reported figures, because humanitarian access has been severely limited by insecurity. There are more details on the websites of the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs and UNICEF. Regarding the situation in the Lake Chad Basin, I would like to flag an innovative radio education program to support the 1.3 million children who've been displaced by the violence of the conflict with Boko Haram. The radio education program supported by UNICEF, the European Union, the governments of Cameroon and Niger offer an alternative platform for the 200,000 children in crisis-affected areas who are unable to go to schools in the far north of Cameroon and in the Diffa region of Niger. The 144 episodes of educational programming on literacy and numeracy, life-saving and other child protection messages will be broadcast in both French and the local languages of Kanuri, Fulfulde, and Hausa. More on this is available, information is available on UNICEF's website. Our humanitarian colleagues warned today that the Republic of Congo is confronted with a humanitarian emergency in the Pool region. The government, the UN, and 16 other humanitarian partners are calling for a $23.7 million financial support package to help 138,000 people in need. The Food Security and Nutrition Analysis, which was conducted in June 2017, revealed that more than half of families face great difficulties in accessing food and meeting their basic needs. More details are available from our colleagues in OCHA. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights is deeply concerned that after recent fighting in Benghazi, people taken prisoner by members of the Libyan National Army may be at imminent risk of torture and even summary execution. The Human Rights Office says their concern is based on reports suggesting the involvement of the Special Forces, a unit aligned with the Libyan National Army, in torturing detainees and summarily executing at least 10 captured men. It urges the Libyan National Army to ensure that there is a full, impartial investigation into these allegations and calls on the group to suspend its field commander pending the conclusion of such an investigation. The office reiterates that the fight against terrorism cannot be used to justify summary executions or other grave violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law. The World Food Programme said today that while the fight for Iraq's Mosul has ended, there's been extensive damage to homes and essential infrastructure, leaving thousands of families with nothing to return to and in continued need of emergency food assistance. WFP said that it will continue to provide food assistance for all families displaced by the Mosul crisis until they can safely return home and rebuild their lives. This month, the agency will provide food assistance to nearly 850,000 displaced people living in camps. WFP also stands ready to support up to 200,000 more people who may be displaced from the remaining Daesh-held areas where the conflict is expected to continue. The UN Refugee Agency today said it is appealing for $421.2 million to help provide alternatives to refugees undertaking dangerous journeys to Europe. The funds would be used to deal with complex population movements involving shifting routes, and UNHCR is proposing interventions in the countries of origin and transit in sub-Saharan Africa, in North Africa, and in the destination countries in Europe. Services would include raising awareness of the risks of irregular migration, supporting law enforcement mechanisms addressing human trafficking, and ensuring humanitarian assistance to those rescued at sea, among others. More information is available on the UNHCR website. Also concerning refugees arriving in Europe, our colleagues from UNICEF said that Italy's proposed code of conduct for NGOs carrying out search and rescue missions could put many lives at risk, especially those of children. The code would limit the movement and operation of NGO rescue vessels in the central Mediterranean and inadvertently prevent life-saving work to save children from drowning. UNICEF praised Italy's efforts to save refugees and migrants, but warned that restrictions on sea rescues is not a solution, and called on the EU and international community to step up their efforts to help Italy. And for the Honor Roll, we're pleased to announce 2 new members to the 2017 Honor Roll, as they have paid their regular budget dues in full. Sincere thanks go to Burkina Faso and Lithuania. That makes it 115 member states. And we're rescheduling a press conference. the International Parliamentarian Union press briefing that was scheduled for today at 11 a.m. has been rescheduled to tomorrow at 11 a.m. due to the earlier incident. And tomorrow, my guest will be Fekitemola Katoa Utekamanu, Undersecretary General and High Representative of the UN Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries and Small Island Developing States, and Masood bin Momen, Permanent Representative of Bangladesh and Chair of the Least Developed Countries Group. They will be here to brief you on the launch of the office's flagship report entitled Financing the Sustainable Development Goals and the Istanbul Program of Action in the Least Developed Countries. And that is it for me. Any questions? Yes, you first.
Thank you, Farhan.
No, her first. Then you.
Thank you, Farhan. Venezuela just had a plebiscite on Sunday. The United Nations, through the Secretary General, has been very outspoken about the position of the UN to try to protect the rights of the Venezuelans. And now we have the constitutional process that will be July 30th. What is the position of the UN of that process, especially when countries in the international community, including the United States, the European Union, have been very forceful on the fact that they want that constitutional change to be stopped. So they are trying to get sanctions if that were to happen. What's the UN position on everything that is happening right now?
Well, regarding that, I just want to flag a couple of the points that the Secretary General made in the statement we issued on Friday, the 14th of July. As the Secretary General made clear, a national dialogue is urgently needed in Venezuela between the government and the opposition to achieve two major objectives: the eradication of violence, abuses, and fanaticism, and the preservation of an agreed constitutional path. He added that there will not be a solution if it is imposed. The way out is through an agreement, elections, and respect for fundamental rights and constitutional powers. And you'll have seen the full statement, which is online. Yes, Nisa?
Yeah, Farhan, the tension is rising, of course, around the Al-Aqsa Mosque. With the Israelis are cracking down on the Palestinians, and they've installed these electronic gates for prayers to go there. People have not been able to enter the mosque for several days, including the clerics. How does the Secretary General view the presence of security all the time in the mosque and the prevention of worshippers to go into the mosque freely?
Obviously, we've repeatedly said that it's important to preserve the status quo in all of the various holy sites of Jerusalem, so that all worshippers can participate freely. Beyond that, we have no comment at this stage.
Does it mean preserving the status quo that military are present with weapons all the time among prayers?
I've said what I had to say. Yes?
Farhan, can you please state on the record what caused the evacuation of the building?
Yeah, certainly. Earlier today, there was a fire alarm that went off in one of the fan rooms in the second basement, so we had to evacuate as a precaution in case of a potential fire. But the alarm was checked. There was no fire. It was a problem potentially with the alarms. Normally, there are around 2,000 or so people in the headquarters in the mornings, and there was an evacuation that happened, but very clear. But it was very clear to us early on that there was no a threat to the population, and so within about half an hour, they were allowed back into the building.
But someone from your office had said that we were told it was a fire earlier. So how do you explain the discrepancy? Did someone initially say there was a fire?
Well, it was a fire alarm that went off. There was an alert that went in the building about a threat of fire. There was, like I said, it has been checked. There was no fire in the second basement area, but an alarm did go off in one of the fan rooms. There are many fan rooms. Basically, there are a lot of huge fans that are there to keep different machines from overheating. The threat is that if one of the alarms goes off in a fan room, there's a chance that there could be a serious fire situation. There was no serious fire situation, although we did have to make the evacuation as a precautionary.
And was the New York City Fire Department called, and did they come in? Who came in? What was the size?
Yes. The Fire Department of New York came. They helped. We investigated. Our security investigated and found that the rooms were okay in terms of any fire conditions, and so an all clear was sounded. Yes, Ali.
Thank
you, Farhan. Just if you have any readout from the meeting between the Secretary General yesterday with Iran Foreign Minister Zarif, that's one. Second, do you have any statement regarding the announcement in Tripoli about the political roadmap for Libya? Thank you.
Well, to take your second question first, on Libya, what we can say about that is, as you're aware, we have a new special representative coming in for Libya, Ghassan Salameh, who I believe will be here in the building sometime next week. Upon taking up his functions, he will review the roadmap that his predecessor has developed, with a view to facilitating its implementation in close consultation with Libya's stakeholders and partners. So that is what his priority is at this stage. Regarding the meeting with Foreign Minister Javed Zarif of Iran, no, we don't have a readout of that. It's part of the Secretary General's regular consultations with member states in that region.
How long was have the meeting lasted, and can you say anything about it?
No, beyond saying that it's part of his regular consultations with different foreign ministers in the region, no, there's nothing else to say about that. Yes.
Sure. I wanted to ask you, the Special Rapporteur, Ben Emerson, has concluded a visit to Sri Lanka, and he issued a report where he said that torture is widespread today, not in the past, but today, and that the reforms that were called for by the Human Rights Council have not, that progress on them has, quote, ground to a halt. So I wanted to know two things. One is, with Mr. Feltman going there, is he going to raise this issue of ongoing torture? And number two, the UN is still continuing, it seems, I've heard, and I've seen pictures of, to recruit Sri Lankan troops to serve in MINUSMA in Mali. Given this new finding by the UN that the security forces in Sri Lanka are engaged in torture, what particular safeguards are in place to make sure that those involved in the abuse aren't, in fact, just shipped to Mali to continue it?
Well, wherever we recruit soldiers from, in every country, we try to vet the peacekeeping troops, the incoming peacekeeping troops, to make sure that they're not involved in any problems like that in their home country. And of course, we would do that sort of vetting for Sri Lankan troops as we would for any other country. Regarding Mr. Feltman's travel, of course, we'll try to provide details on that once it's happened.
So for example, will DPKO get it? This report just came out today, and the recruitment has already taken place. There's the resident coordinator has been meeting with the military. The military has been bragging about it. I guess what I want to know is, in light of this new UN founding released today, will this information be incorporated before people get off the plane in Mali to begin serving the UN?
If there's new relevant information regarding the peacekeeping troops that they're dealing with, then our Department of Field Support, DFS, would look into that. Yes, Farnaz.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if there are any UN mediation efforts for the crisis in Qatar, whether the Secretary General has contacted any officials on both sides or anyone else at the UN.
Different UN officials at various levels have contacted various parties. There's not a lot of detail I can provide on that, but we've tried to play a helpful role. But part of what we're doing is we're encouraging different regional and other mediation efforts. As you know, there are efforts by different countries, and we hope that they will bear fruit, and we will try to support them as we can. Yes.
Yeah.
None that I can disclose.
Yeah, on Yemen.
Yes.
On Yemen, yesterday there was a major attack against the market in Saada, in the south. Many people perished in that attack, and then the paramedics, when they tried to come and help the injured, the alive people remaining there, they were also attacked by Saudi-led coalition fighters.
Well, I mean,
what is the position on that?
The basic point is no health workers in any area should be attacked. If people are in the process of providing humanitarian or other help, they should not be interfered with by any of the parties.
Yeah, going back to the situation in Jerusalem, of course the tension is very high and there are mutual threats. Israel says that this situation is permanent And if you're talking about going back to the status quo ante, they are saying, no, the changes will remain forever. That means this is final. Are we expecting any position from the United Nations on these arrangements? Also, where else in the world do you find armed soldiers inside a worship place?
Beyond your editorializing, the point is whenever we have concerns about the holy sites in Jerusalem, we've raised them and we will continue to do so. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, do you have any statement from the Secretary General on the new Italian Code of Conduct? Is there any formal statement?
Well, you heard at the start I mentioned what UNICEF has been saying, and so I just read out that note from UNICEF and their concerns. The bottom line being that their concerns that the proposed code of conduct for NGOs could put many lives at risk, especially those of children. And there's a press release from UNICEF with further details. Yes.
I am Rashad Al-Kader. I need the 7X News TV. I ask question how long time to this here no here open airport in Sana'a for surveillance.
I didn't quite get your question. What's your question?
Yeah, how to this time no open airport Sana'a, Yemen for surveillance.
Yeah, we're trying to see and make sure that the parties are able to provide access to all the key areas of Yemen, including Sana'a, and that is what we're working towards, including through the efforts of our envoy, Ismail Ul-Sheikh Ahmed.
Long time.
Huh?
Long time, no open orbit.
We're aware of the many frustrations, and you've seen the frustrations expressed by our special envoy. Yes.
Sure. Thanks a lot. I want to ask about Burundi, Western Sahara, and the Anglap Seng case. Burundian refugees in Tanzania in this camp called Nduta were visited by, I guess, members of MKAPA's team, the mediators team, and some ambassadors to Burundi from Tanzania and Kenya. But there wasn't, I wanted to know, first of all, many of the refugees have raised questions that they were basically being encouraged to return to the country, which they see as unsafe. Was there any involvement by Michel Kafando and as a UN mediator? Is he aware of this trip? And what does the Secretary General, with his interest in refugees, does he believe this is a propitious time to tell Burundian refugees in neighboring countries to return?
Obviously, our position on all refugees is that they can only return to countries when they feel the conditions are safe to allow them to do so. As you know, we abide by the idea that all countries should observe the principle of non-refoulement, and so that's where we stand on that. I'm not aware of any role that Mr. Kafando had in this.
And also, on Western Sahara, I think the Frente Polisario sent a communication to DPA and DPKO and MINURSO about they've captured, they say, 19 people coming over the berm from Morocco and put them in, there's photographs, it's in El País, and I'm just wondering, given what happened in Girgarat, what's the UN comment on it? Will you confirm that you've received the communication, and what's the UN intend to do about it?
I'll check whether we've received any communication from them.
And yesterday, down in court in the Anglap Seng / John Ash case, it emerged, a number of things came out, but as to the UN, that South News, which was Anglap Seng.
All right, everybody, we're going to break out of that to take you to the end of a police chase in Southern California right now. Let's take you to the scene where we are covering for you live from the news chopper. Let's take a look at this situation right now. Let me change that lower third for you as well so you know we are, in fact, streaming live. This is in Southern California. It sounds like this could be a woman in the car. Again, this was a police chase. We are still working on getting more details for you into the newsroom, just updating this lower third for you as well, so you guys coming into the show that are new to this know exactly what we are covering right now. Again, this is coming from the news chopper live in Los Angeles. Let me make sure that chopper volume is down as well.
Time. If you're good, we're good. Back to base, sir.
All right, you guys, sorry about that. I also believe I was probably talking the same time the chopper reporter was talking. I forgot to lower that audio. If you were confused, that was the end of a police chase in Southern California. You guys, we never know when these police chases are going to come in. So if we get another one, we'll be sure to take you there live here on the Fox News Now stream. taking you back now to, let's give you a live look of New York City while I pull up the next top story for you. All right, you guys, you're getting a live look of New York City right now. Again, sorry for the confusion. I realized that I was telling you guys about a police chase while the volume was up on our chopper reporter who was reporting on the police chase, so it probably sounded like two people talking at once. But that was the end of a police chase, so we didn't get to cover that one for you guys. I know a lot of you that watch, a lot of our loyal viewers here, love that we cover police chases. I think one of the reasons why you guys love when we cover police chases is because no commercials, no editing, completely raw footage. We show the whole thing from the beginning to the end if we get the feed. Unfortunately, we just got that feed in at the very last moment. I mean, I can even take you still. You can see Chopper leaving the scene, heading back to the station there in Los Angeles. But at least you get a beautiful view of LA right now. It is beautiful there, isn't it? We always thank you for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. We cover events from all across the United States, not just here in Phoenix, but everywhere, including LA and New York. Take a look. All right, you guys, pulling up some political news for you. I think we've covered enough of the world news coming from the United Nations. I do want to take you now to President Trump, who was meeting with service members earlier today. This was happening way early in our show this morning, so if you missed it, I do want to take you to this event. So let's stream it.
We have Vice President Pence with us, and 4 great soldiers. Spent a lot of time in Afghanistan. And I'm going to be talking to you about Afghanistan, what you think, your views. These are people on the ground, know it probably better than anybody, feel you know it pretty well, right? And we're going to be getting some ideas because we've been there. It's our longest war. We've been there for many years. We've been there for now close to 17 years. And I want to find out why we've been there for 17 years, how it's going, and what we should do in terms of additional ideas. I've heard plenty of ideas from a lot of people, but I want to hear from the people on the ground. So this is actually a very important luncheon, and it's a great honor to have you with us. And I look forward to the discussion. We'll wait till the media leaves. I want to thank you, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, are you at the Republicans who came out against this health care bill? Disappointed. Thank you. I don't think it's good, no, but it's, I'm certainly disappointed. For 7 years I've been hearing repeal and replace from Congress, and I've been hearing it loud and strong, and then when we finally get a chance to repeal and replace, they don't take advantage of it, so that's disappointing. So I'm very, I would say I'm disappointed in what took place. It will go on and we'll win. We're going to win on taxes, we're going to win on infrastructure and lots of other things that we're doing. We've won and are winning the war, as you know, on the border. We're very much decimating ISIS. You can see that. You see that better than anybody sees it, the soldiers that are with us today. We've had a lot of victories, but we haven't had a victory in health care. We're disappointed. I am very disappointed because, again, even as a civilian, for 7 years I've been hearing about health care. And I've been hearing about repeal and replace, and Obamacare is a total disaster. Some states had over a 200% increase, a 200% increase in their premiums, and their deductibles are through the roof. It's an absolute disaster. And I think you'll also agree that I've been saying for a long time, let Obamacare fail, and then everybody's going to have to come together and fix it, and come up with a new plan, and a plan that's really good for the people with much lower premiums, much lower costs, and much better protection. I've been saying that, Mike, I think you'll agree, for a long time. Let Obamacare fail, it'll be a lot easier. And I think we're probably in that position where we'll just let Obamacare fail. We're not going to own it. I'm not going to own it. I can tell you the Republicans are not going to own it. We'll let Obamacare fail, and then the Democrats are going to come to us and they're going to say, how do we fix it? How do we fix it? Or how do we come up with a new plan? So we'll see what happens. There's some other things going on right now as we speak. But I am disappointed because for so many years I've been hearing repeal and replace. I'm sitting in the Oval Office right next door, pen in hand, waiting to sign something, and I'll be waiting, and eventually we're going to get something done, and it's going to be very good. But Obamacare is a big failure, and it has to be changed. We have to go to a plan that works. We have to go to a much less expensive plan in terms of premiums, and something will happen, and it'll be very good. May not be as quick as we had hoped, but it's going to happen. Okay? Well, they were not disloyal. They had their own reasons. I was very surprised when the two folks came out last night because we thought they were in fairly good shape, but they did. And, you know, everybody has their own reason. But if you really think about it, you look at it, and we have 52 people. We had no Democrat support, which is really, you know, something that should be said. We should have had Democrats voting. This is a great plan for a lot of people. We had no Democrat support. We have 52 people. We had 4 no's. Now, we might have had another one somewhere in there, but essentially the vote would have been pretty close to, if you look at it, 48-4. That's a pretty impressive vote by any standard. And yet you have a vote of 48-4 or something like that, and you need more. It's pretty tough. So the way I look at it is in 18, we're going to have to get some more people elected. We have to go out and we have to get more people elected that are Republican. And we have to probably pull in those people, those few people that voted against it. I don't know. They're going to have to explain to you why they did, and I'm sure they'll have very fine reasons. But we have to get more Republicans elected because we have to get it done. We got it passed in the House. We would have gotten it very much. Yeah, you can't use his head as a stand, right? We don't want that to happen. You're messing with the wrong guy here. So we want. I think we're going to do very well, actually, in 18. I would be not surprised if something were done long before that. But in any event, because the margin is so small, the majority margin is so small, we're going to have to go out and get more Republicans elected in 18, and I'll be working very hard for that to happen, okay? And it would be nice to have Democrat support, but really they're obstructionists. They have no ideas. They have no thought process. All they want to do is obstruct government and obstruct, period. And in this case, think of it. So many good things, we didn't get one vote, and their plan has failed. And by the way, Obamacare isn't failing. It's failed. It's gone. So I think something's going to happen. We'll find out. Stay tuned. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, that was President Trump meeting with service members earlier today. I do want to take you to this event that's streamed that I didn't get a chance to show you guys on my evening show yesterday. So let's take you to this and hear what President Trump had to say at this event.
these in the museum. We have a great museum.
Well, good afternoon, members of the Cabinet, distinguished members of Congress, and all these incredible representatives of American businesses from all 50 states, and our honored guests. On behalf of the President and the First Family, welcome to the White House. And thanks to the leadership of a president who believes in American manufacturing, welcome to Made in America Week here in our nation's capital. You know, it's the greatest privilege of my life to serve as vice president to a president who always puts America first and puts American manufacturing first. Our president knows that America is a nation of dreamers and doers, a nation of producers and growers and makers. And since the very first day of this administration, we've taken decisive action to promote and protect what he calls those three beautiful words, Made in America. In fact, this president has signed more laws slashing through federal red tape than any president in American history. Under President Trump's leadership, we've been fighting for trade that's both free and fair so that American businesses and American workers can compete and win with companies anywhere in the world. In fact, as we were just talking down the hallway, just last month, thanks to the President's leadership, American beef is now being shipped to China for the first time in 13 years. We've been unleashing American-made energy, rolling back the Clean Power Plan, approving the Keystone and Dakota pipelines, and when he did so, President Trump took executive action to make sure that new pipelines in America would be built by American workers using American steel. Thanks to the President's leadership, American manufacturers haven't been this optimistic in more than 2 decades, and the confidence of American farmers is soaring to near record levels. And we're going to continue to fight every single day to ensure that our country continues to make the best machines, grow the best food, and design the best technology in the world. Because President Donald Trump knows that Made in America will make America great again. So, with gratitude for his leadership and admiration for his unwavering confidence in the boundless capacity of the American people, it is now my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to all of you the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Mike. And you know, Mike, it is true that as I walked through the halls, we saw so many great companies, but the gentleman who was in charge of Omaha Beef, they do beef, he hugged me. He wanted to kiss me so badly because he said, our business is a whole different business now because you got China approved. The other administrations couldn't even come close. And I told him, you know how long it took? 1 sentence. I said, President Xi, we'd love to sell beef back in China again. He said, you can do that. That was the end of that, right? Sonny, the great Sonny Perdue. So we're very happy, but we're here today to celebrate American manufacturing and to showcase the amazing products from all 50 states made in the USA. Remember in the old days, they used to have made in the USA, made in America, but made in the USA. We're going to start doing that again. We're going to put that brand on our product because it means it's the best. In just a few months and moments, I will say what we've done over a short period of time and what we're going to be doing over the next 6 months will be incredible. We've signed more bills, and I'm talking about through the legislature, than any president ever. For a while, Harry Truman had us. And now I think we have everybody, Mike. I better say think, otherwise they'll give me a Pinocchio. And I don't like those. I don't like Pinocchios. In just a few moments, I'll be signing a presidential proclamation to launch Made in America Week and to make today Made in America Day. We are thrilled to be joined today by so many incredible members of my cabinet. Every member of my administration shares the same goal: to provide a level playing field for American workers and for American industry. And we are providing it much faster than other countries would like. So it's been really a pleasure. We want to build, create, and grow more products in our country using American labor, American goods, and American grit. When we purchase products made in the USA, the profits stay here, the revenue stays here, and the jobs, maybe most importantly of all, they stay right here in the USA. In the audience today, we have skilled workers, we have business leaders whose American-made goods we're proudly displaying all over the White House and outside. I saw fire engines, I saw tractors from Caterpillar, I saw some incredible machinery. Make it right here. We thank you for being here. We're honored to showcase your creations, and I will say they've really taken on, and some of you have built names that I know of for so long, and it's congratulations, right? You in particular. What a great job you've done. Thank you very much. And I saw you on television this morning. You were fantastic. I don't know what you're doing exactly, but you could always have a second career. You did a great job. Thank you very much. American workers, farmers, and innovators are really the best in the world. We know that, and what we're doing that is we're displaying those talents. You construct and harvest the products that fill our homes, feed our families, and defend our nation, and enrich our lives. I want to make a pledge to each and every one of you. No longer are we going to allow other countries to break the rules, steal our jobs, and drain our wealth. And it has been drained. It has been drained. You're going to see a lot of things happening over the next 6 months, you know, statutorily and through a lot of different legal, through the legal process. It takes a while to get it set so that you're allowed to do it. You're not allowed to do it, but we've now mostly fulfilled all of that, and over the next short period of time, you're going to see things announced that you won't even believe for our country and for selling product in our country and making product in our country and things that are great for American jobs. You're going to be seeing that happening really quickly because we are totally set up, and the hard part now is done. It is a long, horrible process, but we're going to also get rid of some of that process for the future. But we're going to stand up for our companies and maybe most importantly for our workers. For decades, Washington has allowed other nations to wipe out millions of American jobs through unfair trade practices. Wait till you see what's up for you. You are going to be so happy. This painful exodus of American jobs, and I've been talking about it for years, was also marked by a period of sluggish growth, falling incomes, surging welfare, and shrinking participation in the workforce.